Within the resplendent palace, a strikingly beautiful woman with an air of icy elegance was engrossed in her meditation, surrounded by swirling blue flames. These flames had cast a layer of frost around the palace, a subtle chill permeating the air, occasionally causing small shards of ice to fall and shatter upon the ground. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the blue flames dissipated, and in that instant, the frost and ice shards melted away as she gradually opened her eyes. What greeted her vision was a man clad in a black robe. Her pupils constricted sharply, and she coldly inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Bai Lu, the current king of the ghost realm," he replied, maintaining a calm demeanor before directly asking her, "Are you willing to engage in a union of yin and yang with me?" "Ha?" Qin Shuang, the woman, exclaimed in astonishment, quickly retreating 3 steps to distance herself from Bai Lu. "What? What do you intend to do?" This individual was rather peculiar. Bai Lu stepped forward, prompting Qin Shuang to hastily retreat another step, conjuring blue flames in her hands as a warning. "If you come any closer, I shall not hold back." Seeing this, Bai Lu halted and explained, "You embody life, while I represent death. I wish to explore what transpires should we unite." "Preposterous," Qin Shuang retorted angrily. "I am not a woman to be trifled with. Leave at once, or do not blame me for taking action." Faced with Bai Lu, she felt a sense of uncertainty, for she had not even noticed when he had appeared. In this scenario, it was highly probable that Bai Lu's strength surpassed her own. "You cannot defeat me," Bai Lu replied with utmost seriousness. A glimmer of blue light flashed in Qin Shuang's eyes, and in the next moment, a pillar of blue fire erupted from beneath Bai Lu's feet, engulfing him entirely. However, as the flames dissipated, Bai Lu emerged completely unscathed, not even a drop of melted frost touching him. "It seems you are quite resistant. May I inquire as to why?" Bai Lu gazed earnestly at Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang's lips twitched, and she exclaimed exasperatedly, "I don't even know you. You just appear out of nowhere, wanting to establish a relationship. Are you some kind of pervert? What would it take for you to agree?" Bai Lu pondered momentarily before asking. "Impossible," Qin Shuang replied with unwavering resolve. "Absolutely impossible." Upon hearing this, Bai Lu stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. "Very well. In that case, I shall devise another approach." Qin Shuang's eyes sparkled with intrigue, secretly thinking, "I never anticipated this pervert could be so reasonable." Yet, after a brief pause, her smile began to fade, and she could not help but ask, "Aren't you leaving yet?" Bai Lu raised an eyebrow and shook his head. "I have no intention of departing just yet." He had no desire to leave at all. "Then what do you mean by devising another approach?" Qin Shuang exclaimed, utterly baffled. Did this not imply he was relinquishing the idea of mating with her? Bai Lu replied matter-of-factly, "Indeed, I am contemplating alternative methods to persuade you." "Darn it," Qin Shuang blurted out, her composure crumbling in that moment. Observing her pallid countenance, Bai Lu attempted to assuage her concerns, stating, "Rest assured, I shall not coerce you. Should you express aversion, I shall not forcibly compel you into carnal union. You entertain notions of imposing yourself upon me?" Qin Shuang retorted, skepticism coloring her tone. After all, what virtuous individual would broach the subject of copulation so readily? Noticing Qin Shuang's agitation, Bai Lu promptly gestured, dispatching a streak of ebony light that infiltrated her dantian with unparalleled velocity. A moment of bewilderment washed over Qin Shuang before she apprehended the situation, gazing at Bai Lu with astonishment. "What have you done to me? Have you administered some form of drug?" Promptly, she directed her awareness inward, examining her dantian, yet discovered nothing untoward. At that juncture, Bai Lu's tranquil voice resonated, "I have facilitated your advancement. The ice flame you cultivate poses a threat to your well-being. I can aid you in averting such harm entirely." Qin Shuang struggled to comprehend the motives of the individual before her, whose actions appeared capricious. Nevertheless, the tribulations posed by the ice flame had indeed been a source of considerable vexation, with the potential to transform her into a frozen effigy at any given moment. As she pondered this, a distinct snap reverberated within her dantian. She had seemingly achieved a breakthrough, devoid of any impediment, proceeding with an almost excessive smoothness. Furthermore, the perpetual chill that had permeated her very being had vanished entirely. She felt an unprecedented sense of ease. I have employed death chi to consume all impurities within the ice flame. Henceforth, should you exercise caution in your cultivation, you shall encounter no further complications. Bai Lao's voice gently reached Qin Shuang's ears. Qin Shuang regained her composure, paused for a moment, and then spoke. Although you have aided me, I will never yield to you. Abandon this notion. Bai Lu remained unfazed, casually responding, very well, I understand. Then why do you not take your leave? Qin Shuang inquired, a hint of frustration in her tone. Bai Lu shrugged nonchalantly. I have stated that I do not intend to return just yet. Ah! Qin Shuang silently screamed within. How can this person be so stubborn? At that moment, a voice called from outside. Your Majesty, the National Master requests an audience. Qin Shuang furrowed her brows slightly and glanced at Bai Lu. Bai Lu replied indifferently. If you have matters to attend to, do not let me impede you. I shall ponder my options further. Qin Shuang felt exasperated, mentally scoffing. What a pretense of understanding. What I desire is for you to depart swiftly. Yet, she recognized that Bai Lao's formidable power was beyond her comprehension, making her hesitant to act impulsively. After all, who truly wishes to face death? With this in mind, she softly commanded, allow him to enter. Understood, came a reply from outside. Moments later, an elderly man with a goatee entered. He was Yi Qianxiu, the national master of the Frost Moon Kingdom. Upon seeing Bai Lu, he initially frowned, then turned to Qin Shuang to bow respectfully. Your Majesty, representatives from the Tianfeng sect have arrived. Qin Shuang had anticipated his message, responding with an air of cold authority. I am aware, I will come at once. Yi Qianxiu then shifted his gaze towards Bai Lu. Your Majesty, this individual is I am your Majesty's personal guard, Bai Lu. From this day forth, I shall remain by your side. Bai Lu introduced his new identity without waiting for Qin Shuang's response. You. Qin Shuang was utterly astonished. How could he so casually define his own identity in just 2 sentences? Oh, I see now. Yi Qianxiu responded, seemingly convinced, and bowed respectfully to Bai Lu. I appreciate your service, Garbai. Observing Yi Qianqi's reaction, Qin Shuang's lips parted slightly, her astonishment evident. Master, are you quite all right? How could someone who suddenly appeared and spoke such words be so readily believed? Was this truly the master she knew? Without a doubt, Bai Lu must have done something. With this thought in mind, she turned to face Bai Lu. Before she could voice her inquiries, Bai Lu candidly confessed, I merely influenced his soul to make it easier for him to trust me. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang's pupils contracted sharply, and she instinctively took a step back, regarding Bai Lu with a wary gaze. You would not dare to employ such despicable means against me, would you? Chapter 2. Resolving your troubles. Bai Lu gazed calmly at Qin Shuang, yet this gaze held a profound significance in her eyes, causing her heart to race and her thoughts to spiral. Oh no, could he truly be trying to seduce me into submission? What should I do? What should I do? Just as her mind was in turmoil, Bai Lu's light voice floated to her ears. Rest assured, I would never gratuitously trample upon or insult another's dignity. My inducement is merely a means to alleviate complications. Inducing Qin Shuang into an intimate relationship is no different from degrading her. Do you think I would believe your nonsense? Qin Shuang could not help but shoot him a glare. Believe it or not, I am now your personal guardian, Bai Lu declared with an air of inevitability. The corner of Qin Shuang's mouth twitched, filled with helplessness. She was at a loss, for Bai Lu's prowess undoubtedly surpassed hers by several tiers. Your Majesty, it is time to meet the representatives from Tianfeng sect. Bai Lu swiftly transitioned into his role as protector, fulfilling his duty. Qin Shuang cast him a glance, sighed in resignation, and said, Alas, let us proceed. Thus, she and Bai Lu made their way to the side hall to meet the guests from Tianfeng sect, while Yi Qianxiu departed to attend to his own matters. In the side hall, I apologize for the wait. Qin Shuang resumed her frigid and dignified demeanor. The 2 elders from Tianfeng sect did not rise to greet her, but merely clasped their hands in respect. I am Lu Ming, the elder steward of Tianfeng sect. And this is Wang Chanfeng, my fellow steward elder. Though he was introducing himself, his tone bore an air of arrogance, as if he sought to overshadow Qin Shuang entirely. Qin Shuang sensed the tension in the air, her delicate brows knitting together, yet she refrained from revealing her discontent. She cut straight to the chase, stating, Let us not beat around the bush. How many slots can the Frost Moon Kingdom secure for the Heavenly Wind Secret Realm? 3. With each slot priced at 5 million low-grade spirit stones, Lu Ming replied, extending 3 fingers in a straightforward manner. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang's expression instantly turned frosty. As far as I know, a slot for the Blackrock Kingdom only costs 3 million, and they have 5 slots. Are you pocketing the difference? Lu Ming cast her a sidelong glance, unfazed as he replied, if you want them, you can take them. If not, there are plenty of others who will. The price is firm at 5 million, no negotiations. Qin Shuang's displeasure was palpable, an icy aura emanating from her. Wang Chanfeng immediately sensed the shift and unleashed his own aura in an attempt to suppress Qin Shuang. What do you think you're doing? However, Qin Shuang was not someone he could intimidate. The moment he exerted his aura, a chilling pressure enveloped him. Wang Chanfeng felt the cold seep into his bones, rendering him momentarily immobile, as if he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. Lu Ming, standing beside him, experienced a similar sensation, cold sweat seeping through their garments. Nevertheless, Qin Shuang had no intention of acting rashly. Though she held no fear of the 2 elders, she still had to consider the Heavenly Wind sect. Yet, as she retracted her oppressive aura, an even more formidable and terrifying presence descended upon them, forcing both Lu Ming and Wang Chanfeng to their knees. Humph. They both uttered low groans, and their expressions revealed the immense discomfort they were currently enduring. What do you want? Lu Ming exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury, fixed intently on Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang turned to glance at the silent Bai Lu, feeling at a loss for words. Though she wished to avoid offending the Tianfeng sect, now that the line had been crossed, showing weakness was not an option. It would only embolden their arrogance. At that moment, Bai Lu casually spoke, you have but one chance to return to the Tianfeng sect. The decision lies with you. You have 10 breaths of time. His tone was that of casual conversation, yet to Lu Ming and Wang Chanfeng, it resonated like thunder. Almost simultaneously, they both shouted, I will go back. After a brief pause, they immediately turned to glare at one another, as if on the verge of a physical confrontation. However, Bai Lu did not grant them that opportunity. He pointed directly at Lu Ming, declaring, it shall be you. You responded more swiftly than he did. Return and inform the highest authority of the Tianfeng sect to personally bring 2 million inferior spirit stones for the ransom, or else when I come to collect. The price will not be the same. With that, he released his oppressive aura, allowing Lu Ming and Wang to regain their freedom. Lu Ming looked up at Bai Lu, a glimmer of fear flickering in his eyes, yet he could not help but warn, do you realize that your actions today have offended the Tianfeng sect? Bai Lu narrowed his eyes and gestured towards Wang Chanfeng. If he does not wish to return, then it is you. In that instant, with a loud thud, Lu Ming was forcefully brought to the ground by an unseen force. With a sudden spurt of blood, Lu Ming collapsed, an inexplicable depression appearing on his back, as if he had been forcefully struck by some unseen force. Witnessing this, Wang Chanfeng dared not utter another word. He bowed in gratitude, affirming, I shall return to inform the sect master at once. After casting a timid glance at Bai Lu, awaiting a response, fearful of departing without it, he found that Bai Lu did not even spare him a glance, merely gesturing, hurry back. Wang Chanfeng exhaled in relief, promptly replying, understood. Without further ado, he hastened away, anxious to not linger a moment longer. Qin Shuang, observing Lu Ming unconscious, shot an irritated glare at Bai Lu. Aren't you just causing me trouble? She remarked. I am assisting you in resolving this matter. Bai Lu countered softly, meeting her gaze. They clearly intend to take you down. There is no need for courtesy. I understand, but... Qin Shuang hesitated before continuing. The Tianfeng sect is under the protection of a spirit sovereign, and it is unwise to offend them. In the Lingyun continent, cultivators are classified into 9 realms: Spirit Disciple, Spirit Master, Spirit General, Spirit King, Spirit Emperor, Spirit Sovereign, Spirit Saint, and Spirit God, each major realm further divided into 9 minor stages. Qin Shuang is a prodigy, yet her time spent in cultivation has been brief. She currently possesses only the strength of a first-stage Spirit Emperor, having only recently achieved this breakthrough with Bai Lu's assistance. In contrast, the most powerful national master of the Shuangyue Kingdom, Yi Qianxiu, is merely at the 3rd stage of Spirit Emperor, far inferior to the Tianfeng sect. With me here, what have you to fear? Bai Lu retorted nonchalantly. His power transcends that of the Spirit God, and by a considerable margin. Qin Shuang instinctively rolled her eyes, muttering to herself, what does this have to do with me? However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. as she indeed required Bai Lu's assistance to resolve the troubles with the Tianfeng sect. Reflecting on this, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she stealthily glanced at Bai Lu. Contemplating, could it be that this fellow is deliberately stirring up trouble only to offer me a solution as a means to win my favor? No, no, no. Qin Shuang shook her head repeatedly, deciding not to dwell on such thoughts. First, she would address the issues with the Tianfeng sect before considering these trivialities. Observing her perplexed demeanor, Bai Lu inquired, "What is the matter?" Chapter 3. Is there a spark? Nothing. Qin Shuang nonchalantly redirected the conversation. Isn't it a bit excessive to charge 2 million? Bai Lu, aware of her attempt to change the subject, simply replied, "They charge you 500,000 for a spot. Charging them 10 million for a life is quite reasonable." Qin Shuang pondered for a moment and nodded lightly. That makes sense. As she spoke, her gaze shifted towards the unconscious Lu Ming. "Let us confine him for now. I can handle it," Bai Lu declared, and with a wave of his hand, Lu Ming vanished without a trace. Qin Shuang was taken aback and questioned, "Where did he go?" "To the underworld," Bai Lu casually stated, nonchalantly revealing something rather impressive. Qin Shuang's lips twitched as she silently criticized, "What a show-off. It's just a portable realm, not something to be envious of." Bai Lu noticed her expression but paid it little heed, appearing deep in thought instead. Qin Shuang cast a fleeting glance at him and casually inquired, "What are you thinking about?" "Finding a way to make you submit to me," Bai Lu replied without a moment's hesitation. "You?" Qin Shuang found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She should not have posed that question. Wishing to steer the conversation away from this topic, she asked, "What do you mean by life vessel?" "I cultivate ice flame, which has nothing to do with vitality." Bai Lu raised his hand, and a pill materialized within it. "I located you through a formation. Your life vessel has yet to be activated. Consume this necromancer's pill and I shall assist you in awakening it." "I refuse." Qin Shuang regarded the dark pill with disdain, rejecting it without a second thought. "Do you not wish to grow stronger? Once your life vessel is activated, you will possess immortality. In your world, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to slay you," Bai Lu enticed. Yet Qin Shuang remained resolute in her refusal. "No, I do not trust you." She dared not consume anything offered by a stranger. "Very well." Bai Lu nodded gently, retracting the pill. "Should you ever require it, you may seek me out." Qin Shuang rolled her eyes slightly and muttered under her breath, "That time will never come." Bai Lu chose not to respond. Returning to a contemplative demeanor, observing him, Qin Shuang decided against probing further. The silence was rather pleasant. At least it provided tranquility. Engaging with Bai Lu often left her feeling irritable. The following day, she asked, "Where have you been?" Upon the sudden appearance of Bai Lu, Qin Shuang casually inquired, but immediately regretted her question, inwardly chiding herself. "Damn it, I've spoken to him again." Unaware of her inner turmoil, Bai Lu waved the book in his hand and remarked, "I found a book." Qin Shuang glanced over, her delicate brows furrowing. "What language is this?" She could not decipher the characters. "It's Chinese," Bai Lu replied softly. "This is a romance novel written by an author from the Ghost Realm titled 99 Tips for Rapid Romance. 99 Tips for Rapid Romance? What on earth?" Qin Shuang thought, bewildered. As Bai Lu flipped through the pages, he continued, "I'm not quite sure of the content. I vaguely remember having collected this book, so I retrieved it. It is intended to teach one how to pursue others, thus it should contain the information I seek." Qin Shuang raised an eyebrow, suddenly struck by a thought. She hesitated and asked, "Is this the method you have in mind? Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we can change it." Bai Lu candidly acknowledged while browsing the book. Qin Shuang's lips twitched, yet she refrained from further comment, thinking it best as long as he didn't delve into anything too chaotic. At that moment, Yi Qianxiu brought Wang Changfeng and an elderly man into the side hall. "Your Majesty, I have brought the person," Yi Qianxiu reported to Qin Shuang before discreetly stepping back. Before Qin Shuang could utter a word, the elderly man spoke up, questioning, "Qin Shuang, what do you mean by this? Have you brought the money?" Upon hearing his accusatory tone, Qin Shuang decided not to be courteous in return. The wrinkles on the old man's face suddenly contorted, rendering him a fearsome visage. "Release her at once, or do not blame me for my lack of mercy." With a cold snort, Qin Shuang retorted, "Du in yucking. It is you who orchestrated their scheme to charge 500,000 for a single quota, I assent it? No wonder they dared to act so brazenly. It turns out that it is you, this old scoundrel, who is backing them from the shadows. What is the matter? Are you still nursing the wounds to your fragile psyche from when my father forced you to kneel and beg for mercy, all those years ago. Don't think that just because you've become an elder in the Tianfeng sect, I would hesitate to deal with you. You, scoundrel. Duan Yuqing struck at his vulnerable spot, instantly unleashed a furious palm strike. A wave of oppressive energy surged towards Qin Shuang. Yet, she remained composed, a chilling aura enveloping her as she prepared to defend herself. However, in the very next moment, that oppressive force vanished without a trace. Duan Yuqing's heart raced as he swiftly redirected his gaze towards Bilu. Although he was baffled as to how his power had dissipated, he surmised that it must have been Bilu's intervention, for in his eyes, Qin Shuang lacked such capability. Indeed, at present, Qin Shuang did not possess that ability. Well, do you feel a spark of emotion? Bilu inquired of Qin Shuang with unexpected seriousness. Qin Shuang, feeling embarrassed, replied, not at all. How could there be any feelings? She is hardly a barrier. Upon hearing this, Bilu did not appear disheartened. He merely nodded lightly. It seems that the classic trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress may not be suitable here. Perhaps the scenario is not quite right. I shall ponder this further. He muttered to himself, jotting down notes in his 99 techniques for rapid romance. Qin Shuang gazed at his self-muttering demeanor, utterly at a loss for words. She observed that Bilu sometimes seemed to dwell in his own realm, entirely oblivious to those around him. For instance, he was currently disregarding Duan Yuqing completely. Who are you? Duan Yuqing's eyes were fixated on Bilu. Upon hearing the voice, Bilu closed his book, turned to glance at him, and retorted with a question. Are you merely an elder? Duan Yuqing furrowed his brow. The implications of those words felt disconcerting. Was he being belittled? At that moment, Bilu shifted his gaze to Wang Changfeng. Did you fail to relay my request for the highest authority of Tianfeng sect to come in person? Wang Changfeng trembled slightly, hastily responding, I conveyed the message. But the elder did not pass it on. His voice dwindled to a whisper, his head bowed lower, avoiding Duan Yuqing's gaze. It was evident that he feared Duan Yuqing, yet he found Bilu even more intimidating, which emboldened him to speak truthfully to Bilu, disregarding Duan Yuqing's presence. Seeing this, Duan Yuqing shot him an angry glare, useless wretch. In a fit of irritation, he struck Wang Changfeng across the face with a resounding slap. The sound echoed as Wang Changfeng spun in midair before crashing heavily to the ground. Neither Bilu nor Qin Shuang intervened. Wang Changfeng held no connection to them. So why should they intervene? With a retching sound, Wang Changfeng expelled a mouthful of blood, the red imprint of a handprint starkly visible on his face. Despite enduring such humiliation, he dared not utter a word, swallowing his grievances in silence. Humph! Duan Yuqing scoffed disdainfully. At that very moment, a sharp crack resounded as Duan Yuqing's right cheek was suddenly struck with tremendous force. Almost instantaneously, he was propelled into the air, mirroring Wang Changfeng's earlier flight, performing 2.5 rotations before crashing to the ground. Chapter 4. What a dreadful book. Puff! Duan Yuqing lay sprawled on the ground, unable to suppress a copious spurt of blood. His face had become grotesquely distorted, and several teeth lay scattered about. Qin Shuang cast a glance at Duan Yuqing before turning her attention to Bilu, unable to restrain her curiosity. What kind of power is this? Time and again, she had failed to discern how Bilu executed his strikes, and even the aftermath of his actions remained inscrutable. Death energy. Upon hearing Qin Shuang's inquiry, Bilu not only responded but also elaborated. High-level death energy is akin to soul power. Those lacking sufficient strength simply cannot perceive it, let alone see it. Oh, so it turns out I am too weak. Qin Shuang felt a twinge of dismay, regretting her question. Bilu, noticing the hint of melancholy in her tone, pondered briefly before inquiring. Would you like to consume a death elixir? It would allow you to see it. Absolutely not. Qin Shuang's expression darkened as she resolutely declined. How foolish of her to have thought Bilu was hesitating to say something significant. Instead, he merely intended to entice her with the death elixir. Bilu furrowed his brows, perplexed by the complexity of Qin Shuang's emotional shifts. She oscillated between melancholy and agitation, leaving him baffled, unaware of his internal musings. Qin Shuang shifted the topic. What shall we do next? Bilu had his own plans and shifted his gaze to Wang Changfeng, slowly speaking. Inform them once more. This time, let your highest authority bring 60 million. 60 million? Wang Changfeng was utterly astonished. They were hardly worth that much. What? You don't wish to provide it? Bilu's eyes narrowed slightly. Wang Changfeng trembled, shaking his head vigorously while gesturing. No. I will return immediately to report to the sect master. Whether to provide it or not is a matter for the sect master to worry about. He dared not offend Bai Lu any further. Bai Lu watched as he fled in panic, then slowly withdrew his gaze, turning his attention to Duan Yuqing. Sensing the scrutiny, Duan Yuqing stiffened, stammering, What do you intend to do? His face contorted, rendering his words unclear. Bai Lu did not respond to his inquiry with a casual wave. He imprisoned him within the realm of the evil spirits. Sighing, Qin Shuang gently massaged her temples, pondering whether the appearance of this individual was a blessing or a curse. The Frost Moon Kingdom had undoubtedly offended the Heavenly Wind sect. If Bai Lu were to depart, she truly felt uncertain about the next steps. Yet, one must acknowledge Bai Lu's formidable strength. If they could gain his assistance, perhaps the Frost Moon Kingdom could soar to great heights in the future. However, Bai Lu remained a stranger, and she could not grasp his intentions. Should anything go awry, it would spell disaster for the Frost Moon Kingdom. What troubles you? Bai Lu inquired, noticing Qin Shuang's sigh. The books advised showing concern and warmth toward one's beloved, and he believed his actions were quite appropriate. Qin Shuang realized that her emotions were laid bare, and she quickly composed herself, offering a forced smile and dismissively waving her hand, insisting it was nothing. Suddenly, Bai Lu reached out and grasped her hand, his tone imbued with gravity as he said, You can share anything with me. I will always be by your side, no matter the time. The book stated that girls often struggle to express their true feelings, and in such instances, one must take the initiative. A direct approach could yield remarkable results. Qin Shuang was taken aback by his unexpected gesture, momentarily at a loss for words. However, as she became aware of the warmth radiating from Bai Lu's hand, her heart raced, and a flush graced her cheeks. Realizing the peculiarity of the situation, she quickly withdrew her hand, striving to mask her reaction by channeling the cold energy within her to steady her heartbeat. Clearing her throat, she remarked, Stop being so forward. You've blushed. It's quite similar to what the book described, Bai Lu observed keenly. Indeed, it seemed that the book held some merit. Qin Shuang, feeling exasperated, pinched the bridge of her nose, pondering how much of her frustration had been directed at Bai Lu. What kind of ridiculous book are you reading? I'm merely unaccustomed to being touched by a man. She harbored a strong desire to incinerate that wretched book. Is that so? Bai Lu continued jotting down notes. Noting the discrepancies, Qin Shuang shot him a furtive glare before opting for silence, fearing that her irritation would resurface. The following day, Mu Zhan, the leader of the Tianfeng sect, made a personal appearance, accompanied by none other than Wang Changfeng, who had returned once more. Wang Changfeng was reluctant to return. He wished to avoid facing Bai Lu again. Yet, he found himself powerless to resist, for he was one of the principal parties involved. Having familiarized himself with the circumstances beforehand, Mu Zhan approached Bai Lu and Qin Shuang with a demeanor of courtesy. Your Majesty Shuang Yue, it has been a century since our last encounter, hasn't it? You were merely in your teens then. How swiftly time passes. Haraha, Mu Zhan reminisced, seeking to bridge the gap between them. Senior Mu, are you charging 5 million for a single quota? Targeting acquaintances, I see? Qin Shuang retorted, maintaining a less-than-pleasant tone, albeit refraining from overt hostility. Ha. Mu Zhan chuckled lightly and waved his hand dismissively. The quota for the Tianfeng secret realm is typically priced at 3 million. This excessive charge was an arbitrary decision by Duan Yuqing. I apologize for the oversight. Are you the highest authority of the Tianfeng sect? Bai Lu interjected from his seat. Mu Zhan narrowed his eyes slightly and responded with a respectful gesture. That would be accurate. I am Mu Zhan, the sect master of Tianfeng. However, I have an elder ancestor who no longer concerns himself with affairs. Very well, Bai Lu nodded slightly, then cut straight to the chase. Let us settle the payment. 60 million. Taken aback, Mu Zhan paused, unprepared for Bai Lu's forthrightness. Did this indicate a lack of regard for him, or was this individual simply insolent by nature? Such thoughts flitted through his mind, yet they did not hinder his communication with Bai Lu. No problem, he replied, gently waving his sleeve as a card, emanating a flow of energy, sailed towards Bai Lu. This card, known as the Spirit Crystal card, is crafted from spirit crystals that can absorb the energy of spirit stones in vast quantities. It is typically used for significant transactions involving spirit stones. Otherwise, one would need to carry numerous spatial devices to accommodate tens of millions of spirit stones. 60 million spirit stones, even if they are of the inferior grade, is no trifling sum. The ease with which Mu Zhan provided the funds indicated he had been well prepared. After hearing Wang Changfeng's description, Mu Zhan sensed that Bai Lu was not an ordinary individual, and thus he deemed it prudent to avoid antagonizing him. Consequently, he consistently sought to foster goodwill with Bai Lu, hoping to establish a connection, or at the very least, gain insight into Bai Lu's background. Chapter 5. Did I permit you to leave? Bai Lu was unfamiliar with the spirit crystal card, and upon obtaining it, he promptly handed it over to Qin Shuang. Is it sufficient? Quite sufficient. Qin Shuang observed the 6 small circular crystals on the surface of the spirit crystal card and nodded gently. The crystals on the card are categorized into 3 types. 1 flat, each representing 100 medium-grade spirit stones. 1 oval, each representing 100 superior-grade spirit stones. And 1 round, each representing 100 exceptional-grade spirit stones. Notably, 100 inferior-grade spirit stones equate to 1 medium-grade spirit stone, and likewise, 100 medium-grade spirit stones equal 1 superior-grade spirit stone, and so forth. Therefore, 60 million inferior-grade spirit stones correspond to 600 exceptional-grade spirit stones, which would crystallize into 6 round gems on the spirit crystal card. Any incomplete crystals would have their value assessed through a spirit power test. With a definitive response in hand, Bai Lu waved his hand casually, releasing Lu Ming and Duan Yuqing from the evil ghost path. Upon seeing the light of day again, Lu Ming and his companion hurriedly scrambled towards Mu Zhan. Observing their listless demeanor, it is evident they have endured considerable suffering in the abyss of demons. Master, you must stand up for me. Lu Ming immediately approached Mu Zhan, lamenting with the utmost poignancy, tears streaming down his face like a weeping willow. In contrast, Duan Yuqing, while still mindful of his image, was less theatrical than Lu Ming, yet he brimmed with grievances. Unable to restrain himself from pointing at Bai Lu to voice his complaints. Master, this individual shows utter disdain for the Tianfeng sect. He must be taught a lesson. However, Mu Zhan remained unmoved, coldly regarding the two of them. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Upon hearing his utterly unperturbed tone, Duan Yuqing's heart sank, and he hastily knelt an apology, saying, I was wrong, master. What exactly did you do wrong? Mu Zhan's tone exhibited no trace of fluctuation. This very demeanor instilled fear in Duan Yuqing. After a moment's reflection, he hesitantly replied, I should not have troubled you. Suddenly, Mu Zhan struck, seizing Duan Yuqing by the throat, reproaching him for raising the stakes for personal gain, inciting the wrath of the Frost Moon Kingdom, resulting in a loss of 60 million for the sect. Your demise is hardly regrettable. As soon as he finished speaking, with a sharp crack, Duan Yuqing's neck was broken. Bai Lu and Qin Shuang did not intervene, merely spectators to the unfolding drama. After all, the money had been secured. The ensuing matters were internal to their sect and of no concern to them. This master is one who possesses a keen sense of timing, a man of intricate thoughts. Requiring a firm hand to ensure he refrains from further mischief, Bai Lu remarked casually to Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang cast him a glance and couldn't help but roll her eyes. What are you conspiring about so loudly? He can hear you. Rest assured. He cannot hear a thing, Bai Lu replied confidently. I'm not foolish enough to gossip openly. Oh, Qin Shuang observed Mu Zhan, confirming that he was oblivious to their exchange. She delicately caressed the crystalline surface of the spirit crystal card and spoke in a negotiating tone. How about we split the money 3-7? You take 70, I take 30, feeling somewhat bashful about the 30%. As the majority of the funds were indeed acquired through Bai Lu's efforts, she hesitated. No need. It's all yours. Bai Lu waved his hand dismissively. Then, quite unexpectedly, he gazed deeply into Qin Shuang's eyes and earnestly declared, I will give you anything you desire. That line from the book seems appropriate here, doesn't it? Upon witnessing his abrupt emotional shift, Qin Shuang realized he had once again fallen prey to that wretched book. With a resigned gesture, she rubbed her forehead but said nothing further, merely expressing her gratitude. Then I thank you. After all, as long as the money found its way into her pocket, it sufficed. Bai Lu, observing her reaction, raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly, silently concluding that there was indeed some effect. At this moment, Mu Zhan had already dealt with Duan Yuqing's corpse. As for Lu Ming, he would not be killed, but he would certainly face severe punishment upon his return. I apologize for the trouble caused to you, Mu Zhan said, bowing slightly to Bai Lu and Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang lifted her gaze to him and teased. You spent 60 million to redeem him, and now you've gone and killed one. Isn't that a bit wasteful? Mu Zhan smiled and replied. If someone from the Tianfeng sect harms its interests and disrupts the order, It is only natural for me to personally address the matter. He paused, then continued, very well. That is a concern for your Tianfeng sect. Qin Shuang, wishing to avoid prolonging the discussion, shifted the conversation to the main topic. How many spots can you grant me for the Tianfeng secret realm? 5. Muzhan answered without hesitation. To preempt any misunderstanding regarding his willingness to provide more, he added, I can only offer 5. The remaining spots have already been allocated, and I cannot go back on my word. Furthermore, these 5 spots are complimentary, and I will ensure that your people are placed in the best positions. Are you satisfied with this arrangement? Qin Shuang lightly tapped her fingers on the armrest of her chair, feigning deep contemplation. After a moment, she nodded slightly. That will suffice. I will notify you when the Tianfeng secret realm opens, and you can arrange for your people to come. Having concluded the conversation, Muzhan cast a glance at Lu Ming before bidding farewell to Qin Shuang and Bai Lu. I have some matters to attend to and shall not impose further. You are always welcome to visit the Tianfeng sect. I look forward to your arrival. With that, he turned to lead Wang Changfeng and the others away. Did I permit you to leave? Bai Lu's voice suddenly resonated. In an instant, Muzhan's steps faltered, his pupils constricting, as cold sweat inexplicably coated his forehead. He sensed a terrifying aura, a suffocating feeling of death enveloping him, penetrating even to his very soul. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though he had endured centuries. Once he sensed the terrifying aura dissipate, a profound sense of relief enveloped him, as if he had narrowly escaped the jaws of despair. Taking a deep breath, Muzhan mechanically turned around and respectfully bowed to Bai Lu, inquiring if there were any further instructions. At that moment, his demeanor was markedly more reverent than when he first arrived. You may leave now. Bai Lu observed him from a position of authority. Muzhan hesitated briefly, then promptly bowed and took his leave, acknowledging his previous indiscretion. He believed that his abrupt departure had irked Bai Lu. After his words, he turned to exit once more. And this time Bai Lu did not impede his departure. Once Muzhan had gone, Qin Shuang turned to Bai Lu, expressing concern that his earlier actions had been tantamount to humiliating Muzhan, which could foster resentment. That is of no consequence, Bai Lu replied nonchalantly. A bit of intimidation is necessary, compelling him to consider the consequences of his actions henceforth, so he does not act recklessly from behind the scenes. Besides, a person as scheming as he is will contemplate the repercussions of harboring animosity before acting. Without the strength to oppose me, he will refrain from disorderly conduct. In that fleeting moment, Muzhan had become acutely aware of the vast disparity between himself and Bai Lu. Qin Shuang shrugged, conceding that the events had already transpired, leaving no room for further apprehension. Ultimately, the matter of the quotas had been resolved satisfactorily. The 5 quotas for the Tianfeng secret realm would enable at least 3 prodigies from the Xuanyue kingdom to ascend to the Spirit King rank. And these talents were indeed the future pillars of the nation. Chapter 6. There is a problem with this elixir. A month later, Master. When will you return? Qin Shuang poured a cup of tea for the elderly man with a goat beard. Lu Hongfei chuckled heartily. Just returned. And here you are to see me? How have things been? Encountered any troublesome matters? Qin Shuang glanced at Bai Lu beside her and replied softly, all resolved, there are no issues. You need not worry about me. Noticing her subtle gesture, Lu Hongfei turned to Bai Lu and inquired, and who might this be? He had been aware of Bai Lu from the outset, but had been searching for an opportunity to shift the conversation in that direction. This is my newly appointed guard, Bai Lu. His abilities are commendable, Qin Shuang affirmed Bai Lu's identity. There was no way for her to sway Bai Lu's demeanor, so she resigned herself to let things unfold naturally. Oh, Lu Hongfei scrutinized Bai Lu, emitting a thoughtful sound before greeting him. Bai guard, a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your assistance. Hello, Bai Lu replied curtly, showing no intention of engaging further in conversation with Lu Hongfei. Qin Shuang couldn't help but shoot him a glare, silently cursing, you stoic man, at least show some respect to my master. Of course, she could only vent her frustrations internally, as she had no authority to dictate Bai Lu's actions. Lu Hongfei chuckled awkwardly and continued, to have caught the emperor's attention. Bai guard must possess exceptional talents. I, for one, enjoy sparring with skilled individuals. Might you indulge me in this regard? Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang's heart tightened, and she quickly interjected, Master, you've just returned. Perhaps we should postpone any sparring for now. To challenge Bai Lu is akin to courting death, is it not? Bai Lu's gaze swept over Lu Hongfei, and he shook his head, indicating that there was no necessity for such a confrontation. Lu Hongfei, displaying an awkward smile once more. acquiesced, saying, "Very well. If you are unwilling, so be it." With that, he swiftly shifted the topic, addressing the emperor, "Your Majesty, I wish to speak with you privately for a moment." His eyes subtly directed towards Bai Lu, implying a desire for him to excuse himself. Qin Shuang paused momentarily, glancing at Bai Lu. This was not a decision within her purview, as she found herself powerless in regard to him. However, as she hesitated, contemplating how to broach the subject with Bai Lu, he preemptively interjected, "I shall step outside. Call for me if needed." It is said that one must grant their beloved a degree of space, lest they become overly clingy, which could lead to discord. As he was in the nascent stages of their relationship, it was all the more crucial to heed this advice. Unbeknownst to him, he had already tacitly accepted Qin Shuang as his beloved, a fact of which she herself remained unaware. Qin Shuang found his reaction rather surprising. Oftentimes, no, more accurately, most of the time, she struggled to comprehend the workings of Bai Lu's mind. Nonetheless, his willingness to cooperate alleviated many of her concerns. Lost in her thoughts, she looked up only to realize that Bai Lu had vanished without a trace, as elusive as a shadow. Qin Shuang had long grown accustomed to his sudden disappearances, merely offering a mild internal critique. Lu Hongfei, however, was different. Upon noticing Bai Lu's absence, his expression shifted subtly. "Master?" Qin Shuang understood the source of his astonishment. Yet she refrained from commenting, softly calling out to him instead. Lu Hongfei regained his composure and inquired of Qin Shuang, "What is the strength of your guard?" Qin Shuang replied, "I am not entirely certain." She too was eager to discern the true prowess of Bai Lu. A fleeting glimmer of inscrutable light flickered in Lu Hongfei's eyes, only to be swiftly concealed. Unbeknownst to Qin Shuang, he shifted back to the matter at hand, asking, "Master, what did you wish to discuss?" "Oh." Lu Hongfei temporarily set aside the inquiry regarding Bai Lu. With a graceful gesture, a box materialized in his hand. "This is the Linglong pill. Please take it." He opened the box to reveal a golden elixir. Qin Shuang narrowed her eyes slightly at the sight of the Linglong pill and then, with a light chuckle, asked, "Where did you procure such a precious pill?" "I discovered it in a tomb during my travels. It will greatly aid your cultivation," Lu Hongfei replied, offering the box to Qin Shuang with both hands. "This." Just as Qin Shuang was about to speak, she suddenly heard Bai Lu's voice echo in her mind. "This pill is suspect. It does not seem to originate from a tomb. Any pill extracted from a tomb would invariably carry a trace of Yin energy. Although this energy would gradually dissipate after removal, Bai Lu, as the lord of the ghost realm, could sense even the faintest residue of it. Outwardly composed, Qin Shuang had indeed noticed the anomaly, but was uncertain whether Lu Hongfei was aware of it. It was preferable if he remained oblivious. Should he know, the implications could be grave. According to Bai Lu, Lu Hongfei must have been deceitful. Contemplating this, she raised her gaze to Lu Hongfei and asked, "Master, from which tomb did you acquire this pill?" "From the Longun mountain range," he replied. Lu Hongfei answered without a moment's hesitation. Sighing softly, Qin Shuang fell into a brief silence before expressing her thoughts with a hint of resignation. "Master, did you know? My ice flame recently underwent a transformation." Lu Hongfei, perplexed by her sudden mention of this, furrowed his brow in confusion. Undeterred, Qin Shuang continued, "My ice flame can now purify impurities. Although its efficacy is still limited, my sensitivity to impurities has significantly increased due to the ice flame. Is it possible that this Linglong pill contains an excessive amount of impurities?" As she spoke, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Hongfei, suspicion evident in her eyes. Listening to her words, Lu Hongfei maintained a facade of composure, though a tempest brewed within him. He swiftly contemplated his response, feigning surprise. "Is that so? I must have made a mistake. But this pill resembles the Linglong pill far too closely, doesn't it?" Qin Shuang closed the box and locked her gaze on Lu Hongfei, asserting, "Master, you're lying." "I am not. I truly had no idea there was an issue with this pill," Lu Hongfei vehemently denied, his expression betraying a hint of panic and urgency, as if he were genuinely innocent. Qin Shuang remained unfazed, calmly stating, "Master, let me tell you one more thing. After the evolution of my ice flame, I can sense the presence of Yin energy. If this pill originated from a tomb, it would undoubtedly carry Yin energy. Do you understand what I mean?" Of course, her ice flame did not possess such a capability. She merely sought to deceive Lu Hongfei, as she could not rely solely on Bai Lu's account. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongfei's expression shifted dramatically, transforming from one of anxiety to a solemn countenance. In the next moment, without hesitation, he extended his hand, intending to grip Qin Shuang's throat. However, As soon as he made a move, a sudden jolt resonated in his mind, rendering him frozen in place, his hands suspended mid-action. Observing this, Qin Shuang instantly deduced the identity of the intervening force. Your master is rather inadequate. Bai Lu appeared silently beside Qin Shuang, as if he had never departed. Chapter 7. When and you shall not die. Qin Shuang disregarded Bai Lu, casting a disappointed glance at Lu Hongfei, and inquired, Master, could you enlighten me as to why? Lu Hongfei's gaze regained clarity as he instinctively glanced at Bai Lu. This shock had bestowed upon him a renewed understanding of Bai Lu's prowess. Initially, he had hesitated due to Bai Lu's presence, contemplating a test of his abilities. Regrettably, Bai Lu denied him that opportunity. Had he been able to engage Bai Lu in combat, he would have refrained from making a move against Qin Shuang at this moment. Bai Lu's strength vastly exceeded his expectations. Lu Hongfei pondered for a moment, his mouth opening and closing, betraying a hint of uncertainty. Speak, commanded Qin Shuang. Her tone slow yet resolute. Lu Hongfei trembled, acutely aware of the chill emanating from Qin Shuang. It was the first time he felt the weight of imperial authority radiating from her. Cold sweat inexplicably soaked his back as he remained silent for a moment before finally admitting, You have grown far more rapidly than I anticipated. Qin Shuang remained silent, encouraging him to elaborate further. Bai Lu remained silent, observing the two masters and disciples present with a contemplative expression, lost in thought. Lu Hongfei paused momentarily before continuing. The so-called Linglong pill is not actually what it seems. It is, in fact, a soul control pill that I specifically commissioned someone to concoct, merely disguised as the Linglong pill. Soul control pill? Qin Shuangdai's brow furrowed, her voice suddenly turning icy. You intend to control me? As her words echoed, the ground swiftly crystallized into frost. Lu Hongfei felt as though he were submerged in a frigid abyss, the chill permeating his entire being. He began to gasp for breath, trembling uncontrollably. Bai Lu regarded Qin Shuang with satisfaction. The ice flames, having absorbed the essence of death, had become purer, their intensity transformed dramatically. In the Lingyun continent, such power was unbearable for anyone who encountered it, including so-called spiritual deities. Naturally, if life force were added, Qin Shuang would grow even stronger. Should I use this as a starting point to converse with Qin Shuang? Perhaps she would agree to consume the necromancer's pill, Bai Lu pondered. Unbeknownst to Bai Lu's intentions, Qin Shuang calmed herself, retracting the icy aura, and commanded, Continue. Lu Hongfei felt warmth returning to his body, then resumed, I, indeed, want to control you. Now that your father is absent, it is truly regrettable that the Frost Moon Kingdom is under the dominion of a single woman. As long as I have control over you, the Frost Moon Kingdom shall belong entirely to me, which makes it difficult for me to remain indifferent. Thus, your purpose for venturing out is to seek someone to concoct the soul control pill? Qin Shuang's expression was devoid of emotion, her tone chillingly indifferent. Lu Hongfei, aware of his impending demise, refrained from concealment or deceit. Indeed, I claim to be wandering, but I had a plan from the very beginning. Master. Qin Shuang's frigid gaze fixed upon Lu Hongfei. This shall be the last time I address you as such. I believed our master-apprentice bond was relatively amicable. Why must it come to this? At this, Lu Hongfei snorted derisively. I merely follow your father's directives to guide your training. In your father's eyes, I am but a dog, summoned at will and dismissed at leisure. With his departure, the opportunity to seize control over the Frost Moon Kingdom is at hand. Sighing, Qin Shuang regarded his contorted visage. The Qin family has never treated you poorly. It is you who has chosen to see yourself as a mere dog. Having said that, she turned to Bai Lu, inquiring thoughtfully, May I personally resolve this matter with him? Certainly, Bai Lu replied, offering her a somewhat rigid smile. The text suggests that a gentle smile can thaw the heart of a beloved. Qin Shuang's lips twitched, inwardly ridiculing. What nonsense is this fellow spouting? In such a serious situation, the atmosphere has shifted entirely. However, she dared not voice her thoughts, contenting herself with a silent venting. Redirecting her attention back to Lu Hongfei, she declared, If you can best me, I shall spare your life. Upon hearing these words, Lu Hongfei felt a renewed glimmer of hope for survival. Really? Is it true? He inquired, to which Qin Shuang assured, Naturally. When have I ever gone back on my promises? Very well, Lu Hongfei exclaimed with fervor. And in an instant, he erupted into action, brandishing a large blade and striking towards Qin Shuang. Calmly, she regarded him, her delicate hand waving. unleashing a ribbon of azure flames that effortlessly deflected his assault. Undeterred by his failed strike, Lu Hongfei swiftly altered his stance, appearing almost instantaneously behind Qin Shuang, wielding his knife with all his strength. Suddenly, a pillar of flame erupted from the ground, striking Lu Hongfei directly and encasing him in ice. He struggled fiercely, the ice crackling ominously as fissures rapidly spread across its surface. With a resounding crash, shards of ice flew in all directions as Lu Hongfei broke free. Yet, instead of pursuing Qin Shuang, he hastily retreated to create distance between them. Hiss, whoosh. Lu Hongfei inhaled sharply, feeling an intense duality of sensations. Though he appeared merely cloaked in frost, he was simultaneously engulfed in both icy and fiery torment. Suddenly sensing Qin Shuang approaching with deliberate steps, he looked up in disbelief. How is this possible? What is your level of cultivation? He gasped, incredulous that his own fifth-tier spirit sovereign strength had faltered against her in a single exchange. First-tier spirit sovereign, she declared, her right hand forming an ice flame whip. It cannot be. A first-tier spirit sovereign cannot possess such strength. Lu Hongfei murmured, his expression one of utter disbelief. Qin Shuang gazed down at Lu Hongfei, having no intention of engaging in further conversation. It was time to conclude matters. As Lu Hongfei sensed the murderous intent emanating from Qin Shuang, he hastily spoke up. Unfortunately, Qin Shuang had no desire to entertain his ramblings. With a swift flick of her icy whip, she ensnared his neck and exerted a slight force. In an instant, Lu Hongfei's head was severed from his body, with a distinct phenomenon of ice crystallization evident at the neck severance. The icy flames gradually consumed his remains, leaving only a storage ring behind. Qin Shuang dispersed the icy whip, her gaze resting on the barren ground, and she let out a wistful sigh. Ah, what is the matter? Bai Lu approached her side. Nothing, Qin Shuang replied, shaking her head. Initially, she had felt quite pleased with Lu Hongfei's return, but she did not anticipate such a tumultuous turn of events. Nevertheless, she was not one to dwell overly on sentiment. A moment of reflection sufficed, and she resolved to let the past remain in the past. Bai Lu observed her expression, pondering for a moment before unexpectedly wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Qin Shuang stiffened, a wave of warmth flushing her face, causing her fair complexion to take on a slight rosy hue. Chapter 8. Have you had enough of the commotion? What are you doing? Qin Shuang instinctively pushed Bai Lu away, her face growing increasingly flushed. Bai Lu offered no resistance, glancing at his hand as he earnestly explained. I noticed you seemed downcast, and I thought to offer you some comfort. Is the timing not appropriate? It should be, as the book suggests that such moments are opportune for taking advantage of vulnerability. He was left perplexed by the situation. In truth, it is not a matter of timing, but rather of relationships. The bond between Bai Lu and Qin Shuang is not sufficiently close. Qin Shuang finally calmed the tumult within her heart and cast a glare at Bai Lu, asserting that he should not touch her without permission. Bai Lu raised an eyebrow, readily nodding in agreement. Very well, just let me know when you need anything. Qin Shuang found herself at a loss for words upon hearing this. What did he mean by that? Noticing her bewilderment, Bai Lu inquired with curiosity, is there a problem? Qin Shuang, unwilling to engage in idle chatter with him, shook her head and replied, there is no problem. With that, she dismissed Bai Lu and turned her attention to examining Lu Hongfei's storage ring. The storage ring contained nothing of significant value. It seemed that this soul control pill had indeed cost Lu Hongfei a fortune. The ghost pill elder? Qin Shuang murmured to herself, glancing at a card. This must be the ghost pill elder who assisted Lu Hongfei in concocting the pill. In truth, it would not be difficult to investigate, as the soul control pill is not something just anyone can create, especially when it must be disguised as a Linglong pill, which adds another layer of complexity. The ghost pill elder is renowned in the cultivation community for his wealth. With enough money, he could procure anything. And this soul control pill would be no exception. Bai Lu cast a glance at the card and softly asked, shall we seek him out? I can locate him through this card. The aura emanating from the card should belong to the ghost pill elder, making it relatively easy for Bai Lu to find him. Qin Shuang snapped back to reality and pondered for a moment before responding. Is it far? Not far, Bai Lu replied with a slight smile. I can take you there. Yet, Qin Shuang hesitated, questioning, am I capable of defeating him? It is said that the prowess of the enigmatic elder Gui Dan is unfathomable. Oh, so this is what concerns you. Bai Lu recalled a passage from a book and raised his hand, intending to embrace Qin Shuang. However, remembering her earlier warning, he hesitated and lowered his hand. Rest assured, I am here, he reassured her. Qin Shuang gazed at him in silence, unable to suppress her urge to comment. You are rather pretentious. A bit too greasy, if I may say. The moment the words escaped her lips, she regretted it, and quickly added, That's not what I meant. Oh, perhaps I went too far? Bai Lu, unfazed, began to jot down notes from the book, resolving to be more mindful in the future. After completing his notes, he closed the book with a snap. Suddenly, Qin Shuang found herself in a different location, momentarily stunned before inquiring, Where is this? Elder Gui Dan is right here, Bai Lu indicated towards a luminous spot around the corner. This place was a dimly lit cave, with only a faint glimmer ahead. Qin Shuang turned her head to look, furrowing her brow. Is that fire? Is he concocting elixirs? Indeed, Bai Lu nodded gently. Let us proceed. He will not detect your presence. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin Shuang cautiously approached. Peering around the corner, she finally beheld the true visage of Elder Gui Dan. At that moment, the elder was seated before the alchemical furnace, skillfully manipulating the flames within. His fluid and graceful movements revealed his expertise in the art of alchemy. You may also consider pursuing the path of alchemy. Bai Lu's voice suddenly broke the silence, startling Qin Shuang. Upon observing the ghostly Elder Dan's lack of response, Qin Shuang exhaled a sigh of relief. Do not frighten me, she implored. Bai Lu, meeting her mournful gaze, could not help but chuckle. A laugh that emerged from the depths of his heart, leaving him puzzled as to its origin. It was the first time Qin Shuang had witnessed such an unguarded smile from him, momentarily dazzling her senses. He cannot discern our presence, Bai Lu asserted with an air of confidence, seamlessly resuming their previous discourse. Your ice flame aligns remarkably with the art of alchemy. Should you later integrate the essence of life, there is no doubt you shall achieve notable advancements in alchemical endeavors. Regaining her composure, Qin Shuang mused while stroking her chin. I share this intention. Perhaps I shall experiment when time permits. In truth, she possessed a foundational knowledge of alchemy, yet the numerous affairs of Frost Moon Country, coupled with the demands of her cultivation, had led her to neglect this craft. Resuming her studies should not prove overly challenging. I can instruct you, Bai Lu remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips, for this was his primary objective. The texts indicated that engaging in a shared expertise could foster a deeper emotional connection between them, albeit with a careful balance to avoid potential discord. Given Qin Shuang's proficiency in alchemy, he believed he could mentor her without straining their relationship. Qin Shuang hesitated momentarily. You are skilled in alchemy? Bai Lu nodded gently, indicating a modest understanding. To be candid, Qin Shuang was quite keen on his instruction, recognizing Bai Lu's remarkable prowess. Yet she hesitated, aware of his ulterior motives. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to shift the conversation. Let us first address the ghostly Elder Dan. Very well. Bai Lu remained completely unperturbed. As soon as he finished speaking, the Elder Gui Dan sensed an approach and suddenly bellowed, Who goes there? Qin Shuang, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Lu, intuitively knew he must have done something to attract attention, or else they would not have been discovered. Noticing her gaze, Bai Lu clarified, I masked my aura and retracted it. Qin Shuang said nothing, producing this soul control pill. She looked at Elder Gui Dan and inquired, Did you concoct this pill? Elder Gui Dan glanced at it, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Indeed, I did. Why? Do you wish for me to refine pills for you as well? No, we are here to kill you, Qin Shuang replied, her expression devoid of emotion. Hardly had her words fallen when a pillar of flame erupted from beneath Elder Gui Dan's feet. With a swift movement, he evaded the onslaught of fire. Calmly gazing at Qin Shuang, while letting out a strange chuckle, hee. This little girl has quite the temper. Just right, I am in need of some materials. So I shall refine you both into human pills. With a flick of his hand, he crushed a pill, unleashing a cloud of green toxic gas that swiftly engulfed the entire cavern. Qin Shuang quickly enveloped herself in ice flames, shielding against the corrosive poison. Yet, this poison was peculiar. Even with the ice flames protecting her, it gradually seeped through. Little girl, it is futile. This is celestial erosion. Even a body-refining spirit emperor cannot withstand its infiltration. You might as well submit to my control. At that moment, a howling wind surged, and in an instant, the toxic gas in the cave was swept away. Elder Gui Dan appeared momentarily taken aback. Have you had your fun? The voice of Bai Lu resonated throughout the cavern, accompanied by a faint echo. Chapter 9, The Skeleton Giant. Gui Dan, the Elder, followed the sound, and beheld Bai Lu toying with a wind ball in his hand. The green mist within the ball undoubtedly indicated his eclipse. Who are you truly? Gui Dan regarded Bai Lu with caution, his mind racing with doubts. To effortlessly shatter, eclipse, suggests at least a mastery of spiritual respect. Yet, if he possessed such prowess, how could I have sensed him? Indeed, the only reason he discerned Bai Lu and his companion was due to Bai Lu's deliberate exposure. Strictly speaking, it was not a matter of detection, but rather Bai Lu's intention to be noticed. Bai Lu paid no heed to him and turned to Qin Shuang, inquiring, "Will you handle this personally?" Qin Shuang shook her head. "You may proceed." Unlike her situation with Lu Hongfei, she had no particular ties to Gui Dan, rendering such elaborate measures unnecessary. "Very well, I shall take charge," Bai Lu replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips. In that instant, Gui Dan leaped into the air, attempting to escape through the cave ceiling. However, before he could ascend, an overwhelming pressure cascaded upon him. Bang, he had yet to take flight when he was forcefully pinned to the ground. Spare my life." Gui Dan struggled to speak under the oppressive force. Bai Lu appeared before him in the blink of an eye, towering over him with an air of superiority. "Your eclipse is quite impressive. I wonder if you can endure it." Upon hearing those words, the elderly ghost Dan widened his eyes in alarm, as if he sensed the impending actions of Bai Lu. In a panic, he implored, "Please have mercy." As he spoke, blood continued to seep from his mouth, clearly indicating the immense pressure he felt. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on his condition. His sole desire was to persuade Bai Lu to spare him, for he understood the dire consequences of consuming the heavenly erosion. It would render him worse than dead. Bai Lu paid no heed to his pleas, casually tossing the wind orb into the air. The orb swiftly compressed and, with lightning speed, penetrated the mouth of the elderly ghost Dan. Gasping and choking, he desperately clawed at his throat, channeling his internal spiritual energy in an attempt to expel the wind orb. He was so consumed by fear that he failed to realize he had regained mobility. His mind was solely fixated on preventing the heavenly erosion from detonating within him. Qin Shuang observed the panicked ghost Dan, her brows furrowing slightly. Was the heavenly erosion truly so terrifying? It is a poison capable of eroding both soul and flesh, and it inflicts a gradual decay. A person afflicted by the heavenly erosion would ultimately succumb to death in approximately 12 hours, enduring excruciating torment throughout that day. Bai Lu elucidated. Qin Shuang gazed at him in astonishment. "Have you witnessed it?" "No," Bai Lu replied instantly. "Then how do you know so much?" Qin Shuang inquired, intrigued. Bai Lu, observing the elderly ghost Dan's increasingly grotesque expression, continued, "As I mentioned, I possess a modicum of understanding regarding the art of alchemy. Upon my initial encounter with the properties of heavenly erosion, I grasped its essence without the necessity for extensive inquiry." Qin Shuang, listening to such ostentatious remarks, could not help but twitch her lips, silently ridiculing. To comprehend so profoundly at first contact, could this be mere superficial knowledge? Surely, you must be some kind of anomaly? Hasten to end my suffering. The anguished cries of the ghost Dan elder reverberated through the cavern, growing increasingly hoarse. His lamentations captured Qin Shuang's attention, prompting a slight furrow in her brow as she pondered with trepidation. What a predicament! Were I to become entangled with this, what calamity might ensue? "Fear not, for I shall ensure your safety," White Tower interjected with an endearing tone. Qin Shuang, accustomed to this, chose to disregard it entirely. Instead, she turned to the ghost Dan elder and inquired, "Is it possible to take him back? I have matters to attend to upon my return." The ghost Dan elder had yet a day before his demise was complete. She needed to ascertain his death to feel secure, as she wished to avoid any lingering threats. "Why take him back?" White Tower questioned. "He is destined to perish regardless. Leaving him here seems logical." Qin Shuang rolled her eyes slightly. It was imperative she confirmed his death 100%, whether by immediate execution or by transporting him. "Oh," White Tower realized, then continued, "In that case, let us leave him here. I assure you, his demise is inevitable." With that, Qin Shuang felt the environment shift, and she found herself back in the palace. Observing the composed White Tower, she mused, just what kind of prowess does this individual possess? It seems he can traverse anywhere at will. "What? Are you feeling something?" White Tower inquired eagerly, noticing Qin Shuang's unwavering gaze upon him. "Huh?" Qin Shuang was brought back to reality, instinctively asking, "What does it feel like?" The anticipation in Bai Lu's gaze intensified. A frown emerged on Qin Shuang's forehead as she firmly dismissed the notion, declaring, "There is nothing, and there will never be anything in this lifetime. You might as well abandon this hope." Though Bai Lu felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing her words, he was undeterred. He resolved to persist. He had never been disheartened during his research, and pursuing a girl was hardly a formidable challenge. On another side, within a cave, two skeletal giants sat cross-legged, their eyes ablaze with flickering flames, fixated on the writhing figure of the ghost Dan Elder, who was suffering on the ground, exuding an overwhelming aura of oppression. These giants, fashioned from the deathly energy of Bailu, were mere puppets, bound to witness the demise of the ghost Dan Elder as per Bailu's command. Their directive was clear, to ascertain that the ghost Dan Elder perished beneath the heavenly eclipse. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would refrain from directly confronting him. However, should the Elder evade death under the heavenly eclipse, they would personally ensure his end. This was their paramount instruction, ensuring the ghost Dan Elder's ultimate demise. Chapter 10. Do you need assistance? Your Majesty, there has been a situation, Yi Qianxiu reported urgently. Qin Shuang's brows knitted in concern. Did the negotiations fail? Wasn't success imminent? Yi Qianxiu hastily clarified. We were on the verge of finalizing an agreement with the Blackrock Kingdom. But it seems the third prince of the Tianqian dynasty has somehow gotten wind of the situation and has intervened. Originally, the Frost Moon Kingdom and the Blackrock Kingdom had agreed upon a division of profits, with a ratio of 60 to 40. However, due to his interference, we are now compelled to concede an additional 20 to him, altering the distribution to 40-40-20. Naturally, our people are unwilling to accept this, resulting in a stalemate in negotiations. This is utterly intolerable. Qin Shuang slammed her palm upon the armrest, expressing her fury that Jin Yaoshe, mine lies at the border of the Frost Moon and Blackrock Kingdoms. How dare he, an outsider, demand such a significant share without fear of overreaching himself? Sighing helplessly, Yi Qianxiu remarked, the Heavenly Dawn dynasty is, after all, a superpower. Confronting them head-on may not bode well for us. Your Majesty, our people may not withstand this pressure for much longer. You must issue directives promptly. Qin Shuang found herself in a quandary. For her to relinquish an additional 20 would strip the Frost Moon Kingdom of its dignity, leaving it trampled underfoot. Yet, the formidable presence of the Heavenly Dawn dynasty loomed before her, complicating matters further. Regardless, she resolved that yielding would not be an option. Negotiations must continue. Do you require assistance? Bailu's voice interrupted her thoughts. Qin Shuang paused momentarily. With Bailu's help, this issue could be resolved effortlessly. But, should she voice this need? Why hesitate? The interests and dignity of the Frost Moon Kingdom must take precedence over personal concerns. After a brief contemplation, she looked at Bailu earnestly and declared, yes. Her decisive response took Bailu slightly by surprise. He smiled and inquired, what would you have me do? Accompany me to the Blackrock Kingdom. I wish to confront the third prince directly. Qin Shuang replied coolly. Very well, Bailu affirmed. Bailu responded briskly, then inquired, where is the Blackrock Kingdom? I shall take you there. He gestured for Qin Shuang to hand him the map. With a cursory glance, Bailu swiftly transported them to the borders of the Blackrock Kingdom. Although Qin Shuang had anticipated this, she was always taken aback by the instantaneous travel. This ability was extraordinarily surreal, as if one could arrive anywhere at will. Nevertheless, she dismissed her thoughts, stating, let us first meet my associates. The Frost Moon Kingdom had dispatched 2 individuals for negotiations, who should now be residing at the Royal Tavern of the Blackrock Kingdom. At the Royal Tavern of Blackrock, Your Majesty, what brings you here? General Li Yi of the Frost Moon was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Qin Shuang. His aide, Lu Cheng, promptly bowed in respect, welcoming Her Majesty. There's no need for excessive formalities. Qin Shuang waved her hand and got straight to the point. Inform Song Bowen to bring Huang Fu Huan to see me. I will speak with them personally. Song Bowen was the current king of the Blackrock Kingdom, and Huang Fu Huan was the third prince of the Tianqian dynasty. Li Yi hesitated for a moment, then cautiously asked, Your Majesty, is this appropriate? After all, this is Song Bowen's domain, and with the presence of the third prince, should you be ordered, you shall comply? Qin Shuang asserted with undeniable authority. Understood. Li Yi felt an inexplicable pressure and quickly acquiesced, hastening to notify Song Bowen. Observing this, Lu Qing also intended to take his leave, following Li Yi's lead. However, Qin Shuang did not afford him that opportunity. How many people did Huang Fu Huan bring? Luo Qing was about to politely resign when he was momentarily taken aback, responding honestly. Apart from himself, he accompanied a middle-aged man whose presence exuded an overwhelming strength, instilling in me an acute sense of powerlessness merely by standing there. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang instinctively glanced at Bai Lu, rest assured. No one here poses a threat to you. Bai Lu's lips curved into a slight smile, his words imbued with unwavering confidence. Qin Shuang understood and nodded. Initially, she was unaware of what the ghost realm entailed, but after spending over a month with Bai Lu, she had acquired a modicum of knowledge. The ghost realm is not a location within the Lingyun continent, nor is it an organization, but rather an entirely different world. Bai Lu's ability to traverse worlds spoke volumes. Qin Shuang, you certainly possess considerable influence to have me come meet you on my own territory. Even your father has never been this audacious. Song Bowen asserted as he made his entrance with an assertive demeanor. You may leave now. Qin Shuang cast a glance at Li Yi and Luo Cheng. The two bowed respectfully before silently withdrawing. Qin Shuang then fixed her gaze on Song Bowen, inquiring with a calm tone, "Where is Huang Fu Huan?" Song Bowen narrowed his eyes, observing Qin Shuang's inscrutable expression, uncertain of her intentions. Speculating internally, he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, merely smiling as he replied, "The third prince wishes to see you." "Then let him wait. We shall converse first." "Please, have a seat," Qin Shuang said, her delicate fingers lightly tapping the table, embodying the poise of a gracious host. Song Bowen felt a slight unease in his heart, yet he did not reveal it. "If we are to converse, let us go meet the third prince together and sit down for a thorough discussion." Qin Shuang disregarded his request and inquired, "What benefits has Huang Fu Huan bestowed upon you to yield 2/10? Do not tell me there are none. With your profit-driven nature, you would never easily compromise. Even if he is the third prince of the Tianqian dynasty, I am not here to discuss this with you. If we are to talk, let us do so at Qingzhou Xian, where I will await you alongside the third prince." Song Bowen had no desire to engage in such dialogue. He uttered a single phrase and turned to leave. Yet, this was not a place where one could come and go as they pleased. "You cannot leave." Qin Shuang's voice drifted out slowly. In the next moment, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Song Bowen. "You." Song Bowen was taken aback, feeling as if a colossal mountain had settled upon him, rendering him immobile. Qin Shuang leisurely stood up and walked towards him, stating, "I told you, you cannot leave." Song Bowen glared at her with wide eyes, then fixed his gaze on the figure behind her, Bai Lu. It was from this individual that the terrifying pressure emanated. Chapter 11. Into the frying pan, what do you intend to do? This is Haiyan. Song Bowen regarded Qin Shuang, his tone laced with warning. Qin Shuang effortlessly pulled a chair over and coolly took a seat, her expression devoid of emotion as she looked at Song Bowen. "I said, let us discuss your dealings with Huang Fu Huan. We have no dealings, believe it or not." Song Bowen stood firm. "Shall I conduct an interrogation? I possess a certain expertise in interrogation." Bai Lu suddenly volunteered, and upon hearing this, Song Bowen felt a tremor in his heart. He was inexplicably overwhelmed by an acute sense of discomfort in Bai Lu's presence. Qin Shuang had been observing Song Bowen closely, although his unusual demeanor was subtle. She nonetheless took note of it. Without overthinking, she nodded and said, "You may proceed." A faint smile graced Bai Lu's lips as his gaze settled on Song Bowen. "I am not one to impose upon others, yet our statuses differ, so I shall be less particular." In that moment, Song Bowen abruptly realized he had been transported to an unfamiliar locale. He surveyed his surroundings, the blood-red ambience rendering his complexion ghostly pale, his blood coursing rapidly through his veins. "What manner of place is this?" Song Bowen questioned in alarm. Bai Lu, in a matter-of-fact tone, explained, "This is a specially crafted interrogation platform for you. You may endure some suffering ahead. I hope you can persevere." In truth, this was a sort of illusion, born from his own deathly aura influencing Song Bowen's soul. Uncertain if it was merely psychological, Song Bowen felt his breath becoming increasingly labored. What do you intend to do?" Bai Lu disregarded his query and continued, "Do you know what tormented souls laden with sin must endure? The severity of their punishments is determined by their transgressions, with no end in sight. I wonder how many trials you can withstand. Let us commence with the first punishment, into the cauldron of oil." With a snap of his fingers, a vast cauldron of oil materialized out of thin air. Song Bowen gazed at the bubbling hot oil in the frying pan, his mouth parched and beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, uncertain whether it was the heat or fear that caused his distress. Suddenly, he collapsed onto the ground, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "I will cooperate. Ask me anything you wish. I shall divulge everything without reserve." He certainly did not wish to sacrifice his life for a mere vein of, or, after all, he had exerted immense effort to ascend to the throne of the Black Rock Kingdom. and he had yet to fully relish his accomplishments. Bai Lu paused slightly, shaking his head, and remarked, "You are far inferior to those with true grit. What is happening?" Qin Shuang was utterly bewildered, having only witnessed Song Bowen's sudden collapse. Clearly terrified, Bai Lu nonchalantly replied, "If there are inquiries, feel free to ask. He will comply." Qin Shuang was oblivious to Bai Lu's actions. But as long as the objective was achieved, it sufficed. She focused her attention on Song Bowen and directly inquired, "How did Huang Fu Huan become aware of the Jin Yao stone vein?" Re-entering reality, Song Bowen sensed the pressure dissipate and breathed a sigh of relief before promptly responding. "I reached out to him voluntarily, promising him a 20% share and vowing to assist him in securing a similar share in Frost Moon Kingdom." His words flowed rapidly, as if fearful of delay. Indeed, something was amiss. Qin Shuang's tone turned icy as she pressed, "Speak. What benefits did he offer you?" Song Bowen confessed candidly. "He assured me that I could manage a clothing store in the imperial city of the Daiqin dynasty. As you know, the ladies there are particularly lavish in their spending. Establishing a shop in such a locale is undoubtedly a surefire profit." Qin Shuang let out a cold huff, remarking on their cunning scheme to sell her out for the sake of their own transaction. Such a deceptive tactic as empty-handedly ensnaring a wolf was not so easily executed. "Indeed, I was mistaken," Song Bowen conceded with remarkable forthrightness. He was unaware of Qin Shuang's formidable backing in Bai Lu. Had he known earlier, he would not have been so calculating. "I shall take all of the obsidian. You have no objections, I presume?" Although framed as a question, Qin Shuang's tone conveyed absolute certainty. Song Bowen hesitated for a moment. "I can manage my own affairs, but regarding the third princess, I truly find myself at a loss." Once the bow was drawn, there was no turning back. He had already promised Huang Fu Huan. To go back on his word would lead to his own ruin, not to mention the potential calamity that could befall the Black Rock Kingdom. "Do not concern yourself with him." Qin Shuang clapped her hands and rose to her feet. "From now on, you shall follow my commands. Whatever I instruct, you must comply. This is not a negotiation, do you understand?" As Song Bowen met her gaze, a chill coursed through him, causing him to shudder. Stealing a furtive glance at Bai Lu, he nodded repeatedly, "Understood, understood. I shall obey without question. Under the eaves of another, one must bow their head. Despite it being his domain, one could not overlook the might of another's fist." "Very well." Qin Shuang cast him a satisfied glance. "I now assign you a task to gauge your capabilities. Go, summon Huang Fu Huan, and inform him that I await him here." In that moment, Song Bowen clearly exhibited signs of hesitation. However, he quickly noticed the displeased expression on Qin Shuang's face, and with a determined grit of his teeth, he declared, "Very well. I shall inform him immediately." Compared to Huang Fu Huan, he harbored a greater fear of Bai Lu. Having spoken, he hurried off to notify Huang Fu Huan. Once he departed, Qin Shuang resumed her previous position. As long as Song Bowen complied, conducting affairs for the Frost Moon Kingdom would become significantly more manageable. As the ruler of a nation, Qin Shuang was tasked not only with her own considerations, but also with the welfare of the entire Frost Moon Kingdom, including the employment and development of its citizens. The harmonious relationship between the Frost Moon Kingdom and the Black Rock Kingdom was crucial for the former's growth, particularly since many of its specialties were destined for export to the latter. Now that she had Song Bowen under her influence, it would surely benefit the populace. "Wonderful." Bai Lu gave her a thumbs up. "Huh." Qin Shuang could no longer maintain her composure, silently criticizing to herself. What madness is this fellow indulging in? Why the sudden exclamation of wonderful? Sensing her bewilderment, Bai Lu kindly elaborated, "I am merely praising you. The text suggests that lovers should provide each other with emotional value." Qin Shuang, at a loss for words, could only roll her eyes, although she refrained from voicing her thoughts, recognizing that Bai Lu had indeed rendered her significant assistance. "Thank you for your kind words," she managed to reply. "Not at all," Bai Lu responded with a smile, observing the somewhat insincere nature of his grin. Qin Shuang pondered for a moment before shifting the topic. "Shall we have a cup of tea? They are likely to take a while to arrive." "Certainly." Bai Lu was indeed an elusive desire. He felt that the relationship between the two had progressed further. Perhaps they were nearing a significant milestone. If Qin Shuang were to grasp his thoughts, she would merely retort, "Continue dreaming your grand dreams." Bai Lu's favors were one matter, but when it came to matters of intimacy and affection, she would never be frivolous. Chapter 12. A hint of malice. The Frost Moon Empress, upon this encounter, proved to be extraordinary. Huang Fu Huan's presence was heralded before he arrived. Qin Shuang looked up just in time to see him entering, flanked by two individuals, one being Song Bowen, and the other the middle-aged man mentioned by Lu Qinghe. Do you require me to provide 2 pieces of Jin Yaoshi? Qin Shuang, disinterested in idle chatter, delved straight into the heart of the matter. Huang Fu Huan, with a chuckle, unfurled the fan in his hand, casually selecting a chair to sit upon. Business is business. All matters can be discussed, and you may propose your conditions. Qin Shuang replied coolly, conditions? Did you not already reach an agreement with Song Bowen? Is it not redundant to negotiate with me? Huang Fu Huan raised an eyebrow, briefly casting a sidelong glance at Song Bowen before swiftly returning his gaze to Qin Shuang, a smile playing on his lips. Naturally, our transaction requires the presence of all 3 parties. Then I apologize, Qin Shuang declared, leaning against the back of her chair with an air of authority. I have just concluded discussions with Song Bowen and have claimed all the Jin Yaoshi. You have no part in this. Furthermore, I intend to settle accounts regarding your unwarranted interference. Oh, Huang Fu Huan did not seem perturbed. Rather, he regarded Qin Shuang with keen interest and inquired, how do you plan to reckon with that? By confiscating all of your storage equipment, she stated resolutely. What Qin Shuang referred to was not merely Huang Fu Huan, but also the middle-aged man, Xiang Qing, standing behind him. Huang Fu Huan burst into laughter, exclaiming, I must have overestimated you. Do you not find it absurd to make such unreasonable demands in my presence? Qin Shuang responded with a cold, enchanting smile, casting a glance at Bai Lu instantly. Xiang Qing, beside Huang Fu Huan, became alert. At this moment, merely possessing storage equipment was insufficient. Bai Lu silently appeared behind Xiang Qing. Startled, Xiang Qing suddenly lifted his head, horrified to discover that Bai Lu had vanished from his previous position. Uncle Xiang. Huang Fu Huan also sensed something amiss and hastily rose. Do not move. Xiang Qing firmly pressed him down, speaking in a hushed tone, Your Highness, do not move. Huang Fu Huan stood frozen, realizing from Xiang Qing's tone that any movement could cost him his life. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he swallowed instinctively, feeling genuine anxiety for the first time. Xiang Qing maintained his grip on Huang Fu Huan, fearing an impulsive reaction from him. In that brief moment, he distinctly sensed the unparalleled killing intent emanating from Bai Lu. Even if it was but a trace, it filled him with trepidation. His own demise mattered little, but Huang Fu Huan's life could not be forfeited. Once Bai Lu felt that his intimidation had been sufficiently effective, he withdrew, having no intention of killing either of them. Observing Huang Fu Huan and Xiang Qing, who dared not move a muscle, Qin Shuang could not help but reflect inwardly. Who could truly compel you to take action? She had never witnessed Bai Lu genuinely engage in combat. He typically exerted pressure, leading his adversaries to surrender without resistance. She coughed softly, gathering her scattered thoughts as she scrutinized Huang Fu Huan, inquiring, Is it still amusing? Huang Fu Huan, drenched in sweat, dared not utter a single breath. With a sudden thud, Qin Shuang slammed her hand on the table, demanding, I am addressing you. Huang Fu Huan trembled slightly before responding, It is not amusing. His voice was faint and lacking the vigor he had displayed moments ago. Qin Shuang, somewhat satisfied with his reaction, nodded slightly. In light of your previous impoliteness, I require not only your storage equipment, but also the most valuable property in the imperial city of the Tianqian dynasty. You have no objections, I trust? No. None, Huang Fu Huan replied, his complexion resembling that of pig liver, clearly a reluctant admission. Is the land deed on you? Qin Shuang inquired softly. Huang Fu Huan shook his head. No. My most significant asset in the imperial city is the Tianbao auction house. The deed is secured in its vault. You have half a month to deliver the deed to me, Qin Shuang instructed, gently tapping the table. If I do not see the deed within this time frame, I will seek you out, and the terms will no longer be so lenient. Do you understand? Understood, Huang Fu Huan obediently nodded. I will ensure it is delivered within half a month. Very well. Qin Shuang cast a sidelong glance at Xiang Qing and added, Furthermore, I advise you not to undertake ventures without certainty. Next time, I shall lack the leisure to negotiate terms with you. Assess your own capabilities. Understood. Huang Fu Huan acknowledged, inwardly weighing his options. You may leave now. Qin Shuang waved her hand, and then specifically reminded, Do not announce the news of the Tianbao auction house changing ownership. Officially, you remain its proprietor. Huang Fu Huan, upon hearing this, momentarily paused, and then nodded in understanding. I will do so. After speaking, he left his and Xiang Qing's storage rings behind and departed with Xiang Qing. Once they had left, Qin Shuang turned her gaze towards Song Bowen. Sensing her attention, Song Bowen immediately ingratiated himself with a smile. What are your orders? Given that even Huang Fu Huan had faced setbacks, he felt all the more justified in his subservience. You may go now. Qin Shuang's mission in the Black Rock Kingdom had been accomplished. Understood. Song Bowen promptly complied, leaving without the slightest hesitation. Phew. Today turned out to be quite impressive. With everyone except Bai Lu having departed, Qin Shuang finally felt a sense of relief. Bai Lu approached her, initially intending to mimic a technique from a book to massage her shoulders, but recalling her disapproval of unsolicited contact, he refrained. Shall I escort you back? Please wait a moment. I still need to discuss a few matters with Li Yi and the others, Qin Shuang replied, shaking her head. She then suddenly fixed her gaze on Bai Lu, who was also looking at her. After a brief hesitation, her red lips parted as she softly uttered 2 words. Thank you. You're welcome, Bai Lu replied, maintaining his somewhat forced smile. Qin Shuang returned the gesture with a genuine smile. Uncle Xiang, what is your assessment of that person's strength? Huang Fu Huan inquired in a low tone. Xiang Qing recalled the chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from the White Tower. A sensation that was both intense and unsettling, far surpassing that of a spirit sovereign. It was likely the presence of an entity at the level of a spirit deity. After a brief silence, he spoke with a grave expression. Your Highness, it would be prudent not to provoke this individual. I am well aware. Huang Fu Huan retorted with a roll of his eyes. I am not foolish. I simply did not anticipate encountering such formidable talent in this place. There are realms beyond realms, and individuals beyond individuals. At that moment, Xiang Qing gained a deeper understanding of this profound truth. With a sigh, Huang Fu Huan continued. Let us return and retrieve the land deed. This time, we have truly met our downfall. He had never contemplated reneging on their agreement, for fear deterred him. The fact that the White Tower allowed their departure indicated a complete indifference towards their exit. It was precisely this realization that rendered them all the more reluctant to default. Cooperation and expeditious resolution of the matter seemed the wisest course of action. Chapter 13. Activating the Life Force Frost Moon Kingdom. Bring it here. Qin Shuang extended her hand toward the White Tower. They had just returned from the Black Rock Kingdom. The White Tower paused momentarily. What do you mean? The Death Spirit Pill, Qin Shuang replied, barely concealing her eye roll. The White Tower's eyes brightened. You are willing to consume it? Why not? Qin Shuang feigned indifference. It's not like it will have any serious consequences. Regardless of the situation, it was straightforward for the White Tower to do whatever he wished with her. Consuming the Death Spirit Pill surely wouldn't lead to her demise. After all, if the White Tower intended for her to die, he wouldn't have gone through such trouble. Without further ado, the White Tower tossed the Death Spirit Pill to her, simultaneously thinking, that book is indeed useful. Progress is promising. He had allocated himself a century, but he did not anticipate such swift progress. Qin Shuang raised her hand to catch it, casting a glance at Bai Lu, inquiring, is there anything I should be mindful of? Not at all, simply consume it, Bai Lu replied, his gaze filled with expectation. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang looked at the necromancer's pill in her hand, fell into silence for a moment, and then decisively tossed it into her mouth. With a swallow, she awaited the onset of the potion's effects. In a short while, she felt a subtle force surge within her, accompanied by a rapid decline in her vitality. You. Qin Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief as she glared at Bai Lu, resentment boiling in her gaze. Her hair swiftly turned white, and she collapsed to the ground, utterly silent. Indeed, she had perished. Bai Lu sensed the emotions conveyed in her gaze, and was momentarily taken aback. It seemed he had erred. He ought to have informed Qin Shuang of the potion's effects beforehand. For the first time, he appeared somewhat conflicted and regretful. However, there was little to be done now but wait for Qin Shuang to revive. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of a heartbeat suddenly resonated, growing increasingly frantic. Bai Lu gazed at the lifeless form of Qin Shuang, his expression profound, lost in thought. Meanwhile, a white-green energy enveloped Qin Shuang, and with its emergence, her white hair returned to its original hue in an instant. Observing this, Bai Lu's eyes ignited with fervent light. This was the essence of life, a vitality so rich it was nearly overwhelming. At that moment, Qin Shuang gradually opened her eyes and rose from the ground, meeting Bai Lu's fervent gaze. Her delicate brows furrowed, a sense of displeasure blossoming within her. Bai Lu's stare was reminiscent of one appraising an object, imparting an unsettling sensation to her. Could you provide an explanation? Qin Shuang inquired, her tone as frigid as ice. Bai Lu snapped back to reality and elucidated. The so-called death elixir serves to awaken one's latent potential post-mortem. Should one manage to return to life, they would ascend to greater heights. Generally, the survival probability of the death elixir stands at a mere 1 in 10,000. However, you are different. You possess a living essence, thus the likelihood of death is non-existent. This is precisely why I urged you to consume the death elixir, to activate your life force. Qin Shuang clenched her fists, sensing the transformation of power within her. Indeed, as Bai Lu had stated, she had surged from the first tier of Spirit Sovereign to the 9th tier in an instant, with only a half-step remaining to break through to Spirit Emperor. The magnitude of this leap in realms was nothing short of astonishing. In truth, her remarkable advancement was not solely due to the death elixir. The enhancement from life force played a significant role as well. Otherwise, her progress would have capped at the 5th or 6th tier of Spirit Sovereign. With a flick of her hand, a swirling mass of white-green energy manifested in her palm. Was this the life force? How intriguing. Grasping this life force, she felt an exhilarating sense of dominion over the beings of the world. Naturally, she was aware that this sensation was but an illusion. Nevertheless, the mere existence of such power was a testament to its formidable strength. With the life force at her disposal, she was invincible on the spirit essence continent. Bai Lu elucidated to her, once you have thoroughly mastered the power of life, you will naturally be able to govern the lives of others, reaching a state where you can command them to live or die at your will. How long will it take? Qin Shuang inquired, dissipating the life force from her hands. Bai Lu shook his head, replying, I cannot say. It depends on your innate talent. Understood, Qin Shuang acknowledged, then shifted her inquiry. Can it be combined with my ice flame? Certainly, Bai Lu affirmed confidently. The power of life, aside from its clash with the forces of death and similar powers, harmonizes well with other energies. With a bit of practice, you should be able to achieve this. Good. Qin Shuang gently nodded. I have no further matters to attend to, so I shall enter seclusion for a while. With that statement, she directly retreated into her meditation. Bai Lu watched her departing figure, inwardly reflecting. Something feels amiss. It seems Qin Shuang's demeanor towards him has grown more distant. Is it due to the lack of prior explanation regarding the effects of the necromancer's pill? Or is it something else? Unbeknownst to Qin Shuang, who walked ahead, she mused, it is best not to get too entangled. His gaze towards me just now was distinctly unsettling. It was not a look of affection, nor one of a lover. Rather, the light in Bai Lu's eyes radiated a fervor akin to obsession for something. If she were to surmise correctly, Bai Lu desired only her physical form, and solely because she was a vessel of life, devoid of any mingled emotions or lust. She must constantly remind herself to remain cognizant of this fact. Bai Lu, equally oblivious to Qin Shuang's innermost thoughts, found himself at a loss to comprehend the underlying reasons. Half a month later, Qin Shuang finally emerged from her seclusion. Although she had not ascended to the rank of Spirit Emperor, her aura was notably more restrained and profound compared to 2 weeks prior, indicating a significant enhancement in her abilities. Out of seclusion, Bai Lu materialized silently beside her, casually tossing a box in her direction. It contained the deed sent by Huangfu Huan. Instinctively, Qin Shuang reached out to catch it and opened it to glance inside. Acknowledging his thoughtfulness with a nod, Bai Lu continued, there is another matter. Huangfu Huan possesses 2 slots for the Beast Tomb, and he has allocated one of them to you. Should you wish to attend, you may seek him out in the Tianqian dynasty. The Beast Tomb? Qin Shuang paused momentarily, inquiring, what is this Beast Tomb? It is merely a burial site that has purportedly emerged recently, Bai Lu replied, lacking any particular interest in the matter. With a limited number of slots available, Qin Shuang pondered for a moment, concluding that it might indeed be a place of potential discovery. If nothing else arose, she could consider paying a visit. Turning to Bai Lu, she asked, when will it take place? In 3 months. I can escort you there, Bai Lu responded. Since Qin Shuang expressed her desire to go, he felt compelled to accompany her despite his lack of enthusiasm. We shall discuss it further then. Qin Shuang waved her hand dismissively, uncertain if there would be matters requiring her attention in Frost Moon Country at that time. Speaking of Frost Moon Country, Bai Lu felt there was something he needed to mention to Qin Shuang. Are you acquainted with the instructor from the Hanshan Academy? Chapter 14. Is there a spirit god hidden in the Little Frost Month Kingdom? Qin Shuang was taken aback when Bai Lu brought up the topic of Hanshan Academy. He was once the mentor of my father and has dedicated these years to the cultivation and enlightenment of young scholars. What is the matter? How did you come to notice him? Bai Lu calmly responded, oh, it's nothing much. I was merely wandering around the city out of boredom and happened to take note of him. According to the realm classifications of Lingyun continent, he should be a spirit god, albeit a rather diminished one. Spirit god? Qin Shuang exclaimed in astonishment, momentarily forgetting her decorum as she sought confirmation. Is he truly a spirit god? Indeed. Bai Lu looked at her and nodded affirmatively. It was hard to believe. She never expected her father's mentor to be a spirit god. She wondered whether her father was aware of this. Qin Shuang murmured to herself, harboring no doubts regarding Bai Lu's judgment, for he was undeniably more powerful than any spirit god, which made his recognition of such a being entirely plausible. Wait. Her father had given her a pouch before departing. Suddenly, she rummaged for the pouch. This pouch was entrusted to her by Qin Mo, her father, who had claimed it could be opened in times of difficulty. Qin Shuang hesitated, her fingers brushing over the surface of the pouch, contemplating whether to open it. After all, it was a life-saving token from her father. Would it be inappropriate to simply unveil it? Yet, without opening it, how could she validate her inner speculations? Noticing her indecision, Bai Lu suggested, why not inquire and find out? No, if my father chose not to inform me, it would be best to feign ignorance. Qin Shuang resolutely shook her head. Having spoken, she handed the pouch to Bai Lu, inquiring, are you able to open it without damage and then restore it intact? Quite simple, Bai Lu replied casually as he accepted the pouch, softly stating, within lies a strand of sword energy and a letter, the content of which I did not peruse. As he spoke, he proceeded to open the pouch, first sealing the sword energy, then presenting the letter to Qin Shuang. Prior to opening it, he had already discerned its contents through his spiritual sense. Out of respect for Qin Shuang's privacy, he intentionally refrained from reading the letter. Upon receiving the letter, Qin Shuang immediately opened it, swiftly scanning its contents. Indeed, as she had surmised, it primarily detailed matters concerning Fang Qingchen, and additionally explained the sudden departure of Qin Mo. Fang Qingchen was indeed a spiritual deity, once having reached the pinnacle of his strength, revered by the world as the second-generation sword god. However, he had suffered a calamity a millennium ago, resulting in damage to his dantian, leading him to adopt a concealed identity as a carefree scholar. The world presumed him long deceased from that trial, yet he had been living in the Frost Moon Kingdom all along. Of course, Fang Qingchen had long since lost his former might. Currently, he could only exert himself for a quarter of an hour at a time, requiring 3 to 5 years of recovery thereafter. And each exertion consumed a significant portion of his lifespan. The extent of this consumption varied with the degree of power he wielded. In essence, he sought to minimize his actions whenever possible. Qin Mo had left this pouch with the implicit hope that Qin Shuang would seek out Fang Qingchen in times of difficulty. With Fang Qingchen present, most individuals on the Lingyun continent would refrain from troubling her. Secret realm of Tongyuan. Qin Shuang murmured softly to herself. The letter mentioned that Qin Mo's sudden departure was due to the opening of the Tongyuan secret realm. His purpose for venturing there was to search for his wife, as Qin Shuang's mother had entered the realm a century ago and had yet to return. Sighing deeply, Qin Shuang reflected on why her inquiries about her mother's whereabouts were always met with evasiveness. Her mother was, in fact, missing. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she continued reading. To access the Tongyuan secret realm, one required a Tongyuan token. However, the acquisition of this token depended on fortune, as it appeared randomly in various forms. And only upon recognizing its master could it be confirmed as the coveted token. Qin Mo had spent decades locating his own token, which was considered remarkably fortunate. The time and location of the Tongyuan secret realm's opening were also random, making it nearly impossible to find. With her brows slightly furrowed, Qin Shuang turned to Bai Lu and asked, "Could you assist me?" Despite her initial intention to maintain a certain distance from Bai Lu, she now found herself somewhat embarrassed to seek his help. Of course, Bai Lu replied with a cheerful smile. However, finding it without a medium will require some time. How long? Qin Shuang inquired, her anticipation evident. About 15 minutes, Bai Lu estimated. Qin Shuang's lips twitched slightly, as she inwardly criticized the notion that 15 minutes could be considered a long wait. Ultimately, she realized she had underestimated Bai Lu's capabilities. With a light chuckle, Bai Lu added, "In 15 minutes, one can accomplish many things, such as keeping you company." Qin Shuang couldn't help but cast him a sidelong glance. The moment she heard his pause, she sensed he was about to utter something unexpected. Sure enough, he asked if this could be considered a cheesy pickup line. Uncertain how to respond, she opted to disregard Bai Lu's clumsy attempt at flirtation and simply replied, "Then I shall trouble you." "Not at all," Bai Lu said, already searching while conversing with Qin Shuang. However, after a quarter of an hour, he furrowed his brow. Qin Shuang, keenly observing him, noticed the change in his expression. "Is there a problem?" A contemplative look flickered in Bai Lu's eyes before he responded. "The Tongyuan secret realm should not be located in the Lingyun continent." "Not located there?" Qin Shuang pondered this unexpected revelation. Bai Lu elaborated. "According to your father's description, the activation time and location of the Tongyuan secret realm are variable, indicating that it is capable of movement. Since I couldn't locate it in the Lingyun continent, it is highly probable that it has moved elsewhere. Nevertheless, I did find something of value. I discovered a Tongyuan token." As soon as he finished speaking, a stone materialized from thin air and flew directly in front of Qin Shuang. With quick reflexes, she caught it. "Is this the Tongyuan token? Now, let's perform blood recognition to establish ownership. I'll use the Tongyuan token as a medium to see if we can locate it," Bai Lu advised. "Understood," Qin Shuang replied without hesitation, pricking her finger to recognize it. Once ownership was established, the stone transformed into a black token. Bai Lu's consciousness swiftly enveloped it as he began searching for the Tongyuan secret realm. Unfortunately, after an hour had passed, he had yet to find it. Qin Shuang, unwilling to disturb him, could only anxiously await by his side. At that moment, Bai Lu suddenly spoke. "I cannot locate it. It has likely surpassed my detection range. To find it directly would require a stroke of luck. Otherwise, it is nearly impossible to search through the vastness of the world. However, since it has visited more than once, it is bound to return. It will eventually be found." After all these years, a little more waiting is of no consequence. Qin Shuang could not expect Bai Lu to do more, especially since even Bai Lu found the situation challenging. There was no need to squander human and material resources. It was best to patiently await its return. Furthermore, Qin Mo had departed over a decade ago, and there was no use in rushing now. Chapter 15. Target Qin Shuang? Falling Leaves Mountain Master. The man in black, Mo Qiushan, knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing to the imposing figure above him. "Make a trip to Frost Moon Kingdom and bring back a newborn." Wang Pan tossed a bead to Mo Qiushan. "Understood." Mo Qiushan caught the bead without questioning further, simply accepting the order. Wang Pan did not seem overly concerned about the matter. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he licked his lips with a mischievous grin. "Oh, by the way, I have heard that the Empress of Frost Moon Kingdom is a celestial being. If the opportunity arises, capture her as well. I wish to indulge in a change of taste." His tone and demeanor suggested that seizing a ruler of a nation was merely a trivial matter to him. "Understood." Mo Qiushan acknowledged the order once more. He was quite adept at stealth and concealment, making him particularly suited for such underhanded endeavors. He was confident in his ability to navigate the imperial palace of Frost Moon Kingdom with ease. Capturing the Empress of a third-rate kingdom would be a simple task. Wang Pan nodded slightly and then inquired, "What of Pei Fanchun? Have you not yet drained that pretty boy dry? Is the mistress still toying with him? Should I urge her along?" Mo Qiushan inquired with an expressionless tone. "No need." Wang Pan waved his hand dismissively. "Let her take her time. Off you go." With that, Mo Qiushan retreated. Wang Pan rose and stretched lazily, casting a glance at the pile of corpses nearby. Instinctively, he licked his lips and murmured, "I hope that Empress can provide me with some amusement." Ha ha ha. His sinister laughter echoed throughout the room, lingering in the air. "In the Frost Moon Kingdom, how does this rejuvenation pill appear?" Qin Shuang showcased the freshly concocted elixir to Bai Lu. For the past few days, she had dedicated herself to alchemy, simultaneously familiarizing herself with the essence of life through the process. Bai Lu glanced at it and shook his head. "Mediocre. Although enhanced by your life force, it is still merely superior to an ordinary rejuvenation pill. The quality of the pill is, in truth, rather average. Remember, your standards differ from others. You ought to achieve more." "Yes, I understand." Qin Shuang humbly accepted Bai Lu's assessment, only letting out a slight sigh. At this pace, she wondered when she might develop a remedy for Fang Qingchen's ailments. The primary reason for her swift immersion into alchemy was her desire to heal Fang Qingchen's injuries. According to Bai Lu, she was certainly capable of curing him. As for the method, Bai Lu had refrained from elaborating, simply advising her to explore on her own. It is not that Bai Lu is unwilling to assist her. Rather, he wishes for her to resolve the matter independently. He cannot be her constant support, for such reliance may lead to complications between them. After all, It is often said that unconditional giving from one party does not yield favorable outcomes. Naturally, should King Shuang's find herself unable to manage, he would undoubtedly extend his hand without hesitation. This aligns perfectly with King Shuang's intentions, as she is acutely aware that true strength lies in her own capabilities, and she cannot perpetually burden Bailu. Take your time. Elder Fong is not in a hurry, Bailu gently reassured her. King Shuang's nodded slightly and resumed her alchemical practices. In the realm of alchemy, there remains substantial room for her improvement. Bailu observed nearby, offering his modest counsel when necessary. Moments later, his eyes narrowed slightly as he cast a glance at King Shuang's before vanishing silently from the spot. King Shuang's remained oblivious, wholly engrossed in her work. In the vicinity of Xuanyue City, is this where it is? Mo Qiushan gazed at the orb in his hand, which emitted a rich crimson glow. He swiftly concealed the orb and then directly burrowed into the ground, entering the city gate. Meanwhile, Bailu happened to be present within the city gate, beside an infant. The room contained only the two of them. After a brief interval, Mo Qiushan emerged from the depths, initially feeling quite pleased as he sensed no presence, indicating the absence of others. However, the moment he revealed himself, he was taken aback. He saw Bailu seated before him, and to his dismay, Bailu's gaze was fixed upon him. In an instant, he made the unhesitating decision to flee underground. There was no other choice. He could not sense Bailu's presence, and remaining would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Unfortunately, even with his swift escape, he found himself ensnared. Suddenly, Mo Qiushan felt as if something had hooked onto the back of his neck, pulling him uncontrollably upwards from the ground. Turning to see what had transpired, he discovered that a skeleton had lifted him. He had not perceived the skeleton's arrival at all. Please don't kill me. I merely sought to steal a trinket. Mo Qiushan pleaded without a second thought, deliberately downplaying his predicament by merely admitting to being a thief. Bailu, meanwhile, was preoccupied with the chubby little hand of a baby, ignoring him entirely. The infant appeared oblivious to Mo Qiushan's cries for mercy, sleeping soundly, with slightly parted lips and a tiny tongue flicking out as if lost in delightful dreams. Bailu released his grip, and in that moment, a bead materialized in his hand. Upon seeing this, Mo Qiushan's heart raced as he hastily checked his storage ring, only to find his bead was missing. Undoubtedly, the bead in Bailu's possession was his own. Realizing this, Mo Qiushan dropped the pretense and shouted, "Return it to me." Bailu, toying with the bead, regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze and slowly replied, "I require you to elucidate your intentions. This will determine your fate. I am but a thief." "Return the bead to me," Mo Qiushan reiterated, steadfast in his claim of being merely a thief. Bailu's expression remained unchanged as he suddenly snapped his fingers. In an instant, Mo Qiushan found himself in a blood-soaked realm, beside a large pot of sizzling oil. Gazing at the cauldron, he instinctively sensed the dire predicament that awaited him. He swallowed nervously and frantically questioned Bailu, "What do you intend to do?" "Interrogation," Bailu replied succinctly, then waved his hand, commanding, "Throw him in." Without hesitation, the skeleton seized Mo Qiushan and hurled him into the boiling oil. "Wait, I can explain," Mo Qiushan exclaimed, taken aback by Bailu's abruptness. Yet, before he could utter another word, the skeleton swiftly grasped his neck. At that moment, Mo Qiushan was merely 3 inches from the cauldron, the bubbling oil splattering onto him, searing his skin with intense pain. As if his flesh were being scorched by an unrelenting inferno, he realized with a jolt that the oil was no ordinary substance. Chapter 16. A single blow speak. Tell me the events leading to your arrival here. Bailu placed a bead in the infant's hand for him to play with. This bead was connected to the infant, which was how Mo Qiushan had accurately located him. Bailu, too, was aware of Mo Qiushan's impending arrival due to this connection and had been waiting here in advance. The skeleton tossed Mo Qiushan to the ground. Mo Qiushan rolled, and then smoothly transitioned into a kneeling position before Bailu, his movements fluid and seamless. Hiss hiss, he continued to draw in sharp breaths, the burns on his legs becoming increasingly severe. Bailu observed that he did not respond immediately, and with a gentle reminder, he said, "Once the oil in the pot clings to you, it will not cease to spread without my assistance. It will gradually consume you. Be decisive, and you may suffer less." "Yes, I understand," Mo Qiushan replied, contemplating the burn on his leg, wishing to sever the affected area. Yet he dared not do so in Bailu's presence. Internally, he weighed the decision of whether to disclose the truth, knowing that Wang Pan was not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, he resolved to navigate the immediate predicament first. With this thought, he firmly decided. It was my master who sent me. I do not fully understand why, but he merely instructed me to retrieve this infant. Bai Lu, looking down from his elevated position, inquired, "Who is your master?" "Wang Pan. He is currently at Luoye Mountain with a cultivation level of the 6th stage of the Spirit Emperor." Without needing further prompting, Imo Qiushan divulged Wang Pan's whereabouts and his cultivation level. Bai Lu remained silent. Since there was a hidden directive, there was no need to question Imo Qiushan further, and he could directly confront Wang Pan. He slowly rose, gracefully waved his sleeve, and a dark energy infiltrated the infant's body. In the next moment, he transported Imo Qiushan back to Qin Shuang's side. After they had departed for a brief while, the infant's family rushed in. They had been in the room previously, but had vacated upon Bai Lu's arrival. Although they had encountered Bai Lu before, they no longer remembered his presence. "Where have you been?" Qin Shuang instinctively asked upon Bai Lu's sudden appearance. Bai Lu gestured towards Imo Qiushan, indicating that he had brought someone. Qin Shuang naturally noticed Imo Qiushan, scrutinizing him before inquiring, "What is the matter?" He attempted to seize a newly born child. "I sensed it, hence I intervened." Bai Lu elucidated, "The child possesses a pure fire elemental essence, which is likely his intention." "Pure fire elemental essence?" Qin Shuang paused momentarily, pondering. "Could it be the fire elemental body?" "I am uncertain about that. I will take you to see later," Bai Lu replied, lacking familiarity with the term fire elemental body, as his knowledge of the Lingyun continent remained insufficient. However, he anticipated a prolonged stay here, deeming it an opportune moment to delve into the local culture and customs. Indeed, Qin Shuang nodded gently, then shifted her gaze to Imo Qiushan, raising an eyebrow as she asked, "You appeared quite surprised upon seeing me. Do you know me?" Imo Qiushan's glance towards her had been slightly peculiar. Although he concealed it swiftly, she still caught on. "I do not know you," Imo Qiushan vehemently denied. "You are lying." Qin Shuang scrutinized him thoroughly. "Speak. What caused your astonishment upon seeing me?" Imo Qiushan hastily chuckled. "You are, after all, the Frost Moon Empress. It is only natural to recognize you." "Thus, you were indeed lying," Qin Shuang replied coolly. She intended to say more, but Bai Lu interjected softly, "Let us visit Luoye Mountain. There is an individual named Wang Pan who operates behind the scenes. Simply seek him out." Luoye Mountain? Qin Shuang hesitated momentarily, realizing it was quite distant from their current location. "No problem. Just provide me with the map." Bai Lu only needs to ascertain the location of Luoye Mountain. Qin Shuang felt a moment of embarrassment, but upon reflection, she realized it was indeed true. Bai Lu could venture anywhere. Without further contemplation, she handed him the complete map of the Lingyun continent. Bai Lu merely glanced at it, and in an instant, they found themselves at Luoye Mountain. The abrupt shift in scenery took one by surprise, yet Qin Shuang had long since acclimated to such occurrences. Imo Qiushan, however, displayed a look of genuine astonishment, a sentiment mirrored by the esteemed Wang Pan and the lovely Pei Fanchun, who was closely aligned with him. "Master." Upon seeing Wang Pan, Imo Qiushan instinctively knelt and called out. Wang Pan's expression darkened. He paid Imo Qiushan no heed, but directed his gaze toward Bai Lu and Qin Shuang, remarking that they did not appear to be captives. Bai Lu scrutinized the duo before speaking leisurely. "The sin of depravity, it seems there is no need for interrogation." With a single glance, he could discern the aura of a sinful soul, and those deemed as such in the underworld were destined for the sinful ghost prison to face severe retribution. Pei Fanchun smiled alluringly, slightly raising her right arm, allowing the delicate veil on her shoulder to slip, revealing her fair skin. She pointed at Bai Lu and said, "Brother Wang, I have taken a liking to this man." Her voice was soft, yet seemed to carry an enchanting power that drew one in. However, for Bai Lu, this was far too juvenile. "Haraha." Wang Pan laughed arrogantly, caressing Pei Fanchun's delicate cheek. "Very well, it shall be as you wish, but you must first assist me in subduing the Empress of Frost Moon." "Of course." Pei Fanchun extended her tongue to lick Wang Pan's fingers, and in the next moment, she waved her delicate hand. A fleeting shadow of dark light flashed by. Qin Shuang remained unfazed, and with a sudden surge of icy flames, she enveloped that light. A sharp crack echoed as an ice block fell to the ground, revealing a long black needle embedded within. She handed it to me. Qin Shuang's gaze fixated on Pei Fanchun. Since her breakthrough, she had not engaged in a serious battle with anyone. Today, however, Pei Fanchun was the most suitable opponent. "Very well," Bai Lu readily agreed, having contemplated this course of action even before he intervened. Otherwise, Pei Fangchun would have never had the opportunity to unleash that needle. Oh dear, little sister, how unappealing. This is something that could lead you to ecstasy, and to waste it would mean facing the consequences. Pei Fangchun had initially spoken with a teasing tone, but as her words progressed, her expression darkened, and her voice turned ominously cold. Such a loquacious individual, Qin Shuash thought to herself, remaining unaffected by her taunts. Do not move. Bai Lu's voice suddenly whispered in Wang Pan's ear. Wang Pan froze, his hand, concealed behind his back, dared not stir. He had intended to cast a spell to ambush Qin Shuang, but it seemed Bai Lu had sensed his intent. In that moment, a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, and he resolutely shifted his focus, redirecting his intentions from Qin Shuang to Bai Lu. Yet, no sooner had he made a move than a colossal bone fist struck him with a resounding crash. With a resounding crash, the stone chair shattered, and he was forcefully embedded into the ground. Chapter 17, The Sinful Ghost Prison. A spurt of blood erupted from Wang Pan's mouth as he trembled. Clutching his chest, struggling to breathe, Pei Fangchun gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, the events transpiring too swiftly for her to comprehend. Suddenly, she felt a chill race down her spine, her instincts urging her to turn, and her gaze met the blazing eyes of the colossal skeleton. In that fleeting moment, a frigid dread enveloped her, as if she had plunged into the icy depths of hell, freezing her in place. The gigantic skeleton paid her little heed. Bending down to lift Wang Pan, who appeared as insignificant as an ant before it, easily grasped between its fingers. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Lu had already perched upon the shoulder of the giant skeleton, observing the indistinct figure of Wang Pan. With an air of nonchalance, he inquired, "Did I instruct you to move?" "And no, I didn't," Wang Pan stammered, his words muddled, as if something lodged within his mouth hindered his speech. Bai Lu's expression remained indifferent as he swiftly shifted to the matter at hand. "What is your purpose in capturing a child?" As he spoke, a wave of deathly energy surged into Wang Pan, momentarily reviving him, allowing him to articulate his thoughts, albeit with difficulty. Wang Pan began, astonished to find himself recovering. Stealing a furtive glance at Bai Lu, he marveled inwardly at the latter's capabilities. However, with his own survival at stake, he resolved to set aside his curiosity and focus on the immediate imperative to stay alive. He gathered his thoughts and replied that Sangma contacted me, requesting my assistance. Though I am unaware of his intentions, I agreed to help him solely due to our previous transactions. Additionally, he gifted me a bead, one of 5, known as the 5 Elements beads. It seems he had been planning to enlist my aid since our dealings began. Bai Lu, maintaining his tone, continued to inquire, "Why doesn't he take action himself?" "He believes I am closer to the target," Wang Pan answered truthfully. Bai Lu kept the momentum, asking further, "How did he reach out to you?" "This," Wang Pan said, producing a scroll identical to the 5 Elements beads, which was also given to him by Sangma. Bai Lu gently raised his hand, and the scroll flew into his grasp. Upon opening it, he found the scroll blank. However, his modest knowledge of artifact crafting allowed him to discern its principles with ease. The materials used for this scroll had been nurtured over a century, achieving a high degree of homogeneity. By segmenting the materials and employing intricate crafting techniques, the content could be displayed synchronously on the scroll. Objectively speaking, this piece was commendable. The materials were likely divided into numerous portions, and the capability to exclusively exhibit content on the designated scroll indicated the creator possessed some ingenuity. Naturally, the Ghost Realm had long since embraced modernity, enabling video communication across the realm, rendering this scroll rather mundane for Bai Lu. Nonetheless, within the Spirit Essence continent, it served as a fairly commendable means of communication. Wang Pan waited for a moment, observing that Bai Lu remained silent, unable to restrain himself from inquiring, "Are you satisfied with my response?" Bai Lu nodded slightly. With this scroll in hand, locating the Tsang Mo would be exceedingly effortless. Upon witnessing this, Wang Pan felt an immediate sense of relief, a smile involuntarily breaking across his face. Yet, before his smile could fully blossom, Bai Lu's voice resonated ominously. "Remain in evil Ghost Realm." Wang Pan's smile froze, and before he could utter a word, he vanished into thin air. The fate of one who has committed lecherous sins could not possibly align with his desires. What awaited him was an interminable judgment until the sentence of death was pronounced. Bai Lu dispersed the giant skeleton and turned his gaze toward Emo Chioshan. Feeling the cold indifference of Bai Lu's stare, Emo Chioshan immediately adopted a sycophantic smile. "My lord, You should also enter. Bai Lu gently waved his sleeve, confining Imo Qiu-shan within the evil ghost realm. The nature of the punishment he would face would be determined by the evil ghost realm itself. Evil ghost realm, false. Sinful ghost prison, where is this place? Wang Pan surveyed his surroundings, an unshakable chill enveloping him, causing even the proud spirit emperor to feel uneasy. Beside him, Imo Qiu-shan appeared even more distressed. Curled up on the ground, too fearful to lift his head. Wang Pan noticed him and, recalling the enormity of the trouble he had caused, felt a surge of anger. However, there was no time to chastise him, for now he needed to endure the present circumstances. At that moment, his eyes bulged, and with a violent heave, he expelled a copious amount of blood, swiftly followed by a wave of weakness that rendered his legs feeble, causing him to collapse uncontrollably onto the ground. Was it the environment that induced this reaction? Wang Pan covered his mouth, his eyes bloodshot, pondering this grim possibility. In truth, his current predicament was not merely an illusion wrought by the sins of the abyss, but rather a consequence of the dissipating death energy bestowed upon him by Bai Lu. With the fading of this energy, the fleeting revival he experienced was also extinguished. He was now poised to endure the backlash of this brief reprieve. For Bai Lu would not bestow such fortune lightly. The recent alleviation of his injuries was but a temporary fix, with side effects far beyond his imagination. Wang Pan suddenly let out a harrowing scream, his entire body convulsing with bulging veins, presenting a terrifying visage. Nearby, Imo Qiu-shan trembled at the sound of his anguished cries. He desperately wished to ascertain the source of the turmoil, yet found himself too fearful to lift his gaze, dreading the sight of something monstrous. After much deliberation, he huddled himself even tighter, rationalizing that, while confrontation was inevitable, it was preferable to delay facing calamity. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from the distance. Wang Pan struggled to turn his head, only to behold a colossal figure approaching, brandishing a gigantic tome. Hearty laughter erupted from the giant, booming as it loomed over Wang Pan and Imo Qiu-shan. It has been quite some time since I last indulged in my duties. The sin of lasciviousness shall suffice to entertain me for a while. As it opened the book, it introduced itself. I am the warden of this realm. You may address me simply as the warden of the abyss. Having dispensed with needless chatter, let us commence. Commence what, one might wonder? Wang Pan was beset by an ominous premonition. Ha. Of course, it is the conviction. The warden of the ghostly prison let out a hearty laugh. Then, with a mere gesture, seized Wang Pan and his companion, casting them into the tome before him. This tome, the code of the ghostly prison, is but a counterfeit. The authentic code of the ghostly prison resides in the realm of the departed. Those who have transgressed will confront relentless judgment within its pages, culminating in death. In other words, the only outcome here is capital punishment, with the distinction lying solely in the swiftness or slowness of demise. It is noteworthy that, thus far, there has been no indication of anyone dying slowly within the code. Chapter 18. The initial application of life force, while Bai Lu was dealing with Wang Pan. Qin Shuang had already engaged in combat with Pei Fangshan. Though Pei Fangshan was a second-tier spirit emperor, and Qin Shuang merely a ninth-tier spirit monarch. The latter held the upper hand, and indeed, an overwhelming one at that. How could this be? Pei Fangshan found herself retreating under pressure, astonished within. She recognized immediately upon engaging that Qin Shuang was merely a spirit monarch, yet she could scarcely fathom that she would ever be completely subdued by one of such rank. Is this what they call genius? The notion of invincibility among peers truly exists. With a swift motion, Qin Shuang's icy flame whip seized upon Pei Fangshan's momentary distraction, ensnaring her arm. In an instant, Pei Fangshan's arm began to freeze rapidly, the ice spreading swiftly across her form. Reacting with alacrity, she broke her own arm and hastily distanced herself from Qin Shuang. Had she hesitated even for a moment, she would have been entirely encased in ice. Qin Shuang had no intention of granting her any respite. With a misstrike, she pursued without hesitation. The ice flame whip slithered like a serpent, its agile movements making it difficult for Pei Fangshan to discern its attacking trajectory. Taking a deep breath, Pei Fangshan realized that if this stalemate continued, her demise was inevitable. Only by taking a desperate gamble could she hope to survive. With this thought, she retrieved a medicinal pill and swallowed it whole. In the next instant, with a resounding boom, her aura surged dramatically, and she suddenly vanished from her original position, her speed reaching an unparalleled zenith. Qin Shuang's eyes widened slightly. She could not catch a glimpse of Pei Fangshan's whereabouts, yet she had her own means of countering. The moment Pei Fanchun disappeared, she swiftly formed a hand seal. Boom! Ice flames erupted from her center, spreading outward like a tidal wave, transforming the surroundings into a sea of fire. Water molecules in the air crystallized into ice, plummeting like hailstones. Naturally, Pei Fanchun's figure was rendered undetectable. Qin Shuang suddenly looked up sharply. Pei Fanchun hovered above her, suddenly expelling a long needle from her mouth. Whoosh! Qin Shuang raised her right hand, encasing her body in ice flames. Observing this, Pei Fanchun realized the long needle could not penetrate the ice flames' defense, and immediately waved her sword finger. The long needle transformed into countless shards, each embedding into the ground. The ice flames below swiftly froze them. But just before being encased in ice, the long needles dissipated into pink mist, filling the space. Qin Shuang furrowed her brows, uncertain of the mist's purpose. Thus, she opted to maintain her ice flame-enveloped state, isolating the mist from her vicinity. At this moment, the icy flames had begun to freeze the mist, and it was believed that soon everything would be completely encased in ice. Pei Fanchun, however, was not one to remain idle. Without a moment's hesitation, she burst through the upper structure, transforming into a streak of light as she ascended into the sky. Indeed, she was fleeing. From the moment she ingested the medicine, she had harbored this intention, for she understood that she could never match Qin Shuang in combat, especially with Bai Lu lurking nearby, poised to strike. Thus, her best course of action was to escape. Why did she attack Qin Shuang from above? It was precisely because she was near the rooftop, allowing her to break through and flee in a matter of moments. As for her use of myriad long needles in attack, it was merely a feint, intended to distract Qin Shuang and facilitate her own escape. The efficacy of her strategy was soon evident. Qin Shuang, being cautious, did not immediately retaliate, thereby granting her the opportunity to depart unscathed. Upon realizing Pei Fanchun's flight, Qin Shuang was not particularly surprised. Given the circumstances, choosing to flee was hardly unexpected. Nevertheless, she appeared unhurried, dissipating the sea of flames with a serene wave of her sleeve, scattering the powdery mist in tandem. It was nearly time. A small orb of icy flame ignited at her fingertips. Simultaneously, as Pei Fanchun soared at high speed, she suddenly felt a tremor coursing through her body. A chill radiated from her heart, flowing through her bloodstream, impairing the circulation of her spiritual energy and rendering her incapable of maintaining her aerial flight. She plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. However, with her physique as a spirit emperor, she suffered no significant injuries. Pei Fanchun erupted in a fit of anger, her body gradually succumbing to a frigid state, each movement inducing excruciating pain as if her entire being was being sawed apart by countless blades. At that moment, Bai Lu and Qin Shuang made their entrance. Upon seeing Qin Shuang's impassive countenance, Pei Fanchun's fury intensified, and she bellowed, "What have you done to me?" "You need not concern yourself with that," Qin Shuang replied, showing no intention of answering her inquiry. Just then, Bai Lu waved his hand, drawing Pei Fanchun into the realm of the malevolent spirits. The warden of the ghost prison awaited her in the abyss of sin. Bai Lu observed her with a sense of satisfaction, noting the progress in her mastery of life force. Indeed, Qin Shuang nodded gently, having taken merely a small step, leaving ample room for further advancement. The reason Pei Fanchun found her functions frozen was due to Qin Shuang's subtle manipulation of life force, which had infiltrated the icy particles into Pei Fanchun's heart. Should the icy particles accumulate sufficiently, she could trigger an explosion of frost, incapacitating Pei Fanchun's bodily functions. Under normal circumstances, Pei Fanchun would have detected the invasion immediately. However, the gentle nature of the life force rendered it nearly imperceptible to her, as only those with profound insights into life could discern its intricacies. Of course, Qin Shuang herself had only scratched the surface of this knowledge. Had she possessed deeper understanding, she could have effortlessly eliminated Pei Fanchun instead of allowing her to linger. Let us proceed. I shall take you to your next target. A scroll materialized in Bai Lu's hand. Qin Shuang cast a glance at it. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Is this what that person provided? What is this object?" As Bai Lu posed her inquiries, she was already engaged in combat with Pei Fanchun, thus oblivious to the presence of the scroll. Bai Lu elucidated, "A being named Tsangma has established contact through this object. Is this Tsangma the mastermind behind it all? Are there others involved?" Qin Shuang furrowed her brow, taken aback by the number of individuals entangled in this matter. Bai Lu casually remarked, "You will find out by inquiring further." No sooner had she spoken than the two of them vanished in an instant. In the abyss of sin, the warden chuckled heartily upon witnessing Pei Fangchun descend from the air. Is by not engaging in research but rather commencing work? He inquired with amusement. In the following moment, he opened the codex of the abyss, and with a mere tug from afar, he drew Pei Fangchun within. Soon after, he too disappeared along with the codex. With Wang Pan, Pei Fangchun, and Mo Qiushan present, he could entertain himself for a while. However, it was likely that Mo Qiushan would not endure long before facing a death sentence, while Wang Pan, though somewhat cowardly, was guilty of lewdness and possessed a strong will to survive, making it improbable that he would meet his end easily. Of course, even if he wished for death, it would not unfold according to his desires. As for Pei Fangchun, having just arrived, her fate would only be revealed through experience. Chapter 19. Bridging the eastern and western continents in the underground Forbidden Palace, Sangma approached a silver-haired man and inquired, "Shall we establish contact?" Lin Yuan, eyes closed in meditation, did not utter a word, yet a voice resonated, "There is no rush. We shall await news from Wang Pan. However, I have been plagued by an unsettling premonition since earlier," Sangma stated with a serious expression. Upon hearing the words, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes and gazed at Song Mo. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved, "Let us make contact." He held an unwavering faith in Song Mo's intuition. Very well. Without further ado, Song Mo retrieved a scroll to reach out to Wang Pan. He infused spiritual energy into the scroll, which soon illuminated with brilliance. However, just as he was about to inscribe a message, a voice emerged from nowhere. Is it truly necessary to go through such trouble at such close proximity? Song Mo's ominous premonition surged to its peak as he swiftly turned toward the source of the voice, revealing a pair of distinguished individuals, a man and a woman. They were none other than Bai Lu and Qin Shuang, who had traversed great distances to arrive here. "Who are you?" Song Mo inquired gravely. His gaze fixed on Bai Lu, who held the scroll. The sight of the scroll in Bai Lu's possession filled him with dread, and the silent appearance of the pair intensified his unease. Qin Shuang's cold gaze swept over Song Mo and Lin Yuan, and she demanded, "Is it not I who should be questioning you for causing a disturbance in my territory?" Lin Yuan maintained a serene demeanor as he assessed Bai Lu and Qin Shuang. Posing a measured inquiry, "You should be in the eastern continent. How have you managed to arrive in the western continent so swiftly?" He had sensed the fire elemental spirit in the eastern continent, which prompted his request for Song Mo to contact Wang Pan for assistance. It is worth noting that the expanse of ocean separating the eastern and western continents would require even a spiritual deity 3 days to traverse at full speed, and yet, less than 2 days had elapsed since he first sensed the fire elemental spirit. The western continent? Qin Shuang narrowed her eyes and stealthily glanced at Bai Lu, pondering to herself, how remarkable it is to go wherever one desires. Had it not been for the reminder, she would have been utterly oblivious to her whereabouts. For wherever Bai Lu led her, there she went. Of course, she merely entertained these thoughts internally, refraining from displaying her astonishment outwardly. After all, maintaining a facade of composure in front of outsiders is a fundamental skill for one raised in the imperial family. At that moment, Bai Lu's voice resounded once more. Speaking of the 5 elements array, accompanied by the 5 elemental spirits, and the earth fire Dan furnace, along with the 5 elemental energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Lin Yuan, and he inquired leisurely, "Are you seeking to enhance your physique?" Though phrased as a question, his tone was decidedly affirming. Lin Yuan exhibited surprise for the first time, scrutinizing Bai Lu from head to toe, and asked in a deep voice, "Are you also proficient in formations?" A smattering of knowledge, Bai Lu replied dismissively. Upon hearing the phrase "a smattering of knowledge," Qin Shuang could not help but roll her eyes. Asking merely indicates a smattering of knowledge, yet in practice, it signifies mastery. She had seen through Bai Lu's facade. Naturally, Lin Yuan also doubted Bai Lu's claims. A person capable of perceiving the essence of the subterranean Forbidden Palace could not merely possess a cursory understanding of the art of formations. After pondering for a moment, he looked directly at Bai Lu and asked bluntly, "What do you intend to do? Please elucidate the background of this situation, and then I shall arrange for your subsequent matters." Bai Lu emotionlessly pronounced their impending doom. Just by you? That Song Mo was not one to resign to fate. With only Bai Lu's words, he would certainly not sit idly by. In the next moment, dark thunderclouds enveloped him as he thrust his hands forward with force. A resounding boom echoed as the ominous black lightning descended upon Bai Lu and Qin Shuang. Instantly, Qin Shuang raised her delicate hand, imprinting it upon the void, as icy flames rapidly unfurled to form a crescent shield. When the lightning struck the icy barrier, the frigid aura swiftly immobilized the thunder while fiery particles surged within, wreaking havoc upon its internal structure. Crack, crack, boom. In an instant, 2 bolts of black lightning were obliterated. Humph. Qin Shuang let out a soft grunt, taken aback that the dark lightning could absorb her energy. Fortunately, her reserves were ample. Otherwise, she might have truly been struck down. However, she quickly regained her composure, as the life force within her assisted in restoring her spiritual energy. Can I prevail? Qin Shuang inquired of Sangamo, her gaze unwavering. You cannot. Bai Lu responded with certainty, yet you may attempt it. True strength is forged through combat. Regardless of victory or defeat, survival alone denotes a warrior. Of course. With him present, Qin Shuang would certainly not meet her demise. Then I shall give it a try. Qin Shuang twirled her wrist, a chilling aura enveloping her as her gaze locked onto Tsang Imo. Noticing her determination, Tsang Imo scoffed. Humph, utterly foolish. Whoosh. Before his words could fully dissipate, he vanished from sight, leaving only an echo in his wake. Qin Shuang remained calm, as the icy flames beneath her surged, coalescing into a sea of fire. In the next instant, strands of icy fire rose, encircling her form. The moment Tsang Imo entered this realm of flame, she would react without hesitation. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the icy fire line at the corner was breached, and in an instant, it surged forward, swiftly approaching Qin Shuang. The speed was astonishing. Despite her immediate awareness, she found herself unable to evade in time, and could only defend before retreating. The claw of the Tsangma, entwined with dark thunder, reached towards Qin Shuang, its intent clear, to crush her skull in a single deadly blow. With a flicker of thought, Qin Shuang conjured a layer of icy flame before her head. Thud! The Tsangma's claw struck the icy flame, yet it did not penetrate. The flames had solidified into ice, and the strike met with a tangible barrier. Unfortunately, the ice merely delayed the inevitable, shattering with a sharp crack almost instantly. However, that brief moment was sufficient for Qin Shuang to summon a firestorm of icy flames, forming pillars that engulfed the Tsangma. Unfazed, the Tsangma erupted with thunderous energy. And as the icy flames consumed him, he simultaneously absorbed their power, maintaining his relentless charge towards Qin Shuang. She was taken aback by his audacity and hastily attempted to distance herself. Yet, despite her swift evasion, a tendril of dark thunder grazed her cheek, causing blood to spurt forth. Seizing the moment, the Tsangma unleashed a bolt of black thunder aimed directly at the crown of her head. At this juncture, Qin Shuang found herself bereft of options to evade or counter. The Tsangma, confident of his impending victory, felt a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. However, in the next heartbeat, that smirk faltered, for his black thunder was ensnared by a gigantic skeletal hand, which effortlessly crushed it into scintillating fragments of energy. Realizing something amiss, the Tsangma looked up to behold a towering skeletal giant, exuding an aura of intimidating power. The skeletal giant's 2 fiery eyes, resembling infernal lanterns, fixated upon him. Slowly, it raised a hand, only to suddenly bring it down with ferocious might. The oppressive force emanating from the skeletal giant engulfed Tsangma, who recognized the peril he faced beneath that impending strike. Yet, he chose neither to flee nor to evade. He stood resolute, ready to confront the challenge head-on. With a thunderous roar, the power of thunder erupted in response to his fury, manifesting as a colossal hand of lightning, prepared to meet the skeletal giant's grasp. Though the thunderous hand and the skeletal hand were nearly equal in size, upon collision, a hissing sound ensued, as the lightning hand was extinguished like a candle in the wind. The skeletal giant's bony appendage remained unyielding, effortlessly overpowering the feeble defense of the thunderous hand. With a resounding crash, the skeletal hand descended upon Tsangma, forcefully pinning him to the ground. The earth beneath the Forbidden Palace trembled violently as cracks began to form. Chapter 20. The Mysterious Masked Man. The city of chaos. A rumble reverberated through the ground, startling those engaged in battle, who immediately took to the skies. What is happening? An earthquake? Uncertain, for this place has never experienced such tremors. Indeed, skirmishes often provoke quakes, yet none of such magnitude have ever occurred. Where is the lord of the city? With such a commotion, he should make an appearance. Perhaps he is away? The whereabouts of the lord are beyond our grasp. Indeed, it seems to have calmed down. Let us wait a moment longer to see if any further developments arise. That seems reasonable. Thus, let us bide our time. In the city of chaos, the populace buzzed with speculation, though it was unlikely they would uncover the truth. Beneath the tumultuous surface, the skeletal giant slowly raised its colossal hand, revealing the flat form of the Sangma pressed against the ground. At that moment, Sangma resembled a piece of paper, utterly flattened, with shattered bones and drained of blood. Yet, he clung to life. A crackling sound echoed as dark lightning coursed through his being, causing his body to swell and revert to its normal human shape. The black lightning swiftly reassembled his bones, enabling him to stand once more. Covered in blood, Sangma staggered to his feet, his gaze fixated on the skeletal giant, as if it were the sole entity in existence. In the next instant, he steadied his legs and let out an enraged roar at the giant. Come again. Unfortunately, the skeletal giant paid him no heed. It was not that it could not slay Sangma. Rather, it had chosen to leave him in a state of half-life deliberately. Bai Lu, too, disregarded him entirely. Appearing beside Qin Shuang with a smile, inquiring, "How do you feel?" "Very strong," Qin Shuang replied, wiping the blood from her face as she regarded Sangma, her voice solemn. "In my current state, I am no match for him." The wounds on her face had long since healed thanks to the vitality coursing through her, leaving only traces of blood. "Ignoring me?" Sangma roared once more, then forcibly summoned the dark lightning, intent on attacking the skeletal giant. At that moment, Lin Yuan materialized beside him, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. "We have lost." Sangma turned to Lin Yuan. "Brother, what of it if we have lost? Death is but a small price to pay." Lin Yuan smiled faintly and gently patted his shoulder. "I do not favor futile struggles. Recognizing the situation and gracefully accepting defeat is far more dignified." With that, he approached Bai Lu and inquired, "May I ask which esteemed individual you are?" Moments prior, he had intended to assist the Sangmo, yet his body had become immobilized, as if he had been utterly subdued before Bai Lu had even made a move. "Once you enter, you may pose your questions to those inside. If he is in good spirits, he may respond," Bai Lu remarked cryptically. Lin Yuan was uncertain about what lay beyond the entrance, yet he understood that Bai Lu was reluctant to divulge his background. "What is it that you truly desire?" Bai Lu gazed at him and spoke. Lin Yuan nodded softly, acknowledging, "Very well. The outcome is already determined, and there is nothing left to conceal. As you have stated, I indeed wish to enhance my physical constitution. I am a five-element spiritual body, proficient in the arts of the five elements, with secondary studies in formations, alchemy, and artifact crafting. I consider my talents commendable, yet I have been unable to break through to the spirit saint realm. Thus, I have sought an alternative path, poring over ancient texts to devise a set of formations for evolving the five-element spiritual body into the five elements holy body. This formation integrates both alchemical and artifact methodologies, and I take pride in it. If possible, I kindly ask for your assistance in passing it on." As he spoke, he presented his storage ring with both hands. "All my teachings are contained within. I understand that you may not hold them in high regard. If you encounter a worthy successor, feel free to bestow it upon them." "Let me consider my mood," Bai Lu replied, raising his hand to retrieve the storage ring. "You are Lin Yuan from the Gold Source sect?" Qin Shuang suddenly interjected thoughtfully. To her knowledge, Lin Yuan was indeed a five-element spiritual entity, having attained the rank of spiritual emperor at such a tender age, which was quite the sensation at the time. However, after Lin Yuan's disappearance a millennium ago, rumors of him have been scarcely heard in the cultivation world. With a light chuckle, Lin Yuan affirmed, "It is I." "How did you end up in the Western continent?" inquired Qin Shuang. Upon mentioning this, Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly as he replied solemnly, "I once engaged in combat with a masked man. Though our strengths were evenly matched, he suddenly tore open the fabric of space and drew me into it. The chaotic currents of that space were truly terrifying. Had it not been for the protective artifact from the Golden Source sect that I bore, I would have been torn to shreds. After that, I lost consciousness, and when I awoke, I found myself in the Western continent. I was battered and drained of spiritual energy, and it was the Sangmo who saved me, allowing me to survive." "Tearing through space?" Bai Lu mused, stroking his chin, intrigued by the thought. Is there truly someone in this world capable of such a feat? Quite fascinating. Based on his assessments of the Lingyun continent, even the pinnacle of spiritual deities would struggle to rend space, at most creating minute fissures. The individual Lin Yuan described, who was comparable to him in strength, was evidently far from being a spiritual deity, suggesting that this person possessed a unique ability to create spatial rifts. While he pondered this, Qin Shuang asked Lin Yuan, "Is the Golden Source armor from the Golden Source sect still with you?" Having heard of the protective artifact, she had already formed a strong suspicion. It is not. Lin Yuan replied, shaking his head. When I regained consciousness, the golden source armor was nowhere to be found. It was likely torn apart and swept away by the chaotic currents of space. Is there more detailed information about the masked man? Bai Lu suddenly inquired. Lin Yuan paused momentarily, surprised by Bai Lu's interest in this matter. However, he possessed little information himself. He could only shake his head and respond, no. I don't even know why he attacked me. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu silently concluded that he would need to examine the man's memories. Yet, he harbored a strong aversion to delving deeply into another's soul. Although he understood that such contact was not inherently detrimental, it still made him feel uneasy. Thus, he seldom resorted to soul searching. After all, a brief interrogation would suffice to glean all necessary information. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan's limited understanding of the masked man compelled him to witness the situation firsthand. The discomfort he felt was something he could endure. If it were not absolutely necessary to take such measures, he would not impose such punishment upon himself. Now, having developed a modicum of curiosity regarding the masked man, he deemed it essential to proceed. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Lu raised his gaze to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, perplexed, felt an unusual sensation surge within him. In the next instant, his pupils became unfocused, and he stood motionless, as if lost in a trance. Chapter 21. A fragment of remnant soul. What have you done to my brother? The moment Song Imo detected Lin Yuan's anomaly, he roared and charged at Bai Lu. A pillar of ice flame erupted from beneath his feet, immediately encasing him in frost. Qin Shuang, with an expressionless demeanor, waved her sleeve and cautioned, do not move. Out of the corner of her eye, she cast a glance at Bai Lu, equally unaware of his actions. Meanwhile, Bai Lu entered Lin Yuan's memories and swiftly located the fragments depicting the battle between the masked man and Lin Yuan. At the moment Bai Lu beheld the masked man, his brows arched slightly, and he mused to himself, I cannot sense his soul, nor can my consciousness scan his body. How intriguing indeed. What began as mere curiosity has now burgeoned into profound interest. It is unexpected to encounter such an intriguing phenomenon in this diminutive realm of spiritual essence. Excitement sparked in Bai Lu's eyes. Qin Shuang, noticing his expression out of the corner of her eye, thought to herself, here we go again. That look of someone who has discovered a treasure. What could he possibly see? The last time Bai Lu exhibited such an expression was when he gazed upon her. After a while, Bai Lu withdrew from Lin Yuan's sea of consciousness. Lin Yuan immediately regained clarity, looking up at Bai Lu and inquiring, did you glimpse my memories? Just as the exhilaration in Bai Lu's eyes began to fade, he was jolted by the question, which reminded him of his actions and instantly filled him with a wave of nausea. Without a second thought, he waved his hand, drawing Lin Yuan and the Song Mo into the realm of malevolent spirits, and then doubled over, retching. Qin Shuang was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly patted his back, asking, what on earth has happened to you so suddenly? She had never witnessed Bai Lu in such a disheveled state. In her memory, he had always maintained a demeanor of serene indifference, except when it came to treasures. After a brief pause, Bai Lu waved his hand dismissively, saying, it's nothing. Merely feeling nauseous. Huh? Qin Shuang could hardly maintain her aloof expression. She had never anticipated such a trivial reason. Song Mo gently nudged Lin Yuan, signaling him to look in a certain direction. Following his gaze, Lin Yuan observed the warden of the ghost prison striding towards them with purposeful steps. He let out a characteristic chuckle, exclaiming, the warden appears to be in high spirits lately, continuously bestowing upon me delightful toys. White Master, are you referring to that man? Lin Yuan's mind instantly conjured the image of Bai Lu. Well, let us converse within, the warden declared without hesitation. As he opened the ghost prison codex and, with a grand sweep of his hand, drew Lin Yuan and Song Imo inside, leaving them utterly defenseless. Outside, a soft laugh escaped Qin Shuang's lips as she observed Bai Lu, teasing, I never expected you would display such distasteful behavior. Quite an unexpected trait. Taking a deep breath, Bai Lu finally regained his composure, stating, I abhor the sensation of touching souls. Qin Shuang, hearing the complaint laced in his tone, found it impossible to suppress her smile. This version of Bai Lu felt more genuine to her. Clearing her throat, she attempted to stifle her amusement, but it was a challenge. With a slight pout, she inquired, then why did you choose to delve into his memories? I am intrigued by that masked man, Bai Lu replied, returning to his placid demeanor. Pausing for a moment, Qin Shuang raised an eyebrow and asked, what makes him special? I cannot see through him, Bai Lu remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. observing his expression. Qin Shuang teased, "You seem rather pleased?" Turning to face her, Bai Lu answered with a twinkle in his eye, "Isn't the essence of life found in such moments? Knowing everything diminishes the thrill of life." Qin Shuang's eyes widened slightly, with her accumulated experiences over the past few days. She could discern that Bai Lu's smile this time was genuine. She responded with a smile of her own, perhaps conveying a similar sentiment to him. Bai Lu, a person of considerable fortune, could afford such feelings, yet for those teetering on the brink of existence, such sentiments are indeed a luxury. Choosing not to dwell on the topic further, she remarked with a hint of lamentation, "Lin Yuan, despite being a figure of integrity within the Golden Source sect and renowned throughout the realm, surprisingly resorted to harm against a newborn in pursuit of enhancing his own constitution. He has never truly been a good person. Should he ascend further, he might even resort to slaying his own master for the sake of enlightenment." Having glimpsed Lin Yuan's memories, Bai Lu had gained some understanding of him. Qin Shuang shrugged, acknowledging that one may know a person's face yet not their heart. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu was reminded of a phrase from a book and blurted out, "My feelings for you are as evident as the heavens bear witness." He had long since memorized 99 ways to accelerate love, able to recite it at any moment. Qin Shuang, initially lost in her own thoughts, was caught off guard by his sudden declaration, her expression darkening as she mentally berated, "Who on earth authored that book? It has caused no small amount of trouble." With an exasperated sigh, she disregarded his words and redirected the conversation. "Let us go. We need to return." Without Bai Lu's assistance, her journey back to the eastern continent would be fraught with challenges. "Wait a moment," Bai Lu interjected, raising his hand. From the underground fire elixir furnace soared a golden pill, crafted from the essence of the metal element. A spectral aura emanated from Bai Lu's fingertips, enveloping the elixir in a shroud of lethargy. Qin Shuang observed from the sidelines, perplexed yet refraining from interrupting Bai Lu's process. Shortly thereafter, a wisp of lingering soul ascended from the elixir, only to be swiftly ensnared by Bai Lu into the evil spirit realm. "What is this?" Qin Shuang inquired with curiosity as Bai Lu completed his task. Bai Lu elucidated, "This is the remnant soul of a metallic spiritual entity. After being transformed into an elixir, it retained its essence, preventing its complete dissolution. This fragment of a soul cannot linger in the external realm, hence I have confined it within the evil spirit realm." "What are your intentions?" Qin Shuang asked, still puzzled. Bai Lu smiled faintly, "I intend to conduct an experiment. Whether it survives will depend on its own fate. Such a unique remnant soul holds significant research value." Chapter 22. The skeletal claw emerging from the scroll. This individual was indeed unfortunate. "He should have been a prodigy, yet fate led him to encounter Lin Yuan," Qin Shuang lamented. "The metallic spiritual entity is a rare constitution. As long as it does not perish, it can achieve at least the rank of a spiritual sovereign, thus becoming a dominant force in its own right." As Bai Lu unfurled the scroll, he continued, "He cannot escape. The formation devised by Lin Yuan, combined with his innate 5-element constitution, can sense the presence of metallic spiritual entities. Although this sensing is intermittent, as long as it can be detected, his location can be pinpointed. That is why he engaged in transactions with Wang Pan and others to expedite and simplify the capture of his target. Otherwise, should the sensing dissipate, it would become quite the arduous search," Qin Shuang remarked softly. "After all, the spirit essence continent is quite vast, and Lin Yuan would not allow that Sangma to roam the world aimlessly, as that would be an utter waste of time and rather inefficient." However, for Bai Lu, this posed no issue, for the spirit essence continent was not extensive in her eyes. She could arrive anywhere in an instant. Bai Lu nodded gently, her response to Qin Shuang coinciding with the ominous energy emanating from her hand, enveloping the scroll before her. This scroll was not the one belonging to Wang Pan, but rather the primary scroll in the possession of the Tsangmao. Through this master scroll, she could effortlessly locate the scattered sub-scrolls. Qin Shuang observed the black mist swirling around the scroll. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "What are you doing?" "I am capturing those individuals," Bai Lu replied casually. Qin Shuang understood that those individuals referred to others akin to Wang Pan, yet she remained oblivious to Bai Lu's method of apprehending them. In the Qinghua Tower, a burly man, bare-chested and muscular, forcefully pushed open the wooden door. Upon seeing the enchanting beauty in red upon the bed, a glint of desire sparkled in his eyes. "I've been waiting impatiently. Come here." The striking beauty beckoned alluringly, her voice dripping with seduction. The burly man was instantly captivated, hastening towards her. Just then, his steps halted abruptly as he glanced down, noticing a skeletal claw emerging from his storage ring. "What in the world is this?" Startled, He summoned his sword and swung it towards the skeletal claw. Clang! The sword met the skeleton, yet the latter remained unmoved, while the sword shattered with a resounding crack. The burly man, witnessing this, prepared to remove his storage ring. Regrettably, his movements were still too sluggish. In an instant, the skeletal claw seized his throat and dragged him into the abyss. The woman in red, a witness to this horrific scene, let out a piercing scream. "Ah! Help me!" Trembling, she fled through the shattered window, terrified that the creature would turn its attention to her. At the distant mountain manor, a man clad in black robes with raven hair sensed something amiss. With a flick of his sleeve, a scroll materialized and floated in the air, shrouded in ominous black energy, exuding an aura of peculiarity. The man furrowed his brow, his expression a blend of grave concern and perplexity. At that moment, a skeletal claw emerged from the scroll. "Humph, playing tricks," he scoffed, and with a swift gesture, a beam of sword light shot forth, aimed directly at the skeletal claw. The claw, however, did not evade. It allowed the sword light to strike it without resistance. With a clang, the sword light failed to leave even a mark upon its form. The man's expression grew even more serious as he rapidly crafted a more potent spell. Yet, the skeletal claw was not inclined to wait. In the blink of an eye, a surge of black energy erupted, and the claw appeared before him, firmly grasping his neck. With wide eyes, the man in black robes summoned all of his spiritual energy, desperately struggling against the grip. Alas, no matter how fiercely he fought, his efforts were in vain, as he was gradually pulled into the void. Above the red wilderness plains, a scar-faced man, his visage twisted in malice, taunted as he pursued a young man ahead of him, his laughter echoing mockingly. "Ha ha! Run faster." He possesses the capability to deliver a fatal blow in an instant, yet he refrains, choosing instead to toy with the youthful man, relishing the torment until he finally executes his ultimate act of cruelty. This is his source of amusement. The young man, aware of his inevitable fate, clings desperately to the hope of survival, propelling himself forward with all his might. The scarred face revels in such prey. Otherwise, the thrill would be insufficient. Suddenly, a wisp of dark energy escapes from the storage ring on the scarred man's right hand. His acute sense of danger immediately alerts him, and without hesitation, he severs one of his own fingers. The storage ring plummets alongside the severed digit. What is this? The scarred man halts, perplexed as he watches his finger descend. He is intrigued yet hesitant, deterred by the ominous sensation. Just as he grapples with his indecision, a skeletal claw springs forth from the storage ring, prompting him to curse vehemently before he turns and flees without a moment's pause. Alas, escape proves elusive. With a resounding snap, the skeletal claw latches onto his right leg, inducing panic as he frantically kicks at it. Regrettably, his efforts bear no fruit, and he can only watch helplessly as he is gradually drawn into the abyss. Meanwhile, the fleeing young man remains oblivious to the unfolding chaos behind him. Exhaustion soon overtakes him, and as he tumbles from the sky, he hazily glances back, only to discover that the scarred man has vanished without a trace. What is happening? However, he can no longer endure. He closes his eyes and succumbs to unconsciousness. Moments later, a thud resounds as he crashes heavily to the ground. Certainly, he can be considered a person of some prowess. This level of height is not lethal. Meanwhile, in 15 other locations, identical events transpired, with no exceptions, all ensnared by skeletal claws. In the sinister abyss, the towering warden sat upon the ground, observing as toys descended from the heavens. Before him knelt the first captured muscle-bound man, who dared not exhale, trembling in fear. Following him, a figure cloaked in black, along with a scarred face and others, fell to the ground in succession. What manner of place is this? Who is orchestrating this spectacle? As the number of individuals increased, so did the noise. "Silence," commanded the warden, his words seemingly soft yet resonating like thunder in the ears of the scarred face and the others. Instantly, all fell silent, awaiting the warden's directive with obedient anticipation. The warden, for the moment, chose to disregard them, gazing skyward at the overcast firmament, murmuring to himself, "Is Lord by engaging in wholesale distribution?" After a brief pause, seeing no further arrivals, he gradually rose, casting a condescending gaze upon the scarred face and his companions. Since they had arrived, they might as well engage in conversation. His tone suggested a cordial reception, yet to the scarred face and others, it felt far from a visit. "What do you intend to do?" The scarred face could no longer contain himself, bellowing as he soared into the air, summoning a crescent blade to strike at the warden. The warden merely glanced at him, taking no action, when suddenly, a resounding boom echoed through the air. The crescent-shaped blade shattered with a resounding explosion, causing the scarred man to spew forth blood. His consciousness fading into a haze as he plummeted from the air, accompanied by a cascade of crimson that rained down upon the crowd below. They stood in stunned silence, mesmerized by the scene, entirely oblivious to the splatter of blood. Ha ha ha. The warden of the ghostly prison laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. I relish this fervent sensation." With that, he opened the ghostly prison codex, ensnaring a total of 18 individuals, including the scarred man. Chapter 23. We can also give birth to one having dispelled the ominous energy from the scroll. Bai Lu commented, "All done." Qin Shuang, unable to decipher the intricacies of the scroll, inquired, "What have you done?" Bai Lu, with a gentle chuckle, replied, "In total, there are 20 subscrolls. I have captured 18 individuals." Qin Shuang paused momentarily, recalling one was Wang Pan. 18 captured, but what of the other? He must have perished. The absence of energy on the scroll indicates his demise. The scroll now resides with another, which is why I retrieved only the scroll and left that person untouched. Bai Lu answered every question with clarity. Qin Shuang nodded in understanding. Turning to gaze at her, Bai Lu suddenly asked, "Do you desire this city? I shall gift it to you." The book states that the promises of a domineering CEO are particularly enchanting. Surely this suffices as a grand declaration? Qin Shuang was taken aback, instinctively retorting, "What city?" Bai Lu gestured towards the ceiling. "This is the underground Forbidden Palace. Above lies a city, ruled by the Pale Demon. However, this is a city of the impossible, a realm where those unworthy linger, and managing it may demand considerable effort." Qin Shuang gazed at him with a profound expression. Remarking on how he merely glanced at Lin Yuan's memories, yet seemed to grasp everything. It was evident that Bai Lu had barely spent 5 breaths examining Lin Yuan's recollections. A mere glance hardly consumes much time. Bai Lu, with an air of unwitting arrogance, responded to this notion, accustomed to his demeanor. Qin Shuang nodded gently and steered the conversation back to the crux of the matter. What purpose does a city in the West Continent serve me? Especially one so fraught with impossibility? Managing the Frost Moon Kingdom alone already exhausts her. She had no desire to invite further complications upon herself. "Very well, as you wish." Bai Lu replied with a forced smile. Qin Shuang felt a wave of discomfort at his words, rolling her eyes in silent exasperation before she couldn't help but retort, "How excessively greasy. Is that so?" Bai Lu seemed unfazed, merely nodding nonchalantly. "Then I shall make some adjustments." It was akin to conducting an experiment. If one errs, corrections can be made without significant concern. Qin Shuang sighed in resignation. Truth be told, being pursued by Bai Lu felt nothing like the anticipated experience of courtship. Although she had never been pursued herself, she had witnessed others in the throes of proposals and marriages. Promptly, she changed the subject, declaring, "Let us depart. It is time to return." Agreed. Before Bai Lu's words could fully escape his lips, they found themselves back in the Frost Moon Kingdom. Qin Shuang scanned her surroundings and calmly stated, "Take me to meet that fire spirit." Without hesitation, Bai Lu transported her directly before the infant spirit. In that moment, everyone surrounding the infant was frozen in time. "I bestowed the fire pearl upon him. As long as he grows up normally, there is no doubt that he will become a pillar of strength for the Frost Moon Kingdom in the future." Bai Lu understood that this was what Qin Shuang cared about the most. With a gentle smile, Qin Shuang pinched the baby's cheek and murmured, "So adorable." Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's eyes lit up, and he promptly replied, "We could have one too." Wasn't that precisely what he desired, to unite with Qin Shuang? If she wished for a child, he would not hesitate to lend her his support. However, Qin Shuang was taken aback by his sudden remark, nearly stumbling to the ground. Bai Lu swiftly caught her arm and kindly said, "If you don't want to, that's perfectly fine. Why bring this up so suddenly? You nearly made me pinch the poor child." Qin Shuang shot him a glance, her tone tinged with grievance. Bai Lu glanced at the infant, sheepishly rubbing his nose. "My apologies." Qin Shuang withdrew her hand, turned to observe the baby's parents, and then declared, "Let us return." She had no intention of disturbing this family, preferring to allow the child to develop on his own for now. Nevertheless, she would ensure that someone kept a watchful eye on him to prevent any misguidance. Before she had finished speaking, they had already returned to the palace. Qin Shuang stretched leisurely, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Lu. "I must return to alchemy. Feel free to do as you please." "Certainly, feel free to ask me anything if you have questions," Bai Lu assured her, confident in his ability to assist with any alchemical queries. Qin Shuang responded lightly before immersing herself in her alchemical pursuits. While Bai Lu also had his own matters to attend to. In the realm of malevolent spirits, Bailu gazed upon the lingering soul before him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips as he prepared to mend the fractured essence. As he spoke, a torrent of deathly energy enveloped him, exuding a palpable aura of mortality. In the next instant, that very energy engulfed the remnants of the soul. Bailu had no intention of delving too deeply into this fractured spirit, for he wished to avoid further disgust. Indeed, the act of soul restoration was merely a matter of harnessing deathly energy, negating the need for direct contact. Deathly energy, aside from the human form, serves as the most suitable vessel for housing souls, preserving their eternal state while nurturing their essence. This explains the multitude of formidable solitary spirits and wandering ghosts that inhabit the ghost realm. Bailu possessed the most advanced form of deathly energy, capable of reviving the deceased. Although it did not truly resurrect the dead, it could sustain those on the brink of death, allowing their lingering souls to regain their former vitality. Yet, Bailu yearned for the genuine ability to bring the dead back to life, which was the reason for his pursuit of corporeal existence. Suddenly, an array of mournful wails erupted from the remnants of the soul. High-grade, deathly energy could indeed restore the spirit, but it necessitated enduring the agony that accompanied such restoration. After all, there are no free lunches in this world. This was precisely why Bailu had remarked on the fate of the lingering soul. Having lost all will, its ability to endure was a matter of luck and resilience. Bailu listened with calmness to the chorus of lamentations, his gaze fixed intently upon the soul's transformation. He was keenly observing the changes unfolding within the remnants of its essence. The remnants of the soul of the golden spirit, combined with the medicinal properties that permeate the soul after being refined into a pill, render this residual soul particularly unique and invaluable for research. Chapter 24. The little skeleton with a rocket launcher. Indeed, the resilience of the golden essence has fortified the soul, while the infusion of medicinal properties has preserved a certain vitality, significantly enhancing the success rate of soul restoration. Bailu observed the gradual mending of the residual soul, nodding gently in approval. At this moment, the soul had been restored to more than half, as long as it could recover to at least two-thirds. Major issues would likely be averted. After watching for a while, he approached a formation, his lips curling into an involuntary smile. This was a one-way summoning teleportation array, which had taken him over a month to prepare. He intended to summon a spirit from the ghost realm as a gift for Qin Shuang. It is said that women are fond of adorable things, and Bailu had become even more convinced of this principle after witnessing Qin Shuang's reaction upon seeing a child. Hence, he resolved to hasten the process. Summoning a spirit from the ghost realm can be quite troublesome, given the considerable distance between the Lingyun continent and the ghost realm. Fortunately, this time he only needed to summon a small, relatively weak spirit, so extensive preparations were unnecessary. The stronger the entity, the more challenging the summoning becomes. Although Bailu had opened a passage between the two realms, that was the result of years of preparation, not a spontaneous act. Extending his right hand, Bailu channeled the death energy into intricate, mysterious patterns that fell into the array, simultaneously infusing it with immense power. The intricate patterns of the formation gradually illuminated, becoming increasingly discernible. After approximately half an hour, Bailu severed the flow of deathly energy and swiftly formed a hand seal. With a whoosh, the magnificent formation radiated brilliance, as energy rapidly converged at its center, subsequently stretching the space and expanding into a pitch-black vortex. Moments later, a sudden hey echoed from within, and a small skeleton brandishing a miniature rocket launcher leapt out of the whirlpool. Upon spotting Bailu, the little skeleton immediately lunged toward him with a mischievous grin. In a swift motion, Bailu seized its skull and commanded, "I have a task for you. Help me pursue a woman." The little skeleton eagerly nodded, oblivious to the identity of the woman in question. Bailu slightly inclined his head, glanced toward the remnants of the soul, and then released the little skeleton, saying, "Go play. Just don't damage anything here." The little skeleton hoisted the mini rocket launcher onto its shoulder, standing tall as it saluted Bailu, indicating its understanding. Bailu turned his attention back to the lingering soul, while the little skeleton wandered freely through the evil spirit's path. Having ventured into this realm before, it was well acquainted with the layout. Bailu observed the rounded soul with satisfaction, nodding in approval. However, this was merely the beginning. It did not signify that the soul had truly come to life. The recently restored soul is exceedingly fragile, with even the slightest external force posing a risk of dispersal. Furthermore, the recovery of the residual soul will inevitably lead to the loss of memories. Given the prior incompleteness of this soul, it is uncertain whether any memories remain, let alone the prospect of their restoration. A soul devoid of memories, even if reborn, would not embody the essence of its former self. At this juncture, Bailu retrieved a box, placing the soul within it. This box, known as the Soul Containment Box, is specifically designed for the fortification of souls. Currently, the soul is far too delicate for extensive manipulation. It requires nurturing before any attempts at memory restoration can be made. Bailu gently tossed the box containing the soul, and it floated gracefully towards a tree, eventually suspending itself from one of its branches. This tree, known as the withered tree, is born of deathly energy and possesses abilities akin to that energy. Once his tasks were complete, Bailu departed from the path of malevolent spirits, leaving the little skeleton behind, as Qin Shuang remained engrossed in her alchemical pursuits, and he did not wish to disturb her. Time passed swiftly, over 2 months slipping by like a fleeting shadow. Suddenly, a resounding crash emanated from the alchemy chamber, accompanied by a thick plume of black smoke that wafted outward. Coughing, Qin Shuang was caught off guard by the smoke, and after a couple of coughs, she vigorously waved her sleeve to disperse it, revealing her composed demeanor. However, the dark smudge on her face, juxtaposed with her calm expression, lent a humorous air to the scene. With a hint of frustration, she tapped her forehead, lamenting yet another failure. Bailu quietly appeared beside her, gently reassuring her, "You have made significant progress. With a few more attempts, success will surely follow." Although it was a comfort, his words were indeed grounded in truth. Qin Shuang was currently attempting to refine the blazing flame pill, which was at least of superior grade in the realm of spiritual elixirs, making a few failures quite normal. The classification of elixirs and magical artifacts comprises 5 levels: mortal, law, spirit, saint, and divine, each subdivided into lower, middle, upper, and extreme grades. Given Qin Shuang's current alchemical prowess, concocting a superior spiritual elixir still posed considerable challenges, even though the blazing flame pill was relatively simpler among them. Yes, Qin Shuang had identified her issues and believed she would resolve them swiftly. At that moment, Bailu unexpectedly handed her a handkerchief, saying, "Allow me to assist you." Lost in contemplation of the recent explosion in the furnace, Qin Shuang instinctively replied with a soft hum. Bailu hesitated, recalling that Qin Shuang had previously requested he refrain from touching her without permission. Thus he cautiously inquired. He had not anticipated her acquiescence. Nevertheless, seizing the opportunity, Bailu promptly used the handkerchief to wipe her face. Qin Shuang felt a sensation on her cheek, paused, and upon lifting her gaze, instinctively took 2 steps back, her face flushing crimson. "What are you doing?" Bailu displayed the handkerchief in his hand, replying, "I am merely cleaning your face. Did you not agree?" Qin Shuang's eyes widened slightly as she realized the implication of his words. She touched her ear, feeling bashful as she murmured, "I can manage on my own." This was her unintentional display of shyness. Bailu observed her wiping her face with her sleeve, a faint smile gracing his features as he silently mused. Indeed, the state of youthful infatuation described in books is precisely this. It is delightful to witness such progress. One could imagine his satisfaction with the development between himself and Qin Shuang. With this thought, he resolved to press forward, declaring, "I have something I wish to present to you." Qin Shuang, forming an ice mirror to check if her face was clean, turned her head in confusion upon hearing his words, inquiring, "What is it?" With a gentle snap of his fingers, Bailu conjured a black hole in the air. Suddenly, a small skeleton carrying a rocket launcher tumbled out, executing a complex 720-degree spin in midair before landing gracefully in a poised stance. Chapter 25. What are you doing? Hihi, the little skeleton playfully showcased its punches and kicks, fully displaying its charm. Qin Shuang fell into a moment of silence, at a loss for words. Noticing her reaction, Bailu raised an eyebrow, taken aback by her expression. After a moment's contemplation, he ventured to ask, "Is it cute?" In response, the small skeleton struck an array of adorable poses, delivering a tenfold display of cuteness. Qin Shuang snapped back to reality, gazing into the small skeleton's eager, fiery eyes, and could only nod in agreement. It is cute. To be fair, the little skeleton was indeed quite endearing. Her surprise stemmed merely from its antics. "From now on, it shall be your spirit companion," Bailu proclaimed with a commanding air. Qin Shuang, taken aback, inquired, "Why are you giving me this?" "The book states that girls are fond of charming and adorable things, and I find Agulu quite endearing," Bailu explained. He had deliberately chosen a small skeleton that met the criteria outlined in the book: petite, delicate, and adorably clumsy, all of which described the little skeleton perfectly. Qin Shuang rubbed her temples, silently seething. One day, I shall incinerate that wretched book. Not fond of it? Bai Lu observed her expression with utmost seriousness. Agulu. The little skeleton immediately tilted its head, gazing at her with an expression of pitiful innocence. When Qin Shuang met its gaze, she was momentarily taken aback. It must be said that this little creature indeed possessed a certain charm. No, she shook her head, pausing for a moment before continuing. All right. Since you will be accompanying me anyway, it makes no difference to bring it along. Hey. Before Bai Lu could respond, Agulu sprang up joyfully, dancing with a rocket launcher hoisted over its shoulders. Qin Shuang watched the spectacle, then turned to Bai Lu and inquired, does it always bounce around like this? With a swift motion, Bai Lu bent down and tapped its head. Be quiet. Hee hee. Agula chirped twice, indicating its understanding. All right, don't be harsh with it. Qin Shuang waved her hand dismissively, then added, I plan to visit the Tianqian dynasty. Would you accompany me? To the beast tomb? Bai Lu understood Qin Shuang's purpose for venturing to the Tianqian dynasty at this moment. Yes. Qin Shuang nodded gently. Since the opportunity presented itself, it was worthwhile to take a look. The imperial capital of the Tianqian dynasty, the 3 royal residences the beast tomb, is about to open. Are there still spots available, Your Highness? Xiang Qing stood respectfully behind Huang Fu Huan, inquiring with deference. Huang Fu Huan, stroking the edge of the table with his fingertips, pondered for a moment before shaking his head and replying, let it be. If she does not arrive, I shall allow Gao Ya to enter in her stead. He had received an offer of 20 million mid-grade spirit stones for 1 spot, yet he would not part with it without a definitive rejection from Qin Shuang. Should Qin Shuang fail to show, he could easily send one of his own in her place. Third Prince, it has been a long time. A cold, ethereal voice resonated. Huang Fu Huan and Xiang Qing turned abruptly to see Bai Lu and Qin Shuang before them. Senior, Empress of Frost Moon, Huang Fu Huan rose and saluted. Xiang Qing followed suit, bowing as well. Outside, you may call me Miss Qin. Please, take a seat, Qin Shuang stated, as if returning home, rendering Huang Fu Huan and Xiang Qing the guests instead. After all, with Bai Lu present, she had to maintain her imposing demeanor. As for Agu, it had already been taken into the evil ghost realm by Bai Lu. Understood, Huang Fu Huan complied obediently, taking a seat and gently pouring tea for Bai Lu and Qin Shuang. This is Longku white tea, please indulge. Qin Shuang raised her hand, signaling him to refrain from serving, and directly inquired, you should be aware of the purpose of my visit, correct? Indeed, Huang Fu Huan replied, a smile gracing his lips. This is the token for the beast tomb. Please keep it safe. Qin Shuang glanced at him from the corner of her eye but did not accept the token. Instead, she stated coolly, the beast tomb is but one matter, the auction house is another. I understand. Huang Fu Huan promptly responded, recognizing her intent. Later, I shall escort you to the Tianbao auction house. Suddenly, Bai Lu interjected, where is the beast tomb? Upon hearing this inquiry, Huang Fu Huan swiftly replied, esteemed elder. It is located in the Longhan mountain range. However, I must caution you that the beast tomb has already been plundered, so the more precious treasures are likely gone. He felt compelled to provide this forewarning. Otherwise, he would find himself at a loss for an explanation later. Qin Shuang furrowed her brows, displeasure evident on her countenance. Then what is the purpose of the quota? Huang Fu Huan felt a jolt of anxiety within and hastily clarified. It is as follows. The experts from various factions entered several years ago and have been scavenging ever since. I only recently learned of this from my father. So I sincerely apologize for not informing you sooner. Qin Shuang narrowed her eyes slightly and asked in a low voice, they wouldn't be selling quotas, would they? To profit again from the already looted beast tomb? Huang Fu Huan forced a nervous smile, explaining, actually, the top-tier factions have been allocated quotas. They can either send their own members in or sell the quotas. The Tianqian dynasty has 12 quotas, and I received 2. You truly are despicable. You must have made quite a profit from such a quota, Qin Shuang remarked, her expression inscrutable. Huang Fu Huan broke into a cold sweat, awkwardly chuckling, I have no choice. It is dictated by those in higher positions. His current strength and status did not suffice to reach that echelon, thus leaving him somewhat oblivious to certain matters. Without pausing for breath, he quickly shifted the topic. However, there must still be numerous items within the beast tomb suited for spirit sovereigns. And entry is restricted solely to spirit sovereigns and those beneath that rank. In truth, for the various powers, the pursuit of profit is secondary. The primary objective is to cultivate their own prodigies. Therefore, although it is possible to sell quotas, very few choose to do so. Qin Xuan picked up the quota token and softly inquired, "How much is one quota?" "Approximately 20 million mid-grade spirit stones. It might fetch a higher price at auction," replied Huangfu Huan, who was already inclined to sell the quota and was well versed in the market prices. Qin Shuang nodded slightly, tossing the token to him, instructing, "Auction it at the Tianbao auction house." "Huh." Huangfu Huan paused, bewildered, and asked, "Do you not want it?" "Not required." Qin Shuang stood up and commanded, "Spread the word today. The auction will be tomorrow. I wish to observe the operations of the Tianbao auction house." "Understood." Huangfu Huan responded with a deep bow and then inquired, "Shall I escort you to the auction house?" "No need." Qin Shuang waved his hand. "You would attract too much attention. We can go on our own." As the third prince of the Tianqian dynasty, Huangfu Huan was undoubtedly well known in the imperial capital. "Very well." Huangfu Huan relented, producing a jade pendant and handing it to Qin Shuang, adding, "They are unaware that you are the owner of the Tianbao auction house. This will facilitate your passage." Qin Shuang glanced at it, said nothing, and accepted it directly. At that moment, a tremendous roar echoed from the distance. Huangfu Huan's expression darkened instantly. He was entertaining esteemed guests. Who on earth has the audacity to cause a disturbance at such a time? Chapter 26. Is he jealous? Your Highness, it is the seventh princess. Xiang Qing, sensing the arrival, immediately displayed a troubled expression. Huangfu Huan furrowed her brows even tighter. What was she doing here? Especially at such a moment? Suddenly, Bai Lu turned to Qin Shuang and inquired telepathically, "Can you sense her presence?" Qin Shuang paused for a moment, then released her spiritual awareness to scan the surroundings before responding in kind. "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's lips curled into a subtle smile, pondering. "Is she targeting me specifically? How intriguing." The newcomer, much like the enigmatic masked man, eluded his perception, yet oddly. Both Xiang Qing and Qin Shuang were able to sense her. This disparity suggested deeper implications at play. "What is the matter?" Qin Shuang asked, noticing his familiar smile. At that moment, Xiang Qing was preparing to intercept the newcomer. "I will explain later," Bai Lu softly replied to Qin Shuang, then called for Xiang Qing, urging her to approach. Xiang Qing hesitated, instinctively turning to Huangfu Huan for guidance. Although Huangfu Huan was unsure of Bai Lu's intentions, he felt compelled to acquiesce since Bai Lu had spoken. "Since you have said so, let her come," he consented with a polite smile. He added, "Senior, Huangfu Shan is my younger sister. She tends to be somewhat arrogant due to our father's favoritism. Should she inadvertently offend you, I shall offer my apologies on her behalf." It was apparent that he held little trust for his sister, hence his preemptive caution. "Not at all," Bai Lu replied dismissively. Just then, Huangfu Shan flew in from a distance, her voice preceding her arrival. "Huangfu Huan, I wish to host an auction. I require the Tianbao auction house for a day." Upon hearing these words, Huangfu Huan felt an overwhelming urge to immediately strike his sister down. The true master of the Tianbao auction house stood right before him. Was this not an attempt to ensnare him? Huangfu Shan gracefully landed, momentarily taken aback at the sight of Bai Lu and Qin Shuang. She had indeed noticed them. Yet upon closer inspection, an instinctive sense of confronting a ferocious beast washed over her. Shan, I have guests to entertain. We shall discuss your matters later." Huangfu Huan's intent was unmistakable, urging his sister to exercise caution and not offend his patrons. "Ah." Qin Shuang discreetly nudged Bai Lu, who was fixated on Huangfu Shan, and inquired telepathically, "Is she beautiful? You seem utterly captivated." Bai Lu glanced at her, momentarily startled, then felt a surge of delight within. Could this be what the text referred to as jealousy? If she felt jealousy, it indicated that Qin Shuang had developed a modicum of affection for him. Indeed, how delightful, their relationship had drawn a touch closer. "Why do you regard me with such eyes?" Qin Shuang mused, perplexed. "Nothing at all," Bai Lu replied with a faint smile, then elaborated. "She bears a striking resemblance to that masked man." Qin Shuang arched her brows in astonishment and queried, "Are you suggesting she is the masked man, or merely resembles him?" However, it struck her that Huangfu Huan could not be 1,000 years old. Thus his sister could not possibly be either. She should not be the masked man. After all, the masked man had clashed with Lin Yuan over a millennium ago. Yet, it was indeed difficult to ascertain. Replacing an individual could be quite effortless. Bai Lu lacked absolute certainty in his judgment. Ultimately, he could neither fathom the essence of the masked man's soul nor that of Huangfu Shan's. If there had been any prior entanglements between the two, it would certainly lend credence to the notion. As for outward appearances, they are easily disguised and lack any substantial reference value. "Would you like me to assist you in assessing her?" Qin Shuang inquired with keen interest. Bai Lu looked at her and, with a smile, nodded in agreement. That would be much appreciated. While they communicated telepathically, Huangfu Huan and Huangfu Shan were engaged in their own dialogue. Brother, aren't you going to introduce your sister to our two guests? Huangfu Shan asked with a cheerful smile. Before Huangfu Huan could respond, Qin Shuang interjected. I am Qin Shuang, the administrator of Frostmoon Kingdom, and this is my guard, Bai Lu. If the seventh princess wishes to utilize the auction house, she need not consult your brother. She may inquire of me directly. Huangfu Shan glanced at Qin Shuang, then at Huangfu Huan. At the opportune moment, Huangfu Huan remarked, I have transferred the Tianbao auction house to Miss Qin. What? Huangfu Shan exclaimed in surprise. Quickly realizing her lapse in composure, Qin Shuang regarded her calmly and said, If you wish to borrow it, I am willing to oblige, but there is one condition. What condition? Huangfu Shan genuinely required the auction house, having made prior arrangements that, if unfulfilled, would tarnish her carefully cultivated persona. Qin Shuang smiled slightly. It is simple. You must engage in a duel with me. Huangfu Shan was taken aback. Not only was she stunned, but even Huangfu Huan paused for a moment before hastily interjecting, Please do not take her words to heart. He assumed Qin Shuang intended to reprimand Huangfu Shan. However, Qin Shuang did not permit him to finish. She raised her hand to signal him to remain silent and addressed Huangfu Shan. Let us spar, but keep it light. Huangfu Shan's eyes flickered as she inquired in a deep voice, I am merely a spirit master. Are you certain you wish to engage me in combat? If so, I shall wield my powers as a spirit master against you. How does that sound? Qin Shuang smiled gently, observing Huangfu Shan with keen interest. She had already discerned Huangfu Shan's cultivation level, yet even Bai Lu could not fully fathom this individual. She suspected that Huangfu Shan was far more than just a simple spirit master. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Shan took a deep breath. Realizing that avoiding a confrontation today was no longer an option, Qin Shuang flexed her wrist and spoke in a calm tone. I hope you will give it your all. The commotion just now hardly seemed like something a mere spirit master could produce. Although Huangfu Shan maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, a sense of gravity settled within her. Could she have discerned something? Otherwise, why would Qin Shuang intentionally seek a spar with a spirit master like herself? As her thoughts raced, she managed to respond to Qin Shuang. That noise was created by my violent pellet, not a reflection of my true strength. Qin Shuang chuckled lightly, her gaze imbued with meaning, regardless of how it was produced. I simply wish to see the extent of your abilities. Meeting Qin Shuang's penetrating gaze, Huangfu Shan became increasingly convinced that Qin Shuang had indeed perceived something significant. With a slight shift in her eyes, she nodded firmly. Very well, let us begin. Huangfu Shan. Huangfu Huan observed her with concern. Huangfu Shan was the cherished jewel of their father. Should anything happen to her here, he would find it difficult to explain. Bai Lu cast a sidelong glance at him and spoke indifferently. Do not worry, she will be fine. Huangfu Huan turned to Bai Lu, understanding his reassurance, and nodded. If the esteemed senior says so, I shall be at ease. Although such words were spoken, his gaze towards Huangfu Shan was still laden with profound concern. However, none paid him any heed. Qin Shuang led Huangfu Shan to a more spacious area, and soon, their battle was set to commence. Chapter 27, Is Bai Lu targeted? With a swift motion, Huangfu Shan took the initiative, hurling a violent orb. Qin Shuang, with a mere thought, conjured a strand of icy flame that, in a flash, pierced through the violent orb, freezing its internal molecules before it could detonate. After neutralizing the violent orb, the icy flame did not pause for an instant, darting towards Huangfu Shan like a nimble serpent of fire. The ring on Huangfu Shan's right hand began to glow, and she ascended into the air, summoning a bow as she did so, drawing it back without an arrow. With a sharp twang, the bowstring released an invisible arrow that sped towards Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang did not take to the skies, for spirit masters are generally unable to fly. Huangfu Shan's flight was facilitated by her ring, as she had stated her intention to compete using the abilities of a spirit master. She was bound to adhere to that principle. With a deft motion of her right hand, an icy flame whip materialized. In the next moment, with a resounding crack, the whip struck the air forcefully. The atmosphere quickly frosted over, diminishing the strength of the invisible arrow until, as it approached Qin Shuang, its power had dwindled to the gentlest of breezes. Huangfu Shan, aware that this single maneuver would not suffice to defeat Qin Shuang, immediately cast a net in an attempt to ensnare her opponent. As Qin Shuang shattered the invisible arrows, she propelled herself and abruptly vanished from her original position. Huangfu Shan's net caught nothing but air. Without a moment to lament, Huangfu Shan quickly turned her gaze to the left front. Sure enough, Qin Shuang leapt into the void, forcefully wielding her ice flame whip. Although she could not soar through the skies, she was capable of momentarily treading upon the air, albeit at a speed inferior to true flight, thus allowing Huang Fushan to react in time. Clang! The ice flame whip struck solidly against an energy barrier, only to be rebuffed. Huang Fushan let out a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, that was close. Had I not promptly deployed the shield mark, that lash would have undoubtedly struck me. Unfortunately, the shield mark was an energy-consuming artifact, requiring several days to recharge after a single use. It seemed the shield mark would not withstand many more lashes. In a heartbeat, Qin Shuang's ice flame whip struck again, landing heavily against the shield mark. The intent unmistakable, she aimed to shatter the shield. Huang Fushan's gaze remained fixed on Qin Shuang, desperately searching for a flaw, yet it proved exceedingly difficult. Even if Qin Shuang stood fully exposed before her, she would not dare engage in close combat, resorting instead to ranged attacks. Retreating, she produced an oil paper umbrella. With a whoosh, the umbrella unfurled, revealing vibrant red patterns that illuminated. In an instant, a crimson light enveloped Qin Shuang. She felt an intangible force descend upon her, significantly hindering her movements. Without a moment's hesitation, she enveloped herself in a layer of ice flame, shielding herself from the encroaching red light. At that moment, Huang Fushan seized the opportunity, casting 10 explosive pellets as she was momentarily affected by the crimson light. This gamble had cost her dearly. Qin Shuang's eyes flickered with intensity as she wielded the ice flame whip. With a sharp crack, the tip of the whip unfurled into a multitude of fiery threads, spreading densely to envelop the entire area within a 10-meter radius of her vision. Naturally, the 10 explosive pellets were included in this coverage. However, this time, Qin Shuang could not freeze the internal structure of the pellets in time, and despite being submerged by the fiery threads, the pellets detonated nonetheless. The explosion shattered the ice barrier formed by the threads, sending a cloud of powder swirling into the air. Where? Huang Fushan felt a surge of anxiety. She did not believe that the recent explosion could inflict fatal harm upon Qin Shuang, as there had been a considerable distance between them, allowing Qin Shuang ample time to react. Now, obscured by the swirling ice debris, her line of sight was hindered, and she hesitated to employ other abilities, fearing that Qin Shuang might detect her intentions, leaving her reliant on instinct alone. Suddenly, she felt something bind her right wrist, sending a shock of alarm through her. Instinctively, she tugged at it, but alas, her strength paled in comparison to Qin Shuang's, and the rigidity imposed by the ice flame whip rendered her unable to exert her full force. A cry escaped her lips as she plummeted toward the ground. Just as she braced for impact, a pair of gentle hands suddenly caught her. She instinctively looked up, her gaze landing upon the strikingly beautiful and cold profile of Qin Shuang. For a moment, she stood there in a daze. Are you all right? Qin Shuang's voice pierced through the silence unexpectedly. Oh. Huang Fushan came back to her senses and shook her head, replying, I'm fine, thank you. Qin Shuang set her down and remarked, your skills are commendable. Hee, Huang Fushan said, feeling a bit shy as she scratched her cheek. You are the impressive one. An ordinary spirit master would find it impossible to defeat me. This was merely a contest of tools for her. She had no trouble facing off against formidable opponents at the spirit general level. Qin Shuang replied nonchalantly, it's nothing, merely relying on my slightly greater experience than yours. When I was a spirit master, I lacked the combat experience I possess now. With that, she continued, whenever you wish to borrow from the Heavenly Treasure Auction House, feel free to let me know. Upon hearing this, Huang Fushan's face lit up with a radiant smile as she expressed her gratitude once more. Thank you. Qin Shuang did not say anything further. She glanced at Bai Lu and said, let us head to the auction house. All right, Bai Lu responded softly, then followed her as they departed. Take care, and do not hesitate to call upon us if needed, Huang Fuhuan hurriedly offered as he saw them off. Qin Shuang merely waved her hand, saying nothing more, and in the blink of an eye, she and Bai Lu vanished from Huang Fuhuan's sight. Did you notice anything? Qin Shuang asked, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Lu. Bai Lu shook his head. It's quite normal, but it is so normal that it feels rather unusual. An individual he could not fathom showing no signs of peculiarity was something that would be hard to believe, even for a ghost. Qin Shuang furrowed her delicate brows. Just moments ago, during our physical contact, I probed the energy within her. She harbored a mysterious force hidden deep within her dantian. This power was concealed so subtly that I could only unveil it through my life force. Yet, if even I could perceive it, why could you not? Bai Lu, who was evidently far stronger than her, should not have found himself in such a predicament. A soft chuckle escaped Bai Lu's lips as he remarked with keen interest. I am being targeted. While others could sense normally, he found himself devoid of awareness, such a blatant targeting. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang paused momentarily, astonished as she inquired. Who in the spirit essence continent could possibly target you? It may not necessarily be a person, Bai Lu replied, the intrigue in his eyes intensifying. Qin Shuang raised an eyebrow, contemplating a possibility. A treasure? Chapter 28. I have distanced myself from this realm, I am uncertain. Bai Lu shook his head. A light smile gracing his features as he continued. Regardless, this matter is quite fascinating. Indeed, Qin Shuang admitted, her curiosity piqued. After all, this was something even Bai Lu could not penetrate. It was difficult not to be intrigued, wasn't it? After a moment of contemplation, Bai Lu suddenly posed a question. Can you use your life force to simulate that power within her? He reasoned that if he could not see through Huang Fushan, perhaps an alternative approach would suffice, though he wondered if a substitute would also elude scrutiny. Qin Shuang hesitated slightly, her brow furrowing in confusion as she replied. How would I accomplish that? I cannot. Bai Lu elucidated. Since that power exists within life itself, theoretically, you should be able to simulate that life through your life force, thereby mastering that power. However, this is a profound application of the life force, a feat you are far from achieving. Qin Shuang rolled her eyes in silence and retorted. Then what do you suggest? Bai Lu chuckled lightly and continued. Although you cannot truly wield the power, simulating it is not overly complex, provided you remember the structure of that life force. Just tell me how to proceed. Practice outweighs theory, Qin Shuang interjected languidly. Indeed, Bai Lu replied, bypassing any further distractions and addressing the matter directly. First, you will need a drop of Huang Fushan's blood. Then, analyze the life structure of this blood using the life force, gradually reconstructing the essence of that life energy. As he spoke, a drop of crimson blood materialized before Qin Shuang. Undoubtedly, it was Huang Fushan's blood. Bai Lu, unable to perceive Huang Fushan, had ventured to the Sanwang mansion to procure a drop and returned with remarkable swiftness, as though he had never left. Qin Shuang was not taken aback by this. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of self-doubt crept in. Can I truly accomplish this? Such an unfathomable task sounds exceedingly difficult. You can. Bai Lu affirmed with conviction. It is merely a simulation of the surface, something you can achieve at this moment. Encouraged by his words, Qin Shuang resolved to give it a try. All right, I will attempt it. With that, she summoned a rich surge of life force, enveloping Huang Fushan's blood within it. The life energy could be seen rapidly permeating the blood. The White Tower stood silently nearby, observing, and he truly did not believe that Qin Shuang would falter. Qin Shuang reminisced about the power residing within Huang Fushan, meticulously exploring that enigmatic force by analyzing the blood. Before long, an obscure, grayish energy suddenly emerged from the blood. This was precisely the power Qin Shuang had mentioned that coursed through Huang Fushan. Bai Lu's gaze was fixated on that energy, a subtle smile gracing his lips. For this force did not belong to this realm. What's that supposed to mean? Qin Shuang inquired, pausing momentarily. Literally speaking, Bai Lu elucidated. Every realm's power bears its own unique imprint. For instance, while the death energy from the ghost realm and that from the Lingyun continent may be fundamentally the same, their world imprints differ. Only by transcending the limits of a realm can this imprint dissipate. To illustrate, in the Lingyun continent, one must ascend to the realm of Lingshun to eliminate the world's imprint. Clearly, her power has not dispelled the world imprint, nor does it belong to the Lingyun continent. Qin Shuang pondered this. Huang Fushan was not of this world, or perhaps she had inherited this power through some means. The notion of a being from another realm was something she could accept. After all, Bai Lu before her was indeed a being from a different world. Unclear. Bai Lu replied nonchalantly. In any case, this power is certainly not something she learned. If it were acquired, coupled with Huang Fushan's native identity, there would be no trace of this world imprint. Qin Shuang couldn't help but recall the masked man. Could it be that he too possessed such otherworldly power? Take your time, the truth will eventually unravel. Bai Lu resolved to pursue the matter to its conclusion. Qin Shuang nodded gently, dispersing her life force, contemplating whether to engage in conversation with Huang Fushan. Perhaps she could glean some insights. Without the sustenance of life force, that drop of blood evaporated in an instant. You should have a chat with her, Bai Lu remarked with a smile, observing Qin Shuang. The books advised against allowing one's beloved to feel insecure. Qin Shuang had already exhibited signs of jealousy towards Huang Fushan, thus Bai Lu felt it prudent to maintain a slight distance from her. Of course, This jealousy was merely Bai Lu's interpretation. The truth of the matter rested solely with Qin Shuang's own feelings. Unaware of Bai Lu's thoughts, Qin Shuang perceived it as a normal conversation and replied, "Then I'll wait for her to come to the auction house for a chat. Let's go. We should check out the auction house." At the Tianbao auction house, a stranger in a golden-patterned brocade robe lounged in a chair, gazing down from the third floor at Bai Lu and Qin Shuang in the hall below. "Young Master Zhao, have you set your sights on another prize?" A portly middle-aged man approached, carrying a wine jar. Zhao Jingbei, the young master, cast a sidelong glance at the man, disdainfully retorting, "If Ma Tao had his wife under better watch, what business would she have here?" "Ha ha." Ma Tao was unperturbed, bursting into laughter. "Let her be. I am not in one of this green hat." As he spoke, he patted the green hat atop his head. Zhao Jingbei chuckled at him, teasing, "That hat seems rather fitting for you. Isn't it splendid?" Ma Tao, seemingly oblivious to the banter, cheerfully proclaimed, "I just bought it today. And it cost me over 20 spirit stones." "Go away," Zhao Jingbei said impatiently, waving his hand dismissively. "Do not disturb me while I work." Ma Tao took a large swig from the wine jar and laughed heartily. "Then I shall not intrude upon young Master Zhao's elegant pursuits. Perhaps we may share a drink another time." With that, he turned on his heel and departed without a hint of hesitation. Zhao Jingbei watched his retreating figure, muttering under his breath, "What an utter nuisance." When he finally turned his gaze towards the first floor, he realized that Bai Lu and Qin Shuang were nowhere to be seen. With a frustrated slap on the table, he exclaimed, "What a vexing situation. On the second floor of the Tianbao auction house, is he helping us?" Qin Shuang immediately noticed Zhao Jingbei upon entering. "Indeed," Bai Lu replied with a slight nod. "He is injured, and you have the ability to heal him." Understanding his implication, Qin Shuang softly remarked, "It seems we are destined to cross paths. I shall lend my assistance." She sighed, "I have come to appreciate the realm of extraordinary beings. There is indeed a notion of fate." "Naturally," Bai Lu said with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "All encounters in this world contribute to one's cultivation. It is an ethereal realm. Those who leave their mark within this realm are undoubtedly formidable beings." Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang turned to him, her curiosity piqued. "Do you consider yourself among them?" "Not at all," Bai Lu replied instantly, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "I have transcended that realm." Chapter 29. The cowardly one seeing the smile upon Bai Lu's face. Qin Shuang discreetly rolled her eyes, inwardly lamenting, "Once again, I have fallen for his charade." She withdrew her gaze and shifted the topic, saying, "Let us see what that young man is up to." "All right." Bai Lu had little interest in Zhao Jingbei, but since Qin Shuang had mentioned it, he decided to join her in observing the commotion. As they ascended to the third floor, they encountered Zhao Jingbei. "Oh, you two seem a bit unfamiliar." Zhao Jingbei greeted them with a cheerful smile. Qin Shuang glanced at him and coldly inquired, "Is there something you need?" Zhao Jingbei's expression darkened momentarily, but the shadow quickly vanished as he continued to wear his jovial demeanor. "I am Zhao Jingbei. I wonder if you two would be interested in a little game of treasure hunting?" "What do you mean?" Qin Shuang maintained her frosty tone. At her words, Zhao Jingbei immediately got to the point. "I have placed 5 items, each valued at 2 million mid-grade spirit stones, in the treasure hunting area. If you can identify even one, you win. The stakes are that whatever you find is yours. If you uncover all 5, it amounts to a free 10 million. "And if I lose?" Qin Shuang asked, regarding him intently. "Hee, I enjoy dealing with straightforward individuals." Zhao Jingbei chuckled before presenting his terms. "If you lose, you must either give me 2 million mid-grade spirit stones or serve as my servant for a year. The choice is yours." Qin Shuang did not linger on that matter and inquired, "What is the treasure hunting area like? And how can you prove that the treasures are yours?" Zhao Jingbei sensed that Qin Shuang had begun to take an interest, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he promptly replied, "Every treasure in the bargain area is meticulously catalogued at the Tianbao auction house. A mere comparison will suffice. After all, the credibility of Tianbao auction house is well established and widely trusted. As for the situation in the bargain area, a visit will reveal all. Let us proceed then." Qin Shuang decisively declared. "Very well, follow me." Zhao Jingbei responded with equal alacrity, leading the way. Qin Shuang exchanged a glance with Bai Lu before they leisurely followed behind. After walking for a while, Qin Shuang unexpectedly inquired, "Has anyone ever won?" "Indeed," Zhao Jingbei replied with a light chuckle. "Since I began this venture, a total of 6 individuals have triumphed, yielding a success rate of approximately 10%. I must caution you, however, the probability of failure is a staggering 90%. So do contemplate carefully before making a decision." Qin Shuang cast him a sidelong glance and nonchalantly asked, What is required to serve as a servant? Simply the tasks befitting a household servant. Rest assured, there shall be no life-threatening dangers, nor will it contravene your principles. Zhao Jingbei replied without elaboration. You are lying. Bai Lu interjected suddenly. Zhao Jingbei hesitated, poised to respond, but Bai Lu continued. However, it is of little concern. We merely need to add one condition. What condition? Zhao Jingbei raised an eyebrow, sensing an underlying discord. Bai Lu casually articulated his stipulation. It is quite simple. Should we win, you will become our servant, and we shall forego the 2 million. That is unacceptable. Zhao Jingbei, without a moment's hesitation, blurted out his response. Qin Shuang's mocking laughter rang out just in time. Zhao Gongzi, are you truly frightened? Realizing he had lost his composure, Zhao Jingbei promptly adjusted his demeanor and replied with a smile, not at all. It's merely that my status does not quite align with this condition. Perhaps you could propose another. You cowardly wretch, Qin Shuang retorted mercilessly. I care not for your identity. If you cannot play, then do not. Are we merely children playing house? You are wasting my time. With that, she halted her steps and addressed Bai Lu, saying, let us depart. Wait a moment. Zhao Jingbei's facade faltered as he cast a cold glare at Bai Lu and his companion. I shall accept your challenge. Qin Shuang's lips curled into a slight smile. She had not anticipated that Zhao Jingbei would so readily succumb to her goading. However, when she turned back, the smile vanished, replaced by a calm expression as she regarded Zhao Jingbei. Do ensure that you consider this carefully. Be swift about it. Zhao Jingbei, now somewhat impatient, urged. Qin Shuang nodded slightly. Very well, it is settled. This is the treasure hunting zone. Zhao Jingbei indicated a section ahead. As long as you can locate the treasure I have hidden within a day, you shall claim victory. Otherwise, I shall triumph. This area boasted 5 counters, each 300 meters long, equivalent to 5 streets, and indeed, it contained quite a number of items. The reason it is termed the treasure hunting zone is due to the scarcity of valuable goods, making it challenging to discern whether any particular item possesses true worth. Naturally, anything easily recognizable as valuable would not be placed here. Let the search commence. Qin Shuang acted with remarkable decisiveness, devoid of any inclination for delay. Zhao Jingbei smiled and gestured for her to proceed. Thus, Bai Lu and the two of them stepped into the bargain area, marking the commencement of the game. Due to their presence, a considerable number of onlookers gathered around the vicinity, primarily there to witness the spectacle. These individuals were well aware of Zhao Jingbei's character, yet, due to his esteemed position, they refrained from cautioning the participants. Among them was Ma Tao, who had earlier intended to assist Bai Lu and Qin Shuang. He was still clutching a wine jar, occasionally taking a sip, while his furtive gaze remained fixed on the bargain area. Will you be able to find it? Qin Shuang inquired telepathically. Bai Lu, amused, responded, you agreed to his terms without any assurance of success. Of course, I trust you, Qin Shuang retorted with an eye roll. Bai Lu chuckled heartily, exuding newfound confidence. Rest assured, it's quite simple. His rapport with Qin Shuang had grown increasingly natural, and his smile no longer appeared as forced as before. With that, he raised his hand, summoning 7 treasures to float up from the counter. At that moment, Zhao Jingbei's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly process the situation before instinctively concealing his hands within his sleeves, preparing to perform a spell. Suddenly, a buzzing sound ensued, leaving him frozen in place, cold sweat inexplicably soaking his entire being. In that instant, he realized he had kicked against an iron plate. Chapter 30. Am I too easy to persuade? Bai Lu gently waved his hand, and 7 treasures lined up neatly on a table. He then shifted his gaze to Zhao Jingbei and, with an impassive expression, inquired, what were you attempting to do just now? Faced with Bai Lu's interrogation, Zhao Jingbei felt an immense pressure, managing only a smile that was more pitiful than tears as he explained, I did nothing. Is that so? Bai Lu continued to scrutinize him. Zhao Jingbei involuntarily swallowed hard, rendered speechless by his anxiety. However, after a brief moment, Bai Lu made a grasping motion in the air, and a crescent-shaped object materialized in his hand. He then casually remarked, it matters not. Let us examine the treasures. Upon seeing the crescent, Zhao Jingbei instinctively touched his neck, realizing that the spiritual treasure he had been carrying was missing. Yet, he dared not voice his concerns, as he was confronted with a far graver situation. He understood that defeat was inevitable, yet he was unwilling to fulfill the promised terms. The overwhelming pressure exerted by Bai Lu left him with no choice but to comply. What? Are you trying to back out? Qin Shuang's words carried a hint of mockery. No. Not at all, Zhao Jingbei stammered, shaking his head. His mind raced until he suddenly recalled the initial terms, 2 million or servitude. I can offer you 2 million. Qin Shuang regarded him with an expression of incredulity. Is your memory so poor? The final terms stipulated that we no longer require the 2 million. It is your servitude we seek. With that, she waved her hand dismissively, implying that further discussion was unnecessary, for the outcome had been decided, and the next steps were beyond his control. Zhao Jingbei was taken aback, hurriedly announcing his identity. I am the son of the Zhao family. Let's discuss this amicably. It matters not who you are. One must accept the consequences of their wagers, Qin Shuang replied coldly. From this moment forth, you shall be our slave. Step aside. What are you all doing gathered here? Disperse at once. At that moment, a resonant voice emerged from the crowd of onlookers. As Ma Tao and other spectators recognized the newcomer, they instinctively parted to make way. Bai Lu and Qin Shuang also directed their attention towards the arrival. The individual had a formidable physique, exuding an aura of intimidation, clearly someone not to be trifled with. Upon seeing this person, Zhao Jingbei scrambled forward, pleading, Lucian, help me, they're cheating. Not only did he seek assistance, but he also lodged a complaint. Lucian glanced at him, replying coldly, Young Master Zhao, one must accept the consequences of their wagers. I cannot assist you. With that, he turned to Bai Lu and Qin Shuang, continuing, he is the grandson of Lord Zhao. Indeed, Lord Zhao is my grandfather, Zhao Jingbei exclaimed. As if clinging to a lifeline, Qin Shuang disregarded his statement, focusing on Lu Shun, inquiring, Who are you? I am the manager of the Tianbao auction house. This floor is under my jurisdiction. Lu Shun introduced himself. Qin Shuang scrutinized him, asking, Were you just warning me? Not at all, Lu Shun chuckled lightly. That was merely a kind reminder. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from outside. The third prince has arrived. Lu Shun paused. Perplexed as to why Huang Fu Huan would come at such a time, he rarely visited the auction house. Upon hearing that Huang Fu Huan had arrived, Zhao Jingbei immediately shifted his plea for assistance. Your Highness, there are those who cheat. You must stand by me. At the moment he uttered these words, he had yet to catch sight of Huang Fu Huan. At that instant, Lu Shun, sensing something amiss, turned to look. There. He beheld Huang Fu Huan soaring in with Huang Fu Shan from the balcony. Had it not been for his delegation of tasks to Xiang Qing, he would have arrived even sooner. For he had received word that Zhao Jingbei had set his sights on Bai Lu and Qin Shuang. Upon learning this, he dared not delay for even a moment. Hastening to their side without pause, Your Highness, Lu Shun approached, taking 2 steps forward. Yet, Huang Fu Huan disregarded him entirely. Passing directly by and respectfully addressing Bai Lu and Qin Shuang, esteemed seniors, I trust they have not offended you? Both Lu Shun and Zhao Jingbei stared in astonishment at Huang Fu Huan's demeanor, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Qin Shuang's gaze lingered on Huang Fu Shan for a moment before shifting to Huang Fu Huan, who received a questioning look accompanied by the inquiry. Is he the manager of the auction house? Huang Fu Huan followed her glance. Lu Shun, feeling a twinge of anxiety, interjected, Your Highness, yes. He oversees all affairs on the 3rd floor, including the bargain zone. However, Huang Fu Huan remained indifferent to Lu Shun's words. At that moment, Bai Lu interjected. Are you aware that this young man, Zhao, has established a betting table in the bargain zone? I am aware. Lu Shun reported it to me. Huang Fu Huan replied candidly. The auction house permits such practices, and it is all based on voluntary participation. Greed is the root of the matter. And the consequences of winning or losing rest solely on the individuals involved. Is cheating then permissible? Bai Lu tossed the crescent moon to Huang Fu Huan. He hastily caught it. Uncertain of its significance, yet knowing that Bai Lu had spoken, it must be that Zhao Jingbei had indeed resorted to foul play. He replied in a deep voice. I shall handle it. Handle what? Qin Shuang's eyes displayed no hint of emotion as she calmly inquired. Do not tell me you have not investigated this matter. The loophole area lacks even a notary. What have you been doing? A mutually agreed upon wager poses no issue, but the integrity of the auction house must always take precedence. How can one speak of credibility while turning a blind eye to cheating? Yes, I understand. The auction house will rectify the situation immediately. Huang Fu Huan did not contest her words, for he had indeed harbored suspicions but deemed it unnecessary to provoke Lord Zhao, thus had refrained from inquiry. Not investigating equates to ignorance, yet before Qin Shuang and Bai Lu, he dared not employ that excuse, admitting his fault was the wisest course. Qin Shuang waved her hand and shifted her gaze toward Zhao Jingbei. Describe to me how he instructed his servants. Zhao Jingbei trembled, an ominous premonition washing over him. And he hastily pleaded, Your Highness, Save me, please. Miss Qin, his grandfather. Before Huang Fu Huan could finish his sentence, a resounding slap echoed as he was flung against the wall. Bai Lu regarded him with disdain, asking each word deliberately, "Am I truly too accommodating?" Huang Fu Shan had intended to interject, yet upon witnessing the scene before her, she wisely withdrew to the side. "Forgive me, I was wrong," Huang Fu Huan said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. In the grand imperial capital of the Tianqian dynasty, the third prince faced public humiliation, unable to muster the courage to retaliate. This scene, if recounted by a storyteller, would be met with disbelief, yet it unfolded before their very eyes. At that moment, all present were left in stunned silence, the air thick with astonishment. Even Qin Shuang did not anticipate Bai Lu's unwavering resolve. Chapter 31. Training the dog. Huang Fu Huan dared not intercede on Zhao Jingbei's behalf any longer, obediently yielding to Qin Shuang's command. He relished in treating others as mere pets, having relegated those who had lost to him into a dog kennel. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang furrowed her brow, taken aback by Zhao Jingbei's perverse nature. She turned her gaze towards Zhao Jingbei, who, as if struck by lightning, trembled in fear and stammered, "What do you intend to do?" Ignoring him, Qin Shuang pointed at Lucian. "You come here." Lucian hesitated for a moment, instinctively glancing at Huang Fu Huan before hastily approaching. "Senior, how may I serve you?" His respectful demeanor starkly contrasted with his previous attitude. "Train him like a dog," Qin Shuang uttered the chilling words in a calm tone, instilling fear in both Zhao Jingbei and Lu Shun. Zhao Jingbei recognized the implications of being trained like a dog, and trepidation gripped him. Lu Shun, on the other hand, feared Zhao Jingbei's status. Should he act against him, he might not survive the day. Yet, inaction could lead to his demise in the next moment. It seemed that every decision he faced led to a dead end. With no time to ponder, he resolved that if death was inevitable, he might as well delay it and take a jab at Zhao Jingbei, whom he had long found irksome. As he contemplated this, his gaze towards Zhao Jingbei grew increasingly menacing. Zhao Jingbei seemed to sense the hostility, stumbling before collapsing to the ground, scrambling backward on hands and knees. "What do you intend to do?" "Lucian, are you seeking death?" "Silence," Lucian commanded, planting a foot on his head. He produced a stick and struck fiercely at Zhao Jingbei's right leg. Crack! The sound echoed as Zhao Jingbei's leg shattered. "You may speak only when permitted to do so. Understand?" Lucian brandished the stick, his demeanor resembling that of a ferocious beast, instilling palpable fear in Zhao Jingbei. With a pitiful expression, Zhao Jingbei nodded repeatedly. "All right." Just as he acquiesced, Lucian swung again. Crack! Another leg was broken. "Did I grant you permission to speak?" Lucian crouched down, pressing Zhao Jingbei's head. Muffled sobs escaped Zhao Jingbei as he shook his head incessantly, tears unwittingly cascading to the floor. Qin Shuang observed for a moment before shifting her gaze to Huang Fu Huan, inquiring, "Where's the private room? I have matters to discuss with your sister." Both Huang Fu Huan and Huang Fu Shan were momentarily taken aback. "Oh." Huang Fu Huan quickly regained his composure. "I shall escort you." "I know. I will lead you," Huang Fu Shan interjected willingly. "Very well." Qin Shuang nodded slightly, gesturing, "Let us proceed." With that, she and Bai Lu followed Huang Fu Shan. Huang Fu Huan watched their departure, and once their figures vanished completely, he clapped his hands, declaring, "Everyone disperse." The onlookers, wary of incurring his wrath, hurriedly scattered, not wishing to become the target of Huang Fu Huan's ire. Ma Qiao glanced at the direction in which Bai Lu and the others had vanished, a wry smile escaping his lips as he shook his head. It seemed his efforts had been in vain. Bai Lu and his companions were entirely capable of managing without his assistance. He then tilted his head back and took a hearty swig of his drink, joining the main group in their departure. Lucian, witnessing Bai Lu's exit, paused his actions and turned to Huang Fu Huan. "Your Highness, shall we continue?" he inquired hesitantly. Huang Fu Huan's gaze pierced through Lucian, instilling an unsettling chill. Before he uttered a single word with ominous finality, "Continue." Understanding the gravity of the moment, Lucian refrained from further conversation, instead directing his focus to the task at hand. Shortly thereafter, Xiang Qing rushed in, having received urgent news. Upon noticing the injuries on Huang Fu Huan's face, he bellowed in anger, "Who did this?" "Silence," Huang Fu Huan coldly rebuked. Xiang Qing faltered for a moment, seemingly deducing the perpetrator's identity. "Your Highness, given your status, is it not rather beneath you?" Huang Fu Huan twisted his neck slightly and replied coolly, "Those who recognize the times are the true heroes, regardless of your status. Death renders one inconsequential. Do you truly believe he would dare to strike you in the imperial city?" Xiang Qing scoffed at the notion. "Dare? Huang Fu Huan chuckled bitterly, fixing his gaze upon Xiang Qing. Do you think if I had uttered another word in Zhao Jingbei's defense just now, I would still be standing here? Xiang Qing fell silent, recognizing the seriousness in Huang Fu Huan's demeanor. Taking a deep breath, Huang Fu Huan exhaled slowly. The Tianbao auction house is about to face a reckoning. Prepare yourselves. Yes, Xiang Qing replied, clasping his fist in acknowledgement. As Lucian diligently trained the dog, he attentively listened to the exchange between Huang Fu Huan and Xiang Qing. Upon hearing that the auction house intended to take action, an ominous premonition surged within him. He needed to devise a means of escape. Otherwise, he would be left with no choice but to face a grim fate. In the private room number 1 on the 3rd floor of the Tianbao auction house, Qin Shuang cast a discreet glance at Huang Fushan, signaling her to take a seat beside him. Obediently, Huang Fushan settled down and directly inquired, "What do you wish to discuss?" "Let us converse about the latent power residing within you." Qin Shuang calmly dropped a bombshell. At these words, Huang Fushan's heart jolted with surprise, yet her exterior remained composed as she curiously asked, "What hidden power? Are you not aware?" Qin Shuang replied with a knowing smile. Huang Fushan, displaying a visage of confusion, urged, "Please, speak plainly. Your words leave me perplexed." "Very well." Qin Shuang's smile broadened, and he candidly stated, "The power within you does not belong to this world." Upon hearing this, Huang Fushan's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, though she maintained an expression of bewilderment. "You seem anxious," Qin Shuang remarked leisurely. "I am not," Huang Fushan vehemently denied. At this juncture, Bai Lu interjected, "Let us be frank. I have no desire to delve into your soul." Though he claimed this, it was merely a fade, as the likelihood of extracting any useful information from a soul search was quite slim. Given that he was the target, Huang Fushan parted her lips, intending to retort, yet found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After contemplating for a moment, she sorrowfully inquired, "Why do you insist on pursuing me? I have done nothing to provoke you." From the moment they first met, it seemed as though she had become the target of scrutiny. Curiosity. Qin Shuang merely responded with a couple of words, although it sounded like a spontaneous fabrication. Their intrigue was indeed genuine. Huang Fushan, however, was skeptical and rolled her eyes slightly, then remarked, "I can share. But you must promise me not to disclose this to anyone." Given the current circumstances, she had no right to impose conditions, yet she felt compelled to make the attempt. "Certainly," Qin Shuang replied readily, her willingness momentarily catching Huang Fushan off guard. Huang Fushan nodded gently, disregarding the veracity of Qin Shuang's words. "All right, then I shall reveal this to you. My powers do not belong to this realm, nor does my being, or rather, my soul." Chapter 32, The Reincarnated One. "Extraordinary abilities, are you a reincarnated individual?" Bai Lu inquired, gazing at Huang Fushan with a contemplative expression. Huang Fushan paused for a moment, arching an eyebrow in response. "Why couldn't it be a case of soul borrowing or possession? That is not for you to concern yourself with," Bai Lu replied, clearly unwilling to elaborate. Whether it be soul borrowing or possession, neither would allow for a complete fusion with the physical form. Huang Fushan's soul and body exhibited no discrepancies, indicating they were indeed original. Observing his reluctance to divulge further, Huang Fushan did not press the matter, simply nodding and affirming, "Indeed, I am a reincarnated soul. Having traversed from a world known as the Earth Fault Star, I regained memories of my past life at the age of 5, and in order to avoid becoming entangled in royal conflicts, I have been performing ever since. To be candid, I possess little sense of belonging to this imperial family. My emotional ties are limited to my grandfather, the esteemed emperor, and my mother, as well as my father, the sovereign of the Tianqian dynasty in this lifetime. The remaining members are merely acquaintances, while there exists a semblance of camaraderie that lacks the depth of genuine intimacy. With these 3 by my side, barring any monumental blunders, one could navigate the Tianqian dynasty with considerable ease," remarked Qin Shuang languidly. "Huang Fushan has formidable connections, undoubtedly surpassing those of Huang Fu Huan." A soft chuckle escaped Huang Fushan as she reflected, "Fortune smiled upon me. Unbeknownst to my grandfather's true identity, I spent 2.5 years fishing with him. Our compatibility fostered a bond, and when I eventually learned of his identity, I was taken aback. I was aware of his exceptional nature, yet I never anticipated the extent of his remarkable qualities. Subsequently, due to my grandfather's influence, my father has showered me with affection, allowing me to gradually find my footing within this imperial household. Even with my modest talents, no one dares to bully me." "Indeed," Qin Shuang replied with a slight nod. At that moment, Bai Lu interjected, inquiring, What is the source of the power within you? His curiosity leaned more towards this enigmatic force than the familial anecdotes. Qin Shuang cast him a sidelong glance, inwardly critiquing his impatience. She found the tales rather intriguing. Noticing her expression, Bai Lu asked in confusion, "What is it?" "Nothing." Qin Shuang waved her hand dismissively and turned back to Huang Fushan. "Please, continue." "Ah, certainly." Huang Fushan addressed Bai Lu's earlier inquiry, revealing that the power within her was transported from her original world, where it was referred to as extraordinary abilities. "My extraordinary ability is Heavenly Curse, which allows me to cast curses through blood. What happens if one is cursed?" A faint glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Bai Lu's eyes, as he eagerly awaited the emergence of a force worthy of his study. Huang Fushan extended 3 fingers, signifying the curses of illness, fortune, and life. Illness pertains to diseases. Fortune refers to luck, and life naturally denotes existence. The extent of these curses depends on both my strength and that of the cursed individual. Should I wish to curse an ordinary person, I could claim their life in an instant, yet when faced with a spirit deity, I might only be capable of causing minor inconveniences. Qin Shuang interjected softly, "Causing even minor inconveniences to a spirit deity is quite impressive." "Perhaps so." Huang Fushan replied with a shrug. In truth, she felt a sense of satisfaction regarding her abilities. Bai Lu regarded her thoughtfully before suddenly proposing, "Cast a curse on me, if you will." He yearned for a personal experience. Huang Fushan hesitated momentarily, but considering Bai Lu's formidable prowess, she refrained from objections. This presented an opportune moment to gauge the depths of Bai Lu's capabilities. With this thought in mind, she nodded, declaring, "Then I shall not hold back." Bai Lu remained silent, responding with action instead. A droplet of blood floated from his index finger, gracefully gliding toward Huang Fushan. The implication was unmistakable. She was to utilize this drop of blood to cast a curse. Huang Fushan regarded the blood before inquiring, "Which type do you desire?" "A curse of life," he replied. Bai Lu unhesitatingly chose the most severe option. In his perspective, the effectiveness of the curse would manifest more rapidly, allowing him to more distinctly perceive the process of the supernatural abilities at work. Indeed, this proved to be the case. Huang Fushan did not believe she could curse Bai Lu to death, so without a second thought, she accepted the challenge. She raised her hand to conjure a sphere of gray energy and directed it into the droplet of blood. However, after a brief moment, her brow furrowed in puzzlement. "What is wrong?" Bai Lu sensed no change. Huang Fushan replied in a deep tone, "It seems my power cannot exert its influence, perhaps because you are too strong." A look of contemplation flickered in Bai Lu's eyes as he mused. "I have already diminished the essence of life. It shouldn't be ineffective. Could it be that the target is relative?" He felt no presence of that power, and it appeared that such power could not act upon him. With this thought, a subtle smile graced his lips. This situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. "Curse me," Qin Shuang interjected unexpectedly. Huang Fushan hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Is that wise?" Although Qin Shuang possessed formidable strength, she could sense that she had not yet reached Bai Lu's level. "Not a problem," Qin Shuang dismissively waved her hand, urging her to proceed. Protected by the life force surrounding her, she would be unharmed. Still, Huang Fushan felt uneasy and turned to Bai Lu for his opinion. Bai Lu gently nodded, indicating she should proceed. Upon hearing this, Huang Fushan shrugged in resignation, saying, "All right, but if something goes awry, don't blame me. Do not hold back." Qin Shuang elegantly waved her delicate hand. In the next moment, a drop of blood flew before Huang Fushan. Without hesitation, she channeled her power into the blood. Unlike the previous instance, this time the supernatural ability reacted swiftly with the blood. The liquid suddenly became turbid, threads of gray materializing within it, gradually transforming into black. Suddenly, Qin Shuang felt as if her heart were being squeezed by an unseen force. Blood unknowingly trickled from the corner of her mouth, followed by an overwhelming sense of weakness enveloping her entire being. Composed, she wiped the blood from her lips and turned to Bai Lu, inquiring, "Did you discern anything?" Bai Lu furrowed his brows and shook his head. No, he had not even comprehended how this process had occurred. It appeared that the targeting was quite thorough. If he wished to investigate this power, he would first need to ascertain what was specifically aimed at him. After a brief contemplation, he waved his hand, signaling, "That will suffice." Indeed, Qin Shuang gently nodded, a surge of vibrant life force welling within her. In an instant, all her adverse symptoms vanished, and the drop of blood returned to its original clarity. Huang Fushan had intended to cease her actions, but upon witnessing this spectacle, her jaw dropped in astonishment. She stood speechless, her mind racing with a singular thought. What on earth Are they both extraordinary beings? Chapter 33. Agu's rocket launcher. You too cannot possibly be transformed monsters, can you? Huang Fushan still found it difficult to accept the realization that her heavenly curse had proven ineffective against two individuals within a single day. Qin Shuang observed her astonished expression and couldn't help but let out a chuckle, teasing, "Surely one must possess some means to be so audacious in your territory?" Huang Fushan reflected for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you even managed to catch my brother." With that, she returned to the main topic. "Is there anything else you require of me?" Qin Shuang turned to Bai Lu, awaiting his decision. After a brief contemplation, Bai Lu inquired, "How does the highest combat power of the Daqiang star compare to that of the Lingyun continent?" Huang Fushan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the relevance of his question. Yet she answered truthfully, "Well, they should be about equal. Each side possesses the means to defeat the other in battle." Bai Lu nodded slightly, indicating that he had no further questions for now. Currently, he could not sense that power, thus he decided to momentarily set it aside, although he was determined to continue his investigation. Upon hearing this, Huang Fushan immediately felt a sense of relief, as if liberated. She then reiterated to Bai Lu, "Please keep this confidential. No one must know of my supernatural abilities." "Rest assured," Qin Shuang assured her, promising not to divulge anything without first consulting Huang Fushan. Trusting in this assurance, as she had no leverage over Bai Lu and Qin Shuang, she inquired, "May I take my leave now?" "Of course," Qin Shuang replied, noting that Bai Lu had no further inquiries, rendering her presence unnecessary. "Then I shall take my leave." Without further ado, Huang Fushan rose to depart. However, upon reaching the doorway, she paused, turned back to Qin Shuang, and asked, "Does the matter regarding the auction house still count?" "Certainly." Qin Shuang smiled faintly, responding with a succinct two-word answer. Huang Fushan chuckled and remarked, "May I borrow a day from you 3 days hence? I wish to organize an auction for my companions." "Very well," Qin Shuang replied decisively. Upon receiving affirmation, Huang Fushan opened the door but paused, turning back to inquire, "Additionally, may I utilize your identities to naturally showcase my talent transformation before the world?" She would not reveal her extraordinary abilities, yet her innate gifts certainly required alteration. "Of course." Qin Shuang assented without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Huang Fushan departed with evident delight. Ever since she confided her secret, she seemed to have grown considerably lighter in spirit before Qin Shuang. Perhaps she had been suppressing herself for far too long. Revealing one's secret is indeed a formidable endeavor. Once she had left, Qin Shuang redirected her gaze towards Bai Lu, pondering his thoughts. Bai Lu appeared contemplative, suggesting that the masked man might also be a reincarnated individual or perhaps hailing from another realm. Huang Fushan's power aligns with that of the Lingyun continent, a force that could not thwart my inquiries. Aside from her extraordinary abilities, her only unique trait is her reincarnation. "I share your thoughts," Qin Shuang nodded in agreement, having unearthed a valuable clue. Just then, a resounding explosion echoed. Qin Shuang narrowed her eyes, immediately extending her consciousness. Xiang Qing had engaged in a confrontation with others. And if all went as anticipated, it should be the Zhao family who had arrived. Since she dared to provoke Zhao Jingbei, she naturally anticipated the ensuing events. "Let us take a look." Bai Lu had long been aware of the situation, though he did not pay it much mind. No sooner had he spoken than they appeared beside Huang Fuhuan. Huang Fuhuan was gazing at the fierce battle between Xiang Qing and Zhao Wanxiu in the sky when he suddenly sensed an unusual presence nearby. He turned his head to see Bai Lu and his companion, immediately cupping his hands in greeting. "Senior, Miss Qin, the second master of the Zhao family, Zhao Wanxiu, has arrived, and Xiang Qing is currently handling him. Soon, the Imperial City's Guardian Squad will intervene to stop them, and it will be resolved swiftly." "No need for that," Bai Lu replied, observing the aerial confrontation. He then turned to Qin Shuang with a smile. "Let me show you something amusing." What is it?" Qin Shuang inquired, unsure of Bai Lu's intentions. With a snap of his fingers, Bai Lu suddenly conjured a small black hole, from which Agu emerged, carrying a rocket launcher. "Hee!" Agu burst forth, excitedly shouting, having found the time spent in the evil ghost realm rather dull. "Silence." Bai Lu gently tapped Agu on the head. Instantly, Agu ceased its noise, standing at attention, awaiting Bai Lu's command. Qin Shuang watched Agu with keen interest, curious about its origins. After all, it was a pet gifted by Bai Lu and surely possessed some extraordinary qualities. Bai Lu pointed towards Zhao Wenxiu, signaling Agu to target him and bring him down. He understood. Agu replied, leaping to the edge of the window, crouching down to adjust the direction of the rocket launcher. In the next moment, with a resounding bang, The rocket launcher was fired. In the midst of a fierce battle, Zhao Wenxiu sensed impending danger. He swiftly repelled Xiang Qing with a strike of his blade, then directed another slash towards the rocket launcher. The sound of metal clashing echoed as his sword light swept through the air, yet it failed to sever the rocket launcher as he had anticipated. Instead, it passed through the shell as if cleaving through mere air. A sense of alarm surged within Zhao Wenxiu. He quickly retreated into the air, seeking to evade the rocket launcher's assault. However, no matter how he altered his direction, the rocket launcher seemed to possess a consciousness, relentlessly pursuing him with increasing speed. If he did not devise a countermeasure soon, the rocket would surely strike him. Zhao Wenxiu remained vigilant against the unknown, unwilling to confront it directly. Yet he found himself with no choice but to engage. He produced a tortoise shell, which glimmered with radiant light, transforming into a colossal golden tortoise that enveloped him in protection. This shell was a premier defensive spiritual treasure, capable of withstanding a strike from a third-tier spiritual saint. It should have sufficed to block this attack. Alas, he had overestimated its efficacy. When the rocket launcher collided with the giant tortoise, there was no discernible reaction from the creature. The rocket effortlessly traversed what appeared to be a formidable defense, gliding through as if there were no obstruction whatsoever. "What on earth?" Zhao Wenxiu exclaimed, unable to contain his expletives upon witnessing this spectacle. He promptly stowed away the tortoise shell and turned to flee. Yet, it was too late for escape. As soon as he pivoted, before he could accelerate, the rocket had already struck him. With a resounding boom, white smoke billowed around him. But it seemed there was only smoke and no injury. Zhao Wenxiu appeared unscathed, his attire intact, not even a speck of dirt to mar its surface. As people were led to believe that the rocket launcher was merely a deceptive trick, the seemingly unscathed Zhao Wenxiu suddenly plummeted from the sky. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Apart from Bai Lu and Agu, no one comprehended the unfolding events. Chapter 34. The power of Agu. Huangfu Huan watched as Zhao Wenxiu descended from the air, instinctively moistening his lips, suddenly feeling a parched sensation. Pondering, is even the spirit pet this formidable? That little skull, appearing harmless, was indeed far more terrifying than even the esteemed spirit sovereigns. Agu, pleased with the success of the shot, proudly wiped its nose and immediately sought recognition from Bai Lu. Bai Lu swiftly twisted its head towards Qin Shuang, implying that it had sought praise from the wrong person. Agu, being an astute child, promptly grasped the hint and turned to Qin Shuang for acknowledgement instead. Qin Shuang smiled gently, patting its head, commending its efforts. Agu joyfully leaped into the air. Qin Shuang withdrew her hand and addressed Bai Lu, suggesting that Agu should remain outside for the time being. Agu spent most of its time in the evil spirit realm, and she believed it would be beneficial for it to play outside for a while. "All right, as you wish." Bai Lu readily agreed without hesitation. Given the current circumstances, he felt calling Agu over was indeed a judicious decision, yielding excellent results. While Bai Lu and Qin Shuang engaged in light-hearted banter, Huangfu Huan dared not interject. At that moment, Xiang Qing approached, carrying the unconscious Zhao Wenxiu. "Your Highness, esteemed elder, Miss Qin." Xiang Qing casually tossed Zhao Wenxiu to the ground, and then greeted Bai Lu and the others with a respectful bow. Huangfu Huan glanced at him and softly instructed, "Go attend to the guard team." He feared that the arrival of the guards might lead to unwarranted inquiries, potentially disrupting the enjoyment of Bai Lu and Qin Shuang. Xiang Qing, evidently understanding the situation, immediately clasped his fists and replied, "Understood." With that, he turned and swiftly departed from the auction house, heading towards the approaching guard team. "Shall I leave this matter in your capable hands?" Qin Shuang shifted her focus to Zhao Wenxiu and casually inquired. Huangfu Huan recognized she was addressing him and promptly assured, "I shall ensure a satisfactory outcome for you." Qin Shuang turned to him, pausing for a moment before continuing, "What kind of outcome?" Huangfu Huan hesitated briefly before responding. "The Zhao family will not trouble you. Do you think I fear their trouble?" Qin Shuang interjected before he could finish his sentence. Huangfu Huan fell silent, then respectfully asked, "I am but a fool. I implore you, Miss Qin, to enlighten me." "Compensation," Qin Shuang slowly articulated. "Compensation?" Huangfu Huan was taken aback. A smile grazed Qin Shuang's lips as she continued, "Indeed, Zhao Jingbei cheated first and broke the betting agreement. He deserves punishment, especially for his deceit at the Tianbao auction house. Furthermore, Zhao Wenxiu instigated trouble and engaged in brawls at Tianbao auction house, severely damaging its reputation and business. He must face strict retribution." Huangfu Huan comprehended her intentions and tentatively inquired, "What kind of compensation do you seek?" "That depends on your capabilities." Qin Shuang lightly tapped the Gu's head and remarked nonchalantly, "You may take 10% from the compensation. The remainder should be deposited into the auction house's treasury for future needs." Upon hearing this, Huang Fuhuan hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, no. I cannot possibly take a percentage. Just keep it." As Qin Shuang spoke, she had already departed with Bai Lu, for they had yet to fully inspect the Tianbao auction house. Huang Fuhuan watched them leave, pondering whether this was akin to delivering a punch followed by a sweet date. Their brother, Huang Fushan, suddenly appeared beside him. Huang Fuhuan snapped back to reality, glanced at her, and, after a moment's hesitation, could not resist inquiring, "What did the seniors discuss with you?" After speaking, he felt it might be inappropriate and quickly added, "If it's not something you can share, then please don't." Huang Fushan shrugged and replied, "Nothing much. They just noted my promising talent and offered me some guidance." Talent? Huang Fuhuan was taken aback, for he was well aware of Huang Fushan's cultivation aptitude, which had been scrutinized numerous times, yielding the conclusion of mediocre potential. Yet, now that Bai Lu and Qin Shuang had taken notice of her, could it be that Huang Fushan was not an ordinary talent but rather a prodigy? Indeed. Huang Fushan smiled cheerfully, fabricating a tale. "The seniors mentioned that I possess a unique constitution and require specific cultivation methods to fully unlock my potential." The seniors provided you with the methods? Huang Fuhuan nearly blurted out, but the next moment he realized the inappropriateness of his words and quickly clarified. "You need not share with me. I am merely curious." Huang Fushan cast a glance at him, seemingly unfazed by his impertinence. She pointed to her head and remarked, "It resides within my mind, but I must unlock it step by step." Huang Fuhuan gently nodded. "Very well. I shall refrain from further inquiries to avoid incurring your displeasure." "You have already asked quite a bit," Huang Fushan mused internally, yet her outward demeanor was a subtle smile as she waved her hand dismissively. "It's quite all right." With that, she bid farewell to Huang Fuhuan. On the 4th floor of the Tianbao auction house, "Is its rocket launcher unlimited?" Qin Shuang inquired curiously, eyeing the mini rocket launcher slung over Agu's shoulder. Bai Lu snatched the rocket launcher from Agu's grasp and explained, "This is the path of the soul it has cultivated, merging its understanding of modern technology with its own deathly energy, thereby forging a unique path through its exceptional soul." He continued, "Its attacks can disregard any material substance, directly targeting the soul. The reason Zhao Wenxiu fell into a brief stupor was due to the rocket launcher striking his soul, causing a disturbance that rendered him momentarily unconscious." Impressive, Qin Shuang thought, feeling a sense of invincibility from this description. Bai Lu returned the rocket launcher to Agu and remarked nonchalantly, "The path of the soul is indeed formidable. Yet Agu's potential limits its effectiveness, making it seem less powerful in its hands." "Not strong enough?" Qin Shuang's lips twitched, feeling a bit embarrassed. "It knocked out a soul master with a single shot." Bai Lu smiled gently and explained, "From the perspective of the spirit essence continent, it is indeed quite formidable. However, in the ghost realm, its strength falls into the realm of the mediocre. Although it did not exert its full power earlier, it still used 70% of its strength, nearly stunning the so-called spirit sovereign. That is indeed impressive. Regardless, Qin Shuang believes that Agu is quite powerful." Bai Lu nodded lightly, continuing her train of thought. "On the spirit essence continent, having it by your side could easily allow you to eliminate 2 or 3 spirit deities in an instant. While Agu may not be able to kill spirit deities, its attacks that ignore defenses, coupled with the limitless acceleration of its rocket launcher, ensure that its strikes will reach and affect the spirit deities, which is sufficient. As long as Qin Shuang can coordinate, slaying a spirit deity is not a daunting task." Qin Shuang furrowed her brow, 3 black lines appearing on her forehead, and murmured softly, "You are speaking of something terrifying in such a casual tone. Do you realize that? Spirit deities are not something I can just casually kill." If Bai Lu claimed he could effortlessly slay 100 or even 1,000 spirit deities, she would not be surprised. It would seem entirely normal. However, the crux of the matter was that he was asserting her ability to casually eliminate spirit deities. And we're talking about 2 or 3 at that. Chapter 35. "You are not worth my effort," yet Bai Lu chuckled at her expression. "You may not fully comprehend your current strength. Killing spirit deities is not as troublesome as you think." Qin Shuang raised an eyebrow, still somewhat lacking in confidence. "Is that so?" "Indeed," Bai Lu affirmed with certainty. "Shall we find a spirit deity for you to test your skills?" "There's no need for that." Qin Shuang immediately waved her hand, urging him to avoid unnecessary trouble. After saying this, she halted her steps and turned her gaze towards Ma Tao, who was seated on a corridor chair, indulging in a drink. Upon sensing her scrutiny, Ma Tao glanced back briefly before rising to depart, seemingly disinterested in associating with Bai Lu and her. Are you seeking to heal? Qin Shuang's voice resonated softly. Ma Tao's footsteps paused abruptly, after a moment of silence. He turned to face her, inquiring, You discerned that, did you? All you need to do is answer whether you wish to heal, Qin Shuang replied, her expression serene and her tone unruffled. Ma Tao's eyes flickered, and with a decisive nod, he affirmed, Indeed, I wish to. Come here, Qin Shuang beckoned him closer. Upon hearing this, Ma Tao approached without hesitation. The affliction within him had plagued him for far too long. He yearned to resolve his injuries more than anyone else. Standing before Qin Shuang and her companion, he sheepishly asked, Why do you wish to assist me? Because you have aided us, Qin Shuang replied matter-of-factly. Ma Tao understood her implication, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched the back of his head. That hardly counts as help. You managed it all yourselves. Intention matters more than anything, Bai Lu interjected slowly. Qin Shuang nodded in agreement, affirming, Indeed, intention holds greater significance. Then I am profoundly grateful, Ma Tao remarked, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. I need to examine your affliction. Would you mind? Qin Shuang's hand glimmered with a layer of life force. Ma Tao, unfamiliar with this power, simply nodded, saying, Of course, I don't mind. Upon receiving permission, the vitality in Qin Shuang's hand spread to Ma Tao. Ma Tao raised an eyebrow. Feeling no particular sensation, he even began to doubt whether Qin Shuang was truly examining him. However, he was aware that an examination must have indeed taken place, for that force had already enveloped him. At that moment, a resounding laughter echoed from above. Ha ha. Qin Shuang glanced at the ceiling and calmly remarked, It is directed at us. As she spoke, she dispersed the life force, having comprehended Ma Tao's injuries. Lingshan. A slight smile graced Bai Lu's lips as he cast a sidelong glance at Qin Shuang and inquired, Shall we give it a try? Qin Shuang understood his implication and rolled her eyes slightly. No need to try. I shall be refining pills shortly. Very well. Then allow me. Bai Lu replied as if discussing a matter of little consequence. In the next moment, with a thunderous crash, an elderly man with a goat-like beard broke through the rooftop, traversing 5 or 6 floors before appearing directly before Bai Lu. The spectacle was grand, leaving the Tianbao auction house in disarray. Ha ha. Once again. That hearty laughter erupted as the old man stretched his limbs and addressed Bai Lu. How about we have a spar, young man? Bai Lu looked up at the ceiling that soared into the clouds and softly replied, You will have to compensate for the damages. What? The old man was momentarily taken aback, bewildered as he asked, Compensate for what? Bai Lu pointed to the debris of wood and stone scattered across the floor. Deliberate destruction of property, disruption of business, and disturbing the guest's peace. What do you think you should compensate for? The old man, uninterested in further discussion, waved his hand dismissively and declared, Fine, I shall bear the losses, but first, you must engage in combat with me. Second uncle, what brings you here? Upon hearing the commotion, Huang Fu Huan sensed impending trouble. His second uncle, Huang Fulongqi, was a martial arts enthusiast, often seeking out opponents for sparring. Coincidentally, he was in the imperial city these days, and it seemed he had stumbled upon this situation. Under normal circumstances, Huang Fu Huan would harbor no concerns, for Huang Fulongqi was a man of discernment. However, the adversary he was about to face was none other than Bai Lu. Little did he know of Bai Lu's temperament or sense of restraint. To Huang Fu Huan, it appeared that Huang Fulongqi had no chance of victory, and indeed, this was the reality. My apologies for the damage caused, Huang Fulongqi courteously greeted Huang Fu Huan. Huang Fu Huan rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, Is this really the moment for pleasantries? He could no longer afford to dwell on such thoughts. Approaching Bai Lu, he respectfully bowed and inquired, Esteemed senior, may I have a word with him? Unnecessary, Bai Lu replied dismissively, then turned his gaze towards Huang Fulongqi, indicating that matters would soon be resolved. Upon hearing this, Huang Fu Huan's heart raced, and he hurriedly interjected, Esteemed senior, my second uncle means no harm, I implore you. But before he could finish, Huang Fulongqi had appeared behind him, seized him by the nape, and unceremoniously hurled him aside. Huang Fu Huan had intended to plead for leniency, yet he regrettably found himself thrown out before he could utter a word. With a resounding thud, Huang Fulongqi's fists collided, his excitement palpable as he gazed at Bai Lu. Come on. Bai Lu, not averse to such exuberance, responded with a semblance of politeness, inquiring, Are you prepared? At any moment, Huang Fulongqi asserted, exuding a terrifying aura that compressed the surrounding space, causing it to creak ominously. Suddenly, A thunderous sound erupted as half of Huangfu Longqi's body became ensnared within the fabric of space, with numerous fissures surrounding him. Impressive physique refinement, Bai Lu remarked lightly. Shaking his hand in appraisal, Huangfu Longqi, blood spilling from his lips and teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, failed to perceive the nature of Bai Lu's strike. By the time realization dawned upon him, he found himself embedded within the spatial rift. Wait a moment, he muttered. Summoning his formidable willpower to stave off complete unconsciousness, evidently still eager to continue the fight. Bai Lu regarded this tenacity with admiration, scrutinizing him before slowly declaring, "Return to me when you have transcended to the spirit god realm. You are not yet worthy of my intervention." With this parting remark, he departed with Qin Shuang in a graceful manner. Ma Tao, momentarily stunned, regained his senses only to discover that Bai Lu and his companion had already receded into the distance, prompting him to hastily pursue them. Wait. Huangfu Longqi raised his hand in a futile attempt to halt their departure, but ultimately succumbed, his eyes fluttering shut as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 36. Not even my child in the alchemy chamber of the Tianbao auction house, Qin Shuang remarked, while extracting a cauldron from her storage ring. Even if he were to break through to the spirit god realm, he would still be no match for you. Bai Lu leaned against the wall, sitting cross-legged. With commendable innate talent for physical cultivation, it was only a matter of time before he departed from the Lingyun continent. Qin Shuang ignited the alchemical furnace. Expressing her curiosity, you seem to hold him in high regard. It's not about high regard, he simply appears rather agreeable, Bai Lu replied. Never one to bestow lofty praise upon someone merely for his fondness. Suddenly struck by a whimsical thought, he gazed at Qin Shuang and inquired, "Do you find me agreeable as well?" Qin Shuang paused her movements, contemplating earnestly for a moment before responding, "I suppose you are somewhat agreeable, but I shall not engage with you." "That suffices." Bai Lu paid little heed to her latter remark. People's thoughts are ever changing. A present reluctance does not signify a future unwillingness. Qin Shuang chuckled softly, shaking her head. Having spent considerable time with Bai Lu, she recognized that he was not one to easily concede, hence his response fell within her expectations. The alchemical furnace had reached an optimal temperature. Observing this, Qin Shuang softly declared, "I shall commence the alchemical process." As she spoke, her delicate hand waved, casting 5 fundamental spiritual herbs into the furnace. Noticing her immersion in the task, Bai Lu refrained from disturbing her and turned his attention to Ma Tao, who was stationed outside. On the 4th floor of the Tianbao auction house, Huangfu Huan returned, gazing at the Huangfu Longqi embedded within the spatial confines. Momentarily at a loss for how to proceed, he could only disperse the crowd that had gathered to witness the spectacle. His second uncle was indeed rather reckless. Acting without first ascertaining the strength and background of the opponent, Huangfu Shan gently prodded Huangfu Longqi's face, offering a wistful critique. Huangfu Huan rolled his eyes slightly, retorting, "Even if he were aware, he would still act. Throughout these years, I have never seen him exhibit fear. If he were to perish outside one day, it would hardly surprise me. This personality has its advantages and disadvantages, I suppose. Were it not for this trait, he would not have achieved his current success." Huangfu Shan seized Huangfu Longqi's arm, pulling with all her might, and gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "Give me a hand." Huangfu Huan regarded her coolly and replied, "We cannot extricate him. We must seek assistance from a senior." After a moment's contemplation, he proposed to Huangfu Shan, "Why not you go and request their aid? You are capable of conversing with the seniors." "I won't go." Huangfu Shan shot him a disdainful glance. Did he truly believe she was well acquainted with Qin Shuang? She lacked such capability. Huangfu Huan shrugged, casting a helpless gaze at the unconscious Huangfu Longqi. "Then it seems we must remain in this predicament for now." At that moment, the spatial fissures began to gradually mend. "Look!" Huangfu Shan exclaimed as she noticed the change, hastily alerting Huangfu Huan. He too recognized the phenomenon and swiftly resolved, "I shall seek out a senior." He feared that the spatial forces might inadvertently crush Huangfu Longqi. With that, he turned to depart. Yet, Huangfu Shan suddenly called out, "Wait a moment. What is it?" Huangfu Huan glanced back, momentarily taken aback. He observed the healing space slowly pushing Huangfu Longqi's body outward. It appeared he had been overly concerned. The senior had no intention of harming the second prince. Huangfu Shan pondered thoughtfully. Huangfu Huan, upon reflection, concurred. If Bai Lu had wished to eliminate Huangfu Longqi, there would have been no need to employ such means. With a sigh of relief, Huangfu Huan exhaled deeply. Having just experienced an intense moment of anxiety, the loss of a spirit god for the Tianjin dynasty was no trivial matter. Suddenly, the space expelled Huangfu Longqi. Quick-witted, Huang Fu Huan caught him deftly and set him down gently. At that moment, members of the Zhao family approached. "Your Highness the Third Prince, Your Highness the Seventh Princess," announced Dao Qing, the chief steward of the Zhao family, as he bowed respectfully to Huang Fu Huan and Huang Fu Shan. Huang Fu Huan raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I did not expect your presence here." Zhao Qing chuckled softly, casting a meaningful glance at Huang Fu Longqi, and remarked, "If you had arrived any later, it would have been quite a calamity." Huang Fu Huan responded with a smile. "Let us cut to the chase." "Very well," Zhao Qing replied, not wasting time. "I wish to redeem Zhao Wenxiu and Zhao Jingbei, and I assure you, the price will be satisfactory. You may take Zhao Wenxiu with you." Huang Fu Huan replied nonchalantly. "However, Zhao Jingbei is a different matter. Not only shall you not take him, but you must also bring me the one who has raised him." As he spoke, he tossed the crescent moon-shaped artifact associated with Zhao Jingbei to Zhao Qing. "I have had this examined. It is a spiritual treasure capable of influencing consciousness." Zhao Qing caught it with ease, fully aware of its significance, and did not contest the matter. "I see. Very well then. He shall no longer be a member of the Zhao family." Thus, with a few succinct words, he dismissed Zhao Jingbei entirely. Huang Fu Huan chuckled softly as he spoke. "Before severing ties, you must settle the compensation. Otherwise, he shall remain a member of the Zhao family in life and a ghost of the Zhao family in death." Zhao Qing scrutinized Huang Fu Huan and nodded with a smile. "The third prince is indeed exceptional." "Very well. How do you propose we compensate?" Huang Fu Huan extended an invitation. "Let us sit down and discuss this matter. Would you honor me with a cup of tea?" Without hesitation, Zhao Qing agreed. They proceeded to deliberate on the compensation, while Huang Fu Longqi was attended to by Huang Fu Shan. Outside the alchemy chamber, Ma Tao sat awkwardly beside Bai Lu, wishing to converse yet hesitating, resulting in a rather uncomfortable demeanor. "Do you have a wife?" Bai Lu abruptly inquired. Ma Tao was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in confusion. "Yes. She is the eldest daughter of the Li family." Bai Lu, deep in thought, continued to question, "How did you win her affection?" He sought to glean some wisdom from Ma Tao's experience. Ma Tao hesitated, then sighed. "She has already betrayed me. How I won her over has become irrelevant." "Did my question cause you distress?" Bai Lu's gaze remained fixed on him. Instinctively, Ma Tao averted his eyes and nodded. "A bit. Yes." "Is that so?" Bai Lu shifted his gaze away and nonchalantly added, "You have lied, but it matters not. I have no desire to pry into your private affairs." Ma Tao recognized he had revealed a flaw, as the pressure from Bai Lu had caused a slip in his performance. He pondered for a moment before suddenly speaking. "In truth, I harbor no feelings for her, nor have we ever shared a marital bed. The child is not even mine." Bai Lu paused, taken aback by the rather provocative content. Ma Tao continued without hesitation. "Years ago, I was afflicted by a hidden ailment, and, having angered a rival through my grave-robbing antics, I was pursued and forced to flee to the imperial city, adopting a false identity. Meanwhile, Li Lingyan was entangled with a man from a family that bore a long-standing grudge against hers, and she found herself with child. To avoid detection, she urgently required a shield. I became that shield, and together we orchestrated a ruse before the eyes of the world, creating an elaborate facade that lasted a decade. Thus, I became the son-in-law of the Li family. To conceal the truth of her pregnancy, Li Lingyan suppressed the signs for 10 long years. Chapter 37. The Fairyland. Does the child know the truth? Bai Lu pondered, gently caressing the skull of a gu, interjecting with a question. "Alas." Ma Tao sighed in resignation, shaking his head. "No, he is unaware. The affair nearly severed his relationship with his mother, though I share no emotional bond with Li Lingyan. My feelings for my son are genuine. One could say that everything is true, save for the fact that he is not my biological child." "Was her love of the child's father?" Bai Lu inquired further. Ma Tao shook his head once more. "No, Qian Qinghao has since married another, and he now has 3 children. Although Li Lingyan frequently met with him, she was displeased with his duplicity, and thus she sought solace in another affair. Her affair with Qian Qinghao had not been exposed. Rather, she was discovered while clandestinely meeting with a certain steward of the Li family. At that time, the incident caused quite a stir, and henceforth, I was labeled with the stigma of a cuckold. However, I remained largely indifferent to it. The Li family, on the other hand, was quite concerned about their reputation. That steward has not shown his face since, and Li Lingyan has been confined within the Li household for self-reflection." At this juncture, he paused briefly before continuing. "I must admit, the Li family is quite a respectable clan. Due to this incident, they felt indebted to me and offered me considerable compensation. Yet, my persona does not allow me to accept such recompense. Do you intend to keep this secret for a lifetime?" Bai Lu inquired, gazing at him. Ma Tao chuckled. I cannot divulge it. Once exposed, my secret will also be laid bare for all to see, which would serve no one's interest. If the affair between Li Lingyan and Qian Qinghao were to be revealed, it would create a scandal of monumental proportions, turning both the Li and Qian families into subjects of mockery. Is that fair to Qian Qinghao's wife? Bai Lu asked pensively. Speaking of Qian Qinghao's wife, Ma Tao scoffed disdainfully. Her? She is even more wretched. She is aware of the illicit dealings between Qian Qinghao and Li Lingyan. Once, she brazenly attempted to seduce me in plain sight, and I slapped her, after which she ceased all advances. These individuals are entangled in a chaotic mess, all unworthy, none innocent. They are willing participants in this sordid affair, and I have no desire to involve myself further. Let them indulge in their own games. You all share quite a tangled relationship, Bai Lu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Ma Qiao promptly corrected, Senior, it is them. Do not implicate me. Indeed, it is them. Bai Lu looked at him with amusement and casually inquired, what of your adversaries? How did this enmity arise? During an expedition, a struggle for treasures ensued, resulting in a fierce conflict. My friend perished, and they too suffered losses. Thus, a grudge was formed. After I married into the Li family, I utilized the funds provided by them to settle scores beneath the hate tower, and then they all met their demise. As Ma Qiao spoke, he could not help but exclaim, indeed, power is exceedingly useful. Rare treasures must be fought for. There is no right or wrong in such matters, and strife is the very seed of hatred. Bai Lu had no comments to offer, for he too had traversed a similar path in the past. In the Imperial Garden, grandfather, I bring you delightful news. Huang Fushan joyously approached a distinguished elder. Before him, she resembled a lively and spirited young girl. Aha! Huang Fujing watched her with a warm smile, inquiring with a tone akin to that of coaxing a child, what is this wonderful news? Huang Fushan pointed to her head, exclaiming with excitement, a senior proclaimed me a genius and even bestowed upon me a cultivation technique. Grandfather, I shall become a prodigy. She giggled. Is it the senior you met at the auction house? Huang Fujing had long been apprised of the news. Yes, Huang Fushan affirmed with a vigorous nod. He is remarkably formidable. Even the second imperial uncle is no match for him. Indeed, Huang Fujing nodded slightly, his calloused hand brushing her head. This is your opportunity. You must seize it well. I understand. Huang Fushan replied with a cheerful smile. Huang Fujing displayed a benevolent smile as he handed her the fishing rod, saying, your second uncle has awoken. You may go fish for a while. I have matters to discuss with him. All right, Huang Fushan responded dutifully, and she proceeded to carry the fishing rod towards the nearby lake. Once she departed, Huang Fu Longqi appeared in the spot she had just vacated. Old ancestor. Huang Fu Longqi said respectfully as he bowed. Huang Fujing nodded slightly, casting a penetrating gaze at Huang Fu Longqi. At that moment, his demeanor was markedly different from before, exuding an overwhelming presence. He inquired slowly, what are your impressions? Huang Fu Longqi pondered for a moment before slowly uttering two words, insignificant. He could only describe his feelings with that term. In the presence of Bai Lu, he felt akin to an ant. He harbors no ill will towards us. We may engage in normal interactions without overstepping, Huang Fujing instructed. From the series of events surrounding the Tianbao auction house, it was evident that Bai Lu had not acted with malicious intent, perhaps viewing the current situation as trivial. Nevertheless, for the time being, Bai Lu does not pose a threat. Understood, Huang Fu Longqi nodded obediently. Before Huang Fujing, he exhibited a demeanor starkly contrasting his usual self. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously inquired, old ancestor, is he from the realm of the immortals? Not at all, Huang Fujing replied with certainty. Huang Fu Longqi paused slightly, astonished as he asked, are there such formidable individuals beyond the realm of the immortals in the Lingyun continent? Uncertain, Huang Fujing calmly shook his head. The mysteries of the world are endless. Beyond heaven, there are heavens, and beyond man, there are men. Unexpected occurrences are quite commonplace and warrant no undue alarm. Upon hearing this, Huang Fu Longqi promptly concealed his astonishment, acknowledging the elder's wisdom. Huang Fujing waved his hand, suggesting that Longqi should take some time to reflect. Longqi obediently retreated. In the next moment, Huang Fujing appeared beside Huang Fushan, gently resting his hand on her head with a cheerful inquiry. Do you wish to visit the realm of immortals? Huang Fushan paused, turned to him, and questioned with curiosity, what is the realm of immortals? It is simply a most beautiful place, Huang Fujing replied with a smile. A beautiful place? Huang Fushan murmured, then nodded eagerly. I want to go, but I wish for Grandpa to accompany me. Upon hearing this, Huang Fujing burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, very well. I shall accompany you when the time comes. Giggling, Huang Fushan joined in his mirth, when suddenly the fishing rod twitched. "I've caught something," she exclaimed excitedly, hastily reeling in the line. Huang Fujing stood nearby, watching with a warm smile, showing no intention of assisting. The scene between them unfolded like a heartwarming and harmonious painting. Chapter 38, The Beast Tomb, The Battlefield All Right. Qin Shuang tossed a blue and white porcelain vase to Ma Tao. After consuming this, a period of seclusion for 10 days to half a month should suffice for recovery. "Thank you, Senior." Ma Tao grasped the porcelain vase, struggling to contain his excitement. Qin Shuang nodded slightly, then turned her gaze to Bai Lu. Has the auction commenced? In the midst of alchemy, the day had swiftly passed. If all went as expected, the auction for the Beast Tomb slots would have already begun. Indeed, it was in progress. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Bai Lu responded. Before his words could fully settle, they found themselves in a private room. Ma Tao stared blankly at the empty space before him, momentarily stunned, and muttered. "They left rather abruptly, didn't they?" After a brief murmuring, he shook his head and turned to depart. He could hardly contain his eagerness to consume the elixir. This affliction had plagued him for years, and it was finally coming to an end. To claim he was not excited would be a falsehood. 13 million. 13,500,000. 15 million. The competition for the Beast Tomb slot was intensely fierce, with prices steadily escalating. As many aspired to secure this coveted position, Qin Shuang observed the bustling auction scene from the private room and remarked, "A large city truly is a large city. Money flows like dirt, spent with abandon." The units being calculated were mid-grade spirit stones. The millions involved constituted a considerable sum. One could only wonder when the Frost Moon Kingdom would witness such grandeur. In the end, doesn't the money ultimately end up in your pocket? Bai Lu replied with a chuckle. Indeed, Qin Shuang could not help but smile at the thought of such wealth. It was a delightful notion. Observing her smile, Bai Lu, with a contemplative expression, remarked, "I can provide you with as much as you desire, as long as it brings you joy." Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang was suddenly covered in goosebumps, not from being moved, nor from the sentimentality, but rather from the awkwardness. She rolled her eyes slightly and could not resist saying, "Stop reading that book. It's of no use." "I find it rather useful," Bai Lu replied with a beaming smile. Has our distance between each other diminished considerably? He genuinely believes that 99 tips for rapid romance is exceptional. Qin Shuang, feeling somewhat helpless, placed her hand on her forehead and sighed, "Suit yourself. If you find it useful, that's all that matters." After speaking, she cast a glance at the auction site, which had come to an end. The token for the Beast Tomb was ultimately acquired by the Leaf family at the price of 23 million mid-grade spirit stones. Speaking of the Leaf family, would you like to hear a story? Bai Lu suddenly inquired. Qin Shuang casually picked up a piece of fruit, settled onto the sofa, and asked, "What story?" "About Ma Tao," Bai Lu replied, sitting beside her and leisurely continuing, "I had a brief conversation with him while you were refining pills." "Do tell," Qin Shuang encouraged. Taking a hearty bite of her fruit, Bai Lu also grabbed a piece of fruit and began to narrate the tale of Ma Tao and Li Lingyan. After listening, Qin Shuang remained silent for quite a while before finally remarking with a hint of melancholy, "This circle is truly chaotic. But this has nothing to do with me. I'm not part of that world." Bai Lu earnestly corrected her. Suddenly, Qin Shuang tapped a guk's head and admonished, "Don't emulate them, understand?" A guk touched its own skull, puzzled. Why was this relevant to it? It wasn't part of that circle either. Moreover, it had its own charms. However, since Qin Shuang was now its master, it decided to comply with her wishes. A guk thought to itself, nodding vigorously, "Hee." Qin Shuang did not comprehend, but she could discern its unwavering determination from its tone. Very good." Qin Shuang was quite pleased with its response. Bai Lu looked at them with a bemused expression and then reminded, "Huang Fu Huan has arrived." Recently, his sincere smiles had increased, no longer the overtly stiff facade of a forced grin. It was uncertain whether his acting had improved or if his sincerity had deepened. Tap tap, the sound of knocking echoed from outside, evidently indicating Huang Fu Huan's arrival. "Come in." Qin Shuang finished the fruit in her hand and resumed her aloof demeanor. As soon as Huang Fu Huan entered, he presented a spirit crystal card with both hands. "Miss Qin, this is the proceeds from the auction, totaling 23 million. Please verify." "No need." Qin Shuang waved her hand, placing the spirit crystal card into her storage ring, and then instructed, "If your sister requires the auction house, feel free to lend it to her for however many days she needs." They were preparing to leave the imperial city soon. "Understood." Huang Fu Huan nodded gently and then reported, "The Zhao family's compensation has arrived. Please take a look." He handed the ledger to Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang gestured dismissively, "No need. You will continue to manage Tianbao Auction House entirely. You may take charge. Very well. Huang Fuhuan accepted this without further protest. Qin Shuang rose and addressed Bai Lu. Let us depart. Certainly. Bai Lu smiled slightly, and then they vanished without a trace. Huang Fuhuan was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. He surveyed the private room and deliberately lingered for a while before leaving. In the mere 2 days since Bai Lu and Qin Shuang's arrival, numerous significant events had transpired, rendering the already vibrant imperial city even more animated. Now, the streets and alleys of the imperial city buzz with discussions about the recent major news from Tianbao Auction House. Indeed, Bai Lu and Qin Shuang were not concerned about this, as they arrived at a new location, the Dragon Soul Mountain Range. This must be it, Qin Shuang murmured softly. Glancing at the military camp ahead, I can faintly hear the roars of beasts. Certainly. Their decision to forego returning to the Frost Moon Kingdom was motivated by the desire to explore the Beast Tomb. Shall we enter? Bai Lu inquired, exhibiting little enthusiasm for the Beast Tomb. After observing for a moment, Qin Shuang gently nodded. Let us proceed. She refrained from having Bai Lu lead her directly inside, as she sought to verify the veracity of the rumors surrounding the Beast Tomb. Now she could ascertain that they were indeed true. The sounds of beasts could be heard from outside, and not merely one type, but numerous varieties. Without further ado, Bai Lu escorted her into the Beast Tomb, while the station's soldiers remained utterly oblivious. The Beast Tomb resembled a battlefield, having formed a secret realm after being severed from space. The reasons for its existence here remaining a mystery. The stench of blood was overwhelmingly potent. Upon entering, Qin Shuang furrowed her brow, clearly unsettled. Bai Lu surveyed the surroundings and remarked calmly, "This appears to be a battlefield, with fierce combat having taken place." The scene resembled a desolate ruin, with not a single area remaining intact. Qin Shuang crouched down to examine the claw marks on the ground and stated solemnly, "This claw must possess at least the strength of a spirit sovereign. Judging by the bones scattered about, many spirit beasts have perished here." Bai Lu surmised that there had once been at least 10 beings stronger than spirit gods. Qin Shuang raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued as she asked, "How can you tell?" Bai Lu did not keep her in suspense, but rather elucidated, "Although the souls here have dissipated, the lingering death energy still allows us to revisit the scenes of yesteryears. Alas, death energy is ultimately not a soul, and with the passage of time, it can only evoke fragmented images, devoid of any intrinsic value." Does death energy possess such a capability? Qin Shuang inquired, astonished. Bai Lu answered matter-of-factly, "How does death energy come into being? It is merely a byproduct of life after its end. Therefore, witnessing scenes from one's past existence is quite natural." Chapter 39. The Warrior. Upon reflection, Qin Shuang thought there was some validity to his words and subsequently asked, "Surely, all the valuable items here have been thoroughly scavenged?" According to Huang Fuhuan, a large force had already combed through this area several years ago, leaving behind nothing of significance for her present needs. Not at all. Bai Lu replied nonchalantly. The most precious aspect here is this very space. At this point, he turned to Qin Shuang, earnestly inquiring, "Do you desire a personal space?" Eh? Qin Shuang instantly comprehended his implication. Though she yearned for it, it seemed an excessively large favor to ask. While she already owed Bai Lu numerous debts of gratitude, she could not bring herself to be so shameless. After much contemplation, she shook her head, asserting, "I do not wish for it. I shall gift it to you." Bai Lu unilaterally decided. Qin Shuang's lips twitched as she reiterated, "I said I do not wish for it." "I heard you," Bai Lu casually replied. "But I intend to bestow this gift upon you in a domineering CEO fashion, and you cannot refuse." The book indicates that when a woman desires something, she must adopt a more assertive demeanor, embodying the essence of a domineering CEO. Just moments ago, Qin Shuang clearly hesitated, although she verbally declined. Her heart undoubtedly yearned for it. Such an excellent opportunity for practice was not something she could easily dismiss. A profound sense of helplessness washed over Qin Shuang as she sighed. "Do as you wish." This was indeed a personal space. The favor she owed might linger for a lifetime. Bai Lu, feeling the heaviness beneath his feet, turned to Qin Shuang and said, "I may require 3 days. You and Agu can explore a bit. Here, the combatants formed from concentrated killing intent can serve as your training partners." Combatants? This concept took Qin Shuang into an area of knowledge she was unfamiliar with. "What are combatants?" she inquired. Bai Lu patiently elaborated. Combatants are unconscious and lifeless entities forged on the battlefield. Typically, the battlefield is the most saturated with killing intent, which is the most conducive force for the formation of combatants. Thus, over time, a grand battlefield accumulates numerous combatants. A significant portion of them has already been cleared here. The remaining ones are intended for the training of those who come after. Given your current strength, these combatants should pose little threat to you. Qin Shuang nodded in understanding. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, so, aside from killing intent, are there other forces that can give rise to combatants? Indeed, he replied. As Bai Lu spoke, he silently enveloped the entire space in a chilling aura, without interrupting his explanation to Qin Shuang. The formation of a warrior from killing intent requires time to accumulate, whereas there exists a force that does not, the momentum. This so-called momentum refers to the formidable presence, and when an army is united in purpose, the potential energy it generates reaches the critical point necessary to coalesce into a warrior. Such a warrior can be deployed immediately, unlike one formed from killing intent. It does not engage in indiscriminate attacks, but rather constitutes a true asset to one's own forces. Qin Shuang, under Bai Lu's guidance, learned much about concepts she had never encountered before. Bai Lu looked at her with a satisfied smile, inviting her to ask any questions she might have. All right. Qin Shuang replied, shedding her previous hesitations, knowing she had already established a connection with the spatial realm. A little more boldness would not be amiss. Bai Lu sensed her transformation and felt a quiet joy, reflecting that the text indeed spoke the truth. She had taken another small step forward. Unaware of his thoughts, Qin Shuang bid him farewell and departed with a gu. Once she was gone, Bai Lu's expression turned serious. He intended to compress the beast tomb into a storage ring, a meticulous task that required utmost precision. Any misstep could render the ring useless. Nevertheless, this posed no challenge for Bai Lu, as compressing space merely demanded a bit of time. Meanwhile, Qin Shuang approached a massive crimson wolf, murmuring to herself, "Is this a warrior?" The wolf was an entity of energy, its thick scent of blood unmistakably permeating the air around it. With a swift motion, the colossal wolf opened its maw, unleashing a beam of energy directed at Qin Shuang. In a deft maneuver, Qin Shuang grasped a gu and evaded the attack, subsequently hurling a gu into the fray. "Bring it down." "A gu beast!" a gu exclaimed, brimming with excitement as it adjusted its trajectory mid-air, aiming the rocket launcher at the great wolf and firing with a resounding bang. However, to its chagrin, the rocket sailed directly through the body of the wolf without any effect. A gu, gliding through the air, appeared momentarily stunned, only to be startled as the wolf's massive paw swiped at it, prompting a frantic outcry. At that moment, a blue whip ensnared a gu's neck, causing it to be pulled uncontrollably back towards Qin Shuang. Naturally, the wolf's claw missed its target. "My apologies, I forgot it is merely a lifeless entity," Qin Shuang remarked as she gently patted a gu's head. A gu waved its tiny hand in dismissal, responding with a cheerful, "It's quite all right," being but a small warrior. It was not capable of inflicting harm. In the next instant, a gu conjured the rocket launcher once more. However, it was rendered ineffective, as its attacks were aimed at the soul, and warriors possessed no souls, rendering a gu's efforts futile. "Allow me to take the lead. You retreat to a safe distance," Qin Shuang instructed, brandishing the icy flame whip before soaring towards the colossal wolf. Once more, the wolf gaped wide and expelled a crimson beam. With a sudden flick of her whip, Qin Shuang met the beam head-on. As the icy flame whip made contact, the frost and fire erupted violently, coiling around the beam like a serpent, effectively encasing it in ice. With a thunderous roar, the colossal wolf lunged forward with fierce agility, appearing above Qin Shuang in the blink of an eye. As she plummeted rapidly, her ice flame whip struck the ground with tremendous force. In the next moment, with a sharp crack, an ice spike erupted from the earth, its speed so astonishing that the giant wolf could not react in time. The spike pierced through the wolf's abdomen and emerged from its back, swiftly encasing its body in frost, while flames simultaneously engulfed it. Just as Qin Shuang contemplated easing her tension, a sudden frown creased her brow. She watched in disbelief as the giant wolf dissipated and then reformed into a solid entity. With a resounding howl, the wolf returned, unscathed and no less formidable. Qin Shuang surveyed the beast, pondering whether it was truly invincible. Chapter 40. The Dragon Egg? The giant wolf let out a piercing howl, and the skies darkened with swirling clouds, crimson mist shrouding the heavens. Qin Shuang refrained from attacking, curious to witness the unfolding events. A series of sounds akin to muscle expansion resonated as the giant wolf, empowered by the sanguine atmosphere, swelled in size, surpassing its original bulk by more than double. Suddenly, the wolf's form vanished. Qin Shuang's instincts kicked in, and she swiftly maneuvered to the left in midair. Just as she evaded, the wolf's claws slashed through the space she had occupied moments before, leaving 5 crimson claw marks in their wake. With a swift motion, the ground bore 5 long, deep gashes. Undeterred by its initial miss, the wolf flicked its tail with seamless precision, transitioning into its next assault. This time, Qin Shuang chose not to retreat. unleashing her ice flame whip to entwine with the wolf's tail. As soon as they made contact, the wolf's tail transformed into a menacing aura and vanished, only to reassemble with relentless momentum, striking towards Qin Shuang. With a swift motion, she thrust her left hand forward, clenching her fist tightly. In an instant, a wall of ice crystallized before her. The wolf's tail slammed against the icy barrier, failing to breach Qin Shuang's defenses. In the next moment, the colossal wolf opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a beam of crimson energy. Once again, it employed this formidable attack. Qin Shuang huffed disdainfully and waved her right hand. Before her materialized an ice sword, infused with a surge of white-green energy. Simultaneously, she soared into the sky. The blood beam swiftly consumed the ice wall, yet Qin Shuang evaded its grasp. The giant wolf immediately prepared its next assault, aiming at Qin Shuang's position and launching another blood beam. Time and again, this attack posed the greatest threat. However, in its singular focus on Qin Shuang, it failed to notice the ice sword stealthily approaching it. With a whoosh, the ice sword moved autonomously, as if endowed with a life of its own, and struck the colossal wolf. A soft thud echoed as the sword pierced through the wolf's skull, instantly encasing it in ice. Yet, the assault did not cease. The ice sword continued its relentless barrage, carving the giant wolf's body into a myriad of wounds. Qin Shuang gracefully descended, gazing at the wolf, now gradually dissipating, and murmured, "Is it truly incapable of dying?" The giant wolf endured tremendous damage, yet its ferocity remained unabated, resembling an immortal being. While she may not be able to slay the wolf, she had certainly confined its movements, allowing her the luxury of time to devise a method to bring it down. Just in case, she resolved to conjure another weapon. Qin Shuang muttered a phrase, then once again conjured an ice sword, employing the same technique to infuse it with life force. With the enhancement of this life force, the sword would act according to Qin Shuang's will, requiring no special control. Qin Shuang dubbed this method reanimation of the inanimate. Whoosh, the ice sword soared forth, intertwining with another flying sword, completely sealing the movements of the colossal wolf. At last, Qin Shuang could thoughtfully contemplate how to resolve the predicament posed by the giant wolf. In the mysterious cave, a half-meter-tall egg suddenly began to wobble. And as the shaking intensified, it toppled to the ground, rolling several times until it came to a halt against the cave wall. Yet it did not settle. It continued to tremble, emitting a persistent tapping sound from within, as though something within was desperately attempting to break free. Crack, the sound of the eggshell shattering echoed. Simultaneously, the meditative Bai Lu's eyes fluttered open. A dragon? With that thought, he instantaneously appeared within the mysterious cave. Crack, crack, crack. The fissures on the eggshell multiplied, the sounds of breaking resonating in succession. Bai Lu scrutinized the dragon egg, stroking his chin and murmuring, "Has the eggshell obstructed my probing? No wonder I failed to notice it at first. However, this dragon is no ordinary creature. Its age is indiscernible. It is not a newborn dragon, but rather exudes a profound ancient aura. Could this be a reincarnated dragon? But why would a dragon egg appear here? It is entirely at odds with the overall atmosphere of this battlefield. It must be foreign." As he engaged in analysis and judgment, a sudden crack resonated as a fragment of the eggshell fell away, revealing a dragon claw emerging from within. Bai Lu's attention was drawn to the plump little paw, causing him to furrow his brow and inwardly remark, "So weak." He soon realized that this dragon hatchling lacked even the strength of a spirit general, which was surprising since dragons are typically expected to far surpass spirit gods from the moment of their birth. The bloodline of this dragon appeared to be exceptionally pure. It should not be so feeble. With a series of cracking sounds, a 3-foot-long dragon wriggled free from the remnants of its shell. The instant it emerged, it promptly devoured its own eggshell. As the shell filled its belly, the seemingly frail dragon's physique became noticeably more robust, though it still remained quite weak. This was abnormal, very abnormal. Indeed, the mere presence of a living dragon in this context was an extraordinary occurrence. Bai Lu gathered his thoughts, crouched down, and extended his hand towards the little dragon, inquiring, "Can you speak?" Dragons possess remarkable learning abilities, capable of instantly comprehending languages they have never encountered before. In fact, those who are free to roam the cosmos typically share this capability. They do not require explicit language instruction, as they can grasp it upon contact. "Yes," the little dragon replied in a high-pitched voice, then fearlessly clambered onto Bai Lu's hand. Bai Lu gently patted its head and asked, "Do you have any memories?" This dragon was likely a reincarnated one, and he wondered how much of its past remained intact. The little dragon stared back at him with wide, confused eyes, then shook its head, its mind a complete blank. Its cognitive abilities were intact. It was simply devoid of thoughts. Bai Lu nodded in understanding, realizing that they could only await the restoration of memory in due time. The dragon's soul was remarkably resilient, with a substantial likelihood of regaining its memories. The extent of this recovery, however, would ultimately depend on the entity itself. I am hungry, the little dragon suddenly declared, adopting a pitiful expression and patting its belly suggestively. What do you wish to eat? Bailu inquired nonchalantly. Without hesitation, the little dragon replied, meat. Without further ado, Bailu retrieved a sizable chunk of meat from his spatial storage and tossed it to the creature. In an instant, the dragon devoured the meat, its belly swelling to accommodate the morsel. Yet, with a sudden belch, its stomach reverted to its original state. Bailu was unfazed. The digestive prowess of dragons was universally acknowledged as formidable, and such a small portion was scarcely sufficient to satisfy its appetite. I need more. As expected, that morsel was merely a trifling snack for the young dragon. Bailu, not one to be stingy, produced a veritable mountain of meat and gestured to the little dragon, signaling it to indulge. Thank you. The little dragon's eyes sparkled at the sight of the meat mountain, and it expressed its gratitude politely before lunging fiercely towards the feast. Chapter 41. Rebirth of the Dragon. Burp. The little dragon let out a contented belch, and soon after, a wave of drowsiness washed over it, leading to a swift descent into slumber. Bailu, amused by the creature's endearing demeanor, chuckled softly, noting how well it embraced the joys of life, oblivious to his teasing. The little dragon fell into a deep sleep, and shortly thereafter, the gentle sounds of its snoring filled the air. With a playful sigh, Bailu shook his head, contemplating whether Qin Shuang would appreciate his gesture. After all, anything that could be utilized would serve as a tool in his pursuit of romance. Much like a Gu and the young dragon of the present. Holding on to this thought, he vanished into the depths of the cave with Bailu. However, he did not immediately confront Qin Shuang. Instead, he maintained a respectful distance, recognizing that she was preoccupied with her own affairs and would prefer not to be disturbed. The essence of a warrior is rooted in the aura of lethality. To vanquish these entities, must one not merely dispel this aura? Yet, how does one effectively eliminate such a presence? Forcefully erasing it is beyond my current capabilities. Are there alternative methods? Qin Shuang pondered, resting her chin thoughtfully as she assessed the feasibility of her options. A goose stood faithfully by her side, shouldering a rocket launcher like a devoted guardian. Qin Shuang scrutinized the ice-carved giant wolf, murmuring to herself, the aura of lethality remains potent due to its overwhelming concentration. If I can disperse this aura, I should be able to eradicate it. Resolute in her thoughts, she raised her hand to the ice sculpture and meticulously fragmented it into countless ice beads. Indeed, her efforts bore fruit. A spark ignited in her eyes as she distinctly sensed the diminishing aura of lethality. The strength of this aura stemmed from its cohesive nature. The more concentrated it became, the more formidable it was. However, by dispersing it, she could render it easily extinguishable. Achieving this required her to divide the aura at a speed that exceeded its rate of accumulation, a condition that Qin Shuang was perfectly poised to fulfill. With a thunderous roar, the icy beads ignited before the ominous aura could gather once more. As the beads were consumed by flames, the menacing presence dissipated. Thus, the formidable wolf warriors were vanquished. Was it enjoyable? Just as Qin Shuang concluded her task, Bailu's voice unexpectedly resonated. Qin Shuang calmly glanced at him and inquired, "What brings you here? Have you abandoned your spatial device? It can be utilized here as well." Bailu chuckled lightly in response. Qin Shuang rolled her eyes slightly and, with a hint of melancholy, asked, "You could have accompanied me, yet you chose to let me confront the warriors alone, wishing for me to resolve this independently. Am I correct?" Upon reflection, she recognized that if Bailu were present, she might instinctively lean on him for support. She was acutely aware that reliance on him was not a sustainable path, and she consciously sought to break free from this dependency. However, Bailu had assisted her immensely, and she had grown somewhat accustomed to seeking his help. For instance, when faced with challenges, she often found herself instinctively turning to him for answers, thereby bypassing her own critical thinking, a troubling pattern indeed. Was Bailu endeavoring to liberate her from this tendency? In truth, Bailu harbored no such intentions. Rather, he secretly relished the thought of Qin Shuang relying on him more. His sole desire was for her to experience the intricacies of battling the warriors firsthand. Had he been present, he would have inevitably felt the urge to guide her. Bailu nodded, unaware of Qin Shuang's inner musings. Nevertheless, he genuinely wished for her to tackle the warriors on her own, albeit with slight divergence from her interpretation. Seeing his affirmation, Qin Shuang felt more assured in her thoughts and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." "Excuse me?" Bailu's expression flickered with confusion. "What are you thanking me for?" "Thank you for your thoughtful intentions." Qin Shuang replied with a hint of nonchalance, not wishing to appear overly sentimental. She swiftly redirected the conversation, inquiring, "Where did you acquire this legendary dragon?" She had long noticed the small dragon in Bailu's possession. In response, Bailu, momentarily disregarding his own intentions, explained, "There is a dragon egg in the cave below. It has just hatched." He chuckled. What incredible luck to have found a dragon. As Qin Shuang observed the small dragon, which lay motionless, she furrowed her brows and asked, "What is wrong with it?" "It's just well fed and taking a nap," Bailu replied with a smile, then added, "Do you like it? You could keep it as a spirit companion." Upon hearing this, Agu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Oh, what a delightful competition for affection." All right. Qin Shuang said, gently pressing down on Agu's head. "I'm fine with Agu, you can take care of it." Bailu paused momentarily, surprised by Agu's unexpected charm. "Very well, I shall take care of it," he decided, clearly intending to keep the small dragon close. This dragon exuded an ancient aura, and he was eager to learn more about it. With that, he formally shifted the topic, asking, "Do you know the origin of the Dragon Soul Mountains?" Qin Shuang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "You don't suspect that this dragon is connected to the Dragon Soul Mountains, do you?" "Indeed," Bailu nodded gently, affirming her suspicion. "The dragon egg is foreign, entirely out of place amidst the atmosphere of this battlefield, suggesting it did not originate here. I even suspect that the beast's tomb's appearance here was drawn by its presence." Following his train of thought, Qin Shuang reflected, "Now that you mention it, there is indeed a possibility." Speaking of the Dragon Soul Mountain range, the first impression it evokes is undoubtedly its resemblance to a colossal dragon. However, this is not the reason for its name. The mountain range is called Dragon Soul because of a legend that dates back to ancient times, wherein individuals claim to have heard the sounds of dragon roars, and this phenomenon was not isolated to a single witness. Yet, this remains merely a tale, lacking substantial evidence, and it is increasingly challenging to verify in contemporary times. Regardless, the name Dragon Soul Mountain has existed for tens of thousands of years. Dragon roars? Bailu gently caressed the dragon scales of the little dragon, pondering that this legend might indeed hold some truth. Qin Shuang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What do you mean?" Bailu smiled slightly and replied, "It is not a newly born dragon. It is a resurrected dragon." "What does that mean?" Qin Shuang's mind began to form speculations. Bailu placed the little dragon on the ground, emphasizing the literal interpretation. It is a dragon reborn. If the Dragon Soul Mountain truly harbors a dragon soul, then this little creature must be it. Qin Shuang gazed at the little dragon and curiously inquired, "Does it retain any memories from its previous existence?" Chuckling, Bailu responded, "If it did, would I need to delve deeper into the mysteries of the Dragon Soul Mountain?" "That is a valid point." Qin Shuang nodded, then continued, "Can it regain its memories?" "It is possible, but the extent of recovery remains uncertain," Bailu affirmed. He explained that dragon souls differ from human souls. They carry within them the ancestral memories of the dragon lineage, allowing them to endure beyond the loss of their physical form, impervious to the ravages of time. Of course, this assertion is somewhat exaggerated, as a soul existing independently will inevitably be affected by the passage of time. To uncover the truth, one must await the restoration of its memory. Qin Shuang shrugged helplessly. Bailu Yan, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "It matters not. I possess an abundance of time. As long as it pertains to matters of his interest, he is indifferent to the passage of time." Chapter 42. The arrival of a fearsome foe in the Dragon Star domain. It has been discovered. The ancient dragon suddenly opened its eyes, its voice trembling with excitement. "Elder, has the holy dragon been located?" A golden five-clawed dragon appeared beside the elder, inquiring with urgency. "It is right there," the elder said, raising his trembling dragon claw to point in a particular direction. "Are you certain?" The five-clawed dragon sought reassurance. "There can be no mistake. It is indeed the one. The key to saving the dragon clan from peril." Despite the elder's frail condition, his tone was resolutely firm. "That is reassuring." The voice of the five-clawed dragon abruptly turned cold. The elder sensed the shift, gazing at it in astonishment. "Chief, you, Long Tuo. The sovereign no longer needs to feign." Long Yinsi regarded the elder with haughty disdain, producing a massive octagonal pillar. "You have been deceiving us all along?" Long Tuo gazed at it in disbelief. "Why, you are our leader." Coughing violently, blood escaped his lips in a fit of rage. Long Yinsi continued to manipulate the pillar nonchalantly, responding to Long Tuo's inquiries without a hint of remorse. "There is no reason. It is merely a matter of choice." After a brief pause, it smiled and queried, "Did you truly believe that the Black Dragon would be unable to find this place?" Long Tuo gritted his teeth and remarked, "I once held that belief, but even you are merely a pawn in its game. It could effortlessly locate this place." Ha ha ha! Long Yinzi struck the towering pillar with his claw, channeling his power into it, and continued with a mocking tone. Do you know why I have only just decided to take action? Long Tuo paused momentarily as an uncontrollable thought surged into his mind. He abruptly raised his head. Glaring fiercely at Long Yinzi, you wish to kill the sacred dragon? Precisely. Ha ha ha! Long Yinzi laughed maniacally, pressing a claw down on Long Tuo's head, exclaiming excitedly. Only you can pinpoint the sacred dragoness whereabouts. It would be quite troublesome to let you go. Do you have any idea how many thousands of years I have played this charade for your sake? I have long desired to end your existence. At his words, Long Tuo felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue, left in a state of shock. Despair enveloped him in an instant. Was it he who had brought ruin upon the sacred dragon? Long Yinzi was quite pleased with his reaction. Excellent, that is the expression I sought. At that moment, the 8 faces of the towering pillar opened, revealing a formation. In the next instant, a radiant golden light erupted, and a multitude of black dragons soared forth. Among them, the most formidable black dragon approached Long Yinzi, greeting him with a resonant voice. Brother Yinzi, your toil is commendable. Long Yinzi cast a casual glance at him and replied coolly, let us attend to the matter at hand. Very well. The black dragon responded succinctly. Then with a sweep of his claw, issued the command, leave no one behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh at his command, the host of black dragons dispersed. Within this realm lies an entire clan, one of whose purposes for coming here is to eradicate us entirely, to eliminate future threats. You shall not meet a good end. Long Tuo can only seethe in impotent rage, resorting to self-destruction. Alas, the black dragon grants him no opportunity for such an act. With a mere gesture, the black dragon conjures dark chains that swiftly ensnare Long Tuo's form, thwarting his attempt at self-detonation. Do not be in haste to perish. You still hold some value. The black dragon intones, maneuvering the chains to draw Long Tuo into the formation surrounding the pillar. Without you, how can we locate the holy dragon? Long Yinzi cast a glance at the 12 black dragons lingering in the vicinity and inquired, is such a formidable force truly necessary? The black dragon retorted coldly. There is but one opportunity. We must seize it, for it will not present itself again. Were it not for my constraints, I would personally conclude this matter. Long Yinzi chuckled, teasing, it seems you are genuinely apprehensive of Long Tuo's prophecy. That is not a prophecy, the black dragon shot back with a serious glance, but a potentiality that we must extinguish in its infancy. Very well. Once the holy dragon falls, all shall be concluded. Long Yinzi waved dismissively. Then promptly expelled a dragon pearl. The moment the pearl descended into the formation, it erupted in resplendent light. Long Yinzi regarded the formation, softly proclaiming, enter. You have but a quarter of an hour. Should you not return within that time, the teleportation array will cease to function. And your return will depend solely on your own efforts. Let us hope all proceeds smoothly. Once Long Tuo is dead, pinpointing your location will likely become quite challenging. The black dragon solemnly cautioned. Understood. The 12 black dragons responded in unison, and without hesitation, they plunged into the teleportation array. Bailu suddenly raised his gaze towards the void. Qin Shuang immediately sensed his unusual demeanor and followed his line of sight. In the next moment, a black hole abruptly materialized, releasing a terrifying pressure that spread forth. What is that? Qin Shuang furrowed her brows, yet she was unaffected by the oppressive force. As Bailu shielded her from it, it seemed to be directed at him. Bailu, composed, gently stroked the slumbering little dragon. Roar, roar, a series of dragon roars resonated, followed by numerous black dragons emerging from the black hole. Amidst this grand spectacle, the little dragon finally awakened. Are you after it? Bailu smiled as he held the little dragon before him. However, the black dragons clearly had no intention of engaging in dialogue. All 12 opened their mouths simultaneously. Whoosh, 12 streams of dragon breath surged forth, their might seemingly poised to obliterate the world. How impolite, Bailu remarked, as a vortex of death energy materialized before him. In an instant, the 12 streams of dragon breath were entirely absorbed by the vortex. What? The black dragons stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before them. Just then, with a whoosh, the black hole formed by the teleportation array vanished without warning. Bailu narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating. They do not wish for me to approach. He had indeed been attempting to investigate the black hole, but upon merely grazing its surface, the individuals on the other side reacted immediately. How intriguing, Bailu murmured to himself. The presence that could prevent time from passing must possess formidable strength. He certainly could not dominate them effortlessly. The true measure of their power could only be determined through direct confrontation. He did not dwell on this for long. Shifting his gaze towards the 12 black dragons and smiling as he remarked, it seems you have been forsaken. Unperturbed, the lead black dragon displayed no emotion and surged forward. diving towards Bai Lu. The other black dragons followed suit with a fierce momentum, undeterred by the prospect of death. Having come this far, they feared nothing. In that moment, their singular resolve was clear: the holy dragon must perish. Chapter 43. The 10 Yama Kings. As Bai Lu observed the 12 black dragons charging towards him with relentless ferocity, he made no move to evade them. Suddenly, he, along with Qin Shuang and Gu, vanished without a trace, leaving only the little dragon behind, bewildered and alone. The little dragon, realizing the gravity of the situation, cried out in desperation, "Help!" At that moment, the black dragons were upon it, their claws slicing through the air like a tempest. There was no time for the little dragon to flee. It could only cower on the ground, awaiting its fate. Just as the tempest was about to strike, Bai Lu reappeared, casually waving his hand, and the chaos instantly subsided. After a brief pause, the little dragon, finding itself unharmed, turned in confusion to see Bai Lu's return and, with a quivering voice, questioned, "Why did you abandon me?" It was terrified. After all, it was merely a newborn dragon. "Let us deal with them first," Bai Lu replied, lifting the little dragon and effortlessly casting it aside. Qin Shuang hastily caught it. Simultaneously, Bai Lu's aura underwent a sudden transformation as a dense wave of dark energy surged forth from him. Such a profound essence of death. The 12 black dragons felt an ominous foreboding arise within their hearts. "The 10 Yama Kings," Bai Lu called softly. In the next moment, the dark energy swiftly morphed, coalescing into 10 distinct figures of Yama Kings. The materialization of deathly energy? The leading black dragon exclaimed in astonishment, "You have mastered the path of death?" Bai Lu offered no explanation, deeming it unnecessary. With a gentle wave of his hand, the 10 Yama Kings sprang into action. The black dragons, acutely attuned to danger, instinctively attempted to distance themselves. However, before they could disperse, the colossal hands of the Yama Kings had already seized them, as effortlessly as one might capture a mere insect. The 12 black dragons required no more than 1 or 2 Yama Kings each to be subdued. Roars of desperation erupted from the black dragons as they struggled valiantly to break free from the grasp of the Yama Kings. Yet, such efforts were in vain. How could insects escape the clutches of giants? A layer of deathly energy enveloped the hands of the 10 Yama Kings, steadily eroding the bodies of the black dragons. Suddenly, a sense of emptiness engulfed the group of black dragons, rendering their forms weak and feeble. They sensed their strength being siphoned away. Was this the end? Observing that the black dragons had been captured, Qin Shuang approached Bai Lu's side. "Yes, it is over," Bai Lu replied with a gentle nod. "I intend to confine them within the realm of malevolent spirits, thus I must drain their power to prevent them from wreaking havoc upon my domain." Qin Shuang gazed up at the imposing 10 Kings of Hell, marveling at their awe-inspiring presence. It's even more striking up close. Is this all a manifestation of the gathered essence of the deceased? Indeed, Bai Lu explained, these are the figures I have conjured based on folklore narratives. Quite majestic. Wouldn't you agree? He regarded his creation with evident satisfaction. Majestic, Qin Shuang nodded sincerely. At that moment, Xiaolong could no longer contain herself and interjected with a question. "Why did you just abandon me back there? Although we share no ties, such cruelty is unwarranted." Bai Lu smiled faintly and responded, "I merely wished to ascertain whether you possessed any latent abilities. Despite your memory loss, it is possible that they may be triggered in moments of peril." The dragons had traversed great distances to seek out Xiaolong, and to suggest that she harbored no secrets would be utterly implausible. Upon hearing this, Xiaolong rolled her eyes and muttered, "I wish I did." She was eager to avoid finding herself in such dire straits again. Bai Lu cast a sidelong glance at her and remarked nonchalantly, "We shall see in due time. For now, it appears that we cannot ascertain anything. If Qin Shuang's life force were at its peak, he would have intervened to rescue you earlier. After all, it is likely that only true death could unlock your hidden potential. Furthermore, even if you lack any concealed abilities, should you perish, Qin Shuang would be able to retrieve you promptly. Alas, he is not yet capable of that. Do you wish to interrogate them?" Qin Shuang inquired thoughtfully, observing the now subdued black dragons. "Yes." Bai Lu slightly nodded, asserting that it was not within his purview to judge. There existed a more suitable candidate within the realm of the malevolent spirits, one who possessed greater expertise than he. Qin Shuang was aware of whom he spoke. Having never encountered the warden of the ghost prison, yet she had heard Bai Lu recount tales of him. The objective of these beings would soon be unveiled. Observing Bai Lu's unwavering trust in the warden, Qin Shuang felt assured that there would be no complications. With a flourish of his sleeve, Bai Lu dispersed the 10 Kings of Hell and simultaneously directed the 12 black dragons into the sinful ghost prison, where their intentions would be scrutinized. Suddenly, the warden's mind echoed with Bai Lu's voice, prompting a slight upturn of his lips as he vowed to fulfill the task. Rest assured, Bai Yi. Nevertheless, Bai Lu's communication ceased with that solitary remark, leaving no further sound. The warden, after a brief pause, disdainfully pouted, as was his customary lack of emotional intelligence. After his moment of disdain, his gaze settled upon the 12 black dragons, and he jovially exclaimed, "What splendid treasures! Such potent supplements! Yet, the workload has been rather overwhelming of late. It seems we either have an abundance of tasks or none at all, toiling as ghosts or steeds." The warden opened the code of punishments, nonchalantly discarding the black dragons into its pages as if picking up refuse. He had yet to execute the previous souls. But this was an expedited matter that required his immediate attention. After all, Bai Lu awaited his results. "Let us engage in a bit of amusement," he declared, seizing one black dragon by the head and revealing a menacing grin. In the next instant, he yanked violently, and with a sickening pop, the black dragon's head was wrenched off, blood splattering in all directions. However, the black dragon did not perish, not due to its formidable vitality, but because this realm is governed by the code of sins, it shall not meet its end until a sentence is pronounced. Ha ha. The warden of the abyss erupted in maniacal laughter, as dark flames manifested in his right hand, which he thrust into the severed neck of the black dragon, incinerating its insides. Roar. Ag. Ag. The black dragon let out a harrowing cry, its headless form thrashing upon the ground. The warden showed no inclination to converse, solely intent on tormenting the black dragon with exceedingly cruel methods. Beast-tomb, this space was nearly lost. Bai Lu expressed his reflections, stating, "Fortunately, I managed to reinforce it in time. Otherwise, the space I intended to gift you would have been ruined." The destruction of the space mattered little to him, but what was paramount was that it was meant for Qin Shuang. Could those dragons truly obliterate this space? Qin Shuang inquired with curiosity. She was aware of the black dragon's strength, having witnessed it firsthand, yet she lacked a concrete grasp of its true might. As Bai Lu's battle with the black dragon had not been particularly fierce, preventing her from perceiving its genuine power. Chapter 44. Madam Bai? Bai Lu glanced at the little dragon and chuckled softly. Considering the strength of those black dragons, not only could they annihilate this place, but they could also effortlessly devastate the entire Lingyun continent. What level of cultivation do they possess? Qin Shuang asked, intrigued. Bai Lu smiled faintly. "You shall come to know in due time. The disparity in levels is vast, and the more I explain, the more bewildered you will become." "Very well." Qin Shuang did not press the matter further and shifted the topic, saying, "By the way, the young scions from those families will be arriving shortly. Once they have completed their trials, I shall retrieve the beast tomb. After all, we have already sold our quotas, so it is prudent to act with integrity." "Very well. The beast tomb is yours. You may decide as you wish," Bai Lu replied, adopting an air of deference. Observing his demeanor, Qin Shuang was at a loss for words. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from Agu's direction, as it appeared to be in a heated dispute with Xiao Long. Qin Shuang turned to them and shouted, "What are you doing?" Both Agu and Xiao Long, stricken with fear, immediately fell silent, ceasing their quarrel. Bai Lu, amused by their antics, explained to Qin Shuang, "It's merely a trivial matter. They are arguing over who will be the elder brother. They will grow accustomed to it in time." Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang placed her hands on her hips, exuding an authoritative presence, and declared, "You are all younger brothers. I am the elder sister." Her posture lacked any true intimidation, instead evoking a sense of childlike playfulness. Bai Lu could not help but chuckle, affirming, "Indeed, I must heed her words. What use is it for you to dispute over the title of elder brother?" With that, he playfully tapped Agu on the head. Agu rubbed its skull where it had been struck and nodded, exclaiming, "Hee hee." It clearly understood the situation and knew how to navigate it wisely. Xiaolong chimed in, "I got it. In the Shenlong star domain. Who is he?" The black dragon's expression darkened. After preparing for thousands of years for this moment, who would have anticipated that a wild card would disrupt everything? Long Yinsi replied calmly, "If you ask me, whom shall I inquire? Such a lifelessness I have only witnessed in the presence of the celestial spectre, yet he is certainly not one of them." The black dragon spoke coldly. "The celestial specters have vanished alongside the ghost realm for many years. Their whereabouts remain unknown. Could he be a disciple?" "I do not know," Long Yinsi responded tersely, pausing momentarily before continuing. "In any case, the sensation of death has perpetually enveloped me in his presence. Thus, he would not hesitate to deactivate the teleportation array." The black dragon pondered for a moment, a flicker of dark light flashing in his eyes. "Prepare the dragon's blood. I must break through." Long Yinsi raised an eyebrow, regarding him intently, and reaffirmed, "Are you truly willing to take this risk?" "Now is not the opportune moment." No need for further words, the black dragon resolutely declared. As long as the holy dragon remains unvanquished and with the aid of a mysterious expert by my side, I cannot afford to remain idle. There is no alternative. Once the holy dragon arrives, he will lack the time to break through. How could he know when the holy dragon would come? Bai Lu was unaware that his mere intervention had compelled the black dragon to take such a perilous leap. Observing the black dragon's firm resolve, Long Yinsi gently nodded. Very well. In that case, I shall lend you my assistance. With that, they departed from the location. Naturally, the corpse of Long Tua was taken as well. He had perished when the array closed, rendering it useless, along with the 12 black dragons. It could be said that both the black dragon and Long Yinsi had suffered a grievous loss. Sinister Ghost Prison, this is my first visit here. And it feels dreadfully eerie. Qin Shuang, adept in the cultivation of ice flames, nonetheless felt a bone-chilling wind sweep through her, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. Bai Lu cast a glance at her. Recognizing a prime opportunity, he swiftly reached out, fearful, and grasped her hand. The book had stated that in such moments, one must step forward. Initially taken aback, Qin Shuang shot him a disdainful look, retorting, "You're acting like a pervert, always trying to take advantage of me." "Am I?" Bai Lu feigned confusion, promptly retrieving his notebook to jot down, "Eager behavior mistaken for perversion." Note. He emphasized his point with bold lettering. Observing his antics, Qin Shuang felt a wave of irritation and remarked sarcastically, "You are truly a diligent student." Bai Lu smiled faintly, reclaiming his book, and replied nonchalantly, "If love were a subject worthy of study, I would indeed consider teaching it." "What does that mean?" Qin Shuang found herself puzzled by his reference. Bai Lu elaborated. "It signifies a professional manner of speaking." "Oh, then I can only say you are quite unprofessional," she retorted with a smirk. "I know." Bai Lu acknowledged with a gentle nod, "Thus I remain in the pursuit of knowledge." He was making strides toward expertise. Whether he would succeed in his aspirations hinged on the outcome of his relationship with Qin Shuang. At that moment, the Ghost Prison Codex materialized out of thin air, opening itself. In the next instant, the warden of the Ghost Prison emerged. Bai Yi, the warden greeted, immediately acknowledging Bai Lu before shifting his gaze to Qin Shuang. "This must be Bai Ye's wife, correct?" "Greetings, Lady Bai." Bai Lu had never brought a human into this place, making it evident that this was a figure of great significance. Qin Shuang's lips twitched as she coldly asserted, "I am not his wife." "Not for now." Bai Lu interjected at an opportune moment. Upon hearing this, the ghost warden immediately grasped the implication, exclaiming, "Oh, I understand. You understand nothing." Qin Shuang silently cursed in her heart, unable to express her frustration in such a setting. Noticing her slightly displeased expression, Bai Lu hastily shifted the topic. "Have you extracted any information?" The ghost warden nodded gently and delved into the matter. "They originate from a place called the Divine Dragonstar Domain, where a conflict has arisen, and the Black Dragon clan has taken dominion over it. It is said that the clan leader betrayed his own kin, resulting in the annihilation of his race. However, the details remain unclear. They only know that the leader must have had dealings with the chief of the Black Dragons. Why then, did they have their sights set on the little dragon?" Bai Lu inquired, glancing at the small creature. The ghost warden produced a cigar, igniting it with a flick of his fingers that conjured black flames, and replied nonchalantly, "It is said that their elder possesses a prophecy, claiming that the holy dragon is the key to their clan. The Black Dragons wish to eliminate the holy dragon to eradicate future threats." He then looked at the little dragon, chuckling, "This little fellow must be their holy dragon, but it seems rather feeble, doesn't it?" Qin Shuang could not help but interject. With the clan leader having betrayed them and their race annihilated, can the holy dragon truly be the key to their survival? That remains beyond my knowledge, after all. "It is not my prophecy," the ghost warden replied, leisurely exhaling a plume of smoke. Bai Lu gently interjected, "One day you will come to know the truth. Now, do continue with your tasks." As long as Xiao Long remained in their company, the entire truth would eventually unveil itself. He graciously bid farewell to Master Bai and Madam Bai. Upon realizing Bai Lu was about to depart, the warden of the ghost prison discarded his cigar, shedding his previously frivolous demeanor for one of solemn respect as he bowed. Hearing the title Madam Bai once more, Qin Shuang felt a surge of indignation rising within her. However, in the next moment, she found herself being led away from the evil ghost path by Bai Lu. Chapter 45, A Breakthrough Approaches. Do not mind him. He possesses a rather wicked disposition, Bai Lu remarked, immediately seeking to soothe Qin Shuang's troubled spirit upon their exit. She shot him a glare and let out a disgruntled huff. "If I weren't somewhat familiar with you, I would suspect this was all part of your scheme." Bai Lu's eyes twinkled at her words, and he chuckled, "Indeed, I would never engage in such a base act." Before I offend you, I would always seek your consent. What are you laughing at? Could it truly have been your orchestration? Qin Shuang probed, her gaze laced with suspicion. Absolutely not, Bai Lu insisted, emphasizing his sincerity with a cheerful explanation. I merely smiled because your acknowledgement of understanding me brings me joy. It signifies a deeper bond between us. Noticing that he had redirected the conversation towards their relationship, Qin Shuang hastily changed the subject. How much longer until the portable space is ready? 2 days. Bai Lu replied without hesitation. Really? Qin Shuang paused momentarily, recalling the earlier disruption caused by the black dragon. Did it not interfere with your progress? She had feared that they would need to start over due to the sudden assault. With a confident smile, Bai Lu remarked that capturing a few insects would not impede his actions. Qin Shuang gazed at him with a profound look, questioning whether he felt any stirrings within. Unfazed by the notion of pretense, Bai Lu was solely concerned with whether Qin Shuang perceived his faade. Qin Shuang decisively shook her head, declaring, not in the slightest. Her heart was filled with a sense of exasperation. Well then, Bai Lu responded, slightly disheartened. At that moment, Qin Shuang, sensing something, turned her gaze and said, I shall not converse with you any longer. I am going to confront it. With that, she soared into the air, charging towards the recently emerged blood tiger. Bai Lu said nothing further, choosing to observe the battle from a distance alongside Agu and Xiaolong. This blood tiger was stronger than the previous giant wolf, however. Qin Shuang had already mastered the method to counter the warriors. Although the blood tiger was formidable, it proved to be easier to handle than the giant wolf. In an instant, Qin Shuang summoned 3 ice swords, infusing them with life force, enabling them to act autonomously and coordinate with her efforts. The giant tiger wasted no time, unleashing a sea of murderous intent that eroded willpower and corroded the flesh, capable of inflicting damage on both the mind and body. Qin Shuang traversed above the sea of blood, the murderous intent surging toward her like a ravenous beast, simultaneously generating waves within the sea. It was quite formidable. The conscious assault of murderous intent was something Qin Shuang struggled to counter effectively. Even if she shielded her senses and spirit, she would still be affected. Qin Shuang felt a surge of spiritual energy within her, accompanied by a rising tide of anger and a hint of irritation. Although she could not entirely control these tumultuous emotions, she managed to maintain her composure, knowing that swift resolution was imperative. With a decisive thrust of her foot into the void, she plunged downward, confronting the oncoming waves. 3 ice swords unfurled simultaneously, and a layer of icy flames enveloped her form. In the next instant, with a splashing sound, she plunged into the crimson tide. The blood within the waves immediately began to corrode her body. However, the icy flames prevented the blood from making contact, evaporating it upon approach. Merely moments later, Qin Shuang pierced through the blood waves, drawing near to the blood tiger, and unleashed her icy flame whip with ferocity. The blood tiger roared in fury, its claws lunging towards her in an instant. At that very moment, a flash of sword light streaked by, and the ice sword pierced through its claw. The blood tiger's claw rapidly froze. Qin Shuang's icy flame whip seamlessly connected, seizing the blood tiger's claw and forcibly tearing it away. As the claw fell, the murderous intent dissipated back into the blood tiger. Although Qin Shuang had no time to erase the murderous aura, it mattered little. For her 2 remaining ice swords had already pierced through the blood tiger's skull and abdomen, encasing those regions in ice. The blood tiger was unable to unleash its blood spray, resorting instead to strike at Qin Shuang with its other claw. By this time, Qin Shuang had bound the frozen head of the blood tiger with her icy flame whip. With a firm step into the void, she yanked forcefully, propelling herself forward at great speed. Consequently, the blood tiger's claw swung wide, missing its mark. Qin Shuang pressed her hand firmly against the blood tiger's head, instantly disassembling its icy cranium into countless ice beads, which were then consumed by the flames of ice, incinerating the murderous intent within. The disbanded murderous energy dissipated effortlessly, and as the blood tiger's malevolence diminished, its strength was inevitably affected. Once its head had been dismantled, the battlefield fell entirely under Qin Shuang's dominion. Although the lingering murderous energy endeavored to coalesce, it was in vain, for Qin Shuang would not allow it. 3 ice swords danced in an intricate ballet, freezing all the areas where the blood tiger intended to strike. Meanwhile, Qin Shuang casually selected one target to disassemble and incinerate. Thus, within mere moments, she completely vanquished the blood tiger. I feel a breakthrough approaching. Qin Shuang sensed the loosening of her bottleneck as Bai Lu appeared beside her. Bai Lu noticed her state and nodded slightly, saying, with sufficient cultivation and reflection, you shall transcend. I shall enter seclusion now. Please guard me, Qin Shuang declared, settling onto the ground and immediately entering a meditative state. She did not require a special location for her retreat. Anywhere Bai Lu was present constituted the safest sanctuary. Bai Lu observed her, shaking his head with a bemused smile. You were quite eager. No sooner had he spoken than they found themselves in an underground cavern. What a familiar sensation, Xiaolong murmured as he surveyed the surroundings. This is where you were born, Bai Lu's voice echoed within the cavern, accompanied by a hint of reverberation. Upon hearing this, Xiaolong's memory sparked to life. No wonder it feels so familiar. He turned to Bai Lu, inquiring, What brings us back here? To enter seclusion, Bai Lu replied. Bai Lu replied softly with 2 words, then seated himself beside Qin Shuang, closing his eyes in silence. It would likely take some time for Qin Shuang to enter his seclusion, and soon visitors would arrive at the beast tomb, prompting him to seek a secluded spot. Observing this, Xiaolong also fell silent, lying on the ground, his vertical pupil shimmering with a contemplative light, lost in thought. In truth, he harbored doubts about his identity as a sacred dragon. After all, he felt exceedingly ordinary, almost too mundane to be a dragon at all. Meanwhile, Agu, unburdened by such heavy thoughts, was diligently patrolling the surroundings with a rocket launcher in hand. Chapter 46, Telepathic Treasure Hunt Outside the Beast Tomb. As the time arrived, the armored general clad in dark iron surveyed the crowd and reminded them, it is time to enter. Once inside, your lives are your own responsibility. Should you wish to avoid death, promptly shatter your token, it will transport you out. With that, he instructed the soldiers to clear the way. The quota for the beast tomb consisted of 172 tokens, suggesting that 172 individuals should have arrived. However, only 170 were present, with 2 tokens mysteriously absent. Yet, for the general overseeing this place, it mattered little, whether many or few. His duty was solely to guard the entrance of the beast tomb, and the rest was of no concern to him. The 170 individuals surged into the depths of the tomb. They had previously agreed that, upon entry, each team would select a direction and disperse, avoiding interference with one another, and should they discover treasures, it would be a matter of individual merit. Young master, why do you appear so disinterested? Li Qiubin inquired, looking at Ma Tao with concern. Ma Tao rolled his eyes in exasperation. Despite my insistence on not attending, they insisted on my presence. After consuming the elixir provided by Qin Shuang, his injuries had nearly healed. Initially, he was in seclusion, yet unexpectedly, the elder of the Leaf family dragged him out, claiming that the Leaf family had reserved a spot for him. Ma Tao felt a stir of emotions within. The Leaf family had expended 23 million mid-grade spirit stones to acquire a coveted spot in the Beast Tomb auction, and it was being granted to an outsider like him. It was noteworthy that the Leaf family had only divided 2 such spots amongst themselves. Even after purchasing one, they had insufficient slots for their own kin. Yet they still extended one to him. Ma Tao recognized that the Leaf family harbored a sense of indebtedness towards him, but it seemed to transcend mere obligation. They genuinely regarded him as one of their own. Thus, he found it difficult to decline the offer and had no choice but to comply. Li Qiubin chuckled softly, explaining, the old man is such a character. At times, his excessive concern can be a bit unsettling, but one eventually grows accustomed to it. I understand, Ma Tao sighed, lamenting, alas, our affairs have brought disgrace upon the Li family. Li Qiubin patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly, this is not your fault. It is Li Lingyan's mistake. Had she not been the eldest daughter of the Li family, the old man would have dealt with her much more harshly. Upon hearing this, Ma Tao fell into a contemplative silence, inwardly confessing, I have deceived you all. He felt a peculiar discomfort around the Li family, unable to be completely honest with them. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, he shifted the conversation, inquiring, what of my nephew? Is he not joining us? Higi, Li Qiubin chuckled softly, assuring us that we need not worry. His task was to ensure your safety, and he was merely here for amusement. Ma Tao nodded gently, acknowledging that as the direct disciple of the Thunder Gate, such a place likely held little allure for him. Yet, he pondered why Li Qiubin would exhibit any interest here, as it seemed akin to squandering an opportunity. Li Qiubin shrugged, admitting ignorance but mentioning that he had stated he had matters to attend to, which is why the elder bestowed this spot upon him. Ma Tao, deep in thought, found himself unable to decipher his young nephew's intentions, especially since their acquaintance was rather scant. Li Ling, his young nephew, had garnered the attention of the Thunder Gate at a tender age and was subsequently inducted. Recently, he returned to the Leaf family due to the impending opening of the Beast Tomb, which contributed significantly to the Leaf family's status in the Imperial City. Let us proceed. Since we are here, we cannot waste this opportunity. Ma Tao, opting not to dwell further, resolved to complete the task at hand, unwilling to squander the elder's earnest efforts. In the subterranean cavern, Ma Tao's unexpected arrival proved to be quite fortuitous. Bai Lu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he conveyed telepathically, Head south for 10 miles. Ma Tao, soaring through the skies, suddenly halted. Observing this, Li Qiubin promptly executed a sharp stop, glancing at Ma Tao with concern. What is it? He inquired. Nothing, Ma Tao replied sheepishly, before continuing, follow me. With that, he adhered to Bai Lu's guidance and flew southward. Li Qiubin, though perplexed, recognized his duty was to safeguard Ma Tao, and without further hesitation, promptly followed suit. Before long, they arrived at the designated location of the White Tower. Do you see the bones on the ground? Dig down 1,000 feet. The voice from the White Tower echoed once more. 1,000 feet? Digging that deep? Ma Tao mused inwardly, yet he cast a sweeping glance and descended without hesitation, drawing forth a large blade to commence excavating. Li Qiubin could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Young master, what are you doing? You'll know once you dig, Ma Tao replied, tossing the large blade to him. After a moment's hesitation, Li Qiubin joined in. The two labored diligently for a considerable time until they finally reached the depth of 1,000 feet, only to be greeted by the sight of a round, glistening orb. Is this a beast core? Li Qiubin murmured in disbelief. Ma Tao remained silent, intently listening to the voice from the White Tower. Despite having lost much of his power, this demon core was equivalent to that of a spirit god. Consider it a gift. The owner of this demon core was far mightier than a spirit god in his lifetime. Thank you, esteemed elder, Ma Tao exclaimed with palpable excitement. Li Qiubin, taken aback for a moment, suddenly recalled something and, regardless of the circumstances, bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder. The White Tower ceased its transmissions. Ma Tao maintained his bow for an extended duration before finally relaxing. Observing this, Li Qiubin straightened up, perplexed, and inquired, Young master, could you please elucidate this matter? He wore an utterly bewildered expression. Ma Tao pondered for a moment and asked, Do you recall the events at the Tianbao auction house? Of course. How could I forget such a significant occurrence? As Li Qiubin spoke, his pupils dilated suddenly as he contemplated a certain possibility. Ma Tao could discern from his expression that he had guessed correctly, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, he is that esteemed senior. Li Qiubin scratched his head, utterly perplexed, unable to fathom how he could. In truth, I was present at that time. When Senior Huangfu was attacked, I stood nearby. Yet my presence was so insignificant that few noticed me. Ma Tao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, absent-mindedly patted his ample belly. To be fair, it wasn't that he lacked presence, but rather that Bai Lu's presence was overwhelmingly strong. Li Qiubin remained bewildered. Even if you were present, it does not clarify much. After pondering for a moment, Ma Tao waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, I shall explain. He had never shared with anyone the incident of Bai Lu and Qin Shuang gifting him medicine. Firstly, he considered whether the senior would permit it, and secondly, he did not wish to wield this matter as a boastful trophy. However, now that they had come this far, elucidating the matter would be more beneficial. If it were inappropriate to disclose, the senior would surely intervene. With this thought, he recounted to Li Qiubin how he had assisted Bai Lu and Qin Shuang at the Tianbao auction house, as well as the matter of Qin Shuang gifting medicine. Upon hearing this, Li Qiubin's mouth fell slightly agape, momentarily at a loss for words. Such fortune was truly extraordinary. Observing his reaction, Ma Tao waved his hand before him, calling out, Hey, it's time to go. Oh, right, Li Qiubin finally snapped back to reality. Yet, he remained ensnared in his astonishment, his actions and responses noticeably delayed. Chapter 47. Two reincarnated beings originally, there were few good things left, and you still chose to give them away? Qin Shuang's voice pierced through the silence unexpectedly. She has already reached the first level of spiritual emperor cultivation, achieving her breakthrough with scarcely a ripple, as if it were all a natural progression. Bai Lu turned to her, smilingly inquired, Shall I fetch it back for you? Although that would require quite an effort. Qin Shuang cast him an exasperated glance, caressing the ring on her finger as she spoke. She was merely jesting. Even if Bai Lu were to transfer this beast tomb to someone else, she would not voice her discontent. After all, it was Bai Lu who had fashioned this portable space. A smile lingered on Bai Lu's face as he eagerly asked, Are you satisfied? Qin Shuang refrained from bantering further and nodded earnestly. It gives me a sense of wielding power over the world, feeling omnipotent. She had already recognized the beast tomb as her own with a drop of blood. Bai Lu elaborated, This is your realm. Everything within the beast tomb will be laid bare before you. However, you have yet to tap into the spatial powers, so despite it being your world, you cannot yet teleport. But do not rush. As your connection to the beast tomb deepens, you will naturally gain that ability. I'm in no hurry. Qin Shuang felt quite content. The abilities she currently possessed were already sufficient. She carefully sensed her surroundings, taking in the situation of everyone within the beast tomb. hardly able to fathom that the actions of 170 individuals were under her watchful gaze. Bai Lu suddenly furrowed his brow, asking in a low voice. How many did you say? Qin Shuash paused momentarily before replying, 170. Upon hearing this, a subtle smirk graced Bai Lu's lips. I can only sense 168. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Qin Shuang's eyes. There were indeed reincarnated beings, perhaps even two. With such a multitude of reincarnated souls, it was evident that something within this world was magnetically alluring to them. The light in Bai Lu's eyes grew increasingly intense. The more enigmatic this matter became, the more it piqued his interest. He felt compelled to investigate further. Qin Shuang's curiosity about the situation only deepened. In the desolate expanse. Do you really think you can vanquish me with just the few of you? Lu Rui, you underestimate me gravely. Xiaoxiaka, brandishing his spear, stood confidently. Disdain radiating from him. Lu Rui's arms were adorned with intricate purple patterns, and he regarded Xiaoxiaka with a cold smirk. Xiaoxiaka, you may have the audacity to step into my domain, but to overshadow me? I shall ensure your demise. Xiaoxiaka met his gaze with a composed smile. According to the rules of City, the victor claims the spot. If you lack the capability, refrain from ascending the platform. I presume you invested a considerable amount to enter, did you not? I have heard that a spot was sold for over 20 million. What a pity. What a pity, indeed. Lu Rui bellowed in fury, and with a flash, the purple patterns illuminated, causing him to vanish from sight. The other 6 swiftly followed suit. Xiaoxiaka's expression darkened as he gripped his spear tightly, the intent surging forth in an instant. In the next moment, his spear was unleashed like a dragon, slicing through the air toward Lu Rui's last known position. However, Lu Rui was no fool, as the purple patterns glowed once more. He reappeared behind Xiaoxiaka in the blink of an eye. Xiaoxiaka swiftly executed a counter, yet Lu Rui merely feigned an attack, drawing him out before retreating. The true threat emerged from a diminutive figure, who propelled a piece of Xian ironstone through the air, igniting a fierce conflagration as it cut through the atmosphere. Simultaneously, 2 individuals emerged on either side of Xiaoxiaka, encircling him in a pincer movement. It was too late for Xiaoxiaka to withdraw his attack. The moment for retreat had passed. His pupils abruptly turned crimson. With a swift motion, blood erupted from his body like a razor. The 2 assailants, unable to evade in time, were pierced through by the sanguine blades. In the next instant, their bodies convulsed, and their lifeblood was swiftly drained away. The Xiantai stone also altered its trajectory due to the blood blades. However, the shorter individual reacted quickly, sidestepping and immediately unleashing a trio of Xiantai stones at close range. Xiaoxiaka was unable to manipulate the blood blades swiftly enough. The sound of piercing echoed as 3 Xiantai stones punctured through him. Following this, Lu Rui surged forward with the remaining 3 allies. Blood continuously poured from Xiaoxiaka's mouth as he gritted his teeth, straining to twist his waist and thrust his spear towards Lu Rui. Lu Rui, adept in speed and always prioritizing self-preservation, appeared aggressive in his attack, yet it was anything but reckless. He detected Xiaoxiaka's movements and promptly retreated at full speed. With Xiaoxiaka's strike thwarted, the shorter individual and the other 3 seized the opportunity to launch a joint assault. Just then, with a crackle, a brilliant light flashed, revealing a young man enveloped in thunder standing protectively before Xiaoxiaka. The 4 assailants were repelled by the force of the lightning. I hope I'm not late. Li Ling remarked nonchalantly. Xiaoxiaka's wounds were healing, and he coldly scoffed. Enjoying the show, are you? Haha, I see you've caught on. Li Ling exhibited no embarrassment as he cast a glance at Lu Rui before redirecting his gaze back to Xiaoxiaka, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired. Did you not claim they underestimated you? How is it that you find yourself in such a disheveled state? Is it not futile to engage in a brawl without uttering fierce words? Xiaoxiaka wiped the blood from his mouth and replied. If you wish for me to join your ranks, I must first witness your sincerity. Very well, Li Ling responded with a slight smile, gesturing around. Shall we eliminate them first? No sooner had he spoken than he appeared beside Lu Rui in a swift motion. You are too slow, he remarked. The words echoing in Lu Rui's ears just before a jolt of electricity surged into him. There was no grand resistance, only the serene embrace of death. Lu Rui collapsed to the ground, his expression frozen in astonishment at the words he had just heard from Li Ling. The short man, taking decisive action, sought to shatter the token to escape the beast's tomb. Alas, his speed was insufficient, or perhaps it was that Li Ling's swiftness was unparalleled. In an instant, the 4 diminutive figures were rendered defenseless and met their demise at Li Ling's hands. These 2 certainly appear to be troublemakers, Qin Shuang remarked with an impassive expression. Bai Lu replied casually, I shall send them to the warden of the underworld for some reformation. Soon, There will be no troublemakers left. Are you serious? Qin Shuang questioned, her eyes widening in surprise. Hiki, Bai Lu chuckled lightly, merely jesting. They are not yet at that level. What shall we do next? Qin Shuang inquired eagerly, stretching her limbs. Having just broken through, she was keen to practice her skills on these two. Bai Lu observed her with amusement. Since you have made up your mind, let it be as you wish. Agreed. A subtle smile graced Qin Shuang's lips as she responded, only to vanish into thin air moments later. Meanwhile, the previously carefree Xiaoxiaka and Li Ling exchanged glances, their expression shifting to one of grave concern, as if faced with a formidable foe. Disperse, Li Ling commanded, his voice resonating with authority as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly distancing himself from Xiaoxiaka. The latter, slower to react, found his right arm ensnared by a blue whip just as he attempted to move, a chilling essence infiltrating his body, accompanied by an overwhelming force that began to lift him off the ground. In a split second, he made a decisive choice, severing his own arm. Delay was not an option. The cold was poised to spread to his chest. Who are you? Li Ling inquired gravely, eyeing the suddenly materialized Qin Shuang. Blood surged from the wound on Xiaoxiaka's arm, only for it to regenerate almost instantaneously. Qin Shuang dismissed the ice flame whip, casting a fleeting glance at him before discreetly transmitting a thought to Bai Lu, inquiring, is this his otherworldly power? Not blood, but regeneration, Bai Lu replied, perched atop a high peak, surveying the scene below. I cannot discern the essence of his regeneration. Controlling blood is a power unique to your realm. The strength he could not perceive likely stemmed from the reincarnation of his former self, carrying powers from his previous existence. Qin Shuang nodded slightly. Shifting her gaze toward Li Ling suddenly, he vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a wisp of dust swirling in the gentle breeze. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted as Li Ling's right hand transformed into a claw, enveloped in the essence of thunder, striking forth with the intent to sever Qin Shuang's neck. As Qin Shuang cast a fleeting glance, a fiery pillar erupted with a resounding boom, instantly engulfing Li Ling. With a powerful thud, Li Ling shattered the icy prison encasing him, his body crackling with lightning as he retreated 100 meters away. This young man exuded a formidable killing intent, each strike aimed at claiming lives. Bai Lu, with an air of nonchalance, communicated with Qin Shuang through thought. Qin Shuang, equally at ease in content, found the situation far less taxing than that of a battle soldier. Just leave him a breath, Bai Lu remarked casually. Agreed, Qin Shuang replied with a faint smile. In the next moment, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded as a surge of blue flames ignited the entire sky. Li Ling looked up, his cold visage momentarily betraying a hint of astonishment. The manifestation of heaven and earth, you are a spirit emperor, he realized. For only a spirit emperor could invoke such a celestial phenomenon. Xiaoxiaka furrowed his brow, recalling that only those below the spirit emperor rank were supposed to enter this realm. His cultivation was at the 5th stage of spirit emperor, while Li Ling stood at the 9th stage, both meeting the necessary criteria. Li Ling spoke in a grave tone, she is not among us. He distinctly remembered that among the 170 individuals, there was no one named Qin Shuang. He turned to her, demanding, how did you manage to enter? Yet, Qin Shuang disregarded his inquiry, offering only the cascade of icy flames in response. The ice flames descended like a waterfall from the heavens. Li Ling had no time to ponder further. He shouted, run. Without hesitation, he aimed to shatter the token of passage. Prompted by his urgency, Xiaoxiaka quickly followed suit, intending to crush his own token for escape. However, 2 slender threads of flame preempted them, snatching the tokens away. Li Ling watched as the token floated before him, and without a moment's hesitation, he raised his finger and lightly tapped. In an instant, a bolt of lightning surged toward the token. However, contrary to his expectations, the seemingly fragile strands of flame merely flicked, extinguishing the arc with a sharp crack. Li Ling found himself unable to destroy the token, leaving Xiaoxiaka even less capable of doing so. Qin Shuang, wielding the fiery strands, casually discarded the token. The cascading flames fell to the ground, gradually transforming the surface into a lake of blazing ice, swiftly spreading towards Li Ling and Xiaoxiaka. The two found themselves suspended in the void, momentarily at a loss as to where to flee. They resolved to take a desperate gamble. I can challenge those beyond my level, Li Ling spoke solemnly. But Qin Shuang is clearly no ordinary spirit emperor. I lack confidence. I shall follow you, Xiaoxiaka responded with a fearless resolve. No sooner had he spoken than he charged directly at Qin Shuang, knowing he could regenerate and absorb damage. For Li Ling seeing this, a slight smile crept across Li Ling's face as he declared, I acknowledge you. With that, his heart raced, and the power of thunder surged with each beat. Bai Lu squinted slightly, inquiring telepathically, has his lightning changed? Indeed, judging by this momentum, he may now surpass an ordinary third-tier spirit emperor. Qin Shuang regarded Li Ling with a scrutinizing gaze. Bai Lu stroked his chin thoughtfully, stating, "It seems related to his reincarnation ability, to me. He appears much the same as before. These reincarnated individuals are all extraordinary." Qin Shuang couldn't help but exclaim, "Each possesses such extraordinary abilities." He Bai Lu chuckled lightly, praising, "You are more of a genius than they are." "You are right," Qin Shuang acknowledged, a subtle smile gracing her lips, not shying away from the compliment. As they engaged in their casual conversation, Xiao Xiaka surged forward with a long spear, followed closely by Li Ling. Qin Shuang cast him a fleeting glance and raised her hand, applying a gentle pressure. Boom! The waterfall erupted explosively, scattering countless fiery strands across the sky. In the blink of an eye, both Xiao Xiaka and Li Ling found themselves firmly ensnared by the fiery strands. Sizzle! The sharp sound of electricity pierced the air as Li Ling broke free from the entanglement, emerging unscathed, and summoned thunder to strike at Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang deftly conjured an icy barrier from the blazing waterfall, effortlessly deflecting the thunderbolt. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiaka endured the relentless torment of being scorched by the icy flames, suffering under the dual agony of fire and ice. Thanks to his regenerative abilities, he had to withstand it a while longer. The commotion attracted nearby onlookers, including Ma Tao and Li Qiubin. "Is that Li Ling?" Ma Tao exclaimed, observing the lightning-fast movements of Li Ling in the sky. "How did he end up fighting with Miss Qin?" "Miss Qin?" Li Qiubin paused, incredulous, and sought confirmation. "Are you referring to that Miss Qin?" "Of course. Who else could it be?" Ma Tao regarded him as if he were a fool. Indeed, Qin Shuang was quite renowned, though most had merely heard of her and had yet to behold her true visage. Those who have encountered her would never dare to circulate her likeness, fearing retribution. For she is a person bold enough to cause a stir at the Tianbao auction house. Certainly, Huang Fuhuan played a role in this matter, suppressing news of Qin Shuang and Bai Lu to prevent any meddlesome individuals from intruding upon the elder. While the elder may not mind, he felt it necessary to uphold his duties. Li Qiubin was taken aback, utterly distressed. What could he possibly do now? Li Ling was faced with a person audacious enough to cause a ruckus in the imperial city, and regardless of the outcome of this confrontation, significant trouble was inevitable. Ma Tao placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, urging him not to panic. Miss Qin is a reasonable person, as long as no outrageous actions have been taken. There should be no major issues. Though he spoke with conviction, he himself harbored doubts, merely saying this to stabilize Li Qiubin's nerves. Is that truly the case? Li Qiubin was in desperate need of reassurance. "Do not worry," Ma Tao affirmed with a nod, prepared to observe the unfolding events. "Very well," was all Li Qiubin could muster in response, resigned to his passive role in this unfolding drama. Chapter 49. Thunder God. Swish, swish, swish. The fiery strands wove an inescapable web in this domain, leaving Li Ling with no avenue for escape. Even if he managed to sever the fiery strands with lightning, he would be immediately ensnared by another. The icy flame waterfall above continued to cascade endlessly, signifying that Qin Shuang possessed an inexhaustible supply of fiery strands, rendering him utterly trapped. Li Ling attempted to summon heavenly lightning to strike Qin Shuang, but alas, his efforts were in vain. The lightning could not penetrate Qin Shuang's icy flame defenses, rendering his attempts futile. Suddenly, Li Ling could no longer endure and coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. With the aid of life force, icy flame particles stealthily infiltrated his body, causing severe internal injuries upon detonation. A platform emerged from the cascading waterfall where Qin Shuang stood, expressionless, observing the two without any intention of conversation, allowing the fiery strands to scorch them. It seemed he would need to call upon a deity. Gritting his teeth, Li Ling fixed a fierce gaze upon Qin Shuang and coldly declared, "Oh." Qin Shuang, intrigued, looked at him and asked, "Do you have more tricks up your sleeve? God of Thunder, assist me." Li Ling roared, as a humanoid mark manifested on his brow. In the next instant, a beam of light descended from the heavens, imbued with formidable thunderous power, instantly clearing the surrounding fiery strands. At that moment, Li Ling radiated an air of solemn authority, his entire being aglow, as if each strand of hair harbored boundless thunder. Qin Shuang furrowed his brow and communicated telepathically, "This is not his own power. I cannot sense it. It must be a force from another realm." Bai Lu observed Li Ling with sparkling eyes, finding the situation increasingly intriguing. "I may not be able to contend with him," Qin Shuang assessed, seeing Li Ling in such a state. Bai Lu, unable to gauge Li Ling's true strength, softly inquired, "Shall I step in?" "No. Let a gu lend me a hand," Qin Shuang replied calmly. Bai Lu nodded slightly and then exchanged a knowing glance with a gu. Aga did not require any reminders. He had already aimed his rocket launcher at Li Ling and fired a shot. Bang! The rocket soared swiftly towards Li Ling, sensing the impending danger. Li Ling cast a quick glance at the projectile just as a bolt of heavenly thunder descended, striking the rocket with pinpoint accuracy. Remarkably, the thunder did not obliterate the rocket, it merely passed through it. Was it an illusion? Li Ling furrowed his brow, momentarily dismissing the rocket from his thoughts. To him, it moved sluggishly, easily avoidable. He resolved to deal with Qin Shuang first. With this in mind, he gestured with his hands, and in an instant, dark clouds gathered, obscuring the celestial manifestations surrounding Qin Shuang. She, however, did not rush to retaliate. Instead, she glanced upward, realizing she had been targeted. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a thunderous roar erupted as lightning struck down. True to form, Qin Shuang conjured an ice shield composed of frost flames to defend herself. Yet, this bolt of lightning was evidently unlike the previous one, shattering her ice shield with a single blow. Instantly, she fled from her position. But the lightning seemed to possess a will of its own, pursuing her relentlessly. Qin Shuang cast a fleeting glance, summoning a waterfall to shield her. Meanwhile, the sky rumbled ominously, and a barrage of lightning surged forth, all aimed directly at her. Remaining composed, Qin Shuang observed the tempest of thunder, channeling the vital energy within her to harmonize with the celestial manifestation. The ice flame waterfall shimmered with a white-green luminescence, and in the next moment, it began to act autonomously, no longer requiring Qin Shuang's command to protect her. The ice flame waterfall coiled into a massive sphere, enveloping Qin Shuang as it withstood the onslaught of lightning. On the other side, Li Ling rescued Xiao Xiaka, yet the latter was in a state of near demise. Despite possessing formidable regenerative abilities, it was evident that these powers had their limits. Although the wounds on his body were still healing, the pace of recovery had significantly slowed. Li Ling gently placed Xiao Xiaka on the ground, then, with a swift motion, appeared beside the colossal sphere beneath the waterfall, pressing his hand against it as the icy flames scorched his skin. The sound of sizzling filled the air as violent thunder raged against the sphere. Meanwhile, Qin Shuang sat serenely at the center of the sphere, indifferent to the tumult outside, leisurely conversing with Bai Lu. How do you intend to locate the one who bestowed him with power? She was taken aback and intrigued by Bai Lu's mention of seeking the owner of this mysterious force, especially since he was unable to sense it himself and, therefore, could not trace its origin. Bai Lu smiled slightly and replied, sometimes, a shift in perspective is all it takes to resolve a dilemma. The force may be targeting me because I can immediately identify those who are reincarnated. Thus, I shall have those who cannot discern the clues conduct the search. Are you seeking the Warden of the Sinful Abyss? The first figure to spring to Qin Shuang's mind was indeed the Warden of the Sinful Abyss. Bai Lu shook his head, explaining that he too had been targeted. He had previously asked the Warden to search, but was similarly unable to sense the powers from another realm. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Shuang inquired with curiosity, then who are you looking for? A subtle smile graced Bai Lu's lips as he slowly uttered two words, Black Dragon. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang's eyes brightened with realization. Of course, they are powerful and cannot perceive the reincarnated individuals. They should suffice. On the mountaintop, the diminutive black dragon asked with reluctance, Why have you summoned me? Bai Lu chuckled, observing it with amusement. Isn't it pleasant to come out and take in the fresh air? Or do you prefer the confines of your surroundings? The mere thought of the ghostly warden within sent a shiver coursing through the black dragon. It had become instinctual for it. Facing the ghostly warden was unbearable, let alone merely contemplating the warden's presence. With a snap of his fingers, Bai Lu instantly calmed the black dragon, which stared at its own body in astonishment before turning its gaze back to Bai Lu, inquiring, What have you done? Just a minor trick, Bai Lu replied nonchalantly, then gestured toward Li Ling, steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. Have you seen that person? Can you sense the power emanating from him? The black dragon nodded slightly, recognizing that the power did not belong to him. It was immediately apparent. At this, Bai Lu's smile broadened, thinking to himself, As long as you can sense it, that is sufficient. He then commanded, Locate the source of that power for me. Can you accomplish this? The black dragon paused for a moment, then smirked. I thought it was something serious. This is simple. With that, it promptly released its divine consciousness. Chapter 50, Manipulation of Life. I've found it. Shortly thereafter, the black dragon identified the source. Bai Lu nodded slightly, then communicated telepathically with Qin Shuang. I will step away for a moment. Understood, Qin Shuang replied, already aware of Bai Lu's intentions. Give me a quarter of an hour. I will resolve this. If Bai Lu made his move, the power surrounding Li Ling would likely dissipate. I will wait for you. Bai Lu responded with a casual remark. implying that no matter how long Qin Shuang took, he would wait for her to deal with Li Ling before taking action himself. All right. I will do it as soon as possible, Qin Shuang replied, feeling a bit embarrassed about delaying matters for too long. Bai Lu said nothing more and turned to the Black Dragon, commanding, "Take me there." Yes, the Black Dragon instinctively displayed utmost respect. Unsure why it acted this way in front of Bai Lu, considering that he had done nothing particularly noteworthy. Nevertheless, it did not ponder this too deeply. For it was currently imprisoned, and such thoughts seemed futile. It promptly transported Bai Lu away in an instant. In the serene little village, the Black Dragon led Bai Lu to a path beside the terraced fields, pointing to a young man resting in the fields. It is he from whom the power originates. Indeed, Bai Lu nodded slightly. You may return now. Upon hearing this, the Black Dragon hurriedly interjected, wishing to linger a bit longer. However, before it could finish, Bai Lu sent it back to the netherworld. Bai Lu was acutely aware of its intentions, yet its presence was no longer required. It was essential to remember that it was incarcerated, not visiting as a guest. Allowing it a breath of fresh air was already a generous concession. Ordinary, devoid of spiritual energy, Bai Lu gazed at the young man, who appeared to be in a deep slumber, forming his initial impression. However, it was not entirely ordinary. For lacking spiritual energy in Lingyun continent was quite uncommon. Bai Lu refrained from making any moves, as he had mentioned waiting for Qin Shuang to resolve the issue with Li Ling. After all, the target was right before him, and escape was not an option. In the beast tomb, the pace quickened. Li Ling evaded the assault of the rocket artillery and swiftly increased the distance between them. He noticed that the speed of the rocket artillery was continually escalating, and not only could he not destroy it, but he also dared not make contact, which caused him considerable distress. Due to the relentless tracking of the rocket artillery, he found himself unable to personally strike at the colossal ice flame. Yet the thunderous bombardment continued unabated, leading him to believe that the great sphere could not endure indefinitely. I shall assist you. Xiaoxiaka finally caught his breath and, witnessing Li Ling's predicament with the rocket artillery, willingly offered himself for sacrifice. Upon hearing this, Li Ling paused for a moment, and in the next instant, he had already appeared behind Xiaoxiaka. Xiaoxiaka caught a glimpse of him from the corner of his eye, said nothing, and kept his gaze firmly fixed on the approaching rocket artillery. Whoosh! The rocket artillery hurtled toward him head-on. Resolutely, Xiaoxiaka sliced his hand, allowing blood to gush forth from the wound, forming a shield of crimson. Regardless of its efficacy, he employed every possible means, hoping for a miraculous outcome. Swish! As anticipated, the rocket artillery pierced through his blood shield without hesitation. Xiaoxiaka had long been mentally prepared for this eventuality, ready to endure the onslaught of the rocket artillery. However, the rocket artillery did not behave as he expected. It suddenly executed a sharp turn and then another curve, tracing a concave path that aimed directly at Li Ling behind him. At present, Li Ling's speed surpassed that of the rocket artillery, allowing him to react swiftly. As the artillery turned, he pulled Xiaoxiaka back, intending to use his body as a shield against the impending strike. The rocket artillery, unable to halt in time, collided forcefully with Xiaoxiaka's body. The rocket launcher did not detonate. It merely adjusted its aim and continued its relentless pursuit of Li Ling. Observing the situation, Li Ling vanished from sight in an instant. The rocket launcher, undeterred, relentlessly chased after him. What on earth is this? Li Ling could not help but curse. The rocket launcher seemed intent on an unyielding pursuit, as if it would not rest until one of them was destroyed. Xiaoxiaka placed a hand on his chest, murmuring, I feel a bit dizzy. The soul could indeed withstand the attacks of the rocket launcher, yet the rocket launcher had the ability to remember souls. Once it locked on to Li Ling's essence, it would not explode upon encountering other souls, unless controlled to do so by Agu himself. Meanwhile, Qin Shuang glanced upward. At that moment, the ice flame sphere had begun to crack. Although it was constantly repairing itself, the intensity and density of the heavenly thunder were far too great. The repairs could not keep pace with the destruction, leading to further deterioration. This should suffice. As Qin Shuang dispersed the heavenly law's manifestation, the ice flame sphere dissipated along with it. She then shattered the life force she had condensed. Suddenly, a white-green radiance spread across the sky, instantly enveloping an expanse of over 100 miles. Life manipulation, Qin Shuang's hair transformed from black to white-green. In that fleeting moment, the heavenly thunder seemed to recognize Qin Shuang, instinctively avoiding her, as though fearing to cause her harm. The barren ground below sprouted tender green grass, swiftly covering the area. Simultaneously, while evading the pursuit of the rocket launcher, Li Ling felt a brief stagnation in his internal spiritual energy, hindering his ability to maintain flight, causing him to plummet. However, this was only a fleeting moment. He quickly regained his ability to soar. Yet that brief lapse allowed the rocket launcher to strike him squarely. With a thunderous boom, the rocket artillery erupted in a moment of chaos, causing Li Ling's soul to tremble and rendering him momentarily dazed. In the next instant, Qin Shuang appeared before him, summoning 10 icy swords. With a rapid succession of piercing sounds, the blades penetrated his body, transforming him into a spiky figure. In the blink of an eye, the battle reached its conclusion. Qin Shuang gracefully descended to the ground, carrying Li Ling, and with a flick of her white and green hair, she mused to herself about the immense expenditure of energy. To perform the manipulation of life, she had condensed 70% of her life force. Yet this had only sustained the momentary spell, depleting her life energy almost entirely. Nevertheless, despite the significant toll, the power exhibited was undeniably formidable. As evidenced by the devastated expanse of the prairie, the small village lay in ruins. Bai Lu's lips curled into a subtle smile before he vanished silently from the scene. In the next moment, a young man in the fields abruptly opened his eyes wide and sat up straight. With a narrowed gaze, he regarded the newcomer with a grave expression, inquiring about his purpose. Chapter 51. Fallen Leaves, the Reincarnated One. Bai Lu gazed at the young man with a cheerful demeanor, delivering a bombshell of a statement. Iron Bull. The young man displayed little change in expression as he scrutinized Bai Lu and asked, "Who are you?" He did not deny being a reincarnated individual, as Bai Lu's visit implied that his secret was no longer concealed. "You must be acquainted with someone named Li Ling, and another called Xiaoxiaka, correct?" Bai Lu responded with a question of his own. Upon hearing this, Iron Bull's pupils constricted sharply. "You come from the Beast Tomb?" This was the first time he revealed his astonishment. "Hee," Bai Lu chuckled softly, "I must thank you. Without your power, I would not have been able to find you." This statement was tantamount to a veiled admission that he had come from the Beast Tomb. Tainyo fell silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and asked in a solemn tone, "What is your purpose?" Bai Lu did not beat around the bush. He spoke directly. "I wish to understand the reincarnated individuals. May I inquire if you're interested in sharing?" Tainyo fixed his gaze upon Bai Lu. "What if I say I am not interested?" "Then I shall have to delve into your memories," Bai Lu replied, his tone and pace unhurried. Yet this statement instilled a sense of inexplicable pressure in Tainyo. Before Tainyo could respond, Bai Lu continued in a flat tone, "Rest assured, it shall not harm your soul." Of course, he merely said this. It was likely that his soul-searching would yield little of value. "That depends on your abilities." Tainyo's tone shifted, and a mark appeared on his forehead. God of Assignment. God of Wind. Ethereal powers emanated from him, but in the next moment, with a sudden poof, all his strength vanished. "What?" he exclaimed in surprise. It was then that he realized Bai Lu had placed a hand on his shoulder. "Your abilities have vanished, have they?" Bai Lu inquired with a smile. Tainyo felt a tempest brewing within, for this was a situation he had never encountered before. He looked at Bai Lu and asked in a deep voice, "What have you done?" The interaction was reciprocal. Bai Lu could neither see nor grasp the powers from another realm, and similarly, the powers from that realm held no sway over him. As long as he approaches or comes into contact with the powers of another world, that force will dissipate. This has already been tested on Huangfu Shan. Naturally, Bai Lu did not explain this to Tainyo, merely stating, "Let's meet up with your friends first." No sooner had the words left his lips than their surroundings transformed instantaneously. "Back to the Beast Tomb?" Qin Shuang remarked calmly as she cast a glance at the suddenly materialized Bai Lu. "Yes," Bai Lu replied with a slight nod, then turned to Tainyo, saying, "Let us go see your friends." In an instant, they arrived at the Beast Tomb. At that moment, Tainyo grasped the vast disparity in strength between himself and Bai Lu, clearly realizing that engaging in combat was unnecessary. He collected his thoughts and observed Li Ling and Xiaoxiaka sitting back to back, inquiring, "Are you all right? What do you think?" Li Ling retorted with a roll of her eyes. Noticing this, Tainyo nodded. "It seems you're fine. Is he really your leader?" "He doesn't quite exude the right aura," Xiaoxiaka remarked, scrutinizing the farmer-like Tainyo, which led him to question the organizational image that Li Ling had conveyed. Li Ling shrugged. "One cannot judge a person by their appearance, nor can one measure the sea with a ladle." Though he spoke those words, in his heart, he mused, "I told you this guy's demeanor tarnishes our image." Tainyo, disinterested in their banter, returned to the matter at hand. "Weren't you all severely beaten?" He had seen it through the divine vision. Li Ling shot him a glance. "She healed us a bit." Following his gaze, Tainyo turned to look. Qin Shuang intervened. "We have no enmity with you. There is no need to kill you. We simply seek a sparring partner." "Is this truly a sparring session? This is truly exasperating." Xiaoxiaka could not help but exclaim. He once thought he was on the brink of death. Qin Shuang offered a subtle smile and cryptically stated, I will be posing a few questions to you next. Should you choose not to cooperate, the consequences will extend beyond mere practice. Xiao Shaka immediately fell silent. Recognizing the wisdom and discretion, what would you like to know? Tainyo fixed his gaze on Bai Lu. Please, take a seat, Bai Lu urged, gesturing with a calming hand, before adding, first, provide a brief introduction about yourselves and the organization you claim to belong to. Tainyo settled down onto the grass, gathering his thoughts, and said, You are all familiar with them. I am Tainyo, a humble farmer. Our organization is called Fallen Leaves, which I founded with the purpose of uncovering the reasons behind the reincarnation of individuals into this world. Returning to one's roots, perhaps? Bai Lu interjected thoughtfully. Tainyo raised an eyebrow, paused for a moment in contemplation, and replied, Indeed, I yearn to return home. This simple statement was imbued with an indescribable longing for his homeland. Bai Lu nodded slightly and encouraged him to continue. Tainyo elaborated, initially, I believed that reincarnation was merely a coincidence and kept the secret of the reincarnated individuals buried deep within my heart. It wasn't until I met someone special, my wife, who, coincidentally, is also a reincarnated soul, that my perspective shifted. We concealed this truth for many years until I finally confessed to her, and she in turn revealed her own truth. From that moment on, I suspected that there must be more than just the two of us in this world who have been reincarnated, which led to the establishment of the Fallen Leaves organization. We are akin to rootless leaves, drifting with the wind until we land here, yearning to find the path home. Yet the way ahead is shrouded in dense fog. Alas, what a helpless plight. As he spoke, he suddenly lamented with a melancholic air. Old chap, you've fallen into your old habits again. Li Ling could not help but remind him. Tainyo, regaining his composure, sheepishly apologized, Forgive me, I'm growing old. Qin Shuang, intrigued, inquired, Is someone waiting for you in your homeland? Not really, Tainyo replied, shaking his head, his mood swiftly darkening. But my homeland awaits me. One must find their roots to die peacefully. Xiao Shaka spoke softly, I must reconsider whether to join you. He observed that the leader seemed rather unreliable. Rejected. Li Ling declared without hesitation, I've already been beaten half to death for you. Now you say you want to join? Are you jesting? What does that have to do with me? The ones who came after me are all dead. They weren't just after me alone. Suddenly, Xiao Shaka quarreled with Li Ling. Agu, Bai Lu called out unexpectedly. Agu immediately understood, raising a rocket launcher aimed at the two. Li Ling and Xiao Shaka fell silent, awkwardly regarding Agu's weapon, having experienced its power firsthand. Bai Lu nodded in satisfaction and signaled Tainyo to continue. Emerging from his sentimental reverie, Tainyo resumed, After establishing the Fallen Leaves, it was natural to seek a group of like-minded companions to explore the truth of reincarnation together. The reincarnated individuals are unlikely to reveal themselves, making it a challenge to locate them. We can only search among those who exhibit particularly unique traits, as such individuals often possess distinct characteristics. However, even with a potential target in mind, we cannot be overt. We must accurately discern whether they are indeed a reincarnated soul, which tests our abilities. For our own safety, if we are not 100% certain of someone's reincarnation, we prefer to invest additional time in investigation rather than disclose our identities. Chapter 52. The Bestowal of Divinity. How many members does your organization currently have? Qin Shuang's hair tips still bore a mix of white and green, not yet fully restored. Tainyo gestured with his hand, indicating 8 members, and with Xiao Shaka included. That makes 9. However, our organization's rules are not particularly stringent. Everyone harbors secrets that need to be kept, so there is no need for excessive emphasis on this matter. Generally, we operate freely, only contacting one another when new targets emerge that require manpower. For instance, Xiao Shaka was targeted by a certain organization known as the Falling Leaves. But due to prior commitments, I had Li Ling engage with him instead. After their interaction confirmed that Xiao Shaka met the standards of the Falling Leaves, I permitted Li Ling to converse with him formally. Xiao Shaka's request was straightforward. He merely needed assistance in eliminating Lu Rie at the Beast Tomb. I had long harbored a sense of disdain for Lu Rie, the debauched heir, and considering that by securing a quota, I had already thoroughly offended the Lu family and its city, I decided to take decisive action and eliminate Lu Rie without hesitation. Xiao Shaka interjected coldly. Fully aware that Lu Rie would undoubtedly seek him out, thus he had strategically allied with Li Ling to ensure Lu Rue's demise. Anqing, you cannot return. It would be best for you to join us henceforth. Li Ling interjected with a cheerful smile. Xiao Shaka scoffed, stating, I never intended to go back. Though he had spent many years in Anqing, he was, in essence, an outsider, and there was little he held dear in that place. Bai Lu disregarded their exchange. Turning his gaze toward Tyne Yo and calmly remarked, I notice your reluctance to disclose the names of the organization members. I shall not press further. Upon hearing this, Tyne Yo awkwardly scratched his face, indeed hesitant to reveal certain individuals. Pondering how to articulate his thoughts to Bai Lu continued. You have gathered so many reincarnated souls. Have you made any discoveries? Setting aside his explanation, Tyne Yo sighed and shook his head, stating that there was nothing of value to report. Aside from the shared experience of being reborn postmortem, no other commonalities seemed apparent. If one were to insist, they all possessed abilities from their previous lives. Beyond that, there was nothing more, leaving him perplexed about the direction in which to investigate. Bai Lu contemplated for a moment and inquired, do the families of your reincarnations align with your abilities? This question arose from his observation of Xiao Xiaka's regenerative power combined with his blood manipulation. No, Tyne Yo responded with certainty. I was born into an ordinary family, and from the moment of my birth, I was a spiritless failure. Subsequently, I was abandoned by my parents. Fortunately, my previous life's abilities shielded me. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago in the fields. As he spoke, he glanced at Li Ling and continued, he was born into the Li family, which had only a few ancestors who practiced lightning cultivation. Bearing little relation to his Heart of Thunder, the Heart of Thunder is a manifestation of Li Ling's abilities from his previous life. Bai Lu nodded gently, casting a glance at Xiao Xiaka, and remarked, it seems fortune smiles upon you, as your bloodline harmonizes with your innate powers. Xiao Xiaka, on the verge of rolling his eyes, hesitated upon realizing the esteemed presence of Bai Lu and instead murmured dejectedly, I am unaware of my parents' identities. I have wandered alongside beggars since childhood. At the age of 7, I faced peril, and the beggar who took me and perished, leaving me with a stab wound that I presumed would be my end. Yet, to my astonishment, I survived, awakening the memories of my past life. It was only then that I gradually found my way. Everyone has their own story, Qin Shuang interjected with a note of empathy. Li Ling, in a contemplative tone, added, I have fared rather well. Both of my lives have been quite satisfactory. Although I met my demise in my past life due to a forced breakthrough that resulted in a lightning strike, I consider myself fortunate. Xiao Xiaka shot him a bewildered glare, gritting his teeth, and retorted, I truly wish to strike you. While he recounted his tribulations, Li Ling spoke of his contentment, creating a stark contrast that magnified Xiao Xiaka's suffering. In the grand tapestry of existence, each soul bears its own trials. Bai Lu articulated thoughtfully. Within the realm of spirits, countless tormented souls share similar fates. He had heard many such tales, some even more harrowing. Yet, such is the nature of the world, fate knows no equity. With that, he redirected his gaze to Tyne Yo, returning to the matter at hand. Shall we discuss collaboration? Tyne Yo appeared momentarily taken aback. What did you say? He asked. Collaboration. Bai Lu reiterated. Bai Lu softly reiterated his words, then promptly produced a scroll. Should you have a goal for reincarnation, feel free to contact me. I can assist you in discerning it. As for what you choose to do afterward, whether to recruit or otherwise, that is entirely up to you. I only require information pertinent to reincarnation. Tyne Yo's gaze firmed, and he nodded in agreement. That would indeed be beneficial. I too desire a pillar of support akin to Bai Lu. Bai Lu glanced at him, gently cautioning, do not engage in any reckless actions, otherwise, you may find there will be no opportunity for reincarnation again. A sense of urgency gripped Tyne Yo's heart, and he swiftly assured, while we may not be paragons of virtue, we are certainly not malevolent. We know our limits. Very well, Bai Lu replied with a slight nod, tossing the scroll to him. By inscribing upon it, you can reach me. Understood. Tyne Yo accepted the scroll with alacrity. At that moment, Qin Shuang interjected with curiosity. What is your ability? The power of Li Ling. Is it bestowed by you? Tyne Yo, ever ready to respond, elaborated, my ability is endowment of the divine. Anyone marked with my divine seal can receive my endowment. This power harnesses the forces of nature. Li Ling's thunderous might is drawn from my domain of endowment. I have amassed a significant reservoir of natural energy within this domain for unforeseen circumstances. That small village lies within the expanse of my domain of endowment, serving as their base of operations. Although Bai Lu had been there, he was unable to sense those energies due to the targeted nature of the situation. The black dragon indeed sensed it, yet paid no heed, for that minuscule force was, in its eyes, utterly feeble and not worth mentioning. Moreover, even if it had desired to inform Bai Lu, it was too late, as Bai Lu had already retracted it into the demon path. Naturally, Bai Lu was indifferent to this, casting a glance at Tyne Yo and the others. He asked only a few questions, stating, if there is anything, I will seek you out. Do you require a ride home? Yes, please. Tainyo did not dare to be polite. The small village was too far. Returning alone would be quite a hardship. Senior, take me along. Xiaoxiaka quickly interjected. He had no desire to return to An City. And following Tainyo was just right. Bai Lu then directed his gaze towards Li Ling. Although he did not speak, his meaning was quite clear. What about you? Li Ling hastily waved his hand, replying, I won't be going. I still need to return home. No sooner had he finished speaking than Tainyo and Xiaoxiaka vanished from sight. Li Ling, taken aback, paused momentarily, and upon looking again, discovered that Bai Lu and Qin Shuang had also disappeared. His lips twitched as he muttered softly, just like that. It's over? That was rather swift. Chapter 53, Come. Embrace my power. The small village presented a stark contrast to An City, as Xiaoxiaka felt the refreshing breeze caressing his face. He could not help but relax his mind and body. Tainyo observed him with amusement, saying, This is merely a small village. How can it possibly compare to your grand city? That cannot be said. Each has its own merits, Xiaoxiaka replied with a smile. Tainyo waved his hand. Follow me. I will show you around and, by the way, plant the God's mark for you. God's mark? Xiaoxiaka quickened his pace, eagerly inquiring. Can I also be like Li Ling? Iron Bull assessed his physique and abilities, contemplating whether he could endure it, yet doubted his ability to control it. Deep down, Iron Bull had already formed a judgment. Xiaoxiaka discerned his implication, which suggested that he was still inferior to Li Ling, albeit temporarily. Iron Bull offered a comforting word. Then elaborated, after planting the Fushan seal, I will be able to contact you, and you can reach out to me through the Fushan seal. This will serve as our means of communication. Understanding, Xiaoxiaka nodded gently. Iron Bull lifted his gaze towards the terraced fields and noticed a woman picking tea leaves. A subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Come, let me introduce you to my wife, he said, leading Xiaoxiaka towards the terraced fields. Beast Toon little nephew, are you all right? Ma Tao, noticing Li Ling's approach, stepped forward with concern. Li Ling waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. What could possibly be wrong? Li Qiubin gazed at him with a somber expression, relieved that the senior had not taken offense. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to explain it to the old master. Senior? Li Ling raised an eyebrow. Do you know them? Li Qiubin exchanged a glance with Ma Tao, signaling him to speak. Ma Tao chuckled awkwardly and replied, Little nephew, they are the parties involved with the Tianbao auction house. Even Senior Huangfu. Li Ling's eyes widened slightly, suddenly enlightened. No wonder they are so formidable. He merely muttered a remark, then raised his gaze towards Ma Tao and the others, smiling as he said, Come, let me take you to discover treasures. Li Qiubin, following closely behind, inquired, Have you completed your matters? Indeed, Li Ling responded nonchalantly, then led them forward with a graceful flourish. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Ma Tao and added, Uncle Ma, I apologize for my aunt's actions. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to approach me. As long as it does not contravene my principles, feel free to command me. No need, Ma Tao replied, somewhat taken aback. Could it be that fortune had smiled upon him? He had befriended a senior, and now his relatively unfamiliar nephew had offered him such a promise. Was this the culmination of his good fortune throughout his earlier years? It is settled then, Li Ling declared, ignoring Ma Tao's hesitations and taking the lead. With the matter laid bare, Ma Tao had no choice but to acquiesce. Shall we partake in a meal? Qin Shuan asked casually, taking a bite of fruit. Bai Lu had initially no intention of eating, but given her inquiry, he felt compelled to indulge. After all, this was the means to obtain the emotional reciprocity described in his readings. Hand one over, he directly requested. Qin Shuang paused for a moment, then retrieved a piece of fruit and tossed it to him, muttering, I was merely speaking casually. You truly wanted it? Bai Lu relished the bite he took, then turned to ask, What are your thoughts on reincarnated individuals? Qin Shuan shrugged, expressing indifference. I have no particular views. These clues are so vague and disconnected that I wouldn't even know where to begin investigating. Indeed, Bai Lu nodded gently, acknowledging the truth in her words. However, I believe it is certainly possible to uncover the truth. I share that belief, she affirmed. Qin Shuang agreed, stating that if Bai Lu could not uncover the truth behind the matter, she was uncertain who possessed the capability to do so. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu involuntarily smiled, evidently pleased with Qin Shuang's words. In the next moment, they had returned to the Frost Moon Kingdom. In the Black Earth Canyon, a man with a broad face and a helmet mocked the young man before him, saying, Young master, it seems you are surrounded. The young man, Yang Ziping, fixed a cold glare upon the man and demanded, Why have you betrayed me? The man chuckled, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Just then, a voice resonated from behind. Fan Yun. Upon the utterance of that name, the encircling group parted, revealing another young man who bore an uncanny resemblance to Yang Ziping. Brother? Yang Ziping exclaimed in surprise, you're not dead? Yang Zikin smiled faintly, locking eyes with him. Of course, I'm not dead. They are my people. How could I possibly perish? Yang Ziping's eyes widened in shock as he incredulously questioned, everything was your scheme? You sacrificed the beast tomb just to kill me? Indeed. They are the two who did not arrive among the 172. Yang Zikin maintained his smile, regarding Yang Ziping with pity. My poor brother. Your demise is of greater significance than the beast tomb. Why? Why must you treat me this way? Yang Ziping roared in fury, recklessly charging at Yang Zikin. Clang. Fan Yun unsheathed his sword from his waist. Instantly, Yang Ziping regained his composure, for Fan Yun's blade was now poised against his throat. Xiao Peng. You remain as impulsive as ever. Yang Zikin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a serene smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Yang Ziping. Seemingly curious about his thoughts, he deliberately paused for a moment before articulating each word with precision. It is quite simple. The Yang family does not require two heirs. Upon hearing these words, Yang Ziping could no longer contain his fury and shouted, Yang Zikin, you are inhuman. Yang Zikin met his anger with a calm smile and commanded, dispose of him. Upon receiving the order, Fan Yun decisively swung his sword. A resonant hum echoed through the air. Oh, this is the end, young man. Yang Ziping paused, surveying the surrounding darkness, bewildered as he asked, where am I? Am I dead? Not yet, but it is imminent. The voice, elusive yet tantalizing, beckoned him. Yang Ziping nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. I wish to live. Can you assist me? Of course, but what are you willing to sacrifice? Anything, whatever you desire, I will provide. Yang Ziping's eyes were bloodshot, his expression twisted in desperation. Since you are so generous, what more can I say? Right, my little master? Now, embrace my power. In that instant, Yang Ziping's eyes glowed crimson, and an overwhelming force erupted from him. With a resounding clang, Fan Yun's sword was shattered in an instant. Chapter 54. Who makes me prefer you more? Fan Yun, witnessing the swords break, felt his pupils constrict and immediately shielded Yang Zikin as they retreated. What is happening? Yang Zikin gazed at Yang Ziping, who was enveloped in a dark crimson aura. His brows knitted tightly. Fan Yun shook his head, uncertain. After a moment, he cast a glance at his subordinates and commanded, eliminate him. 15 subordinates, albeit filled with trepidation, summoned their courage and charged forward. Yang Ziping's blood-red pupils whirled wildly, and he exhaled hot breath as he clenched his right hand in the air, conjuring a large knife streaked with black and red. With a slight twist of the hilt, a flash of black-red light flickered, and immediately after, barely perceptible marks appeared on the necks of the 15 subordinates. They stood frozen in place, and slowly their heads began to slide away from their bodies. Thud, thud, thud. The heads tumbled to the ground like balls, rolling chaotically in all directions. Yang Zikin, horrified, looked at the scattered heads and then at Yang Ziping, his heart pounding. What has happened to you? Yang Ziping cackled unnervingly, tossing his long hair back over his shoulder. His blood-red eyes fixated on Yang Zikin. Dear brother, are you afraid? Fan Yun positioned himself protectively in front of Yang Zikin. Young master, you must leave. I will hold him off. Lacking the confidence to defeat Yang Ziping, he resolved to risk his life to obstruct him. Yang Ziping exaggeratedly turned his head towards Fan Yun. Ah, you are quite loyal, but why choose to betray me? Fan Yun met his gaze with cold resolve, unflinching in the face of danger. He spoke slowly. Because you are my foe. Do you remember your childhood? On the day of the Lantern Festival, you cruelly took the life of a young girl, solely for the sake of a frivolous wager. My daughter's fate was sealed without her knowledge. Upon hearing these words, Yang Ziping momentarily appeared dazed, and then, in a fit of panic, he clutched his head and stammered, I was wrong. I was too young back then, lacking the capacity for independent judgment. I am truly sorry. I often dream of her. She haunts me like a specter. I have been striving to become a better person. The entire city praises my kindness and my contributions. Is it not enough? How many lives have I aided? How many have I saved? Why can't you forgive me? Why? His agitation grew, his mental state becoming increasingly chaotic. Observing this, Fan Yun decisively swung his sword towards Yang Ziping's neck. Clang. Yang Ziping grasped the blade with one hand, his speed defying belief. Fan Yun, unwavering, fixed his gaze upon him and bellowed, You killed my daughter. I care not for the good deeds you have performed. In an instant, Yang Ziping ignited, and the next moment, he erupted in a tremendous explosion. Boom. The flames swiftly engulfed Yang Ziping, while Fan Yun was already reduced to ashes. Clang! Yang Ziping cleaved through the fire, emerging unscathed save for the steam rising from his body. He cast a cold glance at the flames beneath him and remarked, "You sought your own demise. You have no one to blame but yourself." With that, he set off in pursuit of Yang Zikin, who had taken advantage of the time Fan Yun had bought him and was now far ahead. However, his current speed paled in comparison to Yang Ziping's, and it was not long before he was overtaken. With a swift kick, Yang Ziping struck Yang Zikin squarely in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Caught off guard, Yang Zikin felt a sharp pain radiate from his face before he fell to the earth. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, initially attempting to rise. But realizing his ribs were shattered, he resigned himself to the ground, gazing up at Yang Ziping as though he were a deity descending beside him. "Brother, it is your turn now." Yang Ziping, wielding a dark crimson blade, looked down upon Yang Zikin from his elevated position. As Yang Zikin opened his mouth to speak, blood spilled forth. "If you are going to kill me, then do it. Spare me your words. Fulfill your desire." Yang Ziping coldly lifted his blade to strike. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Ah, young man, it appears you are on the brink of death." Clutching his chest, Yang Zikin surveyed the pitch-black surroundings and calmly inquired, "Are you the one assisting my brother?" Astute observation, he. "What do you say? Do you wish for a counterattack? I do delight in such narratives of vengeance." "At what cost?" Yang Zikin asked succinctly. He. "How refreshing. Your brother has granted me any price. Can you match that?" "Yes." Without hesitation, Yang Zikin nodded in agreement. "Very well. Then I must relinquish your brother. After all, you are my favored one." The twisted voice sent shivers down Yang Zikin's spine. In the next moment, he felt an overwhelming power surge within him. Simultaneously, the blood-red hue in Yang Ziping's eyes faded as his strength swiftly transferred to Yang Zikin. With a swift motion, the dark crimson blade transformed into a swirling mist, drawn into Yang Zikin's being. Yang Ziping, taken aback, stared incredulously at the rejuvenated Yang Zikin, only to collapse weakly to the ground, his voice filled with rage. "You deceived me." Yang Zikin, twisting his neck, and with a flick of his right hand, summoned the dark crimson blade once more, then placed a foot upon Yang Ziping's head. "Are you referring to that strange voice? Unfortunately, he ultimately chose me." A chilling laugh escaped Yang Ziping's lips. "You think you will fare any better than me?" Yang Zikin replied impassively, "I do not know, however. It must be preferable to dying here and now." He then seized his banner with Yang Ziping, delivering a swift and decisive strike that ended Yang Ziping's life. As Yang Ziping fell, his eyes bulged, unable to close even in death. Yang Zikin regarded the lifeless body coldly, then with a tremor of his blade, summoned a flame that engulfed the corpse. He felt a sense of reassurance only when the body was reduced to ashes. At that moment, the voice echoed once more, he. "Do not worry, as long as I hold affection for you, you shall not perish." Yang Zikin heard the voice but remained unresponsive, his expression unchanged as he stared at Yang Ziping's remains. The voice, undeterred, chuckled softly before falling into silence. It was only after Yang Ziping's body had been completely consumed by fire that Yang Zikin turned to leave. Yet, he did not depart entirely. Instead, he returned to the spot where Fan Yun had met her demise, surveying the chaos around him and murmuring, "Rest in peace. The murderer of your daughter shall also meet his end." Fan Yunqing submitted to Yang Zikin solely because Yang Zikin pledged to assist him in avenging his grievances, not just against Yang Ziping, but against all who were present that fateful day. "Your Majesty of Frost Moon Kingdom, here is the list from the Tianfeng secret realm." Yi Qianxu handed over a volume. "Proceed." Qin Shuang responded, taking the document and waving her hand dismissively. "Yes," Yi Qianxu obediently withdrew. Recently, he had been in high spirits, as numerous countries and sects had approached them to forge commercial alliances, many of which were substantial powers. What did this signify? It indicated that the Frost Moon Kingdom was on the rise. Of course, he was aware that Bai Lu and Qin Shuang played pivotal roles in this development. Yet he chose not to pry further, preferring to focus on his own responsibilities. As Qin Shuang perused the list, she cheerfully remarked, "Thanks to you, the Frost Moon Kingdom is flourishing more than ever." "Am I being too courteous?" Bai Lu replied with a slight smile. "Some nations are quite well informed," he added. "News is difficult to suppress beneath the surface. The upper echelons can't easily conceal it, and besides, we have no intention of clamping down on information," Qin Shuang remarked nonchalantly. With that, she closed the volume and said, "Let us go and observe the new generation of Frost Moon Kingdom." Chapter 55, Guidance Training Ground. Lu Yong, Xia Longfei, Ji Ware, Tan Yun, Lu Wemian. Qin Shuang regarded the 5 young individuals before her, calling out their names one by one. Each time a name was uttered, They raised their hands in acknowledgement. Ah, their spirits are commendable, Qin Shuang noted with satisfaction, her gaze suddenly pausing on Xiao Longfei. Xiao Longfei felt a sudden tightness in his chest, swallowing nervously as he intentionally avoided Qin Shuang's gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Qin Shuang remained composed, unfazed. As she produced a roster and announced in a clear voice, there are a total of 327 individuals. The fact that you have distinguished yourselves among such a multitude indicates your capabilities. However, to temper any potential arrogance, I have invited an instructor to guide you, allowing you to gain some clarity. She then shifted the focus of the room onto Bailu. Bailu flashed a courteous smile and waved to Xiao Longfei and the others, simultaneously inquiring through a mental message what level of intensity is required. Just avoid overwhelming them. Qin Shuang replied with a gentle smile, I cannot engage with them too forcefully. Thank you. As the Empress of the Frost Moon Kingdom, it would be inappropriate for her to exert her strength against her own subjects. It was time to amend this habit of hers. Bailu, somewhat exasperated, remarked, the texts indicate that constantly expressing gratitude feels overly formal. I must help Qin Shuang adjust this habit. Hearing his affectionate tone, Qin Shuang fell silent, internally grumbling. What is he rambling about now? Your Majesty, Bailu called softly, breaking the mental silence. This time, it was not a telepathic message. Qin Shuang snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile. She had momentarily lost her focus and quickly scanned the group of 5, asking, who would like to go first? I will, Lu Yong declared boldly, displaying the eagerness of youth, unafraid of the challenge ahead. Qin Shuang said nothing, merely nodding her head, and declared, well then, let us begin. With that, she led the other 4 to a nearby corner. You may strike first, Lu Yong generously suggested to Bailu. Bailu chuckled softly, shaking his head, already forming a judgment in his mind. This fellow clearly had little social experience. While not overtly arrogant, he exhibited a certain pride that indicated he had seldom faced adversity. Today, however, would serve as a lesson. Otherwise, he might leave without understanding the dangers of the world. With this thought, Bailu suddenly delivered a swift slap. Despite a 5-meter distance separating him from Lu Yong, a sharp crack echoed as Lu Yong was sent flying, his face instantly flushed. Bailu, grinning, kindly advised, in the future, do not allow others to strike first, especially those you do not know well. Lu Yong rose from the ground, wiping his red cheek. His gaze fixed on Bailu. Again. Very well, Bailu replied, and before he could finish, another resounding slap echoed as Lu Yang's other cheek met the same fate. Perfectly symmetrical without a hint of flaw. Spitting out the sand, Lu Yong stood up once more and charged at Bailu without uttering a word. A swift slap sent him flying back to his starting point. Bailu exhibited exquisite control over his strength, ensuring Lu Yong would not sustain significant injury. Let us see if I can endure this. Lu Yong spat out the pooled blood in his mouth and immediately charged at Bailu again. Unsurprisingly, another sharp slap returned him to his original position. Bailu remained rooted in place, quietly observing as Lu Yong struggled to rise once more. However, this time he did not charge forward. Instead, he raised his hand and declared, I cannot defeat you. Bailu's voice floated through the air. One must learn to adapt. Simply diving in headfirst will not resolve the issues at hand. There exists a stark disparity in our strengths. In the absence of desperation, why engage in a head-on confrontation? Combat requires intellect. If you can discern his intentions, you will be able to dictate the rhythm of the battlefield. At this juncture, he abruptly shifted his tone, posing a question. What was my intention just now? Lu Yong, who had been listening intently, was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry and hastily replied, this. No need to rush. Take your time, Bailu's voice echoed serenely. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Bailu's words, Lu Yong found himself calming down. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, you were toying with me? Repeatedly repelling me in the same manner. Or perhaps attempting to humiliate me? Incorrect. Bailu slowly articulated a single word before continuing, it is simply that you are not worth my employing a second strike. If you cannot perceive clearly, do not make unfounded guesses. Such actions will only lead to erroneous judgments. To truly see through a person is no simple task. One must observe every detail, including their expressions, speech, and techniques. The more information you gather, the better you can unravel their true nature. But remember, masters will intentionally leak false information to their opponents, waiting for them to take the bait before delivering a fatal blow. Thus, practice diligently. With experience gained from numerous battles, your instincts will reveal to you what he is up to. Lu Yong felt dazed, yet he found Bailu's words remarkably impressive. And he immediately clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, thank you for your guidance. I shall ponder over it. Bai Lu waved his hand dismissively and then gestured towards Qin Shuang, indicating the next participant. Qin Shuang glanced at Xiao Longfei and the others, inquiring, "Who will go next?" "I shall." Ji Wei, noticing the silence, stepped forward with determination. "Very well, proceed." Qin Shuang nodded slightly. Ji Wei bowed respectfully and then exited. Qin Shuang turned her gaze towards Bai Lu in the center of the arena and communicated telepathically, "Have you realized how well-suited you are for the role of a teacher? My theoretical knowledge is adequate, but the art of teaching and nurturing is not so simple. I cannot devote that much effort." Bai Lu replied earnestly, eschewing any false modesty. "Teaching may be easy, but nurturing is a demanding endeavor that requires the pouring of one's heart and soul. It is not a fit for me, as I have my own research to pursue. Of course, offering guidance is certainly within my capabilities, perhaps even abundantly so. Whether advising Qin Shuang or Lu Yang and the others, it remains the same." Chapter 56. The Art of Archery. Please bestow your teachings, Instructor Bai. Ji Wei politely clasped her hands and continued, "I shall not engage in formalities with you." With that, icy energy emanated from her hands, and she swiftly brought them together. Thunderous roars erupted as spikes of ice surged from the ground, rapidly advancing towards Bai Lu. As before, Bai Lu merely waved his hand gently. With a sharp sound, the ice spikes disintegrated into shards, cascading towards Ji Wei. She hurriedly evaded the onslaught. The 5 of them were merely at the spirit general level and thus were unable to achieve flight. She had just narrowly escaped the crashing shards of ice when a gust of wind pressed against her from the side. In the next moment, she was sent flying. Bai Lu casually remarked, "The casting time is too lengthy. Knowing our respective strengths, such a spell reveals your flaw. However, its power is commendable. Certainly among the elite in the realm of spiritual generals." Ji Wei, covered in dust, climbed up from the ground, having transitioned from elegance to disarray in the blink of an eye. Yet, she appeared unfazed by her disheveled appearance. Gazing at Bai Lu, she inquired, "What should I do?" The disparity in strength was overwhelming, and no matter what she attempted, she would only face defeat. "Contemplate," Bai Lu replied nonchalantly, "this is merely a sparring session, and you have ample time for reflection. In a real battle, your opponent would not grant you such luxury." With that, he waved his hand, signaling her to leave. "Return when you've devised a strategy." Ji Wei paused in silence. Though reluctant, she could not devise a solution at that moment and had no choice but to withdraw. Observing this, Qin Shuang promptly arranged for the next participant. Xiao Longfei, with a sheepish grin, approached Bai Lu and whispered, "Instructor, be gentle." As he spoke, he nonchalantly reached out toward Bai Lu suddenly. With a sharp sound, Xiao Longfei was sent sprawling by a swift slap. Bai Lu shook his hand and, glancing at the fallen Xiao Longfei, nodded slightly, a commendable thought, but still too conspicuous. The rules of the game dictated that merely brushing against Bai Lu would constitute a victory, so Xiao Longfei had concocted this little ruse. Unfortunately, it had been easily seen through by Bai Lu. Xiao Longfei, feeling dejected, rose to his feet and decisively conceded, stating, "I cannot do it. Please step down." Bai Lu said nothing in response. Subsequently, Tan Yun and Lu Wumian took their turns. Tan Yun was particularly straightforward. Upon her arrival, she immediately conceded, expressing that she could not win and thus saw no point in competing. Bai Lu had no objections and allowed her to exit. As for Lu Wumian, he approached with a polite greeting but had no intention of engaging in combat. Instead, he conversed with Bai Lu, saying, "Instructor Bai, I excel in archery. Might we substitute the contest with an archery competition instead?" He gestured towards Qin Shuang, stating that the emperor had approved the change, provided Bai Lu consented. Bai Lu regarded him thoughtfully and nodded gently, "That is acceptable." Lu Wumian smiled and promptly produced 2 bows and a lightweight long feathered arrow, proposing, "Let us forego the use of spiritual power and compete with these 2 bows and arrows. 1 arrow each, and the victor shall be determined by who can strike the small indentation on the doorknob. We will shoot simultaneously. Whoever hits the mark first shall be the winner." "You truly are relentless in your pursuits," Bai Lu remarked with a hint of amusement. Nevertheless, he acquiesced, saying, "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest." Lu Wumian's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he replied, "Thank you, Instructor Bai, for your accommodation. Allow me to serve as the judge," Qin Shuang announced as she gracefully approached, a flag appearing in her hand. "I shall wave this flag to signal the start. Do you have any objections?" "None," Lu Wumian answered without hesitation. Bai Lu offered a slight smile to Qin Shuang and slowly replied, "No objections here." "Very well, let us commence at once." Qin Shuang did not meet his gaze. Instead, she raised her flag and reminded them to prepare. Bai Lu and Lu Wumian simultaneously drew their bows. At her signal, Qin Shuang waved the flag without any forewarning. Whoosh! Lu Wumian released the string first, and his long feather arrow flew out in a serpentine manner, reminiscent of a bird's tail. The bow and arrow were specially crafted, requiring extensive practice to achieve precision. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Wumian had proposed a contest, for he had reached a level of mastery that afforded him a chance of victory. Unfortunately, his opponent was Bai Lu. In the very next moment after Lu Wumian released his arrow, Bai Lu also let go of his bowstring. With a swift motion, his long feather arrow surged forward, swiftly overtaking Lu Wumian's arrow and grazing its side, slightly altering its trajectory. Clang! Clang! Two resonant sounds of impact echoed, as Bai Lu's arrow struck its target with pinpoint accuracy, while Lu Wumian's arrow lodged itself above the gate. The erratic path of Lu Wumian's arrow made it susceptible to deviation from the intended target with the slightest contact. Of course, its advantages were evident as well. Its unpredictable nature rendered it difficult for enemies to anticipate its landing point. I concede. Lu Wumian, masking his astonishment, acknowledged his defeat with a sense of resignation. Bai Lu returned the bow and arrows to him and remarked softly, "My prowess far surpasses yours. Although I am a novice, my control over strength is superior to yours. Most would likely find it hard to compete." I understand. Lu Wumian received the bow and arrows with both hands and bowed respectfully. At that moment, Bai Lu exchanged a glance with Qin Shuang. Understanding the signal, she called out, "You four, come here." Xia Longfei and the others, upon hearing the summons, promptly gathered. "Your Majesty, instructor Bai." Qin Shuang glanced at Bai Lu and, in a rather formal manner, inquired, "Do you have anything to convey to them?" "Ahem. Allow me to say a few words." Bai Lu coughed lightly, then surveyed the 5 individuals before him. The 5 immediately straightened up, eagerly awaiting his address. Observing their demeanor, Bai Lu began, "In this instance, there is no absolute right or wrong. I do not intend to judge your decisions. I merely wish to convey that there are myriad choices in a confrontation. For instance, Lu Yang opted for a direct engagement, Ji Wei countered with overwhelming force. Xia Longfei resorted to cunning ambush, Tinyan chose to concede without a fight, and Lu Wumian altered the rules of the game. All 5 choices are valid. Of course, the outcome for each of you is ultimately defeat, yet this was merely a reflection of the stark disparity in strength. Had the participants been different, the results might have varied. Thus, my counsel to you is to engage your intellect. It is only those who think critically that can fully harness their potential. As for whose choice was superior, that is a matter for you to deliberate amongst yourselves. As contemporaneous prodigies, it is essential that you communicate and progress together. For in the future, your comparisons will be with the talents of other nations. Understood. The 5 of them responded in unison. Seeing that the time was appropriate, Qin Shuang interjected, "In half a month, the representatives from Tianfeng's sect will arrive to escort you to the Tianfeng secret realm. When you return, it is likely to be 3 years hence, so do remember to bid farewell to your families." "Yes," the 5 of them replied in perfect unison once more. Subsequently, Qin Shuang sent them away. Chapter 57, The Visit of Yang Zikan. Half a month later, I shall ensure their safe arrival. The esteemed leader of the Tianfeng sect, Muzhan, solemnly assured Qin Shuang. "No need." Qin Shuang had yet to utter a word when Bai Lu interjected. Muzhan paused momentarily, then sheepishly inquired, "Is there something amiss, senior?" "I shall accompany you shortly," Bai Lu casually replied, casting a glance at Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang, in turn, gazed at Xia Longfei and the others, admonishing, "Once you reach the secret realm, immerse yourselves in your cultivation. The Frost Moon Kingdom awaits your return." "Yes, Your Majesty," Xia Longfei and the others responded in unison, their voices resonating with vigor. Satisfied, Qin Shuang nodded and then turned to Bai Lu. Without further ado, Bai Lu snapped his fingers with a resounding clap. In the next instant, Muzhan and the 5 disappeared from sight. At that moment, the national master, Yi Qianyu, arrived swiftly. "Your Majesty, Yang Zikan from the Yang family of Jingping County in the Tianqian dynasty has come to visit." "The Yang family of Jingping County?" Qin Shuang arched an eyebrow, pondering his intentions. "He claims to discuss business, but the specifics require your audience," Yi Qianyu replied. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shuang instructed, "Take him to the Qinghua Lake Pavilion. I shall arrive shortly." "Understood," Yi Qianyu acknowledged before departing. Bai Lu approached her, a smile gracing his lips as he asked, "When shall we go?" "Let us bide our time," Qin Shuang replied nonchalantly, stretching leisurely. "Those who come to conduct business should first be met with a show of authority." She remained oblivious to the fact that she was growing increasingly relaxed in front of Bai Lu. In the past, she would never have dared to stretch in his presence. "So, where to now?" Bai Lu inquired, observing her with curiosity. Qin Shuang, at a loss for what to do, realized she had no pressing matters at hand. After a moment of contemplation, a subtle smile graced her lips as she suggested, "Come walk with me. I'm weary of teleporting all day." Bai Lu's eyes sparkled with delight as he quickly responded, "As you wish." Wasn't this akin to what one would describe as a date in literature? There was much to explore here. However, the situation did not unfold as he had envisioned. Throughout their journey, Qin Shuang bombarded him with inquiries regarding alchemy, leaving no room for any romantic ambience. Bai Lu recognized that the date was amiss and sought to rectify it, yet found no opportune moment, resigning himself to wait for another occasion. At the Qinghua Lake Pavilion, Yang Zikan rose to greet them upon seeing Qin Shuang arrive with Bai Lu Empress Shuangyue. "I have long admired your reputation," he exclaimed. After exchanging pleasantries, he deliberately bowed to Bai Lu, acknowledging his seniority. Bai Lu chose to disregard him. Qin Shuang, however, cast a glance at Yang Zikan, gesturing towards the pavilion as they moved to sit down and converse. "Very well," Yang Zikan replied with a polite smile, instinctively stepping aside to allow Qin Shuang to proceed first. Meanwhile, Yi Qianxiu had completed his task, informing Qin Shuang of his departure before withdrawing. Qin Shuang settled into the main seat, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Zikan, and teasingly inquired, "Did you come alone, young Master Yang?" "Surely. Someone of your stature wouldn't do so?" "Haha." Yang Zikan chuckled and explained, "I have grown accustomed to solitude. The presence of others makes me feel rather uncomfortable. Hence I did not bring any attendants." At this juncture, he deliberately paused, then feigned shock as he gazed at Qin Shuang, anxiously inquiring, "You cannot possibly suspect that I am an impostor, can you? I assure you, I am genuine. Behold the young family token." Suddenly, a voice coldly echoed in Qin Shuang's mind, "This lad is merely putting on an act. His performance appears rather proficient. It is customary for those from prominent families to possess such skills." Qin Shuang replied with a nonchalant remark, subsequently addressing Yang Zikan's query with subtlety, "There is no need. I am somewhat familiar with the Yang family's twin stars." Upon hearing this, Yang Zikan could not help but display a sorrowful expression, lamenting, "My brother, alas." Yet, before he could finish, he sighed and shook his head. Qin Shuang understood his intent to provoke her curiosity, but she chose not to indulge him, directly inquiring, "What business do you wish to discuss with me if there is no other motive?" Yang Zikan, upon hearing her words, retracted his sorrowful demeanor and responded, "There is a batch of Qingling saplings in Jingping County. If acquired in full, they would suffice to establish a spiritual energy field. Would you have any interest?" "How much?" Qin Shuang asked plainly. Yang Zikan promptly provided the price, 3 million mid-grade spirit stones. "The purpose of my visit was primarily to cultivate friendship with you." The Yang family's objective indeed revolved around forging connections. Their network of allies was extensive and intricately linked to their investment strategies. "Let us stick to the original price," she replied. "You have traveled a great distance. I cannot allow you to incur a loss," Qin Shuang said courteously. Yang Zikan immediately interjected, "The seedlings of the Qingling tree are not worth much. I stand to profit 3 million. After all, I am not one to engage in unprofitable ventures. So it is settled, 3 million. Should it be more or less, I shall not partake in this transaction." Qin Shuang regarded him silently, merely nodding in agreement. "Very well. 3 million it is." Thus, with but a few exchanges, they established a deal for 3 million mid-grade spirit stones. Qin Shuang had no desire to entertain Yang Zikan further, nor did he wish to linger, so he was soon seen off. "Oh, by the way, this is for you. I have heard your father takes great pleasure in chess." Yang Zikan remarked as he presented Qin Shuang with a jade chessboard upon his departure. Qin Shuang glanced at the board, a fleeting glimmer of intrigue passing through her eyes. Yet it vanished as she gracefully declined, "I have already benefited from the Qingling seedlings. It would be impolite to accept more. Please take it back." Upon hearing this, Yang Zikan did not insist, reclaiming the chessboard, bidding farewell, and turning to leave. Once he had departed, Bai Lu approached Qin Shuang, inquiring with concern, "Are you missing your father?" He had disowned her sentiment earlier. "Indeed," Qin Shuang replied, waving her hand to reveal a wooden chessboard that appeared on the table. She looked at Bai Lu and asked, "Will you play a game with me?" "Of course, I would be delighted," Bai Lu replied with a gentle smile, placing the first black stone on the board. Suddenly recalling something, he added thoughtfully, "Shall I tell you a story?" As Qin Shuang placed her stone, she inquired, "What sort of story?" "A rather absurd tale concerning the game of Go," Bai Lu responded, continuing to play as he narrated. "Speak on. I am all ears." Qin Shuang remarked as she placed a piece on the board. Bai Lu leaned back, then began to narrate the tale. One day, The chess sage journeyed to a land known as Bangzi country, where a Go competition was underway. Intrigued by the event, he decided to participate and fought his way to the finals. It is from this point that the story truly unfolds. The final match was against a player named De Bien, and the contest was a best-of-3 format. In the first game, both competitors experienced a tumultuous battle, ultimately culminating in the chess sage's victory. After a day of rest, they reconvened for the second game, during which an outrageous incident transpired. Chapter 58. The absurd rule. Qin Shuang, intrigued, perked up her ears, holding the piece in place. She was curious about what kind of maneuver could provoke such a reaction from someone like Bailu, not one to prolong the suspense. Continued without hesitation, the competition was officiated by referees, who were, in fact, the locals of Bangzi country. During the second match, the chess sage initially gained an advantage. However, due to a habitual oversight, he neglected to place the captured stones under the board cover, leading to a halt in the game. The referee intervened, imposing a penalty of 2 points. Though the chess sage felt a pang of irritation, he adhered to their regulations and proceeded with the game. As the match continued, despite the penalty, the chess sage maintained his lead. At that moment, he stepped away to pour himself a glass of water. Meanwhile, De Bien, feigning contemplation, glanced at the empty space across from him, delicately raised his hand, and pointed towards the table. Due to habitual reasons, the chess sage failed to place the captured pieces into the game box, while the great debater dared not confront him directly, instead seizing the opportunity to execute a brilliant move during the sage's absence. Upon the sage's return and the placement of the pieces back into the box, the referee informed him that he had committed another infraction. Qin Shuang, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow. Another penalty of 2 points? What is the point of playing then? Is the outcome of the game truly determined by such an absurd rule regarding the placement of captured pieces? Is this still a contest of skill on the board? Observing her mounting frustration, Bailu remarked nonchalantly that there was no penalty of 2 points, but according to the so-called local rules, 2 infractions would result in an automatic loss. Thus the great debater triumphed without a fight, earning the dubious title of debater of 4 points. Is this truly outrageous? Qin Shuang was utterly astonished, but the absurdity did not end there. Bailu, akin to a storyteller, treated the pieces as proposals, effortlessly dropping one onto the board. He then continued narrating. The following day, the third and final match commenced. In this round, the great debater had already established a significant advantage, yet became ensnared in prolonged contemplation. At this juncture, the referee abruptly intervened, citing the same rule from the previous day to impose a 2-point penalty on the chess sage. It turned out that 20 minutes prior, the sage had made a move but neglected to place it into the game box, while the rule itself was already preposterous. The most ludicrous aspect was that the infraction from 20 minutes earlier was being enforced just as the great debater was hesitating in his decision, effectively granting him additional time for contemplation. At that moment, only around 40 minutes remained for De Bien, while the Go sage still possessed approximately an hour and a half. Although the situation appeared significantly favorable for De Bien, in the realm of Go, such confrontations between masters can be swayed by a single move. Under the pressure of time, should De Bien execute a pivotal maneuver, the tides could swiftly turn. Is there not a rule regarding the ceiling of moves in Go? They discussed the rules yet failed to adhere to them, which elicited a disdainful scoff from Qin Shuang. Consequently, the Go sage, incensed, left the venue after unsuccessful negotiations with the organizers. Bailu gently elucidated the situation. Qin Shuang momentarily paused, placing a stone while inquiring, "Is he really just leaving like that?" Bailu followed suit with a stone, chuckling, "In any case, it won't be long before the Korean nation fades from existence. There are countless theories surrounding it. However, I gleaned this from Go discussions, so I am not well acquainted with the subsequent events. Of course, it is certainly not the doing of the Go sage, for he is merely an ordinary individual. Yet, I have heard whispers of someone named Jane, who shares a certain connection with the Go sage. Furthermore, there are rumors that a fortune teller predicted 3 words for Star Jane." Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang pondered. So, it seems the disappearance of the Korean nation might indeed be linked to that Jane. "I am uncertain," Bailu replied, shaking his head. "This is merely what I read in a book. I distinctly remember it was on page 202500123. Thus, consider it a tale, for I cannot ascertain its truth." "Very well." Qin Shuang placed a stone for Bailu, and after a moment, could not help but exclaim, "This matter is truly absurd." Within the confines of the 4-winged Pegasus carriage, Yang Zikan reclined on the sofa, his eyes closed, seemingly in slumber, yet in reality, he was engaged in a dialogue with that enigmatic voice. Can one discern anything from this? He is merely an ordinary individual. Impossible. Yang Zikan immediately dismissed this notion. How could someone who emanates such palpable pressure simply be an ordinary person? Moreover, his prowess had already been displayed at the Tianbao auction house, leaving no room for deception. Is that so? While you sense pressure, what I perceive is an ordinary person. Is it possible that each observer sees him differently? Yet, if what you claim holds true, for me to perceive him as ordinary is utterly preposterous. Could there be some extraordinary reason behind this? The mysterious voice pondered aloud. Now displaying a flicker of interest in Bailu, noticing he had gleaned no useful information, Yang Zikan shifted the conversation. What of Qin Xuan? I dare not probe. An overwhelming instinct warns me that should I attempt to investigate, I would surely be discovered. Is there anything you fear? Yang Zikan raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. He. I have many fears. I simply relish in preying on the weak while shying away from the strong. The mysterious voice candidly admitted. Yang Zikan was left speechless, opting not to engage further. He opened his eyes and murmured, this Qin Shuang may indeed be more formidable than anticipated. Fear not. When calamity strikes, each will flee. If trouble arises, I shall undoubtedly be the first to escape. He. The mysterious voice replied with a mischievous tone. Yang Zikan has begun to understand his own temperament. It is best to disregard him. He said calmly, I am not provoking them. Regardless of the circumstances, they would not go so far as to harm me. Moreover, his purpose for coming this time is primarily to establish connections. Even if he fails to do so, it shouldn't lead to enmity, should it? Chapter 59. A new mysterious power senior. There are new findings. Bailu glanced at the information on the scroll before handing it to Qin Shuang. It seems Tainyo has made a new discovery. Qin Shuang raised her delicate brows and said, then let us go and discuss it in person. After all, it will only take a moment. As soon as she finished speaking, the surroundings transformed, and they found themselves in a paradise-like setting. Tainyo and a woman beside him sensed something and looked up simultaneously. Upon seeing Bailu and his companion, they hurriedly approached. Senior, Miss Qin. Qin Shuang cast a glance at the woman beside Tainyo and smiled. So this is your wife? Indeed, Tainyo replied with a simple grin. Scratching the back of his head, he then hastily introduced, her name is Cui Zhu. Cui Zhu respectfully greeted them. I have heard much about you both from Tainyo. Thank you for not holding any grievances against us. It was we who acted first. To take offense would be quite unfair, Qin Shuang said lightly, waving her hand dismissively. At this moment, Bailu directly inquired, what new discoveries have you made? This was the matter that truly concerned him. Oh. Tainyo reacted swiftly and promptly delved into the matter at hand. It transpired that Chao Jia, another member of our organization, encountered a group of individuals while delivering a message. Just as he was on the verge of dispatching them all, the last remaining adversary suddenly unleashed a tremendous force that compelled him to retreat. It would be more accurate to say he was not merely forced back but was decisively defeated in a single blow. Fortunately, he possessed the ability of golden cicada shedding its shell, coupled with the strength bestowed upon him, which enabled his successful escape. Is that individual problematic? Or is it the power that is troubling? Bailu inquired, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Tainyo replied with conviction, the power is indeed problematic. It is evident that it does not belong to that individual. Most importantly, when Xiao Jie faced that force, he felt an overwhelming impulse to annihilate it. However, reason prevailed, urging him to suppress that impulse and choose to flee. He paused momentarily before continuing. In fact, when I was bestowing power upon Xiao Jie, I too experienced a similar urge to extinguish him, which led me to speculate that this force might be connected to a reincarnated being. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that this ability possesses a formidable capacity to manipulate the hearts of others, ensnaring me merely through the feedback of the bestowed power. He conveyed to Bailu that one of his thoughts was to seek Bailu's assistance in investigating this matter, for Bailu's strength was undeniable. It would be foolish not to leverage such a potent ally. Where is that person? Bailu asked directly after listening intently. Tainyo's eyes brightened, and he promptly responded. Xiao Jie knows. His cicada body was taken by that individual, and he can sense their location. Where's Xiao Jie? Bailu refrained from idle chatter. Red Flow Canyon. Iron Bull blurted out. However, Bailu found him too slow and summoned the Black Dragon, instructing, Divine Being, it will locate him. As the Black Dragon emerged, it was oblivious to the situation, yet it required no further knowledge. It simply needed to follow Bailu's directives. Iron Bull, upon seeing the Black Dragon, paused momentarily before swiftly grasping its intent, akin to when he had followed Li Ling to find him. Realizing this, he promptly bestowed the divine power upon Xiao Jie. Bailu exchanged a glance with the Black Dragon. Without uttering a word, the black dragon briefly attuned itself and swiftly pinpointed Chao Jie's location. In the blink of an eye, they materialized in Red Flow Canyon. Iron Bull and Cui Zhu gazed in astonishment at the sudden shift in their surroundings. They had not anticipated that, aside from Bai Lu, another could instantaneously traverse from one place to another. Yet, to call it a person seemed inaccurate. It was more fitting to say a dragon. Chao Jie, resting by the riverbank, was initially puzzled by Iron Bull's sudden bestowal of divine power. However, upon seeing the figures before him, clarity washed over him. Seniors, Miss Qin, he greeted Bai Lu and Qin Shuang, as Iron Bull had emphasized them to him. Bai Lu. With no intention of idle conversation, cut to the chase. Where is that person? Chao Jie immediately activated Golden Cicada, shedding its shell to sense the location of the cicada body. While Bai Lu could not perceive this force, the black dragon could. Hence, before Chao Jie, the wielder of this ability, could detect it, the black dragon had already utilized its teleportation to carry them away. As the location shifted, Chao Jie stood bewildered, still unable to sense what had transpired. How had they arrived here so swiftly? The Iron Bull gently nudged him, rousing him from his reverie. Such a reaction is quite normal. Most individuals tend to respond this way upon their initial encounters. Bai Lu paid them no heed, instead scrutinizing the individual before him. A subtle smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. Apart from this person's inherent strength, he sensed nothing else. This was to be expected. Reincarnated beings often exhibit similar traits. Qin Shuang, catching a glimpse of his smile, mused to herself that it seemed he had indeed made a significant discovery. I shan't seek you out, yet you have come to me willingly. Yingqi grinned at Chao Jie. Ever since he had acquired that power, he had become exceedingly arrogant, showing no fear in the presence of so many. With that, he clenched his fists tightly, channeling his spiritual energy. Boom. The force erupted, yet he suddenly froze in place. For the power he sought did not manifest, only his existing strength was unleashed. Why? Yingqi stared at his hands in despair, bewildered, and cried out, "Come forth. Did you not desire my soul? Show yourself." Bai Lu observed this with a furrowed brow and turned to the black dragon, inquiring, "Was there another force present just now? If not, it would be reasonable for him to sense nothing." "No," the black dragon replied, shaking his head. "Though I cannot be entirely certain, there is a rather peculiar sensation." "You cannot sense it? Or has that force already departed from his body?" Qin Shuang interjected. She understood that in this matter, the black dragon's perceptions might be more reliable than those of Bai Lu, who was the target. "Come out, you bastard." Yingqi continued to lament. Bai Lu furrowed his brow slightly, and with a mere thought, an overwhelming pressure descended. With a resounding thud, Yingqi was abruptly engulfed by the ground, silenced, for his pupils had lost focus and he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Bai Lu had initially not intended to take matters into his own hands, but Yingqi's incessant noise had disrupted their conversation. Chapter 60. Why does everyone assume that I have a romantic involvement with Bai Lu? I feel a certain urge to eliminate him. Iron Bull interjected at an opportune moment. Qin Shuang paused momentarily, then suddenly enlightened, remarked, "Indeed, they may serve as better conduits for sensing." With that, she cast a glance at Chao Jie and Cui Zhu, inquiring, "What about you two?" Logically, if Iron Bull harbored such an impulse, then Chao Jie and Cui Zhu, being reincarnated beings as well, should share in it. As expected, both Chao Jie and Cui Zhu nodded in unison. "Yes, we feel it now too." At that moment, Bai Lu murmured, "I shall step away for a moment." Qin Shuang was taken aback. Although she was uncertain of his intentions, she said nothing and nodded. "All right, go ahead." Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Lu had already vanished. Observing this, Qin Shuang rolled her eyes slightly, secretly lamenting. He transforms entirely when confronted with something that piques his interest. As if in a frantic rush, Bai Lu typically exuded a demeanor of tranquility, approaching tasks with unhurried grace. However, to speak candidly, Bai Lu is not one to act hastily. He possesses an abundance of patience. For the sake of researching a particular subject, he could dedicate thousands of years. Nevertheless, he has always emphasized efficiency during his studies, seldom engaging in futile endeavors that squander time, a habit he has cultivated over many years of research. As for us, Tainyo noticed Bai Lu's departure, uncertain of the subsequent arrangements. Qin Shuang cast a glance at Yingqi and instructed, "Keep a close watch on him. We may need to interrogate him shortly." Understanding the directive, Tainyo promptly took Cui Zhu and Chao Jie to monitor Yingqi. Although Qin Shuang did not approach, she remained vigilant regarding Yingqi. If all goes as anticipated, he undoubtedly possesses something of significance that cannot be allowed to escape. Meanwhile, He Long furtively glanced at Qin Shuang, pondering privately, isn't she the consort of that Bai? Perhaps flattering her could grant me some reprieve. Its demands were modest. It merely wished to step outside for a breath of fresh air, as being in the company of the ghost warden was exceedingly terrifying. With this thought in mind, it carefully chose its words and began, "Madam, leave." Qin Shuang abruptly turned her head, glaring at it, the command escaping her lips almost instinctively. Hei Long was taken aback, bewildered by its perceived transgression. Qin Shuang disregarded it, contemplating, why does everyone assume we have a relationship? She felt her rapport with Bai Lu was entirely normal, devoid of any intimate or ambiguous behaviors. Hei Long refrained from speaking further, realizing that flattery might backfire and provoke Qin Shuang's ire. One wrong word from her could condemn it to a lifetime of confinement, forever deprived of freedom. Alas, regrettably, the carefully chosen words he had prepared were rendered futile. He intended to flatter, it was swiftly silenced the moment he began to speak. In the grand estate of a certain Lord Li Huan reclined on a sunlit lounge chair, with a tea kettle beside him, water gently boiling atop it. After savoring a cup of tea, the remaining brew in the pot gracefully ascended, filling his cup anew. Ah, he sighed contentedly, reflecting. Life in a small town is indeed delightful. Why engage in strife and conflict? As a minor lord, strolling through the streets, one is the fairest of them all. With both reputation and substance in hand, is this not the epitome of an ideal existence? At that moment, a shadow loomed over him. Startled, he abruptly sat up, gazing at the unexpected arrival of Bai Lu, and gravely remarked, "Brother, it is rather impolite to intrude upon another's territory. 300,000, accompany me." Bai Lu nonchalantly tossed him a spirit crystal card. Instinctively, Li Huan caught the card, yet before he could utter a word, he found himself in an entirely different location. His lounge chair had vanished, leaving him seated unceremoniously on the ground, a chill seeping through, though he did not need to look. He could sense numerous eyes fixed upon him, prompting an awkward smile as he dusted off his pants and stood up. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us discuss matters amicably. Shall we?" Hiki. With no recourse against the overwhelming numbers, he felt helpless, resorting to a strained smile to ease the tension. Bai Lu shot him a glance, gesturing towards Shadow 7, and inquired, "What do you feel upon seeing him?" Li Huan, perplexed, sensed that in this situation, resistance was futile. Given this, he obediently complied. For thus far he had suffered no harm. Instead, he had acquired 3 million spirit crystals. With such thoughts in mind, he cast his gaze upon Shadow 7, scrutinizing him intently, even employing his spiritual senses, yet he discerned nothing particularly remarkable about the individual. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly inquired, "If we are to speak of impressions, does finding him displeasing count?" Bai Lu immediately chimed in, "Do you harbor any inclination to eliminate him?" Li Huan was taken aback and promptly shook his head. "No, while I may find him unappealing, I bear no grievances against him. It seems rather extreme to contemplate his demise upon our first encounter, does it not? Is it truly wise to pose such a question?" Of course, this thought remained unvoiced, as he dared not articulate it in Bai Lu's presence. Upon receiving a definitive response, Bai Lu turned to Iron Bull and his companions, asking, "What about you?" In unison, Iron Bull and his companions replied. A subtle smile graced Bai Lu's lips, indicating that a certain connection indeed existed among them. He had intentionally sought out a spirit emperor of comparable strength to Chao Jie, deliberately avoiding those reincarnated individuals to control the variables. Since Li Huan felt nothing amiss, it sufficed to indicate a significant implication. However, for the sake of thoroughness, he planned to seek out more individuals with varying levels of cultivation and perceptual abilities for further examination, though for now, it was prudent to interrogate Shadow 7 first. After all, with Li Huan's comparison, it was becoming increasingly plausible to suspect a connection between this mysterious force and the reincarnated individuals. Li Huan wore a perplexed expression, utterly bewildered by their discourse. After a moment's contemplation, he hesitantly raised his hand to inquire, could you send me back?" He had no desire to become embroiled in what appeared to be a rather troublesome affair. Bai Lu cast a glance his way and softly replied, "Thank you." With that, Li Huan vanished without a trace. In the city lord's mansion, Li Huan remained in a state of daze, not because he had returned, but rather due to the unexpected gratitude expressed by Bai Lu. After a while, he regained his composure, chuckling softly as he shook his head, then reclined back to his previous position, brewed a pot of tea, and murmured to himself, "What a peculiar individual." Subsequently, he dismissed the incident from his mind, yearning only to be a minor official, enjoying both prestige and substance, living a tranquil and unremarkable life. Otherwise, with his cultivation as the Ling Emperor, he could achieve great success anywhere, rendering it unnecessary to become the lord of such a remote and impoverished town. Yet, after this episode, it seemed this place was not entirely secure. Who could predict when Bai Lu might return? Should conflict arise? Well, that posed a dilemma. Li Huan pondered for a long while, then sighed in resignation. Alas, I must cultivate. Even the desire to lead a laid-back existence necessitates strength. He then extinguished the tea stove and proceeded to engage in his cultivation. Chapter 61. Are you concerned about me? Ing Chi awoke from his stupor. His eyes fluttering open to reveal a few indistinct figures. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in shock as memories of his circumstances prior to losing consciousness flooded back to him. He surveyed his surroundings and realized he was completely surrounded. Attempting to feign bravado, he inquired, "What do you intend to do? We have a few questions for you." Qin Shuang conjured an ice flame whip and flicked it lightly. With a resounding crack, it struck the ground, leaving a trail of ice in its wake. Ing Chi's body trembled slightly. What is it? Where did you acquire that power? Bai Lu asked expressionlessly. You were here for him. A sudden realization washed over Ing Chi. And he quickly pleaded, I have no connection to him. Crack. The ice flame whip mercilessly lashed against him. In an instant, a streak of ice appeared on his body, the chilling aura of the ice flame and the searing heat incessantly eroding his form, allowing him to truly experience the sensation of being caught between ice and fire. Oh, please stop. I'll cooperate. Just tell me what you need. Ing Chi shrieked, hastily revealing everything. I don't even know where that power came from. I remember when I was on the brink of death. A deep voice resonated in my mind. Was it a male or female voice? Bai Lu interjected. Ing Chi hesitated for a moment before truthfully responding. It was a male voice, but I have no idea if he is truly a man or a woman. If you misjudge, do not blame me. Bai Lu said nothing further, adopting a commanding tone. Continue. All right. Ing Chi complied obediently, recounting the details. He first mocked me, saying I was about to die and asked if I needed help. At this point, he glanced at Chao Jie and continued, given the urgency of the situation. I naturally nodded without hesitation. However, he did not assist me immediately. Instead, he began discussing conditions. I was nearly frantic, yet he spoke at a leisurely pace, leaving me to ponder whether I might perish before our conversation concluded. He urged me not to be hasty, suggesting that if death was imminent, I might as well embrace it. Upon reflection, I conceded to his perspective and thus engaged in the negotiation of terms. Ultimately, he sought my soul, to which I acquiesced. And in that moment, I felt a surge of sinister energy coursing through my core. Almost instantaneously, I struck down the courier, only to later discover that I had seemingly acquired a mere dummy corpse. At that moment, I realized that the courier was undoubtedly still alive. When you sought me out, I had initially felt quite pleased, yet now, I am filled with regret. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu appeared contemplative. Before he manifested, did you sense anything unusual in your surroundings or within your body? No, Ing Chi shook his head. I did not perceive anything amiss. But given the gravity of the situation, I was preoccupied and unable to focus on such details. Bai Lu furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before solemnly stating, It seems we must delve into your memories. He was reluctant to engage deeply with the soul, yet for the sake of clarity, he felt compelled to investigate personally. Although it was likely that he would glean no more insight than when probing Lin Yuan's spirit, it was imperative to ascertain whether this endeavor bore any fruit. He had never been one to dismiss verification simply based on a high probability of correctness. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang frowned slightly and suggested, What if we call upon the Black Dragon? The Black Dragon possesses the ability to sense the power of reincarnated beings and should be able to detect this force as well. Perhaps it would be more beneficial for the Black Dragon to investigate. Bai Lu turned his head to glance at the Black Dragon, momentarily forgetting its presence. The Black Dragon felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was it truly so inconspicuous? After all, it had been steadfastly by Bai Lu's side, unaware of its current thoughts. Bai Lu nodded slightly and said, You proceed first. I shall observe further. He felt compelled to personally delve into Ing Chi's memories. After all, the notion had arisen within him, and to leave it unexamined would leave him unsettled. Very well. The Black Dragon obediently complied, promptly taking action. Suddenly, Ing Chi's eyes rolled back as he stood motionless, his head drooping as if he were standing in slumber. Soon, the Black Dragon narrowed its slit-like pupils. What is it? Qin Shuang, having noticed its unusual demeanor, inquired immediately, with all eyes upon it. The Black Dragon cast a glance at Bai Lu and shook its head, stating, I did not uncover that memory. If he is not lying, it indicates that the puppeteer possesses the ability to conceal memories. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu not only felt no disappointment, but instead a smile crept across his face. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. The Black Dragon's power far surpassed that of all entities within the Lingyun continent. The fact that it could evade its soul-searching scrutiny without being targeted suggested that the force at play was exceedingly enigmatic. Whether it was potent remained uncertain, yet it was undoubtedly shrouded in mystery. At that moment, Qin Shuang suddenly addressed Tainyo and the others, saying, "You all go assist me in gathering the nearby spiritual herbs. The Black Dragon shall accompany you." The Black Dragon was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that Qin Shuang intended to discreetly send them away. However, this suited its desires perfectly. It could enjoy a breath of fresh air while wandering about, and it felt quite content with that. However, Chao Jia wished to express something. Yet Tainyo gently patted his shoulder and addressed Qin Shuang, stating, "Let us set forth." With that, he led Cui Zhu and Chao Jia away. He Long cast a fleeting glance at them before leisurely following suit. Once they had departed, Bai Lu looked at Qin Shuang in confusion, asking, "Did you intentionally send them away?" Qin Shuang shot him a glare and retorted, "Do you wish for your embarrassing moments to be laid bare before them?" Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's eyes widened in realization, and he couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you concerned for me? Does this imply that Qin Shuang's relationship with him has grown even closer?" Upon hearing such words, Qin Shuang's lips twitched, exasperatedly rubbing her forehead. "Is that the crux of the matter? Do you recall how you retched last time? I merely wished to prevent you from losing face in front of others. Isn't that still a sign of concern for me?" Bai Lu replied with a cheerful grin. Qin Shuang, feeling vexed, ground her teeth in frustration, unsure of how to respond, and opted to change the subject. "Hurry and search for souls. If they return and see you looking nauseated, don't blame me for not aiding you. Indeed, your thoughtfulness is commendable." Bai Lu, in truth, was indifferent to his own image, for he possessed sufficient strength to disregard such concerns. However, since Qin Shuang was considerate of his reputation, he felt it only fitting to accept her goodwill. Furthermore, he discovered that having someone care for him felt rather pleasant. Having concluded his soul-searching, Bai Lu promptly began to retch. Observing this, Qin Shuang hurriedly supported him with one hand while gently patting his back with the other, at a loss for words. She knew full well what the outcome would be. Yet he had proceeded nonetheless. Bai Lu, momentarily unable to respond to her grievances, took a considerable time to recover. Turning to face Qin Shuang, he pointed at her delicate hand that was propping up his arm and smiled, stating, "This is precisely my intention." Qin Shuang immediately understood, casting a fierce glare at him. As if to warn, "Do you believe I would let you fall?" Yet, despite her words, she did not release her hold. Bai Lu chuckled awkwardly and waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, come now, it was merely a jest. Some things must be tested before one can be truly disheartened. It's merely a bout of nausea, nothing too grave." Qin Shuang rolled her eyes and inquired, "Are you done?" "Yes," Bai Lu replied with a slight nod. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang quickly withdrew her hand and asked, "Did you uncover anything?" "Nothing." Bai Lu resumed a serious demeanor and answered flatly, as anticipated. "I am unable to perceive his memories. I wonder if the reason for my inability to see is the same as that of the Black Dragon, at present. I have no means to verify this." Qin Shuang appeared contemplative, suggesting, "Shall I attempt to simulate his power? Perhaps using it could yield some clues. That would be acceptable." Bai Lu felt that there would be no fruitful outcome, for if there were any remnants of Yingqi's power, even the Black Dragon would be unable to sense it, let alone the current Qin Shuang. However, he deemed it worthwhile to attempt, as it might yield some unexpected discoveries. Research necessitates a relentless cycle of trial and error. One could potentially uncover a new path. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shuang extracted a drop of Yingqi's blood and commenced the life simulation. At that moment, Yingqi lay in a state of unconsciousness. After Bai Lu concluded the soul-searching, Qin Shuang swiftly rendered him unconscious. A surge of white-green life force permeated the droplet of blood, gradually revealing a hue of azure energy within the liquid. Qin Shuang patiently awaited, observing that the blood droplet exhibited no further changes before dissipating the life force. It contained merely wine to tribute spiritual energy, devoid of any additional powers. Bai Lu had anticipated this outcome after a moment's contemplation. He murmured to himself, "It seems I must eliminate him once." Yingqi was undoubtedly destined for death, as once all matters concluded, he would hand Yingqi over to Chao Jia for resolution, considering Yingqi had assaulted Chao Jia, and their grievances required redress. In terms of outcomes, there was no doubt that Chao Jia would certainly kill Yingqi. However, the act of killing Yingqi was not to be executed at present. There were various possibilities to explore before reaching that conclusion. Qin Shuang nodded in agreement, since Tiniu and his companions harbored the impulse to eliminate him. Allowing them to do so might unveil some discoveries. Patience was key. one method at a time would eventually lead to insight. Bai Lu possessed ample time. At that moment, a surge of life force emanated from Qin Shuang, and he shouted loudly, "Stop him!" Buzzing softly, Bai Lu sensed nothing at all. Yet, the instant Qin Shuang spoke, an all-encompassing darkness swiftly enveloped the entire Lingyun continent. In that fleeting moment, it was as though everything on the continent had come to a standstill. The silence so profound it sent chills down one's spine. Qin Shuang glanced around in astonishment and inquired, "What did you do?" "The dead zone." Bai Lu replied with a calm demeanor. "I could not sense anything, so I chose to seal off the Lingyun continent. Now, the entire world has been immobilized. He should be unable to escape. If he does manage to flee, it will be all the more intriguing." Listening to his nonchalant tone, Qin Shuang felt a twinge of shame. Was it truly so simple to immobilize the Lingyun continent? However, she had grown accustomed to Bai Lu's ability to perform earth-shattering feats with ease. After a moment of contemplation, she solemnly remarked, "I sensed only a fleeting moment. And then it vanished. I cannot ascertain whether he is currently within this person's body or if he has escaped." Bai Lu pondered briefly before summoning the black dragon. The dragon, initially immobilized, remained in a static pose when transported. Once it regained its composure, the first sight that met its eyes was Bai Lu and Qin Shuang, and it appeared momentarily stunned. "Expand your consciousness, focusing from this point, and seek the presence of bloodthirsty energy," Bai Lu's voice echoed softly. The black dragon, bewildered by the situation, instinctively obeyed Bai Lu's command and promptly extended its consciousness. It was not as arduous as anticipated. Before long, it located the source of that ominous power just nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, it instantly teleported Bai Lu and Qin Shuang to the location. In the Crimson Flow Canyon, the black dragon pointed at the scarred man before him and spoke. The scarred man was soaring through the air, seemingly in haste. Qin Shuang nodded gently, acknowledging the situation. "I sensed it too. It seems he was unable to conceal himself before you immobilized him. However, arriving at Crimson Flow Canyon so swiftly, could he also possess the ability to teleport?" Bai Lu remained unaware, yet the immobilization sufficed. His power was unaffected by direct targeting, likely due to the inability to target him at all. The strength of a reincarnated individual held no sway over him, yet he could eliminate such beings, indicating that his power remained intact. If this mysterious force were akin to that of the reincarnated, his abilities would naturally be effective. From this perspective, the force that engenders reincarnated beings and the enigmatic power behind it appeared insufficiently potent, at least not capable of fully restraining Bai Lu. It might not even require full restraint. It could merely be a matter of blocking Bai Lu's perception of the reincarnated individuals. Nevertheless, the ability to obscure Bai Lu's senses was no small feat consequently. Bai Lu was eager to discern the true nature of this underlying force. "Is it capturable?" he inquired softly. Qin Shuang cast her gaze towards the black dragon, finding him more reliable than herself. A wicked grin appeared on the dragon's visage as he confidently replied, "Certainly." With that, he exhaled a breath of dragon fire, enveloping the scarred man, and soon, a surge of blood-red energy emanated from the scarred figure. Chapter 63, A Terrifying Entity. In Bai Lu's eyes, apart from the essence of the dragon's breath, nothing else was visible. He turned to glance at Qin Shuang, who met his gaze and instantly comprehended his intent, gently nodding in acknowledgement of the bloodthirsty power that lingered. With a decisive nod, Bai Lu promptly retracted the dead zone. The entire world resumed its operations. Despite the relentless passage of time, their perception of it was altered by Bai Lu's influence, rendering them oblivious to the preceding events, naturally reverting to their previous actions. As the dead zone dissipated, the scarred-faced man regained consciousness. Upon awakening to see Bai Lu and his companions, he was taken aback and instinctively fled from them, demanding, "Who are you?" However, before Bai Lu could respond, the man contemplated for a moment and then hastily turned to escape. At that moment, his sole thought was that this place was no longer safe for him. Yet, while he wished to depart, Bai Lu was resolute in preventing his escape. As the scarred man flew away, he glanced back only to find himself once again before Bai Lu. Bai Lu regarded him and softly stated, "Do not rush to leave. If you have pressing matters, feel free to share them, and I may be able to assist you depending on the circumstances." The scarred man, now hesitant to flee, awkwardly replied, "It's nothing urgent. Merely a visit to the market for a trading event. If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to command me." Bai Lu observed him and slightly nodded, saying, "In that case, accompany me for a while." With that, they returned to the position where Ying Qi was located, and simultaneously, Tainyo and his companions were also relocated back. The black dragon had initially vanished, leaving Tainyo, and the others feeling somewhat perplexed. However, upon witnessing the black dragon following closely behind Bai Lu and Qin Shuang, their confusion dissipated. It was this formidable energy that caught Chao Jie's immediate attention, the blood-red power enveloped in dragon's breath. Bai Lu glanced at him before gesturing towards the unconscious Ing Qi, inquiring, "Do you still harbor any desire to kill him?" "No," Tainyo replied, shaking his head, his gaze fixed on that menacing energy, feeling an urge to extinguish it. Chao Jie and Chuizhu nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. At that moment, the ominous energy emitted a chilling laughter. "Hee hee. If you wish to kill me, come forth. I am right here." Qin Shuan caught a glimpse of Bai Lu from the corner of her eye and communicated telepathically. "Can you hear it? It has spoken." "I cannot," Bai Lu replied openly, without employing any telepathy. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuan comprehended his implication and reiterated. "It is taunting us, saying that if we want to kill it, we can, for it is right here. You seem unable to see me. But that shouldn't be the case. Where's the issue?" The mysterious energy expressed its confusion, for it could tangibly sense Bai Lu's immense strength. Qin Shuang conveyed the mysterious energy's words to Bai Lu. Bai Lu regarded the swirling dragon breath and calmly remarked, "If you cooperate, perhaps you will discover where the issue lies." "I shall not cooperate. Whether you wish to kill or maim, do as you please." The mysterious energy cackled once more. "For now, I shall not take your life," Bai Lu remarked casually. "You shall not perish until the value of your research is entirely exhausted. However, the trials you will endure may be quite severe." The mysterious force, devoid of any fear, retorted, "Feel free to send your challenges my way. I shall embrace them." Bai Lu, with an impassive expression, inquired softly, "From whence do you hail?" Silence ensued, as the mysterious force offered no indication of response, not even a word. Qin Shuang, after a moment's pause, furrowed her brow and asked, "Is his silence prompting me to take action?" Her icy whip was poised and ready. The mysterious force discerned her intentions and brazenly mocked, "Come, strike me. The harder you hit, the more exhilarated I become. I relish being struck. Do it, hasten." Qin Shuang regarded him with calmness, relaying his words to Bai Lu. Such trivial antics did not provoke her. Bai Lu remained silent, slowly raising his hand to press upon the fabric of space. With a resounding crack, the realm where the dragon's breath resided shattered like glass, revealing strands of fissures as fine as hair. The mysterious force was likewise fragmented by the ruptures in space. Delightful, so pleasurable, can we escalate the intensity?" It continued to taunt, seemingly unscathed. Qin Shuang turned to Bai Lu, speaking in a grave tone. Bai Lu withdrew his hand and stated with a tranquil demeanor, "He likely possesses neither soul nor sensation. Perhaps he lacks not only the ability to feel pain but even the five senses altogether. The primary purpose of shattering this space is not to punish the mysterious force, but rather to conduct an experiment. In an environment shattered by spatial disruptions, the soul is inevitably subjected to torment. The mysterious force cannot emerge unscathed. After all, as the sovereign of the ghost realm, his power inflicts unique harm upon souls. He is confident he would not annihilate the mysterious force. Yet he is certain it will experience profound suffering. The mysterious force's demeanor appears excessively nonchalant. A terrifying entity, it has gleaned so much from a mere probing strike. This thought lingers in the mind of the mysterious force, which outwardly maintains an air of arrogance and fearlessness. Qin Shuang furrows her brows, without a soul. How can it think and converse? In her understanding, a lack of soul renders one akin to an inanimate object. Bai Lu's lips curl into a slight smile. Therein lies the crux. Every living being possesses a spirit, yet even lifeless entities can mimic it, much like intelligent robots, which, devoid of souls, can still engage in conversation through programming, demonstrating such intelligence that they can respond fluently like humans. As for the mysterious force, it likely possesses something that grants it the capacity for thought, and that very thing could be the reason behind the reincarnation of Tainyo and others. Qin Shuang remains somewhat perplexed but refrains from further inquiries. Judging by Bai Lu's expression, he must have gleaned some insights. Meanwhile, the mysterious force, upon witnessing Bai Lu's smile, is filled with dread and resolves to take drastic measures. In the next moment, its blood-red mist emanates a crimson glow. Indeed, it contemplates self-detonation. Before Bai Lu, it cannot afford to harbor any illusions. It senses that if this continues, Bai Lu will strip away all its defenses, leaving it with no choice but to embrace death. Yet, before it can proceed with self-destruction, it must seek the consent of the Black Dragon. The White Tower is oblivious to its existence, yet the Black Dragon can perceive it with utmost clarity. At the moment of its self-detonation, A resounding roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The dragon's breath was instantaneously compressed, exerting unparalleled force to extinguish the fluctuations of the mysterious power. The black dragon cast a disdainful glance at it, letting out a haughty snort. How foolishly overconfident. This was its true nature. A demeanor that had been refined under the tutelage of the Warden of the Abyss before it presented itself before the White Tower. Chapter 64. The wealthy lady Qin Shuang Masterby. Allow me to keep watch over it. The black dragon eagerly volunteered, requesting to personally guard the mysterious power. Bailu glanced at it, aware of its desire to remain outside. He said nothing, merely nodding slightly. Then it is entrusted to you. The black dragon's eyes sparkled with delight, filled with an exuberance that promised no errors would occur. It had not anticipated Bailu's swift acquiescence, which made its response appear somewhat overly enthusiastic. Leaving Iron Bowl and the other bewildered onlookers in a state of astonishment, for the black dragon was, in their eyes, an exalted being beyond reach. Bailu withdrew his gaze, no longer intending to interrogate the mysterious power, for he understood that it would not cooperate. Any inquiry would be futile. His attention shifted to Shadow 7 and the scarred face. The scarred face felt a jolt of apprehension and awkwardly inquired, Sani, Senior, do you have any instructions? At that moment, Shadow 7 also regained consciousness, not by his own volition, but having been roused by Bailu. He rubbed his head, bewildered by the sudden impact that had caused him some discomfort. Do you share a connection with them? The voice of Bailu suddenly echoed through the air. Ying-Chi paused momentarily, instinctively glancing at the scarred face. Having just emerged from a state of unconsciousness, he was oblivious to the arrival of the scarred man, leaving him somewhat bewildered and momentarily at a loss for thoughts. The scarred man, however, reacted swiftly, locking eyes with Ying-Chi before promptly shaking his head, declaring, I do not know him. It was only then that Ying-Chi regained his composure and mirrored the gesture, replying, Neither do I. Bailu's expression remained unchanged as he regarded the scarred man, slowly inquiring, 10 million mid-grade spirit stones to search your soul. Are you willing? His question was directed solely at the scarred man, as he had not committed any wrongdoing, merely having been brought forth by Bailu's casual gesture. The scarred man raised an eyebrow, hesitating slightly. On one hand, he indeed harbored secrets, but who among them did not possess a few? On the other hand, the prospect was enticing 10 million spirit stones, enough to support his cultivation up to the 9th level of the Spirit Emperor. He did not ponder for long. Having witnessed Bailu's ability to shatter space, and it appeared he had little choice left. With this thought, he nodded decisively, affirming, I am willing. Bailu nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze towards Qin Shuang, stating, I am out of money. He seldom collected spirit stones from the Lingyun continent, as he usually entrusted them to Qin Shuang. The only spirit crystal card he possessed had been returned to Li Huayan. Qin Shuang, now a veritable wealthy heiress, had experienced a continuous influx of wealth since Bailu's arrival, with her finances always favoring an increase. Without a moment's hesitation, she casually tossed a spirit crystal card worth 10 million towards the scarred man, her eyes not even blinking. The scarred man's eyes sparkled as he deftly caught the object, running his fingers over the raised surface of the spirit crystal card. With a fearless expression, he declared, Come on, you come. Bailu cast a knowing glance at Hei Long. This was not an experiment. It was merely a matter of extracting the scarred man's memories. And there was no need for unnecessary hardships. All right, Hei Long responded obediently to Bailu's commands, following his directives without question. If he was instructed to go east, he would not venture west. Without further ado, Hei Long began to delve into the scarred man's soul. Taking advantage of the moment, Tainyo discreetly handed a storage ring to Qin Shuang. Miss Qin, this contains the spiritual herbs we have gathered. If it is insufficient, we can procure more. That will suffice, thank you, Qin Shuang replied, accepting the storage ring without even glancing at its contents. You're welcome, Tainyo smiled. After a moment's thought, Qin Shuang suddenly inquired, Do you require funding? Tainyo hesitated for a brief moment, then, with a hint of embarrassment, responded, Yes, we are indeed lacking. Qin Shuang produced 5 spirit crystal cards and a sum of 30 million mid-grade spirit stones, stating the condition was their allegiance to the Frost Moon Kingdom. She was certainly not providing this boon without reason. She held great faith in the organization known as Fallen Leaves. Tainyo exchanged glances with Cui Zhu. Qin Shuang's voice continued, I understand this is a significant matter. You may take your time to consider before responding. Do not feel obligated to anyone. Follow your true inclinations. With that, she handed the 5 spirit crystal cards to Tainyo. Keep the money. Even if you choose not to join the Frost Moon Kingdom, consider it my investment. The more friends one has, the more paths one can take. I have great faith in you. Tainyo gazed at the 5 spirit crystal cards before him, resigned to accept them. Very well. Qin Shuang had already taken a step back, and he could not afford to lose face. At that moment, the Black Dragon had finished reviewing the memories of the scar-faced man. Bai Lu casually tossed a spirit tablet to it, inscribing both his and Shadow 7's memories within. For the purpose of comparison, he sought to discern any commonalities between Shadow 7 and the scar-faced man. For it was highly improbable that the mysterious power could simply be transferred to anyone at random. There must be some connection between the two. The Black Dragon accepted the spirit tablet and immediately began to inscribe visual information upon it using its powers. Meanwhile, the scar-faced man furtively cast a glance at Bai Lu and awkwardly inquired, "Senior, may I take my leave?" Bai Lu turned to him and shook his head, responding, "Not yet. In addition to comparing memories, we must also assess your physical constitution. You shall remain here for the time being. Or do you have pressing matters to attend to?" Before the scar-faced man could answer, the Black Dragon interjected, "There is a phoenix vine at the trading market. With this phoenix vine, he could achieve a breakthrough. However, there is no need for haste. The phoenix vine is to be auctioned, which will not commence for another 2 days. I will also require 2 days," the scar-faced man muttered softly. Bai Lu, overhearing him clearly, replied with a hint of indifference, "When the time comes, I shall escort you there. How can I trouble you for that?" The scar-faced man said, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries." Bai Lu waved his hand dismissively and then commanded, "You and Shadow 7 shall approach that source of power. I wish to test your attraction to it." So far, he had gathered 7 pieces of information regarding the mysterious power. 1. The mysterious force remains concealed, undetectable even by the Black Dragon. 2. It possesses neither soul nor sensory perception. 3. The reincarnated individuals harbor malevolence towards it, yet it exhibits no particular response to them. 4. It possesses the ability to teleport, though the precise reasons for this capability remain unclear. 5. It can bestow upon its host formidable bloodthirsty power. 6. This power comes at a cost. Ying-Chi has likely bargained away his soul, yet the specifics of this transaction remain to be investigated. 7. It requires a vessel, with Ying-Chi and Scarface serving as its hosts. Chapter 65. Open Conspiracy. Scarface, Wang Wentu, and Ying-Chi stood on either side of the enigmatic force. Bai Lu's gaze swept over them before he commanded the Black Dragon to compel it to enter their bodies. "Not a problem," replied the Black Dragon, as it continued to exert control over its flame, pressuring the mysterious force towards Ying-Chi. "You might as well abandon all hope. I shall not enter their bodies again." Though the mysterious force faltered before Bai Lu, it had not yet been entirely vanquished. The Black Dragon looked at Bai Lu, shaking its head in frustration without a response. It appeared that the force would have to consent willingly. Bai Lu nodded gently, having thoroughly reviewed the memories contained within the spirit scroll. The commonalities between Ying-Chi and Wang Wentu are few, their experiences starkly different. However, there must be some shared aspect. Unfortunately, with only 2 samples, any commonalities would hold limited significance. If only there were more, even dozens of vessels for comparison, the accuracy of the derived information would be greatly enhanced. "Any insights?" Qin Shuang inquired as she approached. "No," Bai Lu shook his head, having already examined their physical constitutions, the cultivation methods they practiced, their spiritual energy attributes, and blood types, all of which differed. The likelihood that a mysterious force would select a vessel based on physical constitution appeared to be relatively low. He did not entirely dismiss this possibility, as he currently lacked definitive information. Qin Shuang glanced at the spiritual slip in his hand and inquired, "What about their memories?" Neither of their memories exhibited any particular anomalies, and the inadequacy of comparative samples rendered them of little reference value. Bai Lu handed the spiritual slip to her, suggesting they conduct a comparison once more samples became available. "Well, we shall have to proceed in this manner," Qin Shuang shrugged. Bai Lu cast a glance at Chao Jie and softly called, "Come here for a moment." Chao Jie hesitated for a moment before promptly approaching. "Senior." Bai Lu tossed him a storage ring, asking, "Is this yours?" "It was taken from Ying-Chi." "Yes," Chao Jie replied, turning it over to inspect the bottom and nodding gently. Although his connection to the storage ring had been severed due to the golden cicada shedding its shell, he recognized the design of his own ring. His cicada corpse had already dissipated, as he had chosen to withdraw from the golden cicada shedding its shell, given that Ying-Chi had been located, and there was no need for him to continue expending energy to maintain it. Bai Lu observed him and inquired leisurely, "What kind of dart are you utilizing?" Xiao Jie was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Bai Lu's interest in this matter. However, he soon replied, "As bounty hunters, we are bound by confidentiality agreements. But it is no trouble to inform you. I am transporting a piece of jade for the Shangwan family of Yulin City to the Baibao sect, presumably for use in weapon forging. The jade is nestled within the storage ring. If Bai Lu wishes to inspect it, he can easily retrieve it. There are individuals willing to pay for the assassination of the jade from the Shadow Kill Tower, and the matter is far from resolved. I shall escort you to a particular location, so prepare yourselves." Bai Lu gleaned the intricacies of this situation from Ying Qi's memories. However, Ying Qi was unaware of the identity of the employer behind the scenes. They were merely instruments executing a task. Xiao Jie was perplexed, uncertain of Bai Lu's intentions. Yet he understood that following orders was paramount. In the next moment, he, along with Tai Niu and Cui Zhu, vanished from their original location. Observing this, Qin Shuang raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Bai Lu smiled subtly, and then snapped his fingers. With a sharp sound, they found themselves amidst a bamboo grove. "The people from the Shadow Kill Tower are searching for Xiao Jie. I shall assist them in saving time." As Bai Lu activated the dead domain, he noticed a group of individuals. The assassins from Ying Qi had not returned to report for an extended period, prompting the arrival of a new batch, among whom one possessed a notably significant identity. Qin Shuang's senses surged as she assessed the situation. 8 individuals, 1 spirit emperor, and 7 spirit kings. No, there are 10 in total. A faint smile graced Bai Lu's lips, revealing that 2 spirit venerables were concealed among them. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang raised her delicate brows, intrigued by the significance of such jade. "What jade is of such importance?" she queried. "The jade itself is not the crux," Bai Lu explained nonchalantly. "The pivotal aspect is the young master of the Shadow Kill Tower. He seeks to undertake a trial mission, and fortuitously, he has chosen the jade that Xiao Jie is escorting." Understanding dawned upon Qin Shuang, as she then tilted her head to regard Bai Lu, shifting the conversation. "So, what are your intentions?" Bai Lu cast his gaze upon the mysterious force and, with a smile, remarked, "Give it a chance." "What do you mean by that?" The mysterious force could not help but inquire upon hearing his words. Qin Shuang promptly relayed Bai Lu's message, asking what he meant. Bai Lu glanced at the black dragon and slowly replied, "Neither I nor it will make a move. There are 2 spirit sovereigns present. If you can successfully parasitize them, your chances of escape will be significantly heightened. However, if you fail to do so, opportunities like this may never arise again. You are attempting to deceive me into shifting, merely to facilitate your research, aren't you? Do you really think I would fall for such a ruse?" "Humph." The mysterious force scoffed disdainfully. Bai Lu, unfazed, replied with nonchalance, "You are not worthy of my deceit. However, I am genuinely curious about how you managed to traverse and conceal yourself." Previously, when the mysterious force transferred to Wang Wentu, it had not yet had the chance to hide before being immobilized. At that time, the black dragon was absent, failing to monitor the situation, and Bai Lu was unable to sense it. Thus, Bai Lu required the mysterious force to transfer once more, allowing the black dragon to fully perceive the situation and potentially uncover additional insights. The mysterious force fell silent again, its mind racing with calculations. If Bai Lu and the black dragon truly refrained from intervening, then the likelihood of 1 spirit sovereign successfully escaping was quite plausible. After all, aside from Bai Lu and the black dragon, the strongest entity present was likely Qin Shuang. Even a first-tier spirit emperor like Qin Shuang would find it nearly impossible to triumph over a spirit sovereign in a direct confrontation. It must be said, the mysterious force felt tempted. Despite the apparent trap, it believed there was merit in taking the leap. At this moment, Bai Lu transmitted a message to He Long, instructing him to retract the dragon's breath and merely keep a watchful eye. There was no need for further action. Understanding the directive, He Long waved his dragon claws, dispersing the dragon's breath imbued with mysterious power. The essence of that power transformed in an instant, leaving one feeling remarkably refreshed. It was evident that Bai Lu had provided him with all the conditions necessary for his escape. It was now a matter of whether he would seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, Tai Niu and his companions found themselves amidst a bamboo grove, carefully surveying their surroundings with utmost caution. "What are the Senior S intentions in bringing us here?" Cui Zhu pondered, her brow furrowed in concern. Suddenly, Tai Niu lifted his gaze to the sky, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "It seems the target is indeed them." Xiao Jie and Cui Zhu immediately followed his line of sight, observing a group of 8 individuals soaring toward them. Judging by their trajectory, it was apparent they were approaching with intent. Chapter 66. Infighting, I have found you. Lu Zhuyu, clad in a black robe with flowing hair, descended before Tainyo and his companions, accompanied by 7 assassins. Chao Jie scrutinized him and inquired, "Are you from the Shadow Kill Tower?" "Indeed." Lu Zhuyu acknowledged with a grin, extending his arms. "Will you take action yourself, or shall I?" At this moment, Tainyo nonchalantly interjected. "What could my brother possibly possess that would warrant your relentless pursuit?" Lu Zhuyu finally turned his gaze toward Tainyo. "And who might you be?" Tainyo's demeanor was surprisingly unassuming, easily leading others to underestimate him. "He is my elder brother," Chao Jie replied, tilting his head slightly upward. A hint of pride evident in his expression. Luo Zhuyu narrowed his eyes and responded with a light chuckle to Tinia's earlier inquiry, stating that the specifics were inconsequential. What truly mattered was that this was his mission. He then inquired in a nonchalant tone, "So those worthless individuals have been eliminated by you, have they?" "They did not return to report in. What is your opinion on that?" There was a subtle provocation in Chao Jie's words. Luo Zhuyu merely smiled indifferently, remarking that their demise was of no consequence. Sending Tiniu and the others to accompany them in death was the least he could do for them. TSK. Tiniu clicked his tongue. "It seems your Shadow Kill Tower is rather inadequate. Not even a semblance of death compensation for the fallen?" Luo Zhuyu shrugged, stating, "There is no alternative. Once one enters the Shadow Kill Tower, they must take responsibility for their own life and death. If one is not prepared to face death, they are unworthy of undertaking a mission. Did your mother never advise you that your prattle is exceedingly tiresome? If you wish to fight, then come forth. If not, be gone." Chao Jie displayed no inclination towards civility. Luo Zhuiyu's expression darkened as he regarded Chao Jie with cold indifference, remarking, "In that case, I shall first incapacitate you before we engage in further discussion." No sooner had he spoken than his arm lashed out like a whip. In an instant, the blood droplet appeared out of thin air, striking towards Chao Jie's head with astonishing swiftness. Tinio, alert to the danger, seized Chao Jie by the shoulder with his left hand and yanked him backward, propelling him 10 paces away. Observing this, Luo Zhuyu swiftly executed a spell, redirecting the blood droplet to ensnare Tinio instead. With a gentle breeze encircling him, Tinio's form seemed to dissolve into nothingness. The blood droplet passed harmlessly through him, as if it were merely striking at air. In the next moment, Tainyo's hand was perilously close to Lu Zhuiyu's throat. A mere brush from the wind blade could snuff out his life in an instant. However, the situation was not so straightforward. A flash of golden light surged forth. With a swift motion, Tainyo retracted his hand, realizing that should he have lingered a moment longer, he would have lost it. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a flying sword enveloped in golden radiance, aimed directly at his forehead. With a gust of wind, Tainyo, along with Cui Zhu, suddenly appeared beside Chao Jie. The flying sword failed to strike its intended target and ceased its pursuit, hovering instead before a man clad in plain garments. It was no wonder they had encountered failure. A formidable expert was present. The man, Luo Xing, extended his hand, and the flying sword immediately soared into his grasp. He had assumed that Tainyo's involvement had led to the demise of Ying Qi's group, but in truth, it was Chao Jie who had dispatched them all. "Brother Xing, it was my negligence," Lu Zhuyu thought, still shaken by the near brush with death. Luo Shang cast a sidelong glance at him, affirming his decision to follow had indeed been wise. Initially, Lu Zhuyu had not wished for him to accompany him, but Luo Xing insisted, believing that given the failure of Ying Qi's mission, unexpected complications must have arisen, and his presence would provide an added layer of security. Lu Zhuyu lowered his head sheepishly, apologizing, "I was wrong. You must undergo further training and temper your haughty disposition. A killer need not be so ostentatious," Luo Shang remarked, unflinchingly pointing out Lu Zhuiyu's flaws. Though Lu Zhuyu felt a twinge of defiance, he complied dutifully. Luo Shang then redirected his focus to Tainyo, gripping the flying sword tightly. The resonant hum of the blade filled the air. "Leave him to me. You all handle the rest." As Luo Shang's words lingered in the air, he swiftly appeared to the left of Tainyo. With a resounding clang, he unleashed a sword strike. The clash resonated with a metallic ring as a formidable black broadsword materialized in Tainyo's grasp, colliding with Luo Xing's flying blade, generating a powerful gust that shattered the surrounding bamboo. In an instant, Luo Xing sheathed his sword and ascended into the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, Tainyo summoned the winds to pursue him, leaving the battlefield to Chao Jie and his comrades. Lu Zhuyu watched their departure, then turned his gaze to Chao Jie, coldly commanding, "Leave him to me. You all go and eliminate that woman." Understood. The remaining 7 assassins responded in unison, their demeanor fierce as they lunged towards Cui Zhu. She cast a glance at them, then at Chao Jie, softly murmuring, "Go on and entertain him." "Very well," Xiao Jie replied with a smile, swiftly taking flight as Lu Zhuyu approached. Observing this, Lu Zhuyu barked, "Can you escape?" With that, he accelerated his pursuit. Cui Zhu watched them vanish into the distance. Gradually retracting her gaze to the encroaching seven, a bamboo flute materialized in her hand. She gently closed her eyes as a soft breeze caressed her face, lifting her long hair. With a sudden intensity, she opened her eyes, revealing a piercing, ethereal glimmer within her pupils. At that moment, she elegantly brought the bamboo flute to her lips, releasing a languorous melody that floated through the expansive bamboo forest. Although the bamboo had been cleared by the aftermath of Tainyo and Luo Xing's clash, the fluttering leaves created a unique charm in the tranquil atmosphere. The chapter of enchanted melodies, a sensation of sensory closure enveloped her. The leading assassin immediately sensed something amiss and loudly alerted his companions. However, it proved futile, as the haunting melody swiftly infiltrated their minds, disrupting their nerves. "Kill her." The assassin felt a surge of chaos enveloping him and promptly plunged a knife into his thigh, seeking the sharp pain to bring clarity. Yet, this remedy was only temporary. Thus, they had to eliminate Cui Zhu without delay. Just then, Cui Zhu suddenly manifested over 20 clones. In unison, the multitude of clones proclaimed, "The illusionary formation is complete. You have no chance left." Boom. As she spoke, a long spear pierced one of the clones. With a soft whoosh, the clone transformed into azure mist, swiftly entering the mouth and nose of the attacker. Too rapid for him to react. The other 6 assailants simultaneously launched their attacks. Upon witnessing the spectacle, it was already too late for them to retract their offensive. Stab. Stab, stab. The assaults struck their respective clones. In the next moment, the clones, just like the previous ones, morphed into azure mist and infiltrated the bodies of their attackers. "Kill." Cui Zhu slowly uttered the word, her voice resonating through the air. This single word reverberated in the minds of the 7 assassins like a thunderclap, rendering them momentarily paralyzed. In the blink of an eye, they moved without warnings, their weapons mercilessly swinging towards one another. Bang! One assassin was instantly decapitated, while the remaining 6 descended into a frenzy of mutual slaughter. Cui Zhu observed the scene before her with an expression of serene detachment. Though she appeared calm and composed on the surface, the beads of sweat on her forehead indicated that she was not as at ease as she seemed. This was understandable, as she was merely at the 5th tier of the Spirit Sovereign realm. Despite the assistance from the Divine Spirit, controlling 7 Spirit Sovereigns in their mutual slaughter was still quite a challenge. In a certain part of the bamboo forest, Spirit Sovereign Mou stroked his beard and remarked, "It seems we are in for a tough time." Spirit Sovereign Sun Dao Yuan calmly observed the assassins engaged in their fratricidal conflict, nonchalantly stating, "If they die, so be it. Worthless beings have no value in living." Their sole responsibility was to ensure that Lu Zhuyu remained alive. The fates of the others were contingent upon their whims. Salvation was optional. Clearly, they had no intention of rescuing these assassins. Mou glanced at the battle between Xiao Jie and Lu Zhuyu, sighed, and thought, "Alas, it seems I must intervene." The son of the host possesses commendable talent, yet his comprehension appears somewhat lacking. The host was aware of his character, which was why he arranged for them to safeguard his life. Sun Dayuan, with a mocking tone and his finger tracing the outline of his long beard, remarked, "People inevitably grow. Let it unfold at its own pace. Who knows, he might surprise us in the future." Mou gazed at Lu Zhuyu with profound eyes, sighed softly, and hoped for the best. In another part of the bamboo forest, Qin Shuang discerned that Cui Zhu was struggling, albeit impressively so. Balu casually commented, "Not bad. While she cannot compel them to take their own lives, achieving this level with her strength is quite commendable. Controlling these assassins to the point of self-destruction necessitates a more formidable power, for human instinct will invariably rebel. These killers are no exception. A loss of control could shatter the illusion." Qin Shuang revealed a satisfied smile, remarking, "Indeed, they are all exceptionally talented individuals." Thus far, every reincarnated person she had encountered was anything but ordinary. Each possessed remarkable gifts. Balu nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Their potential is quite high. If they do not meet an untimely demise, the Spirit Essence Continent will merely serve as their starting point." At this juncture, he glanced at Qin Shuang with a grin, adding, "Of course, your potential undoubtedly surpasses theirs. Perhaps one day, you may even exceed me." Qin Shuang felt a flush of embarrassment. Such aspirations seemed far too distant. Surpassing Bai Lu? The thought was beyond her imagination. In her eyes, he resembled an endless abyss, forever devoid of a conclusion. As for our situation, that may not be so distant after all, Bai Lu communicated telepathically. "What situation?" Qin Shuang paused, then suddenly realized something, causing a rush of warmth to flood her face. Alarmed, she quickly channeled her spiritual energy to regain composure, then retorted in a flurry, "Keep dreaming." Upon uttering those words, she felt a wave of awkwardness, as she suddenly recognized that Bai Lu dreaming about her might not be a favorable notion. Dreams yield no results, Bai Lu replied earnestly, oblivious to the discomfort. Qin Shuang's lips twitched, and she inwardly critiqued, "Is this fellow completely shameless?" Clearing her throat, she wisely opted to redirect the conversation, asking, "What of that power?" Bai Lu shrugged, stating that for such inquiries, one should consult the Black Dragon, as he was unable to see. He cautioned that if one did not pay close attention, it might spring into motion. Qin Shuang, disinterested in further conversation with him, sought to redirect his focus back to the mysterious power. Bai Lu replied nonchalantly, assuring that the Black Dragon knew what to do. The moment the mysterious force stirred, the Black Dragon would promptly inform him. Unable to shift the topic as intended, Qin Shuang turned his gaze towards the battlefield and posed a different question. "Do you think Iron Bull will prevail?" "I don't know," Bai Lu replied, shaking his head. "I cannot perceive his strength, thus I cannot make a judgment." After conveying this message, he glanced at the Black Dragon and inquired, "Who do you believe will emerge victorious?" The Black Dragon paused for a moment, then quickly responded, "Iron Bull, I reckon. He hasn't unleashed his full potential yet." It sensed Qin Shuang's communication, yet did not detect Bai Lu's transmission. It was evident that Qin Shuang was engaged in a telepathic exchange with Bai Lu. Consequently, it exercised restraint, refraining from eavesdropping, as Qin Shuang's transmission was rather rudimentary, making it quite easy to overhear. In truth, its concerns were unwarranted. Even if it attempted to eavesdrop, it would glean no content, for the communication was directed solely at Bai Lu, and even the Black Dragon would be unable to discern any sound. Suddenly, with a clang, Iron Bull's hefty sword cleaved through Luo Xing's flying sword, and then, enveloped by a gust of wind, he unleashed a gravity-laden strike. Boom! A tinjong-thick wall of wind surged towards Luo Xing with overwhelming force. Luo Xing let out a cold laugh, discarding the broken sword to draw forth another longsword. In the next moment, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded as golden energy danced through the sky, resembling a golden dragon in flight. Luo Xing's arm trembled slightly as the golden dragon in the sky suddenly swooped down, piercing through the longsword. The resonant hum of the blade echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. A brilliant flash of golden light sliced through the air, cleaving the wall of wind as if it were mere parchment, which then transformed into a tempest, surging outward on either side. Observing this, Tainyu decisively bit into his thumb, pressing the blood to his brow. With a resounding thud, his power abruptly dissipated, rendering him an ordinary man. Yet, curiously, he floated effortlessly in the air. Luo Xing furrowed his brow, his voice low as he inquired, "I have long been intrigued. How is it that you possess such strength without spiritual energy?" He had already discerned that Tainyu lacked spiritual power. Initially, he had presumed Tainyu was concealing it, but it became evident that Tainyu was indeed devoid of such energy. The essence of a secret lies in its concealment. To inquire directly is rather impolite. Tainyu raised his broadsword, aiming it squarely at Luo Xing. A soft chuckle escaped Luo Xing's lips. "Then I shall pose my question with my sword." With that, he twisted the hilt, summoning thousands of resplendent flying swords that coalesced and were then compressed to the size of mere inches. The meteor shower of swords cascaded forth. Luo Xing gestured with his elongated fingers, directing the dense swarm of flying swords as they transformed into streaks of light, hurtling towards Tainyu. Standing firm in the void, Tainyu regarded the luminous onslaught with an air of calm indifference. Suddenly, he vanished without a sound into the ether. The brilliant streaks of light surged toward the spot he had occupied, yet they encountered no tangible target, halting midair in a state of suspension. Meanwhile, Luo Xing's pupils constricted sharply, for he could sense not a trace of Iron Bull's presence. His consciousness frantically scanned the surroundings, his eyes darting left and right in search of Iron Bull's location. Unfortunately, it was as though Iron Bull had truly vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. After a brief moment, Luo Xing's heart seized as he caught a glimpse of Iron Bull materializing, the massive sword already descending upon him. Chapter 68, Master Bai. It is past, there was no evading it. A golden light enveloped Luo Xing, yet it was still a fraction too slow to match Iron Bull's greatsword. At that instant, in the bamboo grove, Mou plucked a bamboo leaf, her wrist twisting gracefully. In the blink of an eye, the leaf approached Iron Bull, perilously close to slicing his throat. But in that fleeting moment, the bamboo leaf abruptly halted mid-air, while Iron Bull's greatsword continued its relentless arc, severing Luo Xing's head cleanly from his body. Luo Xing's head soared into the air, and the celestial phenomena dissipated in an instant, his lifeless body plummeting to the ground. Blood cascading like a crimson waterfall. Suddenly, Qin Shuang appeared silently beside Iron Bull, her delicate hand sweeping through the air, sending the frozen leaf spiraling into the sky. "Gentlemen," she remarked, "is it not somewhat unfair for esteemed Spirit Lord cultivators to strike against a junior?" Mou furrowed her brow, transmitting her thoughts to Sun Dayuan. "What is your perspective on this? The aura of the Spirit Emperor is present, yet she intercepted your plucking leaves and flying flowers." Sun Dayuan paused momentarily before shaking his head. "It is difficult to ascertain. Wait a moment." Mou's eyes widened suddenly, her voice low and resolute. "It is she, the Frost Moon Empress." Upon hearing this, Sun Dayuan took a closer look and realized he had previously seen a portrait of Qin Shuang, a figure whom the master of the Shadow Kill Tower had expressly warned should not be provoked. The individuals below were unfamiliar to him. They belonged to the upper echelons of the Shadow Kill Tower and were somewhat informed. How could she be here? Mou pondered in confusion. This area belonged to the remote mountains where ordinary individuals would seldom venture without costs. Sun Dayuan glanced at Lu Zhuyu, who was still locked in fierce combat with Chao Jie, his expression grave. They needed to retrieve the young master first. If this continued, Lu Zhuyu was likely to perish here, and they would have no explanation to offer upon their return. Mou nodded gently and then soared into the air. Introducing himself as Mou of the Shadow Kill Tower, having met the Frost Moon Empress, Qin Shuang raised her delicate brows, scrutinizing him and inquiring, "You know me?" "I have long admired your esteemed reputation," Mou replied, bowing respectfully. Sun Dayuan echoed, "I have heard of the Frost Moon Empress's extraordinary talents, and seeing you today, indeed. It is as the legends say. I believe you have not merely heard of me, but rather of another," Qin Shuang replied with a faint smile. Casting a sidelong glance at Lu Zhuyu and continuing, "If you wish to intervene, I suggest you reconsider. Their grievances are theirs to resolve." Mou smiled politely and said, "To speak candidly, he is actually the only son of the master of the Shadow Kill Tower. I hope you might spare him." Qin Shuang met his gaze directly and replied calmly, "If he desires to take a life, then others may take his. This principle is quite simple, and you should comprehend it. What would it take for you to refrain from obstructing us?" When Sun Dayuan noticed that Lu Zhuyu was on the verge of collapse, a sense of urgency welled up within him. Qin Shuang shook her head, asserting that no conditions would suffice. Mou and Sun Dayuan exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they found themselves unable to reach a decision. Meanwhile, Bai Lu's voice floated lightly through the air, declaring that Qin Shuang stood no chance against the Spirit Lord, and that she would not allow even a hair on her head to be harmed. Thus, once they began to act, her opportunity would vanish. The mysterious power fell silent for a moment before inquiring in a deep tone, "Did you not vow to refrain from intervening?" With Qin Shuang absent, they could only rely on the Black Dragon to convey their messages. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu smiled slightly, clarifying that the terms were meant for him, not for them. The mysterious force once again fell into silence, presumably still contemplating the matter. Bai Lu remained unfazed, leisurely observing the four figures in the sky. Mou discreetly transmitted a message to Sun Dayuan, indicating that as long as the person was not by her side and she was unharmed, an apology could be offered later. Their apprehension stemmed not from Qin Shuang herself, but from Bai Lu, who stood behind her. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Dayuan resolutely declared, "It doesn't matter, we must save the young master first. You hold her off while I rescue him." With that, a streak of white light flickered around him, and in the next instant, he found himself behind Lu Zhuyu. Completely engrossed in the battle, Lu Zhuyu was oblivious to the shifting dynamics of the battlefield. Just as Sun Dayuan reached out to grasp the collar of Lu Zhuyu, a hand suddenly seized his wrist. A jolt of surprise coursed through Sun Dayuan as he swiftly turned his head. To his astonishment, Tainyo had appeared beside him without his notice. The old scoundrel, not only intent on saving lives but also on taking them. The formidable Tainyo radiated an intense heat, gripping Sun Dayuan's arm tightly. This old wretch had resorted to poison. A wisp of imperceptible toxic smoke had just slithered towards Chao Jie, yet he sensed it in time. At this moment, he was in a state of perfect harmony, rendering such trivial tricks utterly transparent to him. Sun Dayuan was struck with terror as he discovered that his own power had been sealed. With wide eyes, he gazed at Tainyo, demanding, "What have you done?" "Humph." Tainyo scoffed disdainfully, "Die." Before the words even left his lips, he unleashed a punch. The sound of a resounding explosion echoed as Sun Dayuan's head burst apart. In the next instant, the heat emanating from Tainyo dissipated, and his form swiftly withered, as if all vitality had been drained from him. Thus, Tainyo fell helplessly from the air. Chao Jie, upon witnessing this, was about to rush to Tainyo's aid. But upon seeing Cui Zhu approaching, he halted his steps and continued to apply pressure on Lu Zhuyu. Lu Zhuyu had already been retreating steadily, and with Tiny Yo's unconsciousness, Xiao Jie had lost his divine power. If the battle continued, Lu Zhuyu might seize an opportunity to turn the tide. After all, Lu Zhuyu was inherently stronger than Xiao Jie, and by a considerable margin. However, Sun Daoyuan's demise had momentarily distracted Lu Zhuyu from the fight. Seizing the moment, Xiao Jie slashed down with his blade, striking the blood dripper. He then deftly nudged the hilt, causing the long knife to spin around the blood dripper. Its edge aimed directly at Lu Zhuyu's throat. Lu Zhuyu felt a prickling sense of danger, instinctively retracting his neck. With a swift motion, the blade grazed his throat. A sudden spray of blood erupted forth. Yet, Lu Zhuyu was not yet dead. He hastily utilized his spiritual energy to seal his carotid artery, preventing excessive blood loss. At that moment, Xiao Jie seized the opportunity, delivering blow after blow. Lu Zhuyu, flustered and uncoordinated, ultimately found himself outmatched. His arm was severed by the long knife, rendering him even more vulnerable than before. Qin Shuang remained motionless, merely observing Mou, and remarked, "It appears he is met with defeat." Mou's countenance darkened. Yet he dared not act against Qin Shuang, as this matter had been expressly instructed by the master. Suddenly, he paused, a flicker of concealed bloodlust flashing in his eyes. Qin Shuang raised an eyebrow, having sensed a mysterious fluctuation of power, albeit fleeting. Simultaneously, the Black Dragon reported to Bai Lu, "Sir Bai, it approaches." Chapter 69. Is this reasonable? With a thunderous roar, Mou unleashed an overwhelming force, far surpassing that of a spiritual sovereign. The oppressive aura of blood transformed the sky into a crimson hue, enveloping the world in a shroud of terrifying bloodshed. "Die!" Mou bellowed. His right claw swiping through the air, the blood-red tips appearing before Qin Shuang in an instant, leaving her no time to react. At that moment, a tremendous pressure descended, freezing Mou mid-air, his expression contorted in a grotesque manner. A mysterious laughter, imbued with an enigmatic power, escaped from Mou's lips as he taunted. "So you have chosen to make a move, ha ha ha. I am to slap your face, ha ha ha." He had no intention of fleeing. Rather, he sought to eliminate Qin Shuang, fully aware that Bai Lu would undoubtedly intervene. Bai Lu materialized before him silently, shaking his head with a bemused smile. "Do you truly believe that this will bring you solace? You possess an uncanny ability for self-deception. However, I shan't deceive you unnecessarily. It is evident that you have yet to reach such heights." No sooner had he spoken than two black dragons emerged before Mou. Mou, momentarily taken aback, incredulously inquired, "Another one?" The black dragon, towering above him, scoffed, "Just because Bai Yi and I refrain from acting does not imply others cannot intervene. You fool. How is that possible?" Mou found it hard to fathom that such formidable black dragons were not singular. In the realm of Lingyun, was this plausible? Certainly. If he could discern Bai Lu's true strength, he would not harbor such doubts. Alas, he only recognized Bai Lu's prowess in a vague sense, lacking any comprehension of its true magnitude. "He is dead," Qin Shuang interjected languidly. "Indeed, it has become apparent," Bai Lu acknowledged with an impassive nod. He held no concern for whether Mou lived or perished. "Ha!" Mou, his mysterious power regaining its composure, sneered coldly, "If you possess the courage, then kill me." Bai Lu, disinterested, waved dismissively, absorbing him into the demon path, and then remarked, "Let us go see Tainyo." With that, they found themselves beside Tainyo. Qin Shuang gazed upon the emaciated form of Tainyo and softly remarked, "His life force remains steady, yet all his strength has been depleted. Even the vitality of his blood has been exhausted." "I understand," Cui Zhu gently nodded. "He will recover after resting for a while." Tainyo had utilized his ultimate move, the divine invocation, True God. The casting of this technique signified his last desperate effort, for it summoned the entirety of his accumulated strength over the years. Once this power was expended, he would be left in his current state. Tainyo's True God state lasted merely 5 breaths, depleting all the strength he had amassed over the years. Fortunately, there were no after effects, thus this technique could indeed be deemed divine. Suddenly, Bai Lu tossed a porcelain vial, containing 5 Force Essence pills. Consuming one would restore his strength to what it was an hour prior. One for him is sufficient. The rest are your reward, after all. It was he who arranged for Tainyo and the others to come here. Cui Zhu dared not let the vial slip from her grasp and quickly caught it, intending to politely decline. At that moment, Qin Shuang interjected, "Accept it. It is of little consequence to him." Since Bai Lu had offered it, he clearly did not intend to reclaim it. Hearing this, Cui Zhu set aside her reluctance, nodded in gratitude, and expressed her thanks, Thank you, Senior. Without hesitation, she poured a Force Essence pill and administered it to Tinio. Upon consuming it, a surge of energy surged within him, instantly revitalizing his frail body. Cui Zhu, witnessing his swift recovery, was utterly astonished. She was aware he would regain his strength, yet she had not anticipated such rapid restoration. It was previously known that every time Iron Bull employed this miraculous technique, he would require a recovery period of about 10 days to half a month. And the energy expended could not be replenished, only accumulated anew. However, at this moment, Iron Bull had already regained his pristine condition. Rising to his feet, he solemnly bowed to Bai Lu, expressing his gratitude for the elder's assistance. Bai Lu waved his hand dismissively, casting a glance at the recently returned Qiao Jie. Gesturing toward Shadow 7, and remarked, "He is yours to handle." Qiao Jie, having just dealt with Lu Zhuoyu, was momentarily taken aback, but upon comprehension, he clasped his fist in acknowledgement, saying, "Understood, Elder." Bai Lu gave a slight nod, and in the next instant, Iron Bull, along with the other two, and Shadow 7 vanished into thin air. Wang Wentu, witnessing this, was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom how 4 individuals had suddenly disappeared. In a panic, he looked at Bai Lu, exclaiming, "Elder, I have been very cooperative." Bai Lu regarded him and softly replied, "I shall escort you to the trading market." Where is it located? With the presence of MOU, he no longer required Shadow 7 and Wang Wentu, as Black Dragon had made new discoveries. Wang Wentu raised an eyebrow and promptly responded, "It is in the town of Qinghe, beneath the Sword Burial Sect." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from the spot. Bai Lu had become quite familiar with the map of the Lingyun continent. As long as it was not an exceedingly small location, he would recognize it. After sending Wang Wentu away, Qin Shuang, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "It appears there has been a significant discovery." She had suspected as much when she saw how effortlessly Bai Lu had dispatched Shadow 7 and Wang Wentu. "Perhaps," Bai Lu replied with a smile, and then he led Qin Shuang into the path of evil spirits. MOU is waiting for him inside. The small village has returned. Feeling like a dream, Iron Bull sighed. Cui Zhu glanced around and asked, "Where are Qiao Jie and Shadow 7? Iron Bull picked up a straw hat from the side and placed it on his head, chuckling lightly as he replied, "He went to the Babao sect to deliver jade. The elder must have taken him there directly." Cui Zhu nodded in realization, enviously exclaiming, "How wonderful it would be to teleport. We will surely learn it in the future." Iron Bull pressed his right hand against the straw hat and gazed up at the sun, displaying a confident smile. Cui Zhu, watching him, couldn't help but smile as well. Iron Bull withdrew his gaze and said, "Let us go. It's time to eat at home." "All right," Cui Zhu replied, walking alongside him. This small village was bustling with people, yet they remained the longest. Others could not stay. Previously, Xiao Xiaka and even earlier, Li Ling and Qiao Jie were the same. All restless souls unwilling to be idle. Meanwhile, outside the Babao sect, Qiao Jie swiftly dispatched Shadow 7. Then cleaned up the remains and set off towards the Babao sect. His escort mission still needed to be fulfilled. In the town of Qinghe, Zhongjian's sect, Wang Wentua secretly touched the spirit crystal card in his hand, pondering, "Do I, Wang Wentua, also have moments of incredible luck?" He was merely traveling, when unexpectedly, he was ambushed and ended up with 10 million mid-grade spirit stones without lifting a finger. This was even more absurd than a pie falling from the sky. He spat several times, murmuring to himself, "Predecessor, please do not take offense, it is not mere luck, but a divine blessing." "Yes, indeed, it is your gift." He refrained from using the term luck for fear of offending Bai Lu. Chapter 70, The Rebirth Thread, The Malevolent Spirit. "Why do you look at me?" I shall not utter a word. MOU found himself suspended in the air by iron chains, choosing not to struggle, for he understood that resistance would be futile. Bai Lu, seated upon a chair crafted from bones, spoke languidly, "There is no need for you to speak. Simply observe your actions." Your shift towards this individual was not an attempt to flee, but rather a desire to eliminate Qin Shuang, coupled with your need for validation through taunts. It is evident that your pride and competitive spirit are formidable. You are acutely aware that once you strike at Qin Shuang, there will be no opportunity for retreat. Yet you proceeded nonetheless, driven by the wish to best me. You seek to provoke me into action, thereby violating my vow, in hopes of claiming victory over me. At this point, he raised his gaze to scrutinize MOU, continuing, "You comprehend the risk of exposing secrets upon your approach. Understanding that an attack on Qin Shuang leaves no avenue for escape, yet you persist in your obstinacy. Clearly, your competitive nature or pride has overshadowed your resolve to keep your secrets. If one were to guard a mysterious power, remaining still would be the wisest choice. Beside them, Qin Shuang mumbled thoughtfully, having been pressed down by the mountain, contemplating the challenge before her. She had not anticipated encountering such an arrogant entity, truly a revelation to behold. Mou spoke coldly, I am unaware of what you are discussing, yet I must remind you, should you fail to eliminate me swiftly, I assure you that as long as I draw breath, there will come a day when I will seek retribution. Anyone can issue threats, but it requires true capability to back them up. He Long regarded Mou with disdain, having found him irksome for quite some time. Bai Lu raised a hand, signaling He Long to refrain from arguing with Mou. It was time to move on. Mou paused slightly, frowning as he inquired. What do you intend to do? The iron chains binding him were known as the rebirth chains, capable of resurrecting him for half an hour. As he spoke, Bai Lu conjured a sword seemingly out of thin air. Suddenly, Mou became acutely aware of the vitality within him beginning to stir. The true Mou was on the verge of returning to life. Qin Shuang was equally astonished. The sheer shock of resurrection was overwhelming. Although it was only for half an hour, it was an impressive feat nonetheless. Where is this? Mou asked, his gaze vacant. Bai Lu regarded him intently and stated directly, You have died, yet now you are alive again. However, you possess only half an hour. If you seek vengeance, I can assist you. Speak of what has transpired. Mou's eyes began to regain clarity as he locked his gaze onto Bai Lu, exclaiming in realization, It's you. He finally recognized Bai Lu, murmuring to himself, I should have guessed it. How could the Empress of Frost Moon be found alone in such a remote location? Is your mind a bit clearer now? Bai Lu's voice flowed gently into his ears. Mou regained his composure, organized his thoughts, and remarked, I am uncertain as to what transpired. Suddenly, a force seized my consciousness, and I felt a surge of immense power within me, and then I lost awareness. Qin Shuang furrowed her delicate brows, contemplatively stating, It has proposed conditions to Shadow 7. Only upon agreement would it bestow power, yet it can exert coercive control over you. These two methods likely serve distinct purposes. The former remains shrouded in mystery, while the latter seems intent on eliminating me, thereby compelling you to act. Moreover, Bai Lu produced his notebook and remarked thoughtfully, the power it offers to Shadow 7 is evidently inferior to that of Mou. Otherwise, Chao Jia would not have managed to escape. According to observations made by the Black Dragon, this phenomenon arises because its bloodthirsty power can amalgamate with the host's strength, resulting in a remarkable enhancement. The more formidable the host, the greater the augmentation they can receive. Furthermore, although Mou possesses formidable power, the integration of strengths is not entirely seamless, which likely explains its need to negotiate conditions with the host. It requires the host's voluntary fusion with its power to achieve a perfect synthesis. Is 1 + 1 truly greater than 2? Qin Shuang mused, casting a discreet glance at his notes. Taking notes was Bai Lu's habit. After all, even his romantic studies were meticulously chronicled in that worn-out book, a practice she had long since grown accustomed to. Of course, this habit leaned more towards form than substance, for even without notes, Bai Lu would not forget. Bai Lu gently nodded, raising his gaze to scrutinize Mou, and softly remarked, Moreover, coercive control can result in the host's demise. His pursuit of the host must undoubtedly serve a purpose. As for what that purpose is, it remains undetermined for now. Qin Shuang acknowledged with a nod before inquiring, And what about its teleportation? Understanding dawned upon her. Bai Lu cast a glance at the Black Dragon, signaling it to elaborate. The Black Dragon promptly comprehended the cue and responded, It relocates through murderous intent. When it teleports, it seamlessly merges with Mou's aura of hostility, thereby infiltrating his body to establish control. This process occurs instantaneously. Qin Shuang raised an eyebrow, perplexed as she asked, Did Wang Wentua exhibit any murderous intent at that time? The Black Dragon answered without hesitation, clarifying that there is no need to manifest murderous intent. Merely harboring thoughts of malice would inevitably generate some degree of it. Based on his recollections, he surmised that Wang Wentua had dispatched a band of highwaymen prior to passing through this area. His murderous aura had likely not yet dissipated entirely, and that force probably seized the opportunity to teleport at that moment. A faint smile curved Bai Lu's lips. The more information they gathered, the closer they approached the truth. The next step was to ascertain its purpose and its origin. He speculated that this mysterious force might very well stem from the same source as the reincarnated beings. With the emergence of this enigmatic power, a new avenue for investigation presented itself, and he was determined to uncover the nature of this underlying entity. With that said, he turned to Mou and declared, You have less than half an hour remaining. Before time elapses, I shall personally end your life. You may ponder how to spend this fleeting time. Sighing in resignation, Mou gazed at Bai Lu and inquired, Can you end my life now? I do not wish to await my demise. The knowledge that he would perish within half an hour only heightened his anxiety. Thus, he preferred to embrace death sooner rather than later. Very well, Bai Lu replied, the sword in his hand poised for this very purpose. He then tenderly asked, are you prepared? Come. Mou closed his eyes, bracing himself for the inevitable end. With a swift motion, the long sword pierced his heart, and in mere moments, he fell silent. How is it? Bai Lu released the hilt of the sword and cast a sidelong glance at the black dragon. The black dragon promptly responded, he still lives. He has not perished. It had been suppressing the mysterious power, both to prevent it from interfering with Mou and to ensure that, should Mou be eliminated, the mysterious force would not dissipate. Bai Lu had employed a strand of the resurrection thread for this very experiment, specifically instructing the black dragon to monitor the activity of the mysterious power closely. As they conversed, the black dragon extracted the mysterious energy from Mou once more. Chapter 71. The Celestial Realm. As the mysterious energy was withdrawn, Mou's lifeless body began to disintegrate, along with the resurrection thread, which vanished amidst the realm of malevolent spirits. Observing this, Qin Shuang paused momentarily, raising an eyebrow as she queried, is the resurrection thread truly gone? With a light chuckle, Bai Lu clarified, a single strand of the resurrection thread possesses but one opportunity for use. Is it so precious? Qin Shuang was taken aback to discover that the resurrection thread was, in fact, a one-time use item. Bai Lu pondered for a moment and remarked, it is indeed precious. Yet one could argue it is not. The rebirth thread is relatively simple to refine, although the materials are rather rare, certainly absent in the spirit essence continent. To concoct it, one must make a journey back to the ghost realm. After utilizing this thread, I will have only 2 remaining. It would be prudent to conserve them. Qin Shuang sighed. Bai Lu casually responded, there is no need for that. Use it as needed, for it is not an essential item. It can only resurrect one for half an hour, which is rather trivial for him. Otherwise, he would not have only prepared a few as backups. As its utility is limited, it is perfect for experimenting on Mou. Wealth still favors you, Qin Shuang teased with a smile. At that moment, Bai Lu unexpectedly turned his head, gazing at her with affectionate eyes, theatrically raising an eyebrow, and inquired, do you want it? I can give it to you. Qin Shuang's lips twitched. It was evident that Bai Lu had learned this from that wretched book. She felt a shiver run down her spine. It was rather greasy. Bai Lu had made considerable progress recently, and upon seeing Qin Shuang's expression, he realized he had once again made a blunder. He promptly cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Ahem, is there anything about mysterious powers that you are still unaware of? I can enlighten you. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang took the opportunity to steer clear of the uncomfortable topic, gently nodding and asking, its ability to conceal itself is quite formidable. How is it achieved? Bai Lu glanced at the black dragon. You may elaborate. 2 black dragons, sensing the circumstances, gracefully turned away, ignoring the flirtatious banter between the 2 individuals. Upon hearing Bai Lu's command, they eagerly responded. It conceals itself within the murderous intent of its host, thus it can only perceive the host's malevolence. Which is why I found it strange earlier. However, the moment it makes even the slightest movement, it will be utterly exposed. Previously, it took the risk of shifting onto Wang Wentua, likely out of fear that we would eliminating Qi. For if Qi were to perish, his murderous intent would dissipate, leaving it with nowhere to hide. Qin Shuang nodded in understanding and turned to Bai Lu, saying, all right, I have no further inquiries. Let us return. The 2 black dragons yearned to accompany them, disliking the grim atmosphere of the underworld. Although this place was not the abyss of sin, they still found it distasteful, a reflection of their attachment to their home. Yet, Bai Lu did not allow them to finish their thoughts. Promptly returning the black dragons to the abyss of sin, they had enjoyed their freedom for quite some time, and it was only fitting that they return to their brethren. Subsequently, Bai Lu led Qin Shuang back to Frost Moon Country. In the ethereal realm, a sage-like elder, seated upon a cloud, gazed with unfocused eyes at another elder with a white beard. The latter shook his head, uncertain, sensing that something had transpired, yet it felt as though nothing had changed. The clarity lacking. The elder with the dust whisk gently waved his hand, indicating that indeed, something significant had occurred. He pondered for a moment before continuing. The selection of geniuses for the celestial realm is about to commence. Let them venture out to investigate as well. Regardless of what transpires, it is essential to be informed for proper response. The elder with white whiskers nodded in agreement and promptly conveyed through a distant sound transmission, come here at once. As his words faded, a streak of light flashed by. Once the brilliance dissipated, a handsome young man emerged. Master, Uncle Master, Dongfang Jin respectfully saluted. The elder with the whisk slightly inclined his head, acknowledging the greeting. As his master, the elder with white whiskers felt compelled to impart a few words. In 2 months, the genius selection will take place. You shall be responsible for recruiting in the Eastern continent. I understand, Dongfang Jin replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he clasped his hands in salute. Observing him, the elder continued, while you are at it, investigate what has transpired recently in the Lingyun continent. Is there trouble in the outside world? Dongfang Jin inquired, raising an eyebrow. The elder flicked his finger, and with a sharp sound, an invisible air blast struck directly at Dongfang Jin's forehead. Rubbing his reddened brow, Dongfang Jin's expression remained unchanged, as impassive as ever. Do I require your assistance to ascertain that? The elder retorted with mild irritation. Dongfang Jin understood and bowed once more. Disciple acknowledges. The elder cast a glance at the elder with the whisk, rolling his eyes in exasperation before gesturing, prepare to return. Yes, disciple takes his leave, Dongfang Jin replied, his tone unchanged. With that, he turned and soared away. Alas! The white-bearded elder observed the situation and let out a deep sigh. This young man truly resembled someone afflicted with a perpetual expressionless demeanor. I encouraged him to seek companionship, yet his peers have come forth to voice their grievances, lamenting that he consistently wears a sour face, causing me to part with a considerable number of treasures. Ha. The elder with the whisk waved it over his arm and chuckled heartily. Why do you, old fellow, always wish to push your precious disciple onto others? If he does not engage with the world, how can he comprehend the emotions therein? The white-bearded elder shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, I certainly do not wish for him to tread the path of indifference. The whisk elder calmly replied, to remain untouched by worldly affairs does not necessarily mean one must embark on the path of apathy. Your concerns are unwarranted. How can I not be worried about him? The white-bearded elder remained speechless, then sighed once more. Alas! You cannot fathom the sentiments of a master. However, he conceded, indeed, without a disciple of your own, you cannot grasp the feelings of a mentor. The whisk elder chuckled softly and shook his head. There is no inherent connection between the two. You can only represent yourself. Enough of this. The white-bearded elder waved his hand, redirecting the conversation. Shall I introduce you to a disciple who will undoubtedly meet your satisfaction? Forget it. The whisk elder decisively declined. I have no desire nor capability to teach others. With that, a gentle breeze swept by, and he vanished into the wind. The white-bearded elder rolled his eyes once again, muttering, he certainly flees with remarkable speed. As soon as the words were spoken, he vanished into the wind. Chapter 72. You cannot defeat me 2 months later. Hee. Egu was perched upon the back of Little Dragon, triumphantly soaring through the air with a rocket launcher. During this period, they had not accompanied Bai Lu and Qin Shuang. To be precise, Bai Lu had not taken them along, allowing them to roam freely. Aren't you going to perform a 720-degree spin? Little Dragon eagerly inquired. Its exuberance was unmistakable. Hey, Egu readily replied. Little Dragon then executed a magnificent 720-degree aerial turn. Suddenly, Dongfang Jin appeared before them, scrutinizing them without restraint. A dragon? Does this world still harbor dragons? He had only read about them in books, never having witnessed one firsthand. Upon noticing his gaze, Little Dragon shot back an indignant glare. What business is it of yours? Dongfang Jin, unfazed, retorted with a stoic expression. How rude. You're the one lacking manners. Are you trying to accuse me first? Little Dragon huffed defiantly. Egu chimed in with a series of gleeful cackles. Shifting his focus to Egu, Dongfang Jin remarked, a spirit? Your aura is not particularly strong. You two are indeed peculiar. In the realm of Lingyun and even in the immortal domain, it would be nearly impossible to find another creature of the same kind as Egu and Little Dragon. Upon hearing this, Egu let out an annoyed cackle. Little Dragon promptly translated, My brother Egu asks you, where did you come from? With an expression devoid of any discernible emotion. Dongfang Jin clasped his hands in greeting and replied, Forgive my lack of introduction. I am Dongfang Jin, a visitor from the land of immortals, here to pay my respects to the Frost Moon Empress and the esteemed Master Bai Lu. He had already inquired about recent events, the most significant being the occurrences at the Tianbao auction house, where a figure more formidable than the Ling god had emerged, Bai Lu. His master had dispatched him to investigate the anomalies within the Lingyun continent, and it was imperative to begin his inquiry with Bai Lu and Qin Shuang. In truth, the most critical matter should be the unfolding of the dead zone, yet lamentably, no one is privy to the happenings during that brief interval. Come here. At that moment, a distant voice resonated unexpectedly in his mind. Dongfang Jin's expression momentarily faltered, silently acknowledging the extraordinary nature of the phenomenon. He remained oblivious to how the voice had reached him. "Come, I shall escort you," uttered Little Dragon, who then soared into the skies with the goo. Seemingly indifferent to whether Dongfang Jin followed. Dongfang Jin, roused from his reverie by Little Dragon's voice, promptly pursued the flight of his companion. In the back garden, Bailu scrutinized the dapper Dongfang Jin and inquired directly, "Where is the Land of Immortals?" It seemed that he had yet to discover any place named the Land of Immortals within the Lingyun continent. Dongfang Jin courteously bowed to Bailu and Qin Shuang, stating, "I cannot disclose the location of the Land of Immortals. However, if the Frost Moon Empress wishes to visit, she may participate in the Wushuang trials 3 days hence, where the top contender shall earn a passage to the Land of Immortals. Each of the 4 continents of the Lingyun has a single quota." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Qin Shuang. She pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Is there only one spot available?" "Indeed," Dongfang Jin replied with an impassive demeanor. "There is only a single competitive slot. The others are preordained." Qin Shuang furrowed her brow, questioning, "Preordained?" "Yes," Dongfang Jin affirmed with a subtle nod. "Geniuses recognized by the celestial realm are granted preordained slots, the quantity of which depends on the number of geniuses present." He conveyed this truthfully, without a hint of concealment. Bailu unexpectedly interjected, "How many participants are there in the Wushuang trial?" His curiosity about the celestial realm was piqued, as he sensed an enigmatic connection between that place and reincarnated individuals or mysterious powers. In the Lingyun continent, anything he could not perceive was likely intertwined with such matters. Dongfang Jin responded in his characteristically cool tone, "There are 71 participants, each possessing the strength of at least a spirit emperor, all aged under 300 years. They have been recommended by various major factions as geniuses, which I then scrutinized to determine their eligibility for the Wushuang trial. Furthermore, I will also evaluate those with considerable fame. Those who meet the criteria will be notified, leading to the final selection of these 71. To my knowledge, the Frost Moon Empress is yet to reach 300 years, perfectly qualifying her, thus bringing your total to 72. Qin Shuang raised an eyebrow, regarding Dongfang Jin, and asked, "How will you conduct the evaluation?" "You need not worry," Dongfang Jin waved his hand dismissively. "Your talent and strength are more than sufficient." With that, he turned his attention to Bailu, respectfully stating, "I would like to seek your guidance on a few matters." This is precisely his intent. "You are no match for me." Bailu cast a sidelong glance at him and spoke with an air of nonchalance. Dongfang Jin, however, was skeptical, attributing Bailu's demeanor to arrogance, for indeed, to surpass a spirit god on the Lingyun continent is a feat that warrants pride. Yet, the celestial realm is a different matter altogether. There, a spirit god is merely considered average. Unbeknownst to him, Bailu's assertion was grounded in truth. He insisted on engaging Bailu in a contest. "Mr. Bai, please proceed." Bailu surveyed him briefly and nodded slightly, conceding, "Very well." At that moment, Qin Shuang spoke up slowly, "Wait a moment. Since we are to spar, there should be some stakes involved. Don't you agree, Lord Dongfang?" With that, her gaze fixed upon Dongfang Jin. Bailu raised an eyebrow, realizing that Qin Shuang intended to ensnare Dongfang Jin for his treasures. And a subtle smile crept onto his lips. He had not considered a wager, deeming it a trivial matter, yet Qin Shuang's glimmering eyes intrigued him. With this in mind, he nodded slightly and remarked, "You make a valid point." Dongfang Jin was not one to dither. With a flick of his hand, a block of black stone materialized in his palm. This was the black underworld mysterious iron. A mere smidgen refined into a magical artifact could enhance its quality. And such a sizable piece was even more precious than the finest sacred artifacts of the Lingyun continent. "What do you think? Is this offering satisfactory for our wager?" Bailu turned his gaze towards Qin Shuang, as he had no need for such items, primarily gauging her interest. Qin Shuang nodded gently, indicating her approval. "It is precisely the opportune moment to practice artifact forging with this black abyssal iron, as her alchemy has already progressed onto the right path. It is indeed time to delve into the craft of forging." Bailu inclined his head slightly, turning to Dongfang Jin and inquired, "Shall we begin now?" Dongfang Jin surveyed the surroundings before shaking his head. "This place is too confined. We should find another location to prevent any damage to this palace." He was preparing for an intense duel with Bailu, confident that even if he could not secure a victory, he would not suffer a devastating defeat. Earlier, Bailu's telepathic message had led him to acknowledge Bailu's prowess, yet he had still underestimated him by a significant margin. With a smile, Bailu replied, "No need. We shall do it right here. If it gets destroyed, we shall simply rebuild." After a moment of contemplation, Dongfang Jin gazed at Bailu and consented. "Very well. Since you are unperturbed, I shall not hold back." He then produced a stick of incense, casting it onto the ground where it stood upright. Once the agarwood incense burns out, we shall commence. Agreed. Bai Lu responded without hesitation. The incense burned rapidly. Almost in the blink of an eye it consumed half its length, and in another blink, it was entirely gone. The moment the incense extinguished, Dongfang Jin launched an attack. His fist enveloped in a seven-colored flame, striking fiercely towards Bai Lu. The force of the blow ignited the very air around them. Qin Shuang had already distanced herself, but she could still feel the intense heat radiating from the clash. As a practitioner of ice flames, her own sensitivity to the temperature underscored the remarkable power of the seven-colored flames. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed through the air. Dongfang Jin's face contorted in an instant as his eyes rolled back, and he fell into unconsciousness. His seven-colored flames extinguished. Chapter 73, A Sign of Rising Emotions? Qin Shuang appeared beside Bai Lu, gazing at the fallen Dongfang Jin, exclaiming, "Such a cold-hearted individual, yet wielding such fervent power. I never anticipated this. What do you prefer?" Bai Lu turned to her, abruptly posing the question. Qin Shuang was at a loss for words. Why was this turning into a discussion about me? I don't have a preference. I go by feeling. Bai Lu refrained from inquiring about her feelings toward him, as their relationship had not yet progressed to that stage. He could already surmise her answer. He nodded gently, then released a burst of energy. With a snap, Dongfang Jin immediately regained consciousness. The memories of the recent events flooding back, leaving him momentarily dazed. It was noteworthy that even his master could not render him unconscious with a single strike. So being subdued by Bai Lu left him profoundly shaken. "Hey, it's time to place your bet," Qin Shuang called softly. "Oh." Dongfang Jin slowly returned to reality, then decisively tossed the black underworld mysterious iron to Bai Lu. Without even handling it, Bai Lu waved his sleeve, passing it directly to Qin Shuang. Dongfang Jin cast a deep glance at Bai Lu, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Who exactly are you?" This power felt far beyond the realm of celestial combat. "Just her personal guard." Bai Lu pointed at Qin Shuang, secretly reflecting. This sentiment is quite eloquent. As literature suggests, most girls appreciate such grandiloquent expressions made on their behalf. This should count as one. With this thought, he discreetly observed the changes in Qin Shuang's expression. However, Qin Shuang displayed little emotion, as she had not grasped his meaning at all. She had long accepted her role as Bai Lu's personal guard, so she felt no particular significance in it. Observing her demeanor, Bai Lu mused to himself, "Very well. It seems further contemplation is necessary." While he was lost in thought, Dongfang Jin interpreted Bai Lu's response as mere perfunctoriness and tactfully refrained from probing further, subsequently presenting an invitation to Qin Shuang. This was an invitation to the Wushuang trial. Detailing the address and time, all she needed to do was bring the invitation at the appointed time. "Understood," Qin Shuang replied softly. With that, Dongfang Jin took his leave, seeking solitude to reflect, feeling slightly bewildered. Once he departed, Qin Shuang pondered aloud. Does he possess two faces? It seems he is not as cold as before. His subtle expressions have increased considerably. There is indeed a change. Perhaps he has encountered some setbacks, Bai Lu observed. Let us not dwell on him. Qin Shuang waved her hand, smiling as she gazed at the black Ming Shin iron in her possession. Turning to Bai Lu, she declared, "Come. I shall prepare a meal for you." Bai Lu had assisted her immensely, yet what he desired was something she could not provide at this moment. Thus, she felt she had little to offer him, save for a meal to express her gratitude. She had been planning this dinner for quite some time, secretly studying culinary skills while refining elixirs, as Bai Lu typically did not linger by her side during those hours. Today was the day she would showcase her talents. Cooking? Bai Lu's eyes sparkled with delight. This was splendid. The books had mentioned that when a girl is willing to cook for you, it signifies a warming of affections. What a wonderful omen. As Qin Shuang observed his eager anticipation, a wave of uncertainty washed over her, prompting her to issue a gentle precautionary note. "Well, I am but a novice, so I suggest you might want to temper your expectations just a tad." In response, Bai Lu chuckled lightly and encouraged her. "Go ahead and give it your all. Whether it turns out delectable or not is secondary. What truly matters is the essence of cooking." Not wishing to prolong the conversation, Qin Shuang rolled up her sleeves and set to work with determination. Gazing at the array of ingredients laid out on the 10-foot-long table, she inhaled deeply and murmured to herself, "First, I shall prepare the soup. Bring it to a vigorous boil, then allow it to simmer gently." Before adding some nourishing herbs, she recited the recipe in its entirety, yet her hands remained motionless. Bai Lu, amused, watched her. It was the first time he had witnessed such clumsiness from Qin Shuang. He made no effort to rush her, opting instead to observe quietly. To be fair, he was not well versed in culinary arts himself, having long ago transcended the need for sustenance to sustain his vitality. After a brief interlude, Qin Shuang finally sprang into action. She conjured 2 ice knives, and with deft movements, she began her work, her left hand slicing meat while her right hand chopped vegetables. Each piece of meat and every vegetable was executed flawlessly, showcasing her undeniable skill with a blade. Once the ingredients were prepped, she promptly commenced the cooking process. The kitchen soon filled with swirling smoke, and before long, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Qin Shuang refrained from utilizing her spiritual energy to hasten the cooking, for such energy could significantly influence the outcome of the dishes. Skillfully applied, it could enhance the flavors. Mismanaged, it could ruin an entire meal. Given her lack of absolute confidence, she opted for the most prudent approach. About an hour had passed when Qin Shuang's 9 dishes and a soup were finally served. She opened the pot lid, and a rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. A frown creased her brow as she sensed something amiss, secretly pondering whether she had perhaps added too many precious herbs. The scent alone hinted at an unpalatable taste. Bai Lu, keenly observing her expression, wasted no time and scooped a spoonful of the soup, tasting it. Noticing his actions, Qin Shuang felt a surge of anxiety and asked, "How is it? Perhaps I should cook for you again next time?" She realized she needed to refine her culinary skills. Bai Lu tilted his head back and finished the remaining soup in one gulp, remarking, "It has a slight bitterness at first, but soon reveals a delightful sweetness, bringing a refreshing sensation that rises in the chest, quite pleasant." Really? Qin Shuang could hardly believe it. She was well aware of its effects, having crafted the recipe based on her alchemical knowledge, yet she had never tasted it herself. Engrossed in her cooking, she had forgotten to sample the dish beforehand. Indeed. Bai Lu confirmed with a nod, filling a bowl for her. "You should try it yourself." Skeptical yet hopeful, Qin Shuang accepted the bowl and took a sip. Her brows lifted in surprise as she exclaimed, "It's actually quite good." Bai Lu smiled and said, "Why don't you join me for the meal? Eating alone is rather dull." Was it the meal he desired? Or was it her company he sought? Very well, I shall not hold back any longer. Qin Shuang pointed to the first dish and introduced it, saying, "Flame-grilled pork knuckle, accompanied by a sauce. You can dip it or not. It's flavorful either way." Bai Lu first served her a piece, remarking, "No need for introductions. Let us just eat. We are not at a banquet." Qin Shuang shrugged and replied, "All right. If there are any shortcomings, just let me know. If there are issues, we shall improve. That is how progress is made." Bai Lu nodded gently, shifting the conversation as he ate. "Are you planning to attend the Wushuang trial?" Qin Shuang scooped another bowl of soup and continued, "Of course. I have nothing else to do, and it's time I made my presence felt. Frost Moon Kingdom requires it. I did make an appearance at the Tianbao auction house, but I was merely a supporting character. The protagonist has always been you. As the leader of Frost Moon Kingdom, my strength speaks volumes. The Wushuang trial offers a grand stage, so it's a perfect opportunity for me to showcase my abilities, which will benefit the future development of Frost Moon Kingdom." After finishing her statement, she glanced at Bai Lu and asked, "When I enter the Wushuang trial, you won't be able to follow, right?" Bai Lu smiled slightly, acknowledging that following her would be akin to blatant cheating. "No, I won't," he replied. During formal trials, one must adhere to the established rules. The main concern was that Qin Shuang possessed the strength to compete. Otherwise, he would not allow her participation. Once Dongfang Jin returned to the immortal realm, he could simply take Qin Shuang with him. Initially, his plan was to follow Dongfang Jin and locate the immortal realm. Qin Shuang nodded lightly, smiling as she said, "You'll just have to watch me conquer all when the time comes." Recently, her strength has surged, causing her confidence to swell exponentially. Bai Lu chuckled softly as he observed her, gently reminding, "Maintain humility. Remember that there are always those beyond oneself and realms beyond our own." "I understand." Qin Shuang replied earnestly. Having spent considerable time with him, she had come to a profound realization of this adage. To her, Bai Lu epitomized that other person in that greater realm. She was well aware of the significance of those words. The two engaged in a delightful exchange, their conversation flowing effortlessly as they savored their meal, unknowingly finishing all 9 dishes and the soup. 3 days later, a letter arrived from Tainyo, indicating the emergence of mysterious forces upon Qingyang Peak. Bai Lu glanced at the contents of the scroll and, with a light laugh, addressed Qin Shuang. Upon hearing this, her delicate brows arched in curiosity. What a coincidence. Is he also at Qingyang Peak? The Wushuang trial is taking place in the Qingyang secret realm atop Qingyang Peak, Bai Lu said, waving his hand to make the scroll vanish. He is absent, but Li Ling is present, participating in the Wushuang trial just like you. At the scene, Li Ling harbored murderous intent towards someone he had never met, aligning with the characteristics of the mysterious force. Moreover, as he spoke, a knowing smile graced his lips. That person you have encountered before. I have? Qin Shuang's brows furrowed as she inquired, her voice steady. Who? Bai Lu slowly uttered 3 words. Yang Zikan. The one who sold us the Qingling saplings? Qin Shuang instantly recalled. That batch of Qingling saplings had already been planted in Frost Moon City. But it would likely take some time for the spiritual energy field to manifest. Indeed, Bai Lu gently nodded. Feeling a profound sense of reflection, it was unexpected to have brushed past that mysterious force. Fate will always lead to encounters. Qin Shuang remarked with a smile at the corner of her lips. Having said that, she clapped her hands and declared, let us set forth. They should all be gathered by now. Bai Lu refrained from responding, and in the blink of an eye, their surroundings abruptly transformed, and they found themselves at Qingyang Peak. Have you all arrived? Upon the appearance of Bai Lu and Qin Shuang, Dongfang Jin sensed their presence and immediately flew over. Observing the somewhat stiff smile on his face, Bai Lu privately communicated, I hope my slap didn't leave him with any lasting effects. Qin Shuang, also scrutinizing Dongfang Jin, replied, it shouldn't be too severe, right? You did mention you weren't overly forceful? It was just right. Otherwise, he wouldn't have awakened so swiftly, Bai Lu noted. Having gauged the force of his strike based on Dongfang Jin's strength. At that moment, seeing that Bai Lu and Qin Shuang did not respond, Dongfang Jin softly urged, please. Come inside. Bai Lu collected his thoughts, nodded slightly, and followed him inside. At the summit of Qingyang Peak, the 71 prodigies had gathered, with the 72nd, Qin Shuang, arriving just in time. Once inside the venue, Bai Lu did not stay with Qin Shuang but instead stood alongside Dongfang Jin, resembling a judge. Under the watchful eyes of all the gifted participants in the trial, Qin Shuang slowly ascended towards them, ultimately landing beside Li Ling. Everyone had witnessed Dongfang Jin's demeanor towards Bai Lu, thus they regarded Qin Shuang with a degree of apprehension. After all, there was only one spot available, and Qin Shuang might pose the greatest threat to them. Report. Suddenly, the prodigy Lu Yin of the Cloud and Miss Sect raised his hand to report. Bai Lu first took his seat on the right side of the high platform, followed by Dongfang Jin, who dared not sit before Bai Lu. As the memory of that slap lingered vividly in his mind, he lifted his gaze to Lu Yin and asked, his expression devoid of emotion, what is it? Bai Lu, casting a sidelong glance at him, mused inwardly, this feeling is just right. The expressionless demeanor. Lu Yin pointed towards Qin Shuang and lamented, it is unjust, she has connections. And I have reason to suspect she has taken shortcuts. Foolishness. Someone behind him could not help but mutter under their breath. Did he not notice how closely Dongfang Jin and Bai Lu were aligned? To emerge now with such accusations was to invite trouble upon himself. As expected, Dongfang Jin furrowed his brow and casually declared, you have been stripped of your qualification for the trial. Leave. Lu Yin was taken aback, exclaiming, how can this be? Is this still a fair trial? I refuse to accept this. The rhythm was all wrong. He had not anticipated that Dongfang Jin would eliminate him outright. Dongfang Jin regarded him with an impassive gaze, stating bluntly that this had never been a fair trial. If he was dissatisfied, he should inquire with his elders, who would know what to do. Most of these prodigies were oblivious to the existence of the immortal realm. They only understood that this was a significant trial. As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to cast Lu Yin down the mountain. At that moment, however, Bai Lu interjected, since he questions this, let us hold a contest. Whoever wins shall prove their greater qualification. What say you? Dongfang Jin paused for a moment and then nodded, since you have suggested it. Let it be as you wish. He now harbors a sense of reverence towards Bai Lu, causing him to subconsciously diminish himself in his presence. Bai Lu, however, remains indifferent. As he is solely concerned with his own interests, everything else holds little significance for him. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan's face brightened with a smile. Very well. The loser shall be eliminated. He quickly agreed, fearful of Bai Lu's potential change of heart. Qin Shuang cast a glance at him, stepped out of the formation, and spoke calmly. Let us begin directly. Let us settle this swiftly to avoid delaying the commencement of the trial. Chapter 75. Inciting hatred. Lu Yin looked at Qin Shuang and clasped his fists, saying, Empress Shuang Yue, I shall not hold back. No sooner had he spoken than he brought his hands together, and in the next moment, his body erupted, releasing a dense mist that swiftly enveloped the entire summit. Li Ling and the other 70 individuals immediately employed their abilities to distance themselves from the battlefield. Qin Shuang stood at the heart of the mist, thinking to herself, He must have cultivated the cloud mist technique of the cloud mist sect to the 5th level of cloud mist manifestation. At that moment, a colossal misty fist surged towards Qin Shuang from behind. She noticed it but made no move, as it was merely a mass of fog without any lethal force. With a soft thud, the misty fist struck her, failing to budge her in the slightest. However, at the instant the misty fist made contact, a concealed flying dagger was hurled from within the fog towards Qin Shuang. In a fleeting glance, she noticed it, and with a gentle tremor of her arm, the ice flame whip materialized, which she then wielded. With a sharp crack, the flying dagger was deftly deflected. In the next moment, the icy flame whip surged forth, resembling a dragon in flight, abruptly altering its trajectory by 90 degrees, and in an instant, it pierced through the mist. With a powerful tug, Lu Yin, who had assumed the form of fog, was yanked back into reality, crashing heavily to the ground. A spout of blood erupted from his mouth as he attempted to transform into mist once more. Unfortunately, the icy flame whip of Qin Shuang struck him again, instantly freezing his body. Following this, 3 ice swords coalesced, ruthlessly plunging into Lu Yan's arms and chest with a series of piercing sounds. A cry of agony escaped Lu Yan's lips as he struggled desperately for a brief moment before succumbing to unconsciousness. As he lost awareness, the surrounding mist dissipated. Throughout this ordeal, Qin Shuang's expression remained utterly impassive. Setting aside the disparity in cultivation levels between Lu Yin, a spirit emperor, and Qin Shuang, a spirit monarch, the chasm was insurmountable. Even the sensitivity to life that Qin Shuang possessed surpassed Lu Yin's capabilities. Though Lu Yin concealed himself within the mist, he was entirely exposed in Qin Shuang's eyes. From her elevated position, she surveyed the fallen Lu Yin, casually dismissing the ice swords with a flick of her wrist. Then, she scanned the crowd, slowly inquiring, "Is there anyone else who wishes to voice dissent?" After a moment's silence, no one dared to respond, indicating that no further challenges would be issued. Observing this, Dongfang Jin exchanged a glance with Bai Lu and simply said, "You handle it." Bai Lu replied succinctly, "Very well." Dongfang Jin nodded lightly and summoned a gust of wind, casting Lu Yin from the peak of Qingyang. Given Lu Yan's strength, such a height would not prove fatal. At worst, he would merely suffer a few broken bones. He did not suddenly cast doubt upon you. Rather, he was drawing animosity towards you. The voice of Bai Lu unexpectedly resonated within Qin Shuang's mind, suggesting that there was likely someone collaborating with him, and if one were interested, they might delve into it. Qin Shuang slightly nodded, casting her gaze over the crowd, unable to discern anyone with ulterior motives, and chose to remain silent. With a whoosh, Dongfang Jin conjured a flame, and in the next moment, a vortex gradually unfurled. Upon entering the secret realm, you will be randomly dispersed. Those who exit the realm will be eliminated, and the last person standing shall claim the title of champion. Dongfang Jin succinctly outlined the rules, particularly emphasizing that this trial imposed no limitations on methods, and the outcome would solely depend on your capabilities. With that, he waved his hand, beckoning them to enter. As his words echoed, everyone surged forward eagerly. Li Ling trailed closely behind Qin Shuang, saying, "Sister Shuang, I shall assist you." Qin Shuang glanced at him, indifferent to his address, and inquired, "Do you not desire this championship? Surely, the Thunder Sect has impressed upon you the significance of this trial?" With a chuckle, Li Ling shrugged nonchalantly. "It's merely a celestial realm. If it weren't for my master insisting I participate, I would hardly bother." He was well aware of the celestial realm, primarily because his master had directly informed him, and also due to the fact that a member of the Falling Leaves had shared numerous insights about it with him, this being the principal reason. The information that Iron Bull had previously attempted to conceal about the members included those within the celestial realm. Had Bai Lu chosen to unveil the truth at that time, he might have discovered the existence of the celestial realm then and there. However, it matters not. Whenever the revelation comes, it is of little consequence. For Bai Lu is not one to be impatient. Qin Shuang raised an eyebrow, choosing not to comment further, and led Li Ling into the swirling vortex. Dongfang Jin had been closely monitoring their exchange, deciding that such discussions could wait for another time. "Do you command this secret realm?" Bai Lu inquired, though his tone bore the weight of certainty. "Indeed," Dongfang Jin replied candidly, producing a circular jade pendant. "This is the controller of the Qingyang secret realm. Each time the Wushuang trial is held within Qingyang, it is because this realm does not require a master to wield it. Such attributes render it particularly suitable as a testing ground, especially since those who emerge from the celestial realm are invariably different." Bai Lu regarded him with an amused smile and asked, "Are you not concerned that I might seize it from you?" Dongfang Jin tossed the jade pendant lightly in the air and replied, The Qingyang secret realm serves as a trial ground for another significant reason. It is a realm lacking in resources, rendering its misuse inconsequential. With this, he offered a stiff smile to Bai Lu, adding, "You likely look down upon it. Not everything I desire must possess great value." Bai Lu responded with a slight smile. "As long as it piques my interest, even the most dilapidated of items will suffice." Dongfang Jin dismissed this assertion lightly but was suddenly struck by a thought. Turning to Bai Lu and asking, "Speaking of secret realms, is the disappearance of the beast tomb in any way related to you?" He had investigated the anomaly in the Lingyun continent during his inquiry into the beast tomb incident and recalled that Bai Lu and Qin Shuang had been present there at the time. Given Bai Lu's formidable strength, he found it hard to believe that the disappearance of the beast tomb was coincidental. Indeed, Bai Lu admitted openly, "I took it." Dongfang Jin was momentarily taken aback, uncertainly inquiring, "What do you mean by taken away? Is it truly as I suspect?" "The literal interpretation," Bai Lu replied nonchalantly. Dongfang Jin found himself momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he gently nodded, accepting this reality. He had never imagined that someone could actually remove an entire secret realm. It was utterly inconceivable. In that moment, Bai Lu's prowess in his mind ascended to yet another level. Chapter 76, Spatial Distortion in the Qingyang Secret Realm. Qin Shuang stood atop a mountain, gazing at the swirling dust over the desolate land, her brows furrowing slightly as she mused. The spiritual energy in this secret realm has dwindled to a negligible level. This implied that without medicinal pills, recovering from exhaustion would prove quite challenging. She wondered whether the participants in the trial were aware of the conditions in the Qingyang secret realm beforehand. If they were uninformed, they might not have brought enough medicinal pills. At that moment, Qin Shuang sensed something and turned her gaze towards the northeast. A young man clad in ochre garments was flying towards her. It was Zhao Jie from Zhongnong Mountain. Having previously acquainted herself with the talents of various factions, she recognized most individuals present. Zhao Jie, feeling a gaze upon him, immediately turned his head. Upon spotting Qin Shuang, he was momentarily stunned before decisively turning and fleeing. Having witnessed Lu Yan's fate, he was certain he could not match Qin Shuang in combat, so without a second thought, he chose to escape. Qin Shuang paused for a moment, muttering in exasperation, "Am I really that frightening?" She had no intention of confronting Zhao Jie. As a newcomer, her priority was to familiarize herself with the environment of the Qingyang secret realm, setting everything else aside for the moment. Subsequently, she soared into the sky, leaving the area behind. She was not particularly concerned about expending energy, as she possessed an abundance of restorative elixirs, all crafted during her alchemical practice. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something, abruptly accelerating. In the next instant, a distortion appeared at her previous location, only to revert to normal shortly thereafter. Spatial distortion? Qin Shuang furrowed her brows, murmuring to herself, "Am I being drawn out of the secret realm, or will I perish?" She was uncertain and unwilling to test it. Though she speculated it was the former, as all present were prodigies, if one truly died, the loss to the various factions would be substantial. Boom. At that moment, the sounds of a battle echoed ahead. Qin Shuang turned toward the source of the noise. Was Zhao Jie engaged in combat with someone? This direction was the same as where Zhao Jie had just departed. It had not been long, and it was highly likely that he was battling another. Without further thought, she flew straight toward the commotion. "Zhou Zhenghao, I've already mentioned that the Frost Moon Empress is nearby. Could you refrain from fighting for a moment?" Dao Jie, wielding a fiery sword, faced off against Zhou Zhenghao of the Tianhu Zhou clan. "You've harmed my sister, so I have no choice but to retaliate against you." Zhou Zhenghao, with hands enveloped in flowing water, made direct contact with the fiery sword, producing a plume of scalding steam that enveloped their faces in a warm mist. Zhao Jie grimaced, quickly clarifying, "I was unaware she was your sister. Moreover, I have already apologized to her. You cannot simply dismiss my apology." As they spoke, the flames of the fiery sword surged fiercely, forcefully pushing Zhou Zhenghao back. Zhou Zhenghao's fist quivered as he extinguished the fire with a torrent of water. Gazing at Zhao Jie from a distance, with a derisive snort, he remarked, "I was not at home at the time. They accepted it, but I do not." Zhao Jie's expression darkened as he pointed his sword directly at Zhou Zhenghao. "Do not presume I am afraid to engage with you. I am merely showing you respect, understand? Then let us proceed." Zhou Zhenghao's fists collided, water swirling around him, exuding an undeniable aura of impending confrontation. At that moment, both turned their gazes in the same direction, where Qin Shuang was gracefully approaching. "Tsk," Zhao Jie muttered in frustration, growling, "I told you she was nearby, yet you insisted on entangling me." Zhou Zhenghao paid him no heed, merely gesturing respectfully towards Qin Shuang, proclaiming, "Empress of Frost Moon, this is my grievance with him. I kindly request you refrain from intervening. Qin Shuang halted, making a gesture of invitation, implying that they were free to engage without her involvement. Thank you. Zhou Jinghao redirected his attention to Zhao Jie, declaring, "Come. Today we must determine a victor." Zhao Jie, feeling the pressure, gritted his teeth and replied, "This is a trial, not the time for settling scores. Do you comprehend? Even if you were to defeat me, what then? Will you still possess the strength to contend for first place? How will you explain this to your family?" He was not a man of impulsive actions, thus striving to avoid conflict with Zhou Jinghao as much as possible. Once a true battle commenced, it would benefit neither party. However, Zhou Jinghao was not one to be easily swayed. "It matters not. I can make my own decisions." Zhou Jinghao occupies a prominent position within the Zhou family. Even if he refrains from participating in the Wushuang trial, the family would merely grumble a few words. Hearing this, Zhao Jie let out a resigned sigh, conceding, "Very well. I shall not hold back." With that, waves of heat emanated from his body, distorting the surrounding air, as the visible ripples radiated outward from his center. A slight smirk graced Zhou Jinghao's lips, signaling his awareness that Zhao Jie was about to get serious. In the next instant, an impending clash was palpable as both adversaries surged towards one another, marking the commencement of the fiery contest between fire and water. Qin Shuang, witnessing their earnestness, opted to maintain her role as a mere bystander, discreetly distancing herself to afford them ample space for their battle. With a resounding crash, Zhao Jie unleashed a fiery blade, swiftly cleaving through Zhou Jinghao's flowing water. However, the water diminished much of the blade's potency. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a concealed ring blade shot forth from the fiery arc, spinning at high velocity towards Zhou Jinghao. Unfazed, Zhou Jinghao executed a graceful Tai Chi maneuver, causing the water to swirl in tandem with his movements, gently intercepting the ring blade and halting its rotation. Aware that this tactic would not inflict any harm upon Zhou Jinghao, Zhao Jie summoned 3 fire serpents, each launching an assault from distinct directions. Zhou Jinghao cast a sweeping glance, enveloping himself in a membrane of water, and boldly advanced towards the oncoming fire serpents. As he neared within 10 paces, he unleashed a powerful punch, obliterating the fire serpent before him, and disregarding the 2 flanking serpents, he charged directly at Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie observed him with composure, poised to take action, when an ominous premonition suddenly surged within him. In the next instant, the space around him distorted abruptly. Huh? A jolt of alarm coursed through his mind, prompting him to retreat hastily. Alas, he was a moment too late. With a swift rush, the warped space engulfed him entirely. Zhou Jinghao, who had been rushing towards him, came to an abrupt halt, staring at the now tranquil space in bewilderment. He had not anticipated that his confrontation with Zhao Jie would conclude so abruptly and nonsensically. Nearby, Qin Shuang, having witnessed this unfolding scene, pondered thoughtfully, is spatial distortion occurring with such frequency? Or does combat provoke such distortions more readily? Just then, a voice echoed throughout the Qingyang secret realm, belonging to Dongfang Jin. 70 people remain. Qin Shuang raised her eyebrows slightly, reflecting. So there are announcements? This implies Zhao Jie is the first to be eliminated. Out of a total of 72 participants, Lu Yin had already been eliminated by Qin Shuang, marking Zhao Jie as the first to fall, or perhaps the second. Chapter 77. Your flame is problematic. Bang. Zhao Jie fell to the ground in a manner reminiscent of a dog, rising with a grimace while brushing off the dust from his clothes, muttering, "What terrible luck." He felt as though he had done nothing yet was still eliminated, leaving him utterly frustrated. Sigh. This trip was a complete waste. He might as well have stayed home and slept soundly. Cough, cough. Dongfang Jin cleared his throat softly. Zhao Jie shuddered, suddenly lifting his head, realizing where he was. "Senior," he exclaimed, hastily bowing in respect. Dongfang Jin spoke softly. "You have been eliminated. You may choose to stay or leave at your discretion." Zhao Jie pondered for a moment and replied, "I think I shall remain for a while." His primary motivation was to discover who the second eliminated contestant was. After all, it would be rather disheartening if he were the only one left in despair. Dongfang Jin nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he turned to Bai Lu and explained, "The Qingyang secret realm is prone to spatial distortions, especially during combat. Intense fluctuations in energy can easily trigger these distortions, causing those affected to be expelled, much like what happened to him." He gestured towards Zhao Jie. Bai Lu appeared to be well acquainted with the conditions within the Qingyang secret realm. Dongfang Jin understood this, as he merely sought a topic to engage Bai Lu in conversation. Otherwise, the silence between them would be rather awkward. However, being naturally reticent, he struggled to find a seamless transition in dialogue. Just as he was at a loss for words, Bai Lu inquired, "What is the name of your fire?" Seven-colored flame, Dongfang Jin replied without hesitation. It is a unique flame I forged by merging 72 different types of exotic fires. There should be no equivalent within Lingyun continent or the celestial realm. As he spoke, a dazzling orb of seven-colored flame ignited in his hand, a source of considerable pride for him. Bai Lu regarded the flame thoughtfully and remarked, "There is something amiss with your fire." Dongfang Jin paused momentarily before humbly asking, "What issue do you perceive?" While he might have dismissed such a comment from others, he recognized that Bai Lu's observation warranted attention. "Impurities," Bai Lu replied slowly, articulating each syllable with care. Dongfang Jin furrowed his brow in confusion. Impurities? He felt no impurities in the seven-colored flame. Bai Lu gently nodded, not wishing to keep him in suspense, and softly elucidated. Different flames possess distinct characteristics, and their fusion can result in four possible outcomes. First, one flame may devour the other. Second, the two may blend to create new properties. Third, both characteristics may coexist. And fourth, both may suffer mutual destruction, resulting in a severe outcome where the exotic fire becomes worthless. Your seven-colored flame has integrated 72 types of exotic fire. And throughout this process, all four scenarios must have occurred, correct? At this, he glanced at Dongfang Jin. Indeed. Dongfang Jin promptly nodded, confirming that all had transpired. Bai Lu continued, explaining that a failed fusion could diminish the quality of the fire, akin to contamination with impurities. In technical terms, it is referred to as false impurities. Your seven-colored flame is remarkably pure, yet it harbors many false impurities. Nevertheless, in this realm, such power suffices. How can one eliminate these false impurities, senior? Dongfang Jin inquired gravely. Ignorance was bliss, but now that he was aware, how could he not be intrigued? Observing his reaction, Bai Lu smiled slightly and said, strictly speaking, the generation of false impurities is irreversible. However, I can assist you. Dongfang Jin immediately grasped the implication and asked, what do you require of me, senior? You need not do anything. Bai Lu waved his hand dismissively, stating calmly, I intend to visit the immortal realm, and at that time, you shall serve as my guide. He likely needed to understand some of the more clandestine matters pertaining to the immortal realm, for it might reveal something significant. Dongfang Jin, holding a prominent position and strength in the immortal realm, was indeed the right choice. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, Dongfang Jin nodded in agreement. Given Bai Lu's prowess, venturing into the fairy realm was indeed well within his capabilities. At these words, a faint smile graced Bai Lu's lips, and he promptly unleashed a wave of deathly energy. In an instant, a dark gleam flickered over Dongfang Jin's form. Huh? Dongfang Jin paused in surprise. Feeling no discernible change within his body, he gazed at Bai Lu with a puzzled expression. Elder, what have you done? In the next moment, he hesitated, as if sensing something, and quickly summoned a ball of colorful flames. Has it changed? Dongfang Jin was utterly astonished, staring at the pure white flame before him. Unable to believe that this was his own colorful flame, Bai Lu observed the transformation of his expression with a leisurely demeanor and gradually spoke, give it a try. Regaining his composure, Dongfang Jin wasted no time in enveloping his fist with the white flame, then struck the void with a powerful punch. Bang! The white flames ignited along the fabric of space, swiftly spreading forth. With a casual wave of his hand, Bai Lu extinguished the flames in an instant. Familiarize yourself with it first. Do not use it recklessly. Dongfang Jin's mouth fell open as he stared in shock at the white flames on his hand. Momentarily at a loss for words to describe this blend of familiarity and strangeness and power. To be honest, his aloof demeanor had been utterly shattered in Bai Lu's presence. Noticing his distraction, Bai Lu chuckled softly and then summoned an individual from the Qingyang secret realm. This person was on the brink of death, and had he not been moved from that place, he would have perished within the Qingyang secret realm. This task was originally Dongfang Jin's responsibility, but as he remained lost in the astonishment of his power's transformation, Bai Lu took it upon himself to intervene. Soon, Dongfang Jin regained his composure and, upon noticing the individual sprawled on the ground, expressed his apologies to Bai Lu, saying, I am truly sorry, esteemed senior, for having to trouble you. Not at all. Bai Lu replied, his demeanor calm and unperturbed as he waved his hand dismissively. Dongfang Jin abruptly rose, serious and earnest, and performed a profound bow to Bai Lu, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, senior. This is indeed a remarkable opportunity. The transformation of the colorful flame into a white flame elevated its potential by several tiers, surpassing any advanced inheritance by 1,000-fold. Receiving this gesture of respect, Bai Lu gently reminded him, first, focus on your primary responsibilities. This was merely a trifling task for me, akin to when I aided Qin Shuang by using death energy to help her absorb the chilling essence of the ice flame. The principle behind Dongfang Jin's colorful flame was the same, although the colorful flame was superior to the ice flame. Bai Lu's effort was equivalent, requiring nothing more than a wisp of death energy to resolve the matter. Oh, very well, Dongfang Jin replied with an awkward smile, promptly returning to his duties. Feeling it would be discourteous to trouble Bai Lu further, as his words fell, he transported the two individuals from the secret realm. Zhao Jia, observing the nearly lifeless pair, couldn't help but chuckle softly, realizing that being extricated by spatial distortion was not entirely adverse. He kindly moved the two to the side and administered 2 pills to them, muttering to himself, for down, 67 to go. Chapter 78. How did they end up together? In the Qingyang secret realm. Zhou Jinghao inquired of Qin Shuang with a cupped fist, "Do you wish to fight?" "No, I do not," Qin Shuang replied, shaking her head with amusement. "You may leave now." Upon hearing the words, Zhou Jinghao did not waste any further time, turning swiftly to take flight. Qin Shuang watched him depart, gradually retracting her gaze. Contemplating, it seems not everyone has come here solely for the sake of the quota. Subsequently, she chose a random direction and soared forth without hesitation. On the high slope, one among them proclaimed, "As you all can see, Qin Shuang poses our greatest threat. As long as she remains, attaining the top position is beyond our reach. Therefore, while we are still gathered, let us eliminate her first. Afterward, we shall rely on our own merits, shall we?" Feng Xingqiao of Tiger Tooth Island had assembled 23 individuals, preparing to make a move against Qin Shuang. Let us speak of benefits first. Without incentives, none shall join your cause. Yang Ning from the Yang family of Tianjin dynasty's Pingqing was not swayed by Feng Xingqiao's incitement. Feng Xingqiao shot him a glance and remarked softly, "This is not solely for my gain. Can we alone contend with Qin Shuang? I am considering our collective welfare." Enough of this. Lu Yijin from the Sword Tomb scoffed. Who knows when this hastily formed alliance might turn treacherous? It's entirely possible that amidst our struggle, someone from behind might plunge a dagger into your back. If there are no benefits, I shall not partake in this endeavor. Farewell. With that, he turned and took flight, inspired by his departure. Several others hesitated briefly before dispersing as well. A flicker of displeasure crossed Feng Xingqiao's eyes, though he quickly masked it, proclaiming loudly, "Let her claim the first position then. Without cooperation, we shall merely remain in the background. Brother Feng, the trial has only just commenced. There is no need to rush into confrontation with her." Yang Zikan approached Feng Xingqiao with a smile gracing his lips, knowing that as the number of eliminated individuals increased, they would inevitably come to realize who their true adversary was. Feng Xingqiao turned to glance at him, inquiring, "Yang Zikan? I have heard that something unfortunate has befallen your brother." With a sigh, Yang Zikan replied, "This remains an everlasting sorrow within my heart. I wish not to dwell upon it further. I hope you do not take offense, Brother Feng." "Not at all." Feng Xingqiao hastily waved his hand. "It was my impertinence." He then shifted the conversation, asking, "Would you care to join my team, Brother Yang?" "Certainly, I would be delighted," Yang Zikan responded with a faint smile. He continued, "I have been seeking companionship as well, but concerning Qin Shuang, perhaps we should delay our confrontation. The recovery of spiritual energy here is quite arduous. Even if we were to confront Qin Shuang now and emerge victorious, what would it matter? It would merely serve to benefit others." "Indeed, you present a valid point." Feng Xingqiao nodded thoughtfully. He then addressed the remaining individuals. "What say you? Will you join me? At the very least, we can ensure mutual protection." After a moment of contemplation, 3 of the remaining 13 departed, leaving 10 behind. These 10 primarily adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Forming alliances seemed a prudent choice. Yet they were aware that when calamity struck, they would likely fend for themselves, having no familiarity or loyalty among them. "That makes 12, Feng Xingqiao counted, including himself and Yang Zikan. He nodded lightly. 12 is sufficient. Let us find a campsite, allowing those who remain to engage in their own struggle for survival." On the desolate yellow earth, Su Yuhua inquired, "Are you interested in collaborating?" In the celestial realm, Ji Qing of the Tianling sect stood resolutely before a woman clad in white. Su Yuhua of the Cold Moon Palace lifted her gaze to meet his, a playful smile gracing her lips as she teased, "Even the esteemed first disciple of the Tianling sect seeks collaboration?" Ji Qing shrugged, his hands raised in a gesture of resignation. "There's no choice. One must be cognizant of one's own capabilities. You witnessed how effortlessly you defeated Lu Yin, did you not?" Upon posing the question, he promptly answered himself, "No, neither of us can claim such a feat. I've heard she fought against Li Ling in the Beast Tomb. While the specifics remain unclear, it is a fact that Li Ling was defeated. Clearly, neither of us stands a chance against Qin Shuang, so why not join forces? The means are inconsequential. Victory is paramount. Su Yuhua pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. You speak the truth. She is indeed the greatest threat. However, how can I trust you? We lack a foundation for collaboration. I am a man of my word, Ji Qing replied earnestly. If we are to cooperate, I will fully entrust my back to you. As for you, it's up to your discretion. I, Ji Qing, seek only to act with a clear conscience. Victory or defeat matters little. Of course, winning would be preferable. Su Yuhua regarded him intently before chuckling softly and nodding in assent. Very well, I shall ally with you. A brilliant smile illuminated Ji Qing's face as he exuberantly declared, let us proceed. We must find 2 more individuals. Who? Su Yuhua inquired. Ji Qing casually replied. Li Ling from the Thunder Sect, and Yun Hang of the Tianqian Cloud family. Yun Hang may prove difficult to persuade, given that he is the grandson of Yun Badian, the only princely heir of the Tianqian dynasty. I've heard his temperament leaves much to be desired, Su Yuhua remarked, her brow furrowed. Ji Qing replied softly. Whether it can be done or not will be revealed through trial. It is unfortunate that no one from the Tianqian royal family has come, otherwise, with their presence, Yu Hang would undoubtedly join us. Su Yuhua pondered for a moment and curiously inquired, why haven't they sent anyone? Ji Qing smiled mysteriously, glanced around, and whispered. My master mentioned that it seems the Huangfu family already has 2 individuals selected. Su Yuhua raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised yet still puzzled, remarking, even if they are chosen, they can still send someone, right? The 2 situations are not mutually exclusive. Ji Qing casually replied, the Huangfu family cannot monopolize the slots. That would elicit discontent from many. Although the Tianqian dynasty is the most powerful entity in the eastern continent, our sects are not to be underestimated. In the Lingyun continent, there are a total of 17 transcendent forces comprising 5 great empires and 12 supersections. Among them, the eastern continent includes the Tianqian dynasty as well as the Layman, Hanwei Palace, and Tianling sect. Of course, they are not hostile forces. Rather, they engage in profound cooperation. The minor frictions may occasionally arise, which can be resolved privately. Su Yuhua nodded thoughtfully, exclaiming, indeed, the Huangfu family is truly a wellspring of talent. These slots cannot be obtained solely through influence. Only those geniuses approved by the Eastern Gene can qualify, with no backdoor available. Ji Qing concurred, feeling a twinge of envy that he chose not to express further. With that, he quietly quickened his pace. Observing this, Su Yuhua also accelerated to keep up. With a sudden flash of lightning, Li Ling appeared before a man, delivering a punch as swift as a bolt. In an instant, the man vanished into thin air, evading Li Ling's strike as he was teleported away by Dongfang Jin. Another one? Li Ling muttered, swiftly vacating his previous position. The area he had just occupied began to distort. How bothersome, Li Ling couldn't help but comment, exasperated by the frequency of the spatial distortions that hindered his ability to act freely. At that moment, he turned his gaze towards the horizon, where 2 figures were rapidly approaching. His brow furrowed. What were Ji Qing and Su Yuhua doing together? Chapter 79. The face of Bai Lu appears in my mind. Li Ling. It has been a while. Ji Qing greeted him warmly upon arrival. Li Ling rolled his eyes slightly. Hadn't they just seen each other? It had been less than half an hour. Ha ha, Brother Li is still as humorous as ever. Ji Qing chuckled, then got straight to the point. How about we collaborate to deal with Qin Shuang? Didn't you suffer a defeat at her hands? We can help you retaliate. What? You intend to confront my sister Shuang? Li Ling looked at them in disbelief, questioning their sanity. Ji Qing was taken aback, furrowing his brow as he inquired, didn't you have a conflict with her? He realized he might have misunderstood the relationship between Qin Shuang and Li Ling. Haha. Li Ling laughed in anger, grumbling, you don't understand the saying no fight, no acquaintance? Furthermore, it will not be long before Luoye joins the Frost Moon Kingdom, and from henceforth, he may also be regarded as one of its people. Tainyo has made a decision. Once he notifies Luoye, the last individual, he will discuss this matter with Bai Lu and Qin Shuang. Is Ji Qing implying that he should confront his superior? Su Yuhua cast a glance at Ji Qing and sighed softly. It appears that collaboration is no longer feasible. Rather, it may lead to enmity. It is not merely a possibility, it is a certainty. As soon as Li Ling finished speaking, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. You. Ji Qing's words were barely out when Li Ling's thunderous might surged toward him. With no choice but to retreat, Ji Qing, unwilling to engage Li Ling in combat, called out to Su Yuhua, let us leave. Sigh. Su Yuhua exhaled, casting forth a sphere inscribed with the words wind, flower, snow, moon. A hum resonated. and Li Ling found himself abruptly transported to another realm. Feathery snowflakes fell, and a radiant moon hung in the high sky. He stood upon the snow-laden ground, gradually becoming engulfed by the swirling storm. In the next moment, with a resounding crack, the world shattered, and Li Ling returned to his own reality. At that moment, Ji Qing and Su Yuhua had long since vanished. TSK. Li Ling clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, dispelling the thunder that enveloped him, and then departed from that place. Now, Li Ling has also become our adversary. With Qin Shuang allying with him, our opportunities have diminished further. Su Yuhua felt a twinge of melancholy. Ji Qing furrowed his brow into a deep line and spoke gravely. I misjudged the situation. Su Yuhua regarded him and inquired, shall we still seek Yunhang? Find them. Ji Qing asserted without hesitation, and we must disseminate the news of Qin Shuang's collaboration with Li Ling. If Qin Shuang was merely a thorn in everyone's side before, now she has become the primary target. Su Yuhua nodded in agreement. Indeed, the combined prowess of the two was exceedingly formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Qing resolved, I shall personally orchestrate their consolidation. With everyone targeting them, capturing them should pose no challenge. However, it requires someone willing to act as a sacrificial pawn. Su Yuhua cautioned gently, it is impossible to confront these two without incurring casualties. We should enlist a few sects that have affiliations with the Cold Moon Palace of the Heavenly Spirit sect to serve as our expendable forces. After the trial concludes, we shall compensate them generously. Ji Qing spoke softly. Su Yuhua felt a twinge of discomfort, replying, I cannot make such decisions. In any case, it is all a collaboration. We can simply shift future opportunities to the present, Ji Qing remarked nonchalantly. Each sect has a long-term strategy. Advancing future collaborations slightly will suffice. As they remain unaware that these opportunities were originally intended for them, Su Yuhua's lips twitched as he gazed at Ji Qing, saying, how cunning. Ji Qing shrugged, assuring, there will be benefits, and this is merely a strategy to prevent their dissatisfaction. After a moment's thought, Su Yuhua nodded slightly, conceding, very well. Collaborations require a cooperative spirit. I shall contribute as well. Just then, the announcement from Dongfang Jin resounded once more. 55 individuals remain. Su Yuhua furrowed his brow, noting how swiftly the numbers dwindled, and lamented that the trial had scarcely begun. 16 individuals have been eliminated. Let us gather our forces swiftly. The greater the number, the better our chances. Ji Qing stated solemnly. After their discussion, the two immediately set out to recruit others. Along their path, they enlisted anyone they encountered, regardless of who they were, prioritizing recruitment above all else. Those individuals, recognizing them as disciples of a prestigious sect and seeking a place of refuge, decided to follow along and observe the situation. After all, they too wished to eliminate Qin Shuang, but were reluctant to take the lead in this endeavor. In the outside world, Miss Qin is about to be besieged. Dongfang Jin cast a glance at Bai Lu, who smiled slightly and confidently replied, she will be fine. Dongfang Jin chuckled in agreement, reassured by the elder's words and eager to witness the outcome. In his estimation, Qin Shuang's abilities certainly surpassed those of Ji Qing and his companions. However, against a multitude of attackers, she might find herself at a disadvantage. Bai Lu refrained from further comments, anticipating the moment when Qin Shuang would emerge victorious in battle. A month prior, Qin Shuang's life force had undergone a significant enhancement, although she had yet to advance to the second stage of the Spirit Emperor realm. She was nearing that milestone. Perhaps this opportunity would allow her to achieve a breakthrough. In the Qingyang secret realm, Sister Shuang, I've finally found you. Li Ling exclaimed excitedly as he flew towards her. Qin Shuang was engrossed in studying the land of the Qingyang secret realm, seemingly influenced by Bai Lu's curiosity. She was compelled to understand the peculiarities she encountered. She lifted her gaze to meet Li Ling's, inquiring, what do you need from me? Li Ling promptly responded, Ji Qing and Su Yuhua are plotting to besiege you. Oh. Qin Shuang replied with a calm nonchalance, and then what? Li Ling was momentarily taken aback then. There was nothing more to follow, they had yet to arrive. Qin Shuang brushed off the sand from her hands, lightly clapping them together, and said with a calm demeanor, do not mind me, attend to your own matters. Li Ling pondered earnestly for a moment, then offered an awkward smile, it seems I have nothing to do. Perhaps I shall accompany you. Qin Shuang was slightly taken aback. For some reason, upon hearing the words accompany you, the visage of Bai Lu suddenly emerged in her mind. Her delicate brows knitted together as she thought, perhaps it is because he has always been by my side. How frighteningly habitual. Noticing her moment of distraction, Li Ling called out, Sister Shuang? Qin Shuang cast a sidelong glance at him and replied dispassionately, your presence here interrupts my work. Upon hearing this, Li Ling understood what was required of him. promptly bidding farewell before departing. Chapter 80. I have waited for you for quite some time, so it was. Qin Shuang dispersed the sand from her hands, a slight smile gracing her lips. The power of this secret realm was progressively dissipating. The vitality within the local flora was gradually diminishing. Though the change was subtle, Qin Shuang's keen sensitivity to life force allowed her to perceive this delicate shift. After a moment of contemplation, she exuded a chilling aura, causing the space around her to distort. Testing for anomalies. The spatial distortion within the Qingyang secret realm was evidently the most peculiar. Would provoking such distortions expedite the energy depletion of the Qingyang secret realm? This was a thought-provoking question. Whoosh, multiple spatial distortions emerged in succession. Qin Shuang attentively sensed the fluctuations of life force within the withered grass beneath her feet. After a moment, her eyes narrowed as she pondered. Indeed, the distortion of space seems to siphon the energy from this secret realm. Is it akin to self-destruction? The Qingyang secret realm appears to be depleting its own potential. What distinguishes this from suicide? Furrowing her brow, Qin Shuang stroked her chin, grappling with the perplexing thoughts for quite some time before deciding to set them aside for the moment. She would delve deeper into the matter later, certain that she would eventually uncover the reasons behind it. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her, and she mused, what if I were to infuse this area with a substantial amount of life force? Would it provoke further spatial distortion? Or perhaps mitigate the loss of energy? Resolute in her decision, she acted without hesitation, channeling life force directly into the nearby withered grass. Before her very eyes, the grass began to regain its verdant hue at an astonishing pace. In that moment, the surrounding space quivered, and distortions manifested with increased frequency. Yet, after a brief interval, tranquility returned to the space, allowing Qin Shuang to continue her infusion of life force without interruption. Contemplatively, she remarked, was it the sudden influx of stimulation that triggered the pronounced spatial distortions? Once the space adapted, it seemed to pose no further issues. This phenomenon resembles the reflexive response elicited by sudden external stimuli. Once acclimated, the reactions diminish in intensity. Nevertheless, the core issue remained unresolved, despite the provision of life force. The energy of this secret realm continued to wane unabated. It appeared that while life force could merely delay the inevitable, it was powerless to effect a lasting remedy. Qin Shuang murmured to herself. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Dongfang Jin inquired, perplexed, is she studying the Qingyang secret realm? While others are fixated on securing first place. She has come here for research? Bailu was not at all surprised. Instead, a look of satisfaction graced his features as he thought to himself, what a promising talent. Truly worthy of being my counterpart. Dongfang Jin noticed his smile, and a question mark seemed to materialize above his head. He found it difficult to comprehend the current situation. Do you know why the Qingyang secret realm is so resource-poor? Bailu suddenly inquired. Dongfang Jin paused for a moment, then replied candidly, there has been previous research conducted regarding the immortal realm, which revealed that the energy loss in the Qingyang secret realm is severe. Unfortunately, we have not been able to identify the cause, nor can we apply a remedy. Bailu explained with a light chuckle, every secret realm possesses a lifespan. As they approach their end, they conclude their existence in their own unique manner. The Qingyang secret realm is now concluding its life in its own way. Is there a way to prevent this? Dongfang Jin raised an eyebrow, questioning. Rather than immediately answering, Bailu countered with a question. What significance does it hold for you? Dongfang Jin hesitated slightly before shaking his head. It doesn't hold much significance, really. I merely wish to avoid the loss of a secret realm. Then it is best to let it be, Bailu said nonchalantly. While it is indeed possible to save it, the costs would far outweigh the benefits. Thus, I generally advise against rescuing secret realms that are nearing their final chapter. It is best to allow them to follow their natural course. Of course, if it holds extraordinary meaning for you, then you need not consider such matters and should follow your heart. Understood, Dongfang Jin nodded thoughtfully. Bailu continued. All things in this world have their endpoint, and so do you and I. In the enigmatic realm of Qingyang, Qin Shuang ventured into a grove where the trees were sparse, and their bark appeared parched, resembling lifeless entities. Yet, in truth, these trees pulsated with an unexpected vitality. Perhaps the most spirited flora that Qin Shuang had encountered thus far. At that moment, she instinctively lifted her gaze towards the heavens. A dark mass of figures was swiftly approaching her, and it was evident that she was their target, Ji Qing and Su Yuhua among them. Qin Shuang gradually withdrew her gaze, unperturbed by their arrival. After all, she had encountered numerous individuals without resorting to violence, and her presence was no longer a clandestine matter. Before long, Ji Qing and a cohort of 32 descended upon the scene. Fixing his gaze upon Qin Shuang, he proclaimed with a booming voice, "Qin Shuang, your strength is formidable. Thus do not hold it against me for disregarding the principles of martial ethics." Qin Shuang offered a faint smile and replied, "I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Su Yuhua's brow furrowed, and he inquired with a grave tone, "Do you truly believe you can stand against 33 spirit emperors single-handedly? While it may require some effort to eliminate you, the act of your elimination is, in fact, quite simple," Qin Shuang retorted with a nonchalant air. Ji Qing's expression darkened as an ominous premonition lingered in his mind. He sensed that further delay was untenable. The longer he hesitated, the more uncertain he felt. Resolving to act, he promptly commanded, "Yin Fei, advance." Yin Fei, a disciple of the Tsangyan sect, had forged an alliance with the Tianling sect through Ji Qing, thus agreeing to serve as a mere pawn in this unfolding drama. He was not alone in this endeavor. 5 additional pawns accompanied him. At the forefront are they, Ji Qing and Su Yuhua closely following behind. Their ascent inspires confidence in the others to follow suit, thus forming a tri-layered formation of 6, 2, and 25. Qin Shuang remained composed, observing them with poise, and then gracefully raised her right hand, allowing a drop of life essence to fall from the tip of her index finger. Plop, this drop of life essence landed upon the ground, creating ripples akin to water droplets disturbing a still surface. Buzz, as the ripples expanded, the desolate wood seemed to revive. Branches shed their withered leaves and sprouted fresh buds, while the bark appeared rejuvenated, becoming smooth and rounded as if nourished with water. All of this transpired in an instant. Although Ji Qing and the others were somewhat perplexed, they had little time for hesitation, for they were rapidly approaching Qin Shuang, and retreat was not an option. At that moment, a distortion of space suddenly manifested nearby, multiple distortions enveloping the area. Qin Shuang had anticipated this and swiftly exited the affected zone. Ji Qing and Su Yuhua, quick on their feet, managed to pull several others along, soaring into the sky. However, those who were farther away could only rely on their own abilities to escape the distorted region. Clearly, those capable of such feats were few. Whoosh, within moments, the spatial distortions vanished, along with 21 individuals. Chapter 81. Cold Moon, Celestial Spirit Body. Curse it. Why was I not informed that she could summon such extensive spatial distortions? The expelled individuals vented their frustration, taken aback by their unexpected elimination after a mere encounter. Silence is imperative. Any thoughts you wish to express may be conveyed at the foot of the mountain. Dongfang Jin unceremoniously cast the individual down from Qingyang Peak. Witnessing this, the others, who had been poised to speak, promptly fell silent. Zhao Jie had intended to inquire about the sudden elimination of so many participants, but upon hearing Dongfang Jin's words, he deemed it inappropriate to pursue the matter further. Dongfang Jin paid them no mind and turned to Bai Lu with a smile, remarking, "The strategy we just devised has already been put into action." "Indeed," Bai Lu replied, nodding lightly, his pride evident as he remarked, "A wise individual will always harness every advantageous circumstance to forge victory." In truth, Qin Shuang's maneuver warranted little commendation. Any rational person who recognized the properties of spatial distortion and possessed the capability to execute it would certainly arrive at the same conclusion. Were it anyone else, he would not even offer an evaluation. However, Qin Shuang was not just anyone, and thus, he offered his sincere praise. Indeed, Dongfang Jin concurred, finding no fault in the statement, and nodded in agreement. With that, they ceased their discussion and redirected their attention to the unfolding events within the secret realm. In the Qingyang secret realm, only 23 individuals remained. The voice of Dongfang Jin resonated through the air. Qin Shuang lifted her gaze toward Ji Qing, and the others suspended in midair, remaining silent. In the next moment, a celestial phenomenon erupted, and a 100-foot-tall cascade of icy flames descended from the heavens. Rather than striking the ground, the waterfall spread out at a certain altitude, forming a carpet that elevated Qin Shuang into the skies above. Ji Qing and Su Yuhua exchanged glances, solemnly stating, "It seems we can no longer depart." Clearly, Qin Shuang had no intention of allowing their escape. There were a total of 8 individuals remaining. Ji Qing and Su Yuhua each rescued 2 people, while 2 others managed to escape the distorted space through their own strength. Suddenly, the ice flame sea burial erupted with a tremendous roar. As the ice flames surged like ocean waves towards Ji Qing and the others, Su Yuhua immediately positioned herself in front of them, producing a spherical orb which she rubbed between her hands. The orb illuminated with a silvery glow, and in the next moment, the giant wave of ice flames was momentarily frozen. However, within the blink of an eye, the ice flame wave broke free from her grasp. By this time, Ji Qing and the others had already vacated the area. With a swift motion, Ji Qing, adorned with intricate curse patterns on his face, appeared silently behind Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye. With a mere thought, her flowing hair transformed into thousands of slender fiery strands that shot forth. The strands pierced Ji Qing's body, igniting a simultaneous reaction of fire and ice within him. Yet, Ji Qing remained unfazed. As one of the curse patterns on his face began to glow, in an instant, his body was reduced to ashes, and then, from the void, a hand emerged where the curse pattern had manifested. Qin Shuang swiftly conjured her ice sword and slashed to her left. The strike seemed to cut through thin air. Yet it indeed struck something tangible, resulting in a pool of blood cascading down from the sky. At that moment, Yin Fei approached with two others, while the remaining three positioned themselves behind, directing flying swords to assault Qin Shuang. Su Yuhua ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters, unveiling a radiant full moon. The previously clear sky was instantly shrouded in darkness, with moonlight cascading down upon the earth. Qin Shuang disregarded Yin Fei in the other's approach, gazing up at the luminous moon. Pondering, is that the cold moon of the Cold Moon Palace? It certainly possesses a peculiar charm. She soared into the sky, and the ice flame waterfall beneath her suddenly writhed like a serpent. In an instant, the waterfall lashed out like a whip. The trio of Yin Fei, who had just charged forward, barely had time to register the scene before being struck by the whip, becoming engulfed in the icy torrent. Not only them, but even the three who were launching ranged attacks were also dragged into the vortex by that single lash. The length of the ice flame waterfall was undoubtedly sufficient. The six of them found themselves within the waterfall, simultaneously scorched and frozen. In the blink of an eye, they could no longer endure it and were expelled from the Qingyang secret realm by Dongfang Jin. Qin Shuang turned to gaze at Ji Qing, who was reconstituting his form, and then glanced at Su Yuhua in the sky. She did not rush to act but spoke leisurely, the moon of the Cold Moon Palace. The spell body of the Tianling sect. I've heard of it many times, yet this is the first time I witness it in practice. As the ice on Ji Qing's right hand melted away, blood continued to flow. Had it not been for his swift evasion from Qin Shuang's previous strike, he would have lost his entire hand. Are you truly merely a first-tier spirit emperor? Ji Qing asked solemnly, studying Qin Shuang. He had battled with his third-tier spirit sect senior brother before. Although he was only a ninth-tier spirit emperor, he had emerged victorious. Yet, Qin Shuang utterly overwhelmed him, which he found difficult to accept. He prided himself on being a prodigy, on the verge of becoming a spirit emperor at just over 100 years old, yet he was crushed by another genius of similar age. How could he reconcile that? Qin Shuang smiled slightly and replied, I am on the cusp of the second tier of spirit emperor. After defeating you, I should be quite close. With that, she waved her hand at Su Yuhua, indicating that further attempts were futile. Since the emergence of the cold moon, Su Yuhua had been endeavoring to ensnare her in a realm of illusions. Alas, her efforts proved futile. Furrowing her brows, Su Yuhua descended from the heights and inquired of Qin Shuang, why are you impervious to my influence? Qin Shuang conjured a sphere of icy flames in her palm, responding, my icy flames consume impurities. Your moonlight was vanquished before it could infiltrate my being. Ultimately, your power falls short. Were you to possess the cultivation of a spirit emperor, perhaps you could have exerted some measure of impact. With a resigned sigh, Su Yuhua turned her gaze to Ji Qing and asked, is there any point in continuing this battle? We have utterly lost. There is always merit in an attempt, Ji Qing replied, as the curse markings on his face ignited, and the flesh on his back writhed, sprouting a pair of grotesque wings. The markings on his left arm flared with a purplish-red flame, while those on his right coiled like tendrils, levitating in the air. Qin Shuang observed his transformed visage, arching an eyebrow. Is this the fabled celestial spirit body? Seeing this, Su Yuhua shook her head in resignation. Very well. If we are to cooperate, let us do so to the fullest. I shall lend you my strength. With that, she spread her hands, and the luminous moon in the sky plummeted like a shooting star, crashing directly into Ji Qing's body. True illusory moon. Ji Qing's eyes suddenly blazed with a radiant white light, and a ferocious aura emanated from him. Qin Shuang watched intently, refraining from interrupting, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. With a powerful flap of his wings, Ji Qing instantaneously appeared before Qin Shuang and unleashed a devastating punch. With a resounding crash, the icy flames surged forth like a flowing river, attempting to thwart the impending strike. However, the fist did not land solidly upon the icy blaze. With a clang, Qin Shuang swung her ice sword through the void. Ji Qing immediately retracted his arm, wary of being struck by the ice blade once more, and continued his relentless assault. Chapter 82. The conclusion is foreordained. The 5 incantation patterns inscribed upon Ji Qing's body represented the zenith of his current capabilities. His wings unfurled behind him, and his formidable physical prowess was derived from the transformation of the heavenly spirit beast. His stealthy attacks were facilitated by the silent veil, while his ability to strike from a distance depended on shadow shift. His speed was attributed to spatial compression, and the purple flames adorning his left arm stemmed from heavenly inferno. The amalgamation of these 5 incantations, coupled with Su Yuhua's true moon illusion, augmented his strength threefold, culminating in his present form. Yet, despite these formidable enhancements, he found himself incapable of besting Qin Shuang, unable even to inflict harm upon her. With a swift maneuver, Ji Qing employed shadow shift to position his fist behind Qin Shuang, launching an attack through silent veil. This tactic had proven futile in the past, as Qin Shuang had evaded it every time. Without a glance, she effortlessly executed a backward slash with her sword, releasing tendrils of frost. Ji Qing promptly withdrew, then unleashed a left hook, transforming the purple flames into a dragon that surged toward Qin Shuang. With a subtle lift of her hand, the icy deluge responded to her command, instantly engulfing the purple dragon. At that moment, Ji Qing utilized the art of spatial contraction to swiftly approach Qin Shuang. His dual wings whirled in the air, resembling 2 razor-sharp blades slicing towards her. It was time to put an end to this. Having thoroughly observed Ji Qing's techniques, Qin Shuang decided she would no longer indulge him. Suddenly, Ji Qing's body stiffened, his assault abruptly halted, and a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from his lips. In the next instant, his entire being was encased in ice, plummeting from the sky. From the moment Qin Shuang's blade struck Ji Qing's arm, she had channeled her life force to send ice flame particles into his body. Whenever she wished, she could ignite these particles into a catastrophic explosion. With a resounding crash, the falling Ji Qing shattered the frost binding him, igniting violet flames within to melt the ice that had trapped him. However, as he broke free, 10 ice swords had already pierced him from every direction. Instinctively, Ji Qing enveloped himself in his wings. Alas, the ice swords pierced through his wings, transforming him into a veritable porcupine. Yet, this was not the end. Under Qin Shuang's command, a cascading torrent of ice flames coalesced into a massive ice flame sphere, hurtling towards Ji Qing. Just as he shattered the ice swords embedded in his wings, he found himself confronted by the enormous ice flame sphere, perilously close. With no means of evasion, he could only brace himself. He summoned all his strength, raising his hands to conjure an energy shield to confront the impending sphere. However, his shield crumbled before the ice flame sphere as if it were mere parchment, and in an instant, he was engulfed by the icy inferno. Observers could catch a glimpse of his silhouette within the sphere before he vanished in a swift motion. He had not escaped. Rather, he had been transported by Dongfang Jin. As the gentle breeze of Qin Shuang dissipated the celestial manifestations, a profound tranquility enveloped the world once more. Her gaze drifted towards the southeast. Aware that a group of individuals lay concealed there, yet she chose to disregard them, instead focusing her attention on Su Yuhua. Su Yuhua, with a sheepish smile, raised her hand in a gesture of surrender, acknowledging her defeat. Throughout the entire process, she had refrained from taking any action. Her support for Ji Qing was already a significant display of her sincerity. Knowing she stood no chance of victory, she had no desire to endure a futile beating. Qin Shuang nodded slightly, a light laugh escaping her lips as she reminisced, "Once upon a time, I had the opportunity to join the Cold Moon Palace. Had I chosen to go, I might have become your senior sister." "Really?" Su Yuhua paused in surprise, her curiosity piqued. "Then, why did you choose not to?" A faint smile graced Qin Shuang's lips as she replied, "Because I did not wish to leave my home." At that time, she was still young. Her father, recognizing her reluctance, had graciously declined the invitation from the Cold Moon Palace. However, after Qin Mo's departure and upon assuming power, she experienced the arduous challenges of governance, occasionally regretting her earlier decision. After all, had she joined the Cold Moon Palace, she would have enjoyed the protection of a formidable ally. Yet, her regret was fleeting. The past held no necessity for constant reflection, and looking forward remained paramount. Su Yuhua was momentarily taken aback, silently acknowledging the simplicity of her reasoning. With this thought in mind, she chose not to linger any longer, decisively stating, "Then I shall take my leave. Farewell." With a final farewell, she initiated a distortion in space, departing the secret realm of her own accord. Qin Shuang watched her leave before turning to continue her own path. Next, it was time to eliminate the remaining participants. 12 individuals remained. The voice of Dongfang Jin resonated softly in the secret realm. "What shall we do?" Feng Xingqiao found himself at a loss, glancing at Yang Zikin for guidance. Their small group had dwindled from 12 to 5. As some had been drawn away by Ji Qing, Yang Zikin shrugged helplessly, acknowledging the situation. You see, if we couldn't even contend with Ji Qing and the others, we stand no chance. They had just been near the battlefield, witnessing everything unfold. Qin Shuang had been looking in their direction moments ago, but they had seized the opportunity to flee while she conversed with Su Yuhua. After a brief silence, Feng Xingqiao, filled with reluctance, asked, "Is it truly over?" He had hoped that gathering a small group would lead to something significant. It seems so, Yang Zikin lamented. I, too, feel disheartened, yet there is little we can do. He paused momentarily before continuing, Brother Feng, I must take my leave now. Should you find the chance, do visit the Yang family. I shall ensure you are well received. Feng Xingqiao was taken aback. Aren't you coming with us? No. Yang Zikin replied with a smile, bowing slightly before departing. Initially, he had intended to observe the situation with a small group, but the might of Qin Shuang had far exceeded his expectations. At this point, he had abandoned any thoughts of competing for the top position. Instead, he sought to foster a connection with Qin Shuang, as they had previously engaged in business together. His principle was straightforward: profit above all, striving for the highest position when possible. If that was unattainable, he would settle for cultivating a good relationship with the exceptional Qin Shuang. Embracing this thought, Yang Zikin soared through the skies. At that moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Yang Zikin reacted swiftly, hurling a shield to deflect the thunderous strike. With a resounding crash, the shield shattered. Yet the lightning was successfully blocked. In the next instant, a figure emerged, standing protectively before Yang Zikin, Li Ling of the Thunder Gate, furrowing his brow in confusion. Yang Zikin inquired, What compels you to assault me so suddenly? Li Ling replied matter-of-factly, This is a trial, not a mere game. Do I require a reason to strike you? Yang Zikin met his gaze with unwavering resolve, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, The outcome is already determined. The first place belongs to the Frost Moon Empress. If you seek to contest, you should approach her, rather than squander your efforts on me. With a mischievous grin, Li Ling clashed his fists together, summoning a storm of lightning that enveloped him. You need not instruct me, he declared. No sooner had he spoken than a bolt of electrified energy surged towards Yang Zikin with astonishing speed. Chapter 83. The space of Mount Sumeru. With a powerful tremor in his right arm, a spear materialized in Yang Zikin's grasp, which he thrust forward with ferocity, piercing the lightning creature and aiming directly for Li Ling's head. Li Ling deftly tilted his head to evade the strike, and in the following moment, the thunder transformed into a lion's head, hurtling towards him with ferocity. Yang Zikin promptly channeled his spiritual energy into the spear, spinning it rapidly with both hands, shattering the thunderous lion's head and dissipating its electrical force. With a swift motion, the electrified spear swept through the air. Li Ling, quick-witted and fearless, seized the spear's tip. Rather than gripping it firmly, he encased his hand in a layer of lightning, thereby safeguarding himself from injury. Yang Zikin found himself unable to withdraw his long spear. Astonished by Li Ling's strength, resolutely, he relinquished the weapon and retreated swiftly, his hands forming intricate seals. With a thunderous roar, the spear erupted in a violent explosion. Li Ling, sensing the imminent danger, hurled the spear away just in time. The residual force of the explosion caused no harm to him, merely rustling his garments. However, when Li Ling turned to look, Yang Zikin had already vanished without a trace. Had he fled? Li Ling scanned his surroundings but found no sign of Yang Zikin. Frowning slightly, he joined his hands in prayer, summoning the storm clouds. He refused to believe that Yang Zikin had truly escaped. It was far more plausible that he was hiding somewhere nearby. Therefore, he resolved to bombard the area to force Yang Zikin into the open. Thunder rumbled ominously across the sky, and soon, bolts of lightning descended, enveloping the vicinity. Li Ling had to remain vigilant, as such a vast area of attack could induce significant spatial distortions, and a moment's carelessness might lead to him being dragged out of the Qingyang secret realm. Meanwhile, Yang Zikin, now transformed into mere grains of sand, concealed himself within a hidden space. My young friend, I told you your efforts would be in vain. Yet you refused to heed my warning. Your talent is commendable, and your strength is adequate, but to claim the top position, one must possess fortune, which must align with one's power. Even with a stroke of luck, without strength, it is exceedingly difficult to surpass others. Yang Zikin pretended not to hear his words and nonchalantly inquired, Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Within this space, he cannot detect me. Yet, you are quite audacious to employ the Shumi space here. Yang Zikin replied with an impassive expression. How else can I capture his attention? If he desires it, let him have it. I only require a single quota. His sole aim was to attract Dongfang Jin's notice, exchanging this artifact for a spot. Although he was unaware of the existence of the fairyland, he had heard whispers of its legend and believed that this mythical realm would be more conducive to his growth. With conventional avenues proving unfruitful, he felt compelled to take a backdoor route. He was even willing to stake the most precious treasure for a chance. He won't snatch it away, will he? Inquired the mysterious force with a playful tone. If he does, so be it. Let us gamble, Yang Zikin responded nonchalantly. Without a touch of audacity, how can one strive for a future? Indeed, my master must take risks, or it would be rather dull. However, I must caution you. While I haven't sensed any threat from that Bai Lu, judging by his interactions with Dongfang Jin, he likely holds a status superior to that of Dongfang Jin. There is a possibility that this treasure might ultimately fall into his hands. The mysterious force expressed a certain admiration for Yang Zikin. Otherwise, it would not linger so long in his presence. To whom the treasure was given mattered little to Yang Zikin. All he desired was a single quota. His greatest fear was losing the treasure without securing the quota, or worse, jeopardizing his own life in the process. Nevertheless, having resolved to flaunt his wealth, he had already contemplated all possible outcomes and found them acceptable. With that, he settled into a cross-legged position, a flash of crimson crossing his gaze, and suddenly asked coldly, "Do you wish to devour him?" The mysterious force understood whom he referred to and responded eagerly, "Li Ling? Splendid. His power is quite impressive." Yang Zikin twisted his neck. Feeling a sense of restlessness after several days without taking a life, he longed to unleash his blade upon someone. The very mention of killing exuded a frenzied aura from him, as if he were on the brink of losing control. In the external world, time momentarily regressed. "Elder, can you sense it?" Dongfang Jin inquired, aware that Yang Zikin had entered a peculiar realm. And he knew their location due to his vigilant watch over the activities within the secret domain. However, he was unable to perceive the happenings inside. His spiritual consciousness could not penetrate that space. Bai Lu's lips curled into a slight smile as he remained silent, summoning the Black Dragon to investigate Yang Zikin. Understood. The Black Dragon acknowledged, aware of its task. Dongfang Jin observed the emergence of yet another dragon, momentarily taken aback, astonished at the presence of another. He had only encountered the smaller dragon before. Before long, the Black Dragon reported back to Bai Lu, "Master Bai, it appears they share a telepathic connection. Any rash movements may alert them, thus I am unable to eavesdrop on their communication. Nevertheless, I can affirm that he possesses that enigmatic power. As long as it is not entirely concealed, I can sense it." It then added with a note of caution, by the way, "Yang Zikin seems to harbor murderous intent towards Li Ling." "Indeed," Bai Lu replied with a slight nod, stroking his chin in contemplation. A smile suddenly graced his features as he mused, "Let him give it a try. It would be preferable if he exerted his full strength. That would yield even more research material." Dongfang Jin, perplexed by the exchange, could not help but inquire, "Elder, what has happened to Yang Zikin? If you wish to understand, simply follow my lead, as I have a matter to inquire of you as well." Bai Lu did not immediately divulge anything to him. Dongfang Jin, puzzled, nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, I comprehend. Bai Yi, then I," the Black Dragon said, rubbing its claws together, feigning a modest demeanor. Bai Lu cast a glance at it and languidly remarked, "For the time being, you need not return." Upon hearing these words, the Black Dragon's face broke into a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Thank you, Bai Yi." Dongfang Jin was baffled by its elation and contemplated asking, yet hesitated, for he feared that too many inquiries might seem presumptuous. Chapter 84, Do you employ such deceptive tactics? In the Qingyang secret realm, after bombarding for a while, Li Ling, seeing that he could not compel Yang Zikin to emerge, dispersed the thunderclouds and departed. Moments later, a grain of sand rose, and Yang Zikin emerged from the shumi space, followed by the sand transforming into a jade pendant that flew into his hand. Yang Zikin caressed the surface of the pendant, gazing in the direction where Li Ling had left, a sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth, before he soared into the sky and departed. Only 7 remained. At this juncture, Dongfang Jin's voice resonated once more within the secret realm. "Shall I take action, or will you all exit on your own?" Qin Shuang regarded Zhou Jinghao and a woman beside him with a smile. "Let us maintain some decorum." Zhou Jinghao had no intention of engaging with Qin Shuang and instead addressed the woman beside him, "Jing Xian, we shall contest another time." Jing Xian nodded slightly, then respectfully saluted Qin Shuang, "I am Jing Xian of the 8 Treasure Sect. Until we meet again." Having spoken, she decisively followed Zhou Jinghao away. Qin Shuang raised her brow slightly, pondering, "Bao Bao Sect, the destination for Chao Jie's escort mission. The jade stone that Chao Jie was delivering to the Shangguan family was intended for the Baobao sect. The Baobao sect is a renowned crafting sect. If one were to seek any crafting materials, it would be prudent to inquire there. It is not a matter of certainty, but the chances of finding what one needs are quite high. Qin Shuang did not linger in this place and continued her search for the remaining individuals. Now, only 5 remained. Excluding herself, there were merely 4 left, indicating that the conclusion was near. With her senses fully attuned, Qin Shuang swiftly located Feng Xingqiao. At that moment, Feng Xingqiao was accompanied by only one person, while the others had either distanced themselves or had already been eliminated. Feng Xingqiao noted Qin Shuang's presence. He did not flee, but instead awaited her approach. Having survived to this point was no small feat, and he was reluctant to refrain from action. He gazed at Qin Shuang, exuding a powerful aura. Qin Shuang cast a brief glance at him, and in an instant, the icy flame whip ensnared his neck, followed by a forceful tug forward. With a whoosh, Feng Xingqiao vanished into thin air. Clearly, he had been swiftly defeated. Qin Shuang was not surprised, knowing that Feng Xingqiao had been rescued by Dongfang Jin. Otherwise, that blow would have surely snapped his neck. She slowly turned her gaze to another individual. That person chuckled awkwardly and waved his hand, saying, "No need for you to take action. I shall take my leave." With that, he conjured a distortion in space and departed the secret realm. Only 2 remain. Qin Shuang murmured softly, then turned her head, sensing something. In the distance, Yang Zikan was soaring towards her. For the time being, do not concern yourself with him. He wishes to eliminate Li Ling, and we shall wait for him to make his move. The voice of Bai Lu resonated in Qin Shuang's mind at that moment. Qin Shuang remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Soon, Yang Zikan approached her, greeting her warmly. "Empress Shuang Yue, are you satisfied with the batch of Qiling saplings? Should any fail to thrive, do not hesitate to seek me out. I guarantee impeccable after-sales service." With a light laugh, Qin Shuang responded, "They are even better than I anticipated. You haven't handpicked the finest for me, have you?" "Not at all," Yang Zikan replied with a chuckle, waving his hand dismissively. "I would never engage in such a losing venture." He then shifted the topic. "Congratulations, congratulations." "Congratulations for what?" Qin Shuang feigned ignorance. Yang Zikan smiled and explained, "Now, only 3 remain. Besides you and me, I presume the only one left is Li Ling from the Thunder Gate. He is certainly no match for you. You have already secured the first position." Qin Shuang scrutinized him and inquired, "What about you? Are you not going to compete?" "No." Yang Zikan shook his head. "I possess enough self-awareness. I shall apologize and take my leave." Qin Shuang raised an eyebrow. "What apology?" "Alas." Yang Zikan sighed. "The actions of Lu Yin from the Cloud and Mist sect were, in fact, orchestrated by me. However, I did not intend to target you. I merely requested him to incite animosity towards the most threatening individual present. I was unaware of the list of participants in the Wushuang trial beforehand, and did not anticipate your presence. He merely perceived you as the greatest threat. The moment you appeared, I realized that trouble was brewing. However, with so many people around, I found it impossible to engage with him. Therefore, I sincerely apologize." The urgency in the explanation suggested a fear of incurring Qin Shuang's wrath. "So it was you?" Qin Shuang exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Prior to entering the secret realm, Bai Lu had warned her that Lu Yin was collaborating with others, suggesting she might be interested in investigating further. Yet, once inside, she became engrossed in the study of the Qingyang secret realm, allowing that matter to slip her mind. Regardless of Lu Yan's partnerships, her focus remained on eliminating all competitors. Yang Zikan offered an awkward smile, clasped his fists, and earnestly apologized. "I am sorry. I must apologize for this. Please accept this, Xianjin." As he spoke, he presented a block of Xianjin, the size of a brick, with both hands. Qin Shuang observed him, inwardly marveling at his ability to downplay significant matters and trivialize minor ones. He first acknowledged his mistake, then skillfully minimized his accountability, followed by an apology, allowing the incident to seemingly fade away. Furthermore, by presenting the Xianjin to Qin Shuang, he was, in a sense, forging a connection with her. The more gifts exchanged, the closer their bond became. Contemplating this, Qin Shuang firmly declined, "No need. Since you have plotted against me, there is no room for sentiment." With that, she abruptly lashed out with her ice flame whip. Yang Zikan, witnessing her intent, chose not to defend himself and instead braced for the strike. The sound of the whip echoed as it left a mark on his body, the chilling aura swiftly spreading and encasing him in ice, before being completely frozen. Yang Zikan sincerely apologized once more. "It was my fault. I hope you can grant me another chance. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he was swiftly transported away by Dongfang Jin, yet he left behind the Xianjin. As Qin Shuang gazed upon the Xianjin on the ground, she mused. Is every step a calculated maneuver? It was evident that the Xianjin had been intentionally left behind. In a bid to salvage his favor, he had certainly gone to great lengths. The voice of Bai Lu resonated softly. Qin Shuang shrugged. Had she been unaware of his performance, she might have easily fallen for his ruse. A light chuckle escaped Bai Lu's lips as he abruptly shifted the conversation, inquiring, Are you susceptible to this kind of self-inflicted hardship? Upon hearing this question, Qin Shuang instantly discerned his intentions. She nonchalantly replied with a single word, endure. Humph. If he possesses the ability, let him concoct a self-inflicted hardship. She harbored doubts about Bai Lu's capacity for suffering, if he were indeed in pain. It would imply that there was not a soul in this world untouched by hardship. Bai Lu uttered no further words, merely responding with a soft murmur, before stating, Li Ling has emerged. This spot is yours. With only the two of them remaining, Li Ling had known without a doubt that the other participant must be Qin Shuang, prompting him to take his own life without a second thought. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang gently nodded and said, Then I shall exit. With that, she initiated a distortion of space, departing from the Qingyang's secret realm directly. Naturally, she also took the Xianjin. With her, spoils of war are treasures not to be squandered. Chapter 85. A renewed confrontation. The Wushuang trial has officially concluded, with the victor being Qin Shuang of the Shuangyue Kingdom. Dongfang Jin promptly announced the results. No one dared to contest this outcome, for Qin Shuang's prowess was undeniably formidable. Upon hearing the announcement, Qin Shuang turned her gaze toward Bai Lu, effortlessly displaying a radiant smile. Although she had known the outcome from the very beginning, the moment of genuine success still filled her with joy. Especially when she shared it with Bai Lu, her happiness instinctively radiating. Observing this, Bai Lu could not help but smile, pondering, Is this what love truly is? It may be a trivial matter, yet witnessing the joy of one's beloved brings a profound delight to oneself. The texts she had read were indeed accurate. A visit to the author of that book in the ghost realm was imperative. He might not comprehend love deeply, but having studied it, he perceived such expressions as a form of love. Regardless of whether this reached the depths of love, it certainly indicated that their bond was intimate. Love is a paradoxical blend of simplicity and complexity, often eluding clear definition. Both of them were novices. If Bai Lu felt it was love, and Qin Shuang felt it too, then that was sufficient. However, this is a digression. Let us return to the main topic. As the results were announced, the crowd began to disperse from Qingyang Peak. Bai Lu timely transmitted a message to Li Ling. Yang Zikan intends to kill you. Lure him to a more open space, and then you may showcase your talents. Upon receiving the message, Li Ling subtly lifted his gaze toward Yang Zikan. Sensing something, Yang Zikan turned to meet his eyes. With a sneer, Li Ling displayed a disdainful smile, making a provocative gesture with his thumb pointed downward before soaring away from Qingyang Peak. Yang Zikan observed this, maintaining an outward semblance of calm as he continued to engage in conversation with Feng Xingqiao. Brother Feng, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. We shall gather another day. Leaving so soon? I was hoping to share a drink with you. Feng Xingqiao earnestly urged, Why not stay for a couple of days? I shall take you to enjoy yourself. No, I truly have matters to attend to. Yang Zikan politely declined, and without further ado, took his leave. Has it begun? Qin Shuang inquired, approaching Bai Lu. Bai Lu smiled faintly and nodded. He has pursued them. Understandingly, Qin Shuang replied, Then when shall we depart? No rush. Bai Lu replied nonchalantly. We shall wait until they engage. Before long, the congregation at Qingyang Peak had mostly dispersed, leaving only a few individuals, including Bai Lu. Dongfang Jin remained oblivious to Bai Lu's intentions but refrained from questioning, content to wait as he was in no haste. Care for a snack? Qin Shuang produced a bag of pastries, a treat prepared by the imperial kitchen for Agu and the others, which she had taken the liberty of bringing along. Of course. Bai Lu accepted without hesitation, taking a piece. Qin Shuang glanced at Dongfang Jin and the nearby black dragon, then produced 2 more bags. Would you like some? The two exchanged glances, and Black Dragon eagerly responded, Thank you, madam. Qin Shuang's lips twitched, contemplating reclaiming the pastries, but Black Dragon was quicker. By the time the thought crossed her mind, the bag had already found its way into his hands. Resigned, she turned her attention to Dongfang Jin. Thank you. Dongfang Jin, considering it inappropriate to refuse, accepted the snack, acknowledging the importance of social niceties. While munching, Qin Shuang casually asked, When shall we journey to the celestial realm? I need to make arrangements in advance. The duration of my journey to the Wonderland remains uncertain, and I must clarify matters regarding the Frost Moon Kingdom with He Qianqiu and the others. 7 days later, Dongfang Jin promptly replied, "Let us convene at the imperial city of the Tianxin dynasty." Indeed, Qin Shuang gently nodded, choosing to remain silent thereafter as she engaged in casual conversation with Bai Lu. "He, young one, perhaps you have miscalculated? They seem rather dismissive of your Shumi space," a mysterious force taunted mischievously. Neither Dongfang Jin nor Bai Lu made any inquiries about his Shumi space, offering not even a hint or a whisper. Yang Zikin flew steadily, responding with composure. Is it forbidden for others to maintain integrity? Disinterest does not equate to disdain. With that, he suddenly accelerated, having spotted Li Ling ahead. Li Ling, sensing his approach, paused in the void, turning to face him, and awaited his arrival. "Ah, this lad certainly possesses a haughty demeanor," the mysterious force remarked with amusement. Yang Zikin remained silent as he reached Li Ling and calmly inquired, "Were you waiting for me? Were you searching for me?" Li Ling, with a smile gracing his lips, retorted, Yes." Yang Zikin candidly acknowledged with a nod before stating directly, "I intend to kill you." Li Ling's smile broadened, as arcs of electricity danced around his hands, provocatively beckoning, "Have you forgotten how I made you flee in the Qingyang secret realm? If you possess the courage, come forth." Suddenly, a formidable aura of bloodlust erupted from Yang Zikin, as a blood knife materialized in his hand, the intent to kill surging vigorously. Li Ling squinted slightly, on the verge of uttering a remark, when he suddenly felt a force pulling him, as if it were dragging him into another realm. Lightning crackled around him, and in a fleeting moment, he found himself within the realm of Shumi. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze settling upon Yang Zikin, and he inquired in a grave tone, "The blood fiend power in this mysterious space, are these your hidden trump cards? So, you have been hiding here in the secret realm. No wonder I couldn't find you. And are you afraid to reveal your blood fiend power during the trial, fearing that others might uncover your secrets?" Clang. Yang Zikin did not respond to his inquiries. Instead, he answered with a fierce strike, infused with a chilling aura of death. Sizzling. As lightning flickered, Li Ling swiftly distanced himself from Yang Zikin by 100 meters, locking eyes with the crimson pupils of his opponent, and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Perfect. The trial was not sufficiently thrilling. So let us engage in a life and death battle now." As the blood fiend power surged within him, Li Ling's murderous intent towards Yang Zikin intensified, to the point where he felt he might lose control. Yang Zikin had no intention of wasting words. With his blood-red blade raised high, the killing intent radiated from him, spreading 100 miles outward, forming a domain of slaughter that encompassed the entire Shumi space. Chapter 86. The Game of Life and Death Rumbling. Dark clouds gathered, and lightning danced within the stormy sky. Li Ling, enveloped in arcs of thunder, had a blue glow radiating from his eyes. With a crack, 9 bolts of lightning descended from the clouds like serpents, aiming directly for the crown of Yang Zikin's head. Yang Zikin advanced rather than retreating, twisting the blood knife, leaving a crimson trail in the air, which soon collided with a bolt of lightning. With effortless ease, the blood knife cleaved through the lightning, and in a flash, Yang Zikin swiftly dispersed the remaining bolts. He gazed down upon Li Ling with an air of disdain, inquiring, "Is this all you are capable of? Do not be hasty. The true spectacle has only just commenced," Li Ling replied, his smile unwavering. Meanwhile, he rapidly analyzed in his mind. This crimson domain enabled him to identify the most vulnerable points of the lightning while simultaneously suppressing its power. He could distinctly sense a difference. The exertion of his strength had become cumbersome. With a sudden flash, Li Ling vanished, leaving only a few arcs of electricity in his wake. Yang Zikin, with the knife in his right hand and his left hand forming intricate gestures, summoned a torrent of blood that cascaded through the air, sprouting numerous crimson vines that enveloped him. As Li Ling traversed the area cloaked in the blood-red vines, they immediately writhed with agitation and erupted in an explosion. With a resounding boom, a shadow emerged from the blood mist, Li Ling himself. At that moment, his lightning armor was in tatters, yet he remained unscathed. He fixed his gaze intently on Yang Zikin, silently reflecting, what an insidious tactic. The blood-red vines had sought to invade his body and explode within him, but fortunately, his timely reaction had allowed him to solidify his lightning armor to thwart the incursion. "What's the matter? Is that all you can do?" Yang Zikin's lips curled into a sinister smile. He was not in haste to eliminate Li Ling. Rather, he sought to toy with him, to thoroughly subjugate him, ideally shattering Li Ling's resolve. Thud, 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 thud. Li Ling remained silent, as his heart of thunder suddenly resonated. an overwhelming surge of thunderous power emanating from his heart, coursing through his limbs and bones. He gazed at Yang Zikin and spoke coldly. Since speed poses no threat, I shall launch a fierce assault to shatter you. As soon as his words fell, a colossal thunder lion materialized behind him. While the dark clouds above swiftly coalesced into a compact mass, which the thunder lion devoured in a single gulp. Simultaneously, Li Ling transformed into lightning, merging into the form of the thunder lion. Roar. The thunder lion let out a furious roar, and in an instant, the entire space was enveloped in thunder, obliterating the blood-red vines that shielded Yang Zikin. A layer of crimson membrane manifested around Yang Zikin, insulating him from the thunderous chaos. He glanced around, murmuring, "Is this the realm within a realm?" Li Ling, or rather the thunder lion, had transformed the entire space into an arena conducive to his prowess. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of light streaked past. The thunder lion unleashed a bolt of lightning. Yang Zikin swiftly parried with his blade, deflecting the beam skyward. In the next moment, the thunder lion appeared above him, its gaping maw wide open, ready to consume him. Yang Zikin's great sword surged with a tumultuous aura of blood and malice, striking down towards the thunder lion's head. Thud! The thunder lion's head was cleaved in two, yet as it split, the thunder transmuted into two thunder spears, which lunged towards Yang Zikin from either side. Humph! Yang Zikin scoffed, his left hand weaving a spell. The shadow of blood flitted past, evading the two thunder spears with precision. Meanwhile, Yang Zikin, employing his blood escape technique, appeared above Leisure and unleashed a breathtaking strike. The crimson light spanned the entirety of the Shumi space, swiftly cleaving Leisure in twain, as the thunder dissipated and could not coalesce anew. Frustrated, Li Ling realized that he could not contend with Yang Zikin at his current strength. Further engagement would only lead to his subjugation. Thus, he was left with no choice but to summon divine power. He was reluctant to do so, for it was not his own strength, and he had no desire to rely on such force unless absolutely necessary. Just as he prepared to invoke this power, a voice, abrupt and startling, resonated in his mind. Master Bai asks me to convey this. Do you wish to engage in a life and death gamble? You must entice that power to inhabit you, aligning with its desires. However, the gravest outcome is your demise here, so ponder carefully. Of course, should you choose to proceed, whether you live or die, Master Bai will bestow upon you or your family a Thunder Source crystal within 3 years. Upon hearing this, Li Ling had already made up his mind. He immediately abandoned the idea of summoning divine power and extricated himself from the remnants of Leisure. Although he was unaware of what the Thunder Source crystal entailed, he firmly believed that anything promised by Bai Lu would undoubtedly be of great value, worthy of the risk. He had always been fortunate and trusted in his luck. Above the void, Bai Lu and his companions had appeared within the Shumi space at an unknown moment. In truth, Bai Lu had brought Qin Shuang and the others in the instant Li Ling and Yang Zikin began their formal confrontation. Yet, neither Yang Zikin nor Li Ling could perceive their presence. Qin Shuang furrowed her brows, observing the detached Li Ling with a hint of perplexity. She was well aware of Li Ling's true prowess, knowing he still had hidden cards to play. Bai Lu glanced at her from the corner of his eye and explained with a light chuckle, I instructed the Black Dragon to convey certain matters to him. The real spectacle is yet to unfold. He certainly will not allow Li Ling to perish, although he cannot sense that mysterious force, nor the soul of the reincarnated Li Ling. The Black Dragon can. Should the Black Dragon choose, that enigmatic power can be confined before it invades MOU. Meanwhile, Dongfang Jin observed the two below, feeling quite astonished. He had evaluated both Li Ling and Yang Zikin, and in his estimation, Yang Zikin was no match for Li Ling. Yet, the current scenario seemed to suggest the opposite. A spectacle, indeed? Upon hearing Bai Lu's words, Qin Shuang's lips curved into a slight smile, and without further inquiry, she lightly remarked, Then I shall await the unfolding of events. Chapter 87. This young man holds secrets, weren't you quite arrogant? Is that no longer the case? Yang Zikin taunted, gazing at Li Ling as he slowly descended from the air. The remnants of the Thunder Lion had completely dissipated. Li Ling stretched his limbs and replied nonchalantly, Why the rush? The true performance has only just commenced. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Yang Zikin sent him flying with a single kick. Li Ling skidded along the ground for 10 meters before finally coming to a halt. With the bloodied blade resting on his shoulder, Yang Zikin mocked, The illustrious prodigy of the Thunder Gate, now trampled beneath my feet. I trust you find this rather unpleasant? Li Ling brushed off the imprint of the foot on his chest, fixating his gaze on Yang Zikin with an unwavering intensity. Upon witnessing the scene, Yang Zikin chuckled and inquired, "What is the matter? Are you angry? Is this your strength?" Li Ling replied languidly. Yang Zikin shrugged nonchalantly. "What of it? As long as it works." Suddenly, with a flash, Li Ling appeared before Yang Zikin, unleashing a thunderous fist aimed directly at his face. Yang Zikin reacted swiftly, wielding his blood knife in an instant. If Li Ling were to advance further, he would risk losing his hand, forcing him to retract his strike. As he withdrew his fist, Yang Zikin's right leg launched towards him. Li Ling hastily attempted to block, only to find that blood-red vines had ensnared his hands from an unknown origin, thwarting his defense. In the next moment, with a resounding thud, he was sent flying by Yang Zikin's whip-like kick, blood surging to his throat before he expelled a copious amount. With the knife in hand, Yang Zikin sauntered towards the fallen Li Ling, stating, "To attempt a sneak attack, one must possess the requisite strength." Coughing violently, Li Ling spat out several mouthfuls of blood and wiped the crimson stains from his lips, sneering, "If you choose not to kill me now, do not let me seize the opportunity to turn the tables." His eyes brimmed with murderous intent, a true reflection of his desire to eliminate Yang Zikin. More precisely, he yearned to obliterate that enigmatic power. He aimed to harness this bloodlust to draw that mysterious force towards him, for it was known that such power could teleport through pure murderous intent. Ha ha. Yang Zikin laughed heartily, raising his blade high above his head. Suddenly, his gaze turned icy, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, as he declared, "Then I shall fulfill your wish." With that, he swung his knife down towards Li Ling. At that moment, Li Ling heard a voice echoing in his mind. "He, young one, your demise is imminent." Li Ling squinted slightly and inquired in a low voice, "Is he wielding your power?" "Clever, he. Do you desire this power?" "I would not mind changing my master." With a plan already forming in his mind, Li Ling straightforwardly asked, "What is the cost?" "He, I delight in trading with the astute. Simply relinquish one of your legs to me, and I shall lend you my power for a single use. Consider it a trial version. If you find it satisfactory, we may continue our collaboration. Naturally, the price for future transactions will not merely be a leg." The mysterious force spoke in an exceedingly tempting tone. Without hesitation, Li Ling nodded in agreement. "Very well. He, come, embrace my power, my little master." Li Ling offered no resistance, lowering all defenses to accept the gift of the mysterious force. Boom, he felt a surge of immense power within him. However, curiously, his body instinctively repelled this force. His consciousness offers no resistance, yet his body is autonomously rejecting it. This is a first for me. It feels oddly reminiscent of. Could it be? The mysterious force seemed to connect the dots. Li Ling distinctly sensed his own rejection of the power and asked in a serious tone, "What is happening?" Yet, the mysterious force did not respond. Instead, it withdrew the power back to Yang Zikin. "This lad harbors a secret. Do not eliminate him." The voice of the mysterious force resonated in Yang Zikin's mind, suggesting that this secret might be intertwined with his own fate. Yang Zikin raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Unable to consume it? His body is repelling my power, rendering it impossible to devour." The mysterious force requires the host's voluntary acceptance in order to absorb the host's strength. His original plan with Yang Zikin was to provoke Li Ling, compelling him to willingly accept the enhancement of his power. Subsequently, Yang Zikin would employ blood sacrificial techniques to ensnare Li Ling, ensuring he remained in a state of consent. In this manner, the mysterious force would have ample time to completely absorb Li Ling's power. This method had been successfully executed numerous times without failure. Thus, Yang Zikin's relentless provocation and humiliation of Li Ling served the purpose of destabilizing him, making him more susceptible to deception. He withdrew, as Li Ling's strength continued to repel his own. The Black Dragon reported in real time to Bailu, lost in thought. Contemplated. Is this related to the reincarnated individuals? Simultaneously, Qin Shuang was conveying to him that the reincarnated beings all sought to eradicate this mysterious force, suggesting a connection. With Dongfang Jin present, she refrained from revealing Li Ling's identity as a reincarnated person. Bailu lightly responded, recognizing the failure. However, it was not yet over. That force should have also sensed the anomaly, and it was likely they would interrogate Li Ling. Time would tell. Qin Shuang observed Yang Zikin and Li Ling below. Noting that Yang Zikin had indeed temporarily abandoned his intent to kill Li Ling Masterby. "What shall we do next?" the Black Dragon respectfully inquired. Bailu looked down and calmly commanded, "Wait and observe." Understood. He Ling immediately accepted the order. Bailu cast a glance at Dongfang Jin and slowly began. "Do you remember that I mentioned wanting to inquire about something?" Of course, Dongfang Jin replied, clasping his hands. Please, senior, feel free to ask. I shall speak without reservation. Bai Lu's gaze shifted back to Yang Zikin. You observed it as well. He possesses a mysterious power. Have you encountered such power in the immortal realm? Or is there any historical record of it within the annals of the immortal realm? From the moment Dongfang Jin sensed that power, he had an inkling of Bai Lu's forthcoming inquiry. He shook his head and replied with certainty, No, I have perused all the texts in the immortal pavilion, and there is absolutely no mention of such power. However, it might be a clandestine event. I will need to consult my master upon my return. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu nodded slightly. I shall personally pay a visit to your master. The immortal realm, the mysterious power, and the reincarnated individuals must be interlinked in some manner. Chapter 88. But I cannot wait. Hey. Yang Zikin placed his foot upon Li Ling's head and coldly inquired, What is your physique? Li Ling's head pressed against the ground as he chuckled. Are you not going to kill me? As he spoke, blood began to seep from his mouth. I will kill you. Yang Zikin conjured a blood-red needle from the void and forcefully drove it into Li Ling's right shoulder. With a sickening sound, the blood needle pierced through Li Ling's body, and blood gushed forth. At that moment, Yang Zikin looked down upon him, contemplating the mere distinction between a swift death and a fate worse than death. Li Ling stifled a cry of pain, managing only a slight grimace and a muffled groan. He took a deep breath and retorted, Who exactly is he? What is that force? Yang Zikin frowned in displeasure and once again condensed a blood needle, mercilessly driving it into Li Ling's left shoulder. With a sickening squelch, blood seeped from the wound, staining Li Ling's garments. With death looming, what could he do? Yang Zikin's expression remained impassive as he prepared to inflict further torment with another blood needle. Li Ling gasped, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yet, he managed to smile faintly and said, I am on the brink of death. What difference does it make for you to tell me? In a desperate attempt to extract something of value from Yang Zikin, he wagered his life. Yang Zikin's demeanor showed no sign of change. His hands continued their relentless work, inserting yet another blood needle into Li Ling. If you choose silence, I shall torment you until you speak. I have all the time in the world to entertain you. With a groan, Li Ling could not suppress the blood that surged forth once more, yet he remained unfazed, wearing a provocative grin. I have nothing to say to you. Let him come out. He was just contemplating betrayal, seeking refuge within me. Yang Zikin was unmoved by his taunts, persisting with the blood needles, testing whether Li Ling's resolve was stronger than his own methods. Young man, your blood sacrifice technique can deceive him. Surely it can also control him, right? Inquired a mysterious force suddenly. Yang Zikin replied quietly, merely confounding him into a willing state would allow me to rest for 2 months. To completely dominate him might very well cost me my life. You are incapable of soul-searching. The intensity of Yang Zikin's soul was not as formidable as Li Ling's. To conduct a soul search, one must possess overwhelming superiority at the soul level. Yang Zikin spoke in a calm tone. We shall examine him gradually. There will eventually be a way to pry open his lips. But I cannot wait. A sudden remark from the mysterious force caused Yang Zikin's eyes to widen in shock, as if he realized its intentions. In the next instant, he felt his soul tremble, as if on the brink of dissolution, while the power within him began to merge with the bloodthirsty energy. Who? The mysterious force exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, a powerful suction force abruptly yanked the mysterious entity away from Yang Zikin, followed by a surge of dragon breath enveloping it. Yang Zikin collapsed to the ground, propping himself up with his hands. Cold sweat cascading down his cheeks, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out. Li Ling, lying in a pool of blood, observed Yang Zikin's state. Though unaware of the events unfolding, he sensed that Bai Lu must have intervened. Above the shumi space, the black dragon reported to Bai Lu. He intends to usurp Yang Zikin's position, much like that old man from the Shadow Kill Tower. If the mysterious force were to truly replace Yang Zikin, it would spell his doom. Aware of Yang Zikin's value to Bai Lu, it acted promptly. Well done, Bai Lu praised. The black dragon humbly remarked, It is my duty. Internally, it was elated, wondering if it could negotiate for a longer reprieve. Bai Lu offered a subtle smile, and with a mere thought, they appeared before Yang Zikin. Noticing Qin Shuang's intent to heal Li Ling, he conveyed telepathically, There is no rush, he still serves a purpose. Qin Shuang hesitated briefly, but then casually dissipated the life force she had just gathered. Yang Zikin, feeling a shadow enveloping him, trembled as he raised his head, astonished to see Bai Lu and his companions. How are you here? He inquired, his voice betraying his frail condition. I've been present since the onset of your conflict, Bai Lu replied with a cheerful demeanor. Yang Zikin raised an eyebrow and suddenly erupted with laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. So you remain intrigued by this space. I assumed you were paragons of integrity." Once Yang Zikin finished his tirade, Bai Lu continued, "I harbor no interest in your space. Rather, I am quite fascinated by the power you possess." He then shifted his focus. Addressing the crux of the matter, "You must have some understanding of this power, correct?" "Humph, and what of it?" Yang Zikin scoffed, querying whether they would spare him. Though he feigned bravado, he was probing for a glimmer of hope for survival. Bai Lu's lips curled into a slight smile as he confidently replied, "As long as you divulge everything you know, we shall refrain from harming you. However, regarding him," he cast a glance at the battered Li Ling, leaving his statement hanging. Yang Zikin did not regard Li Ling as a threat. At present, Li Ling posed no danger to him. As long as he could escape, his life would be preserved. With this thought, he once again sought confirmation. "Is it true? Do I have any reason to deceive you?" "If I wished, soul-searching would be the simplest method," Bai Lu replied nonchalantly. The enigmatic power could obscure memories, rendering soul-searching ineffective. However, it was likely that this matter would not be disclosed to Yang Zikin. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Zikin nodded and said, "Very well. What do you wish to know?" "I shall speak." Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's smile became more pronounced. "Begin from the moment you encountered him, and the more detailed, the better." Chapter 89, Transformation and Fusion of Power. Yang Zikin furtively cast a glance at the mysterious force ensnared within the breath of the dragon, then gathered his thoughts and began to narrate. This tale begins at the Beast Tomb. That day, my brother and I were en route to the Beast Tomb for training. But an unforeseen event occurred. My brother was ensnared by a force and suddenly went into a frenzy, slaughtering a group of guards. I was on the brink of perishing at his hands. Yet, unexpectedly, he halted, his entire being rendered lifeless. Boom. Yang Zikin's eyes widened in shock, feeling as though a mountain had suddenly descended upon him, pinning him to the ground, causing him to sink into the earth. "Do you know what feedback one receives for lying?" Bai Lu inquired, gazing down at Yang Zikin with an impassive expression, struggling to lift his head. Yang Zikin instinctively averted his gaze upon meeting Bai Lu's eyes and stammered, I apologize, I lied." The oppressive presence of Bai Lu dissipated. "There would be no next time? Do you understand?" "I comprehend." Yang Zikin was drenched in cold sweat, despite Bai Lu's calm voice and demeanor. He sensed an underlying chill that pierced to the bone. He remained crouched on the ground, too fearful to rise. And Bai Lu showed no intention of allowing him to stand. Thus, he continued to recount his tale from his prone position. "In truth, that day I had devised a plan to eliminate my twin brother, Yang Ziping, which is why we did not proceed to the Beast Tomb, but instead, I ambushed and killed my brother along the way. Initially, everything unfolded smoothly according to plan, but my brother unexpectedly unleashed a formidable power, slaughtering our guards. Although I fled for a time, I was swiftly overtaken. Strangely, just as I was on the brink of death from a strike by my brother, that power abruptly transferred to me, and it began to negotiate terms. In that moment of urgency, I acquiesced to any condition he proposed, allowing me to turn the tables and ultimately slay my brother, who then remained by my side. Since he began accompanying me, I found myself frequently taking lives. Even brief pauses left me feeling restless. Originally, he intended to devour my strength before moving on to others. However, upon realizing I had acquired the blood sacrifice inheritance, he chose not to depart, knowing I could assist him in consuming the powers of others. How does he consume power? Bai Lu interrupted his narration. Yang Zikin, momentarily taken aback, quickly responded, "He requires the host to open their heart and accept his power, which can then assimilate with other strengths to achieve a dramatic increase in might. During this process, he gradually seizes the host's power, yet the host remains entirely oblivious, for he does not immediately devour it. Instead, he subtly infiltrates the host's strength without diminishing it. Once he has completely permeated the host's essence, he will, in an instant, consume the power within, transforming it entirely into his own. By then, the realization will come too late. Is it not possible for him to directly usurp another's power? Must the process be so convoluted?" Qin Shuang pondered, recalling MOU, murmuring thoughtfully. Before Yang Zikin could respond, Bai Lu cast a knowing glance at her and elucidated. Transforming one type of power into another is not as straightforward as it seems. Merging is merely that, merging, not an outright appropriation of energy. Just as the fusion of water and fire can yield tremendous energy through the collision of elemental particles, the transformation of water into fire, or vice versa, is inherently more complex than mere amalgamation. As he spoke, A sphere of water and a sphere of fire materialized in his hands, which he artfully combined, resulting in a radiant orb of energy exuding steam. Dongfang Jin gazed in astonishment at the spectacle before him, musing inwardly, is this truly something achievable at will? Qin Shuang and the Black Dragon remained remarkably composed. For Qin Shuang, such feats were commonplace, while the Black Dragon, though capable of similar acts, could not match Bai Lu's nonchalance. Subsequently, Bai Lu dispersed the energy orb, conjuring anew a sphere of fire and a sphere of water, and soon observed the fire transitioning into a liquid state, akin to burning water, until the heat dissipated entirely, leaving only water behind. The simultaneous transformation of water into fire unfolds before us, delineating the distinction between the two elements. As for the method of execution, it is not yet appropriate for you to delve into this matter. I shall instruct you in due course. Bai Lu dissipated the water and fire, gazing at Qin Shuang with a gentle smile. This explanation was imparted to her with intentionality, as she would inevitably encounter such concepts in the future. Qin Shuang nodded in understanding, stroking her chin as she mused. Thus, this force requires complete dominion over its host to be possessed, without the host's soul. It can merely amalgamate with the power, failing to transform into the desired force. This is a requisite condition for the transmutation of power. Bai Lu remarked calmly, the power imbued with a spirit belongs to its master. With the owner's consent, it can be converted with relative ease. Once the soul departs, the energy within becomes ownerless, and barring any extraordinary circumstances, it will gradually dissipate over time. The enigmatic forces necessitate the host's acquiescence for a more effortless transformation, potentially aligning with your assertion, as this is indeed a necessary condition. The specifics depend on the extent of his capabilities. Qin Shuang, eager to learn, listened intently as a diligent student. Bai Lu observed her with a sense of satisfaction, reflecting, she bears a resemblance to me. Perhaps this is what the text referred to when they speak of couples growing alike over time. Once, he too had listened to others expound in such a manner. He then withdrew his thoughts and directed his gaze toward Yang Zikin, commanding in an authoritative tone, continue. Oh, very well. Yang Zikin was momentarily entranced. But upon regaining his focus, he continued, whenever we encounter suitable individuals, they are drawn into this realm, much like him. With great effort, he extracted his hand from the ground and tremulously pointed at Li Ling. As long as we can compel the target to this extent, they will invariably succumb to that force, allowing me to utilize the blood sacrifice technique to maintain them in a willing state. Consequently, that force can swiftly devour the host's power. Bai Lu nodded slightly, as he had essentially grasped the intent behind the mysterious force. It was quite straightforward, to consume power in order to amplify itself. However, there must be a more profound objective at play. For the enigmatic force is intertwined with reincarnated beings in the realm of immortals, suggesting a complexity beyond mere consumption. Chapter 90, is the source in the realm of immortals? Have you encountered other mysterious forces? Bai Lu inquired, gazing at Yang Zikin. Yang Zikin shook his head, indicating no prior experience. Bai Lu nodded slightly, refraining from further questioning. Having gleaned all pertinent information, while Yang Zikin remained unaware of any additional details. At that moment, Qin Shuang interjected, why did he suddenly target you? Upon mentioning this, a shadow flickered across Yang Zikin's face. He intended for me to utilize the blood sacrifice technique to completely control Li Ling, but the cost was too great. I refused, prompting him to seek to occupy my body to enact the blood sacrifice himself. He paused briefly, then glanced at Li Ling and added, by the way, that force claimed there are secrets within him. You might consider interrogating him. It could yield fruitful results. The only threat remaining to him was Li Ling, who was intent on stirring up animosity against him. Bai Lu chose to disregard Yang Zikin's words, fully aware of Li Ling's secret. Casting a glance at Yang Zikin, he calmly stated, you may leave. Yang Zikin was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that Bai Lu would so readily allow him to depart. However, he had no time for further contemplation. If he could escape, he would do so swiftly. He quickly rose from the ground. At that moment, after a prolonged silence, a mark illuminated Li Ling's brow, unleashing a tremendous surge of thunderous power. What? A sense of foreboding surged within Yang Zikin as he attempted to exit the Sumi space. Suddenly, with a crackle, a flash of blue light darted past, and in an instant, Li Ling had seized him by the throat. Hiki, now it is my turn, Li Ling grinned, casually wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yang Zikin felt a tightening in his breath, his body tingling and weak. Glaring at Li Ling, he gritted his teeth and demanded, how do you possess such power? With a flick of his left hand, a thunder spear materialized, which he promptly thrust into Yang Zikin's shoulder without hesitation. Blood splattered from the wound as electricity coursed through Yang Zikin's body. Ah! Yang Zikin could not suppress a cry of agony, his hair standing on end as dark smoke emanated from him. You dare to incite your seniors against me. You are truly vile. Despite the blood flowing from his own wounds, Li Ling remained unfazed, even exhilarated, for it was now his turn to act. At that moment, Bai Lu's voice floated in the air. I entrust him to you. All right, senior, Li Ling replied with a smile. It was only then that Yang Zikin awoke to the realization. Are you all in cahoots? Bai Lu disregarded his inquiry and departed the Shumi space with Qin Shuang and the others, allowing Li Ling and Yang Zikin some breathing room. After their exit, Li Ling once again summoned a lightning spear. Gazing at Yang Zikin with a smile, the tides have turned. We have exchanged roles. What are your thoughts? Yang Zikin regarded him deeply, fell silent for a moment, and then, with a resigned sigh, conceded, very well. Do as you wish. Li Ling, however, showed no mercy. Thrusting the lightning spear into his dantian. Don't be in such a hurry to perish. I have yet to repay you for what you bestowed upon me. Yang Zikin's myriad of injuries could not simply be overlooked. It would not be so easy for him to simply embrace death. Meanwhile, in the outside world, senior. Do you not desire the Shumi space? Dongfang Jin prompted. Bai Lu cast a glance at him and inquired with a smile, do you wish for it? Not at all. Dongfang Jin hastily denied. I merely believe it to be a treasure that Miss Qin might find useful. Qin Shuang, feeling implicated, softly interjected, no need. Let it be for Li Ling. That is the spoils of war. She already possessed a beast tomb, which was far superior to this Shumi space. Bai Lu glanced at the Dragon Breath prison and gently remarked to Dongfang Jin, we have a few matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave now. As Dongfang Jin stood momentarily stunned, he quickly composed himself and offered a respectful bow, affirming, very well, I bid farewell to my esteemed senior. Until we meet again in the Imperial City. No sooner had he uttered these words than Bai Lu vanished with Qin Shuang and the Black Dragon. Dongfang Jin did not linger, his figure flickering before he too disappeared from sight. Come. Allow me to introduce a friend, Bai Lu said, gently raising his hand. In an instant, two streams of dragon breath coalesced. Do you recognize them? After posing the question, he exchanged a knowing glance with the Black Dragon, who understood it was to act as an intermediary. The two enigmatic forces, designated as number 1 and number 2, were visibly astonished by their encounter, having not anticipated meeting a kindred spirit in this place. However, they remained silent, choosing to respond with mere quietude. Observing this, the Black Dragon reported to Bai Lu. Sir Bai, they seem disinclined to speak. Bai Lu, unfazed by their reticence, acknowledged, number 1 is inherently obstinate, and number 2 is not far behind. With an inscrutable expression, he commanded, merge them together. Understood, the Black Dragon promptly acquiesced, uniting the two streams of dragon breath, compelling these two mysterious forces to engage in an intimate encounter. At that moment, a remarkable spectacle unfolded. The two enigmatic forces swiftly fused into one. No, to be precise, number 2 consumed number 1. Upon sensing this, the Black Dragon immediately reported, Sir Bai, the recently entered stream has devoured the other. Has it grown stronger? Bai Lu inquired calmly. His intention in placing them together was for experimentation, and he remained unperturbed by the potential outcomes of the experiment. The Black Dragon gently nodded, having grown stronger. And it felt as though the power of both had merged, neither diminished nor enhanced. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu couldn't help but smile. Qin Shuang, noticing his grin, teased. It seems you've made some discovery. Bai Lu responded, the mutual devouring without loss suggests a likely shared origin of power. This conspicuous and disseminated shared power must have a source. Thus, these mysterious forces may have originated from a singular point, subsequently returning the consumed power to nourish that source. The mysterious powers and the reincarnated beings exist in a dispersed state, so it is highly probable that the celestial realm related to them, which I cannot perceive, is indeed the source. At this juncture, a glimmer flashed in his eyes, and his smile became more pronounced as he slowly continued. We are drawing ever closer to the truth. Qin Shuang gazed into his radiant eyes and thought to herself, I must admit, he looks quite handsome when he is serious. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly jolted back to reality, shaking her head vigorously to dispel the dangerous notion. What's wrong? Bai Lu noticed her unusual demeanor and inquired with concern. Nothing, Qin Shuang replied, attempting to calm her racing heart, instinctively touching her slightly warm cheeks, and awkwardly added, I'm on the verge of a breakthrough and plan to enter seclusion for a few days when I return. Bai Lu stroked his chin, scrutinizing her seriously. Ah. This state is mentioned in the books. Have you become shy? But he hadn't done anything at all. No, Qin Shuang firmly denied. Don't believe that useless book. It's of no value. Upon witnessing this, Bai Lu concluded that she was undoubtedly shy, a faint smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, the book advised against exposing a girl's duplicity. Casually, he shifted the topic, saying, since you intend to enter seclusion, let us return. Chapter 91. Strong backing as senior sister Shuang departed. After emerging from the Shumi space, Li Ling found himself utterly alone. He drew a jade pendant into his hand, marveling at Yang Zikin's fortunate find. It was indeed a splendid acquisition amidst the trading market's treasures. Within the confines of the Shumi space, he had subjected Yang Zikin to interrogation, for Yang had similarly scrutinized him, and he felt the need for retribution. Through this inquiry, he discovered that the Shumi space had been a fortunate discovery for Yang Zikin, and the blood sacrifice inheritance had also originated from within this realm. Li Ling accepted the jade pendant, consumed a medicinal pill, and murmured to himself, with my injuries, I'll need some time to recuperate. And it is fortuitous that I am on the verge of a breakthrough. I shall retreat to the elder's place for seclusion. Advancing further would elevate him to the status of spirit emperor, and the quaint village of Tiniu was indeed an ideal sanctuary for quiet cultivation. With this thought, he soared eastward. Yunwu sect, do you acknowledge your transgressions, Lu Yin? The stern master Yin Daoist regarded the kneeling Lu Yin with an imposing gaze. Lu Yin, filled with trepidation, repeatedly bowed his head, exclaiming, disciple acknowledges my wrongdoing. I should not have engaged in conflict with others, thus forfeiting my eligibility for the unparalleled trials. Humph. Master Yin Daoist snorted disdainfully, sweeping his sleeve to unleash a formidable cloud palm. A colossal gray hand descended from the heavens, striking Lu Yin directly. With a resounding crash, Lu Yin was slammed to the ground, his bones shattered beyond recognition. Did he truly believe that others were oblivious to his machinations? For his own selfish gain, he incited animosity against others. Who instigated you to act in such a manner? The Taoist Yun's rage boiled over, his face flushed with indignation. As if on the brink of an explosive outburst. Coughing violently, Lu Yin expelled a few mouthfuls of blood, no longer daring to conceal the truth. He confessed. It was Yang Zikin of the Yang family. He bestowed upon me a set of exquisite spiritual treasures and instructed me to provoke the most formidable challengers in the Wushuang trials. The Taoist Yun regarded Lu Yin with a mixture of disappointment and frustration, exclaiming, do you comprehend the significance of a single quota? I am unable to obtain one now. Lu Yin, though scarcely audibly, dared to retort. However, the Taoist Yun heard him, and, with a swift gesture, struck him from afar, declaring, even if you cannot acquire the quota, you must still participate. How do you expect Lord Dongfang to perceive the Yunwu sect in light of your actions? With a resounding thud, Lu Yin collided with the wall, spewing forth blood once more. The Taoist Yun, unwilling to utter another word, coldly commanded, 100 years of confinement. Reflect upon your transgressions while facing the wall. Take him away. Yes, replied the disciples nearby, promptly escorting Lu Yin out. The Taoist Yun shook his head in resignation. The internal regulations were far too lenient. Stringent discipline was imperative from this point forward, lest even greater turmoil arise in the future. In the Frost Moon Kingdom, I anticipate a multitude of visitors in the near future. Kindly decline them all, stating that I am in seclusion, Qin Shuang instructed. Yi Qianxu bowed respectfully, inquiring, understood. Shall gifts be accepted? No, Qin Shuang decisively replied without hesitation. Now that she has assumed the identity of the fairyland, she must embody the dignity befitting such a status, thereby elevating the standing of the Frost Moon Kingdom. Understood. Yi Qianxu accepted the command once more. You may leave, Qin Shuang gestured dismissively. Yes. Yi Qianxu acknowledged and withdrew. After his departure, Qin Shuang turned to Bai Lu and inquired, I shall enter seclusion. What about you? Do you wish for my company? Bai Lu asked with a cheerful smile. Qin Shuang shot him a glance of disdain. Not necessary. Bai Lu, having anticipated her response, chuckled softly before continuing. I have no pressing matters. I shall take a Gu and the others for a stroll and perhaps share some drinks with the old ghost. The ghost warden? Qin Shuang raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Bai Lu nodded lightly. It has been quite some time since he ventured out. He deserves a breath of fresh air. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Shuang asked, why does he choose to remain in the ghost prison? Bai Lu chuckled and replied, he is being hunted. Lingering outside for too long could attract unwelcome attention. What? Qin Shuang, having spent considerable time with Bai Lu, was rarely astonished, yet this revelation took her by surprise. After all, the ghost warden was exceptionally powerful. Observing her astonished expression, Bai Lu humorously elaborated, he eliminated a particularly formidable genius, thus becoming entangled in a web of consequences. He must tread carefully. What kind of backing would make even him retreat? Qin Shuang found it difficult to fathom. I cannot say, Bai Lu shrugged. I was present at the time of that genius's demise. It does bear some relation to me. On that day, they were locked in a fierce battle. And it was then that I sensed the presence of living beings on a certain planet, intending to obliterate it to distract the old ghost into rescuing them. The old ghost is not a bad person. He truly wanted to save them, and I merely extended a helping hand. It was I who manipulated the situation. While it was the old ghost who took action and entangled himself in the consequences, Qin Shuang furrowed her delicate brows and inquired. Did he not disclose who was behind that incident? He claimed he did not wish to drag me into his troubles, so I refrained from probing further. I provided him with a sanctuary undetectable to others, and thus he resided within the realm of the malevolent spirits, later becoming the warden of the hellish prison. Bai Lu replied in a tone devoid of emotion. Qin Shuang stroked her chin, murmuring to herself, it seems this backing is quite formidable. With a light chuckle. Bai Lu responded, no matter how strong the backing, if one cannot locate the person, it is futile. I assisted the old ghost in tidying up the scene, and the inhabitants of that planet were brought into the ghost realm by me. Even if they were to delve into the river of time, they would find no trace whatsoever. The more powerful individuals are, the more they fear entanglement and consequences. When faced with the unknown, they must proceed with caution, thus. Until the perpetrator is identified, they dare not act rashly, lest they bring calamity upon themselves and future generations. Naturally, these individuals typically do not struggle to identify the culprit. Encountering Bai Lu is a rare exception. Qin Shuang paused, realizing that this topic had ventured into precarious territory. Is it truly acceptable for you to reveal this to me? Not a concern, Bai Lu replied nonchalantly, I will always be by your side. Qin Shuang's lips twitched slightly as she humorously remarked, that sounds rather ominous. As if I am haunted by a ghost. I am the Ghost King. What do you think? Bai Lu observed her with a smile. Qin Shuang shot him a glance before seriously stating, if necessary, erase my memory to prevent any trouble for you. Bai Lu nodded gently, all right, as you wish. Focus on your breakthrough for now. Very well, I shall take my leave. Qin Shuang bid farewell and turned to depart. Bai Lu watched her leave before vanishing from the spot. Chapter 92. The masked man appears. Mr. Bai, I raise a toast to you. The ghost warden, now in a normal human form, raised his glass with exuberance and laughed heartily. It has been ages since I breathed the fresh air outside. Bai Lu clinked his glass with him and remarked, your physical transformation is 80% complete. At your current state, it will be quite difficult for anyone to locate you. However, for safety's sake, it would be prudent to wait until the process is fully finished before you venture out freely. The ghost warden was not always in this form. He had transformed under Bai Lu's experimental guidance. With a smile, he replied, you have already aided me immensely. I shall follow your instructions without hesitation. While I have indeed assisted you, I also harbor my own intentions. Without you, I would not have such an excellent subject for my experiments. Bai Lu retorted with a soft chuckle. The ghost warden produced a cigar, conjuring a plume of black flame at his fingertips to ignite it. I do not wish to live a life of evasion. If there exists a method to eliminate the causal ties surrounding me, I am eager to pursue it. Furthermore, I trust you. I am certain you can achieve it. When Bai Lu had initially conversed with him, he had readily agreed without a second thought. Bai Lu said nothing, merely offering a faint smile before unexpectedly flicking the table where Agu sat. I heard you took Xiaolong for a free meal? Agu, who had been nibbling on a pastry, suddenly found himself called out. His skeletal face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly stammered an explanation. Bai Lu beckoned to Xiaolong, who had been bowing his head in an attempt to remain inconspicuous. Xiaolong shyly lifted his gaze, having done his utmost to diminish his presence. Hiki. He chuckled awkwardly before translating, we didn't have a free meal, we just didn't pay. Not paying is precisely what a free meal entails. Bai Lu remarked with amusement. Xiaolong was momentarily at a loss for words, instinctively glancing at Agu. Agu, eager to clarify, chimed in with a nervous laugh. Hiki. Xiaolong promptly translated, Bone Brother said we did pay, they just wouldn't accept it. Is it that you yearn to revel in the experience of being treated like a VIP, where money is unnecessary? They refused your payment. And thus you felt entitled to indulge, is that so? Bai Lu confronted them directly. It was evident that Agu and his companions possessed the means. Yet they simply wished to bask in the adulation of being feted everywhere they went. Agu and Xiaolong exchanged glances, both hesitant to face Bai Lu. However, Bai Lu had no intention of punishing them. He merely commanded, make sure to settle the bill later. If this occurs again, you both can accompany him on a vacation. With that, he cast a meaningful glance at the ghostly warden. The warden slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze penetrating as he scrutinized Agu and Xiaolong. Deliberately pausing before calmly inquiring, "Would you like to come?" "Hiki, not really." Agu and Little Dragon had never shaken their heads with such swiftness. They were acutely aware of the dire circumstances within the sinful ghost prison, and entering would undoubtedly be a grim affair. "Then let us hasten," came the sudden voice of Bailu. "All right." Agu responded without hesitation, leaping onto Little Dragon's back. Little Dragon, displaying remarkable synchrony, soared through the window with Agu in tow. Racing to settle their dues, Bailu could not help but chuckle at their frantic retreat, while the warden of the ghost prison smiled softly, finding the two little creatures rather endearing. Casting a knowing glance at him, Bailu remarked, "Little Dragon is far more mature than you." The warden raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "In what sense?" "Consider this. While your years surpass mine significantly, we still belong to the same era. However, it exists beyond our time," Bailu replied softly. "What is its origin?" The warden's curiosity was piqued. "Unknown," Bailu said, taking a sip of fine wine with confidence. "But you shall discover it in due course." In the 8 treasure sect, the elderly man with white eyes, seated before the Dan furnace, sensed something and slowly lifted his gaze ahead. "Esteemed guest, is it not rather discourteous to arrive unannounced?" The masked man stepped forth from the portal of space, standing before the elderly figure and commanding, "I kindly request that you accompany me, Senior Bai." The elderly man chuckled, his laugh echoing within the alchemical chamber. "It seems I have little choice in the matter. I wish to restore the void mirror. Are you not intrigued?" The masked man showed no intention of resorting to force. The elderly man with white eyes raised an eyebrow, questioning, "The void mirror? It should have been destroyed by the heavenly tribulation." The masked figure replied softly, "I have gathered all the fragments of the void mirror, yet none can restore it. I have heard that your mastery of forging has reached unparalleled heights, and thus I seek your assistance." "Me?" The elderly man chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. "You hold me in far too high regard." The masked figure gazed intently at him and reiterated, "What harm could there be in trying? Should you succeed in its restoration, your forging skills would undoubtedly ascend to new heights." With a sigh, the elderly man conceded, "I must admit, I am indeed tempted. However, you must first reveal to me the purpose behind your desire to restore the void mirror." In an instant, the masked figure teleported beside him and responded, "The technique I cultivate pertains to space. I have been at an impasse for many years, constantly seeking an opportunity for breakthrough. The void mirror could lend me invaluable assistance." The elderly man pondered for a moment before speaking, "I require a letter to be left behind. Can you provide me with your name? And do inform me of your destination. Simply call me Kongzhu. As for my destination, you are familiar with the celestial realm, I presume?" The masked figure nodded slightly. The elderly man paused, then gently affirmed, "Indeed, that was once a place I longed for. I never anticipated to journey there in this manner." He then hesitated briefly before changing the subject. "Yet, the artisans of the celestial realm must be more formidable than I. Would they truly require my assistance?" "Certainly. You are the one who excels in the fusion of space and artifact refining. The restoration of the void mirror is undoubtedly your responsibility," the masked man asserted confidently. The elderly man, upon hearing this, ceased further commentary and retrieved a spiritual tablet, inscribing a message within. Invited by Kongzhu, he was to venture to the celestial realm to restore the void mirror. There was no need for concern. "Please." The masked man then opened the gate of space. Without a moment's hesitation, the elderly man stepped forward and entered. The masked man cast a glance at the spiritual tablet resting on the map before following suit through the gate of space. As their figures vanished, the gate of space swiftly closed behind them. In the final moment, a shadow emerged from the gate of space, effortlessly shattering the spiritual tablet before settling onto the mat, gradually transforming into the visage of the elderly man. Chapter 93. Fallen leaves settle in Frostmoon Kingdom. Have you broken through? Bailu inquired with a cheerful smile as he beheld the approaching Qin Shuang. "Can't you tell?" Qin Shuang retorted with a sidelong glance, naturally handing him a vial of elixir while eagerly asking, "Is the quality satisfactory?" Bailu, without needing to inspect it, replied affirmatively, "It is sufficient. It should be adequate to heal Mr. Fong." This elixir was specially concocted by Qin Shuang following her breakthrough for Fong Qinchen. She now possessed the capability to heal him. And with her imminent journey to the celestial realm, Frostmoon Kingdom was in dire need of a powerful protector. Fong Qinchen, the former spiritual master now deemed unworthy, was indeed suitable for this role, as he was a person in whom her father held great trust. Therefore, she deliberately expended a significant portion of her life force to concoct this vial of Ice Flame Revitalization Pill. hoping to cure Fang Qingxin's long-standing affliction in one fell swoop. Qin Shuang nodded gently, stating that she would deliver it to him shortly. Balu slightly inclined his head, choosing not to dwell further on the topic, and instead remarked, Tiniu and the others are currently in Shuangyue Kingdom. They wish to discuss the matter of joining. Why wait for me? You can discuss it too, Qin Shuang responded. Momentarily taken aback, Balu jested in reply, if you acknowledge me as your husband, I wouldn't mind negotiating on your behalf. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, I think I shall handle it myself. Very well, I shall escort you there. Balu chuckled lightly, and in an instant, he and Qin Shuang vanished from the spot. His laughter was one of joy, as he could clearly sense that Qin Shuang no longer resisted him as vehemently as before. Had this been a few months prior, such a jest would have likely prompted her to turn on her heel and refuse to utter a word to him. In the garden pavilion, Tiniu, accompanied by Cui Zhu and an unfamiliar face, rose to greet Bailu and Qin Shuang. Li Ling was also present with them, though he did not join due to his need for seclusion. An unfamiliar face, Qin Shuang mused, sizing up the newcomer before motioning for them to sit. Please, take a seat. Tiniu and the others complied and introduced, this is Fang Feiyu, also a member of Luoya. Very well, Qin Shuang acknowledged. Qin Shuang cast another glance at Fang Feiyu, nodded gently, and then turned her attention to Tiniu, directly inquiring, have you made your decision? Indeed, we have. Tiniu replied almost instantaneously. We unanimously agree to join the Frost Moon Nation. They had deliberated thoroughly, weighing the pros and cons, and ultimately resolved to gamble on a promising future. The individuals from Lei possessed the potential to stand alone. Fundamentally, none of them were confined to the Lingyun continent, nor could they be limited to the realm of immortals. Joining the Frost Moon Nation signified that they could no longer act at their whim. They would bear responsibilities henceforth and, crucially, would be subject to oversight, a notion they found rather disagreeable. Yet, the presence of Bailu within the Frost Moon Nation represented hope for the future. While they might possess considerable potential, such potential is relative with Bailu's assistance. Their capabilities would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, perhaps even several tiers, significantly elevating their future prospects. Moreover, Tiniu had engaged with Bailu on several occasions and had garnered a degree of understanding regarding both Bailu and Qin Shuang. He trusted them, which ultimately led to his decision to join. The people of Lei placed their faith in him, and thus he nodded in agreement, ensuring that the others would have no dissenting opinions. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang was not particularly surprised. She decisively stated, Then you from Lei shall henceforth be under the aegis of the Frost Moon Nation. I will establish the Lei Guard for you, granting you freedom of movement. Yet should the need arise, you must return, regardless of your location. Understood, Tiniu and the others responded in unison. At that moment, Fang Feiyu turned to Bailu and took the initiative to speak. Since Luoyu's joined the Frost Moon Kingdom, may I seek your guidance, esteemed senior? Qin Shuang furrowed her brows. Shouldn't Tiniu have informed Fang Feiyu about Bailu's formidable prowess? Meanwhile, Bailu, lost in contemplation, glanced over at Fang Feiyu. Tiniu quickly chuckled awkwardly and explained, esteemed senior, his ability is power duplication. He is quite curious and wishes to attempt to replicate your strength, so I hope you do not take offense. Very well, Bailu unexpectedly acquiesced. Tiniu was momentarily taken aback before expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your kindness. Bailu surveyed Tiniu and the others before continuing. Since you have joined the Frost Moon Kingdom, I shall grant you a taste of sweetness. Each of you shall have the opportunity to challenge me. You may do so whenever I am free. Tiniu hesitated and inquired in this challenge. Will you lower yourself to our level? Of course, I will give it my all, Bailu replied earnestly. Wouldn't that belittle you? Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang's lips twitched in disbelief, silently mocking. Does your full strength even require a physical effort? They wouldn't stand a chance even if you merely stood there. Tiniu and Cui Zhu exchanged wry smiles. This opportunity for a challenge seemed less appealing than none at all. They were not masochists. However, Fang Feiyu was brimming with excitement, thinking, as long as he didn't end up dead, anything would suffice. Tiniu, sensing the awkwardness, forced a smile and helplessly clarified. He is simply like that. Fang Feiyu, unlike Li Ling, is not fond of conflict. Rather, he possesses a profound curiosity, often becoming engrossed in matters that pique his interest. This is somewhat akin to Bailu, who immerses himself deeply in subjects he finds intriguing. However, the distinction lies in Fang Feiyu's inclination to be satisfied with a mere superficial understanding, whereas Bailu approaches his interests as rigorous research projects. It is of no consequence. It is quite commendable. Bai Lu waved his hand dismissively. Fang Feiyu's decision to speak only after Luo Yi joined the Frost Moon Nation demonstrates his sense of propriety. As long as one maintains a balanced approach, harboring curiosity is certainly commendable. With that, his gaze fell upon Fang Feiyu, and he declared, "Let us commence." No sooner had the words left his lips than a shroud of dark, deathly energy enveloped him. Since Fang Feiyu wished to replicate, he would engage with his own strength. Otherwise, a single blow might suffice to conclude the encounter. Chapter 94. The complete members of Luo Yi. Fang Feiyu summoned a nebulous gray power in both hands, and without further ado, propelled himself forward, appearing before Bai Lu in the blink of an eye, followed by an assertive strike. Bai Lu observed calmly as Fang Feiyu's attack approached, while the surrounding deathly energy seemed to possess a will of its own. Drifting lazily into the path of Fang Feiyu's assault, the deathly energy moved slowly, yet Fang Feiyu's palm strike was swift. Remarkably, their collision occurred at the precise moment. With a soft thud, Fang Feiyu's palm met the deathly energy, akin to striking cotton, instantly dissipating his strength. Nevertheless, his true intention was not to directly assault Bai Lu, but rather to absorb his power. The gray energy swirling around his palm penetrated the deathly energy, intertwining with it. In the next moment, Fang Feiyu's eyes widened in shock. And with a sudden gasp, he expelled a copious amount of blood, the crimson spray directed precisely towards Bai Lu's position. Bai Lu remained motionless, the aura of death swirling around him, swiftly engulfing the blood that had been cast forth. With a soft thud, Fang Feiyu collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Feiyu, Tainyo, and Cui Zhu hurried over to assess the situation. Bai Lu dissipated his aura of death and spoke softly. He has merely been rebounded by his own power. There is no cause for alarm. He did nothing to provoke this. It was Fang Feiyu's reckless attempt to replicate my death aura that led to this backlash. For his level of death aura is far too elevated for him to successfully imitate at this juncture. This lad is truly obstinate. Qin Shuang approached Bai Lu, casting a glance at the unconscious Fang Feiyu, and remarked, Fang Feiyu knew full well that Bai Lu's strength far surpassed his own. The consequences of replication should have been evident to him, yet he proceeded without hesitation, an act of knowing defiance. Bai Lu smiled faintly and replied, "He has stated that as long as he is not killed, he must have mentally prepared himself for this." Qin Shuang nodded gently and then tossed a porcelain vial to Tainyo, saying, "Give this to him. After a brief rest, he shall awaken." "Thank you," Tainyo responded, taking the vial and promptly administering a pill to Fang Feiyu before allowing him to recuperate. Just as Tainyo intended to return the remaining pills to Qin Shuang, she preemptively gestured dismissively, "Keep it. We have matters to attend to. You may do as you wish." With that, she prepared to depart with Bai Lu. "Wait a moment." Iron Bull called out to her, saying, "Senior, Miss Qin, allow me to introduce the remaining members of the Falling Leaves to you. Among those journeying to the Celestial Realm are also members of Falling Leaves." Qin Shuang paused her steps, glanced back at him, and gestured for him to continue. Iron Bull promptly introduced, "Currently, Falling Leaves comprises 9 members, myself, Cui Zhu, Li Ling, Xiao the Hero, Chao Jie, and Fang Feiyu, whom you have all met. The remaining 4 are Zhou Mingjie, Lu Yadong, Li Guangji, and Chen Ji." He then briefly elaborated on their cultivation and abilities. To summarize, the current status of each member of Falling Leaves is as follows. Iron Bull, the leader of Falling Leaves, possesses no cultivation but can eliminate spiritual lords in an instant, with the ability Divine Bestowal. Cui Zhu, the second in command, is at the 7th tier of Spiritual Emperor, with the ability Soul of Sound, capable of killing invisibly. Li Ling is on the cusp of becoming a true Spiritual Emperor, currently at half step, with the ability Heart of Thunder. Xiao the Hero, also at 7th tier of Spiritual Emperor, wields the ability Rebirth, along with a physical ability from this life, Blood Control. Together, they create a synergy greater than the sum of their parts. Chao Jie, at 8th tier of Spiritual Emperor, possesses the ability Golden Cicada S Escape, allowing him to feign death and evade danger. Fang Feiyu, at 5th tier of Spiritual Emperor, has the ability Replication, enabling him to replicate any power, provided he can withstand the backlash. Lastly, Zhou Mingjie, at 1st tier of Spiritual Emperor, possesses the probability-based ability Guaranteed Kill, which is contingent on luck. He is also the champion of the dual trials in the Western continent, meaning he too will venture to the Celestial Realm. Lu Yadong, a 3rd-tier Spirit Emperor, possesses the ability known as Purple Eye. She hails from the illustrious Lu family, renowned throughout the northern continent for their mastery of eye techniques. The Lu family's ocular arts are primarily illusionary in nature, while her own skills focus on fortune. Her pupils have the capacity to absorb and store purple energy, allowing her to enter a state where fortune favors her as soon as she opens her eyes. Currently residing in the northern continent, she is the unparalleled talent of the Liu family. Li Guangji, a fifth-tier spirit sovereign, wields the ability of external avatar. In his previous life, he commanded 7 external avatars. But alas, he now possesses only one. Qin Ji, a 6th-tier spirit lord, is gifted with the ability of sword intent. He is celebrated in the celestial realm as a prodigy of swordsmanship, capable of mastering any sword technique in an instant. While this assertion may be somewhat exaggerated, his comprehension of the sword is indeed unrivaled. He has been in the celestial realm for quite some time, and my own understanding of it stems from him. Should you venture into the celestial realm, you may seek him out, as I have already conveyed this through divine endowment. Tainyo provided a brief introduction of each individual present. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan remarked, "You truly are a gathering of exceptional talents. Each of you would be fervently sought after in the 5 great empires or the 12 sects, and here we have 9 such prodigies." Bailu casually interjected. "Based on the information we currently possess, those capable of reincarnation are unlikely to be mediocre." Indeed, Qin Xuan nodded gently, then addressed Bailu. "Let us proceed to the Red Dust Academy." Bailu said nothing. Before her words could fully escape her lips, they had already arrived at the Red Dust Academy. Upon witnessing this, Tainyo and Cuizhu exchanged a glance, and then the couple wandered off to enjoy the blooming flowers, leaving Fang Feiyu to recline alone in solitude. Chapter 95. Bailu has another idea at the Red Dust Academy. "Lord Fang, I am well aware of the relationship between you and my father." As soon as Qin Shuang encountered Fang Qinchin, she got straight to the point, presenting a bottle of Ice Flame Restoration pills to him, stating, "This is the Ice Flame Restoration pill. It can heal your injuries." Fang Qinchin regarded Qin Shuang with a kind and gentle gaze. After a moment, he let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "That rascal Qin Mo will surely leap with joy upon seeing your current appearance." Without any hesitation, he accepted the bottle of pills, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my dear." He possessed his own connections and was therefore aware of certain matters concerning Qin Shuang. "This is merely a duty of the younger generation." Qin Shuang humbly responded with a slight bow. Fang Qinchin had rendered substantial assistance to her father, and this small token was insufficient to convey her gratitude. With a hearty laugh, Fang Qinchin looked at Qin Shuang, nodding in satisfaction. He then turned his attention to Bailu, and with a serious demeanor, he respectfully clasped his hands together, saying, "I appreciate your care for this young lady." "Not at all," Bailu swiftly interjected, rising to support Fang Qinchin with both hands. "This is my duty." The text suggests that one should know how to navigate the dynamics with a lover's elders, as it may indeed enhance one's standing in their eyes. Qin Shuang glanced at him, her lips twitching as she silently berated in her heart, "What does this guy mean by saying something so similar to what I just said?" Moreover, he actually had the audacity to support Fang Qinchin with his own hands. What on earth? Under normal circumstances, Bailu could have effortlessly prevented Fang Qinchin from bowing with just a mere thought. To personally assist him is truly a rare occurrence indeed. Unbeknownst to Bailu, Qin Shuang had completely misinterpreted his intention. He continued earnestly, "Please take it now. We will protect you." Fang Qinchin paused for a moment before smiling and nodding. "All right. Thank you for your assistance." Qin Shuang, noticing Fang Qinchin was about to take the medicine, hurriedly reminded him, "It may be somewhat painful. Please bear with it." "It's nothing. I could withstand being struck by lightning. Pain is merely trivial." Fang Qinchin confidently waved his hand. Then without further ado, swallowed a Ice Flame Vitality pill, seated himself on the ground, and began to cultivate. Observing this, Qin Shuang communicated discreetly, "This old gentleman seems quite different from what I had imagined." "How so?" Bailu inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Well," Qin Shuang pondered for a moment before responding, "I thought he would be a refined and gentle scholar, but now it appears he lacks any semblance of a scholarly demeanor." Bailu chuckled softly, shaking his head. "That is merely a stereotype. There are no set standards for what a scholar should be like." "Indeed, I understand." Qin Shuang gently nodded, acknowledging her preconceived notions. At that moment, Fang Qinchin was enveloped in a white mist, his skin visibly reddening. This indicated that the ice flame was taking effect within him. The so-called Ice Flame Vitality pill utilized the ice flame's ability to purify impurities, combined with the restorative power of life force to eradicate the hidden injuries that Fang Qinchin had suffered for many years. The ice flame was responsible for incineration, while the life force facilitated recovery. An excessive ice flame could harm the internal organs, while an excessive life force could invigorate the body, thereby constraining the burning effect of the ice flame. Thus, achieving a balance between the two would yield the most favorable outcome. Fang Qinchin let out a muffled groan. his entire body drenched in sweat, with bruised blood seeping from his pores, presenting a picture of agony. In truth, it was indeed painful, yet not to the extent of being excruciating. Suddenly, Fang Qingshan's aura erupted violently, sweeping across the entirety of Frost Moon City. Qin Shuang arched her brows, murmuring to herself, "Is this the essence of a spirit god?" Bai Lu slowly lifted his gaze to the sky and remarked with a smile, "He is on the verge of breaking through to the spirit god realm." Thunder tribulation? Following his gaze, Qin Shuang looked around, realizing she could see nothing. However, she was certain that Bai Lu had discerned something. Indeed, Bai Lu nodded gently, casting a glance at Fang Qingshan, though he mused that the chances of him successfully transcending the tribulation were slim. Fang Qingshan had not engaged with his powers for such an extended period that even if his injuries were healed, his strength would barely measure to half of his peak. Given that he had failed to transcend during his prime, it was even less likely that he would succeed now. Qin Shuang furrowed her brows and inquired, "What should we do?" Bai Lu's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing his intrigue as he replied, "I have suddenly conceived an idea." "Surely, you aren't thinking of Li Ling?" Qin Shuang pondered for a moment before asking. Bai Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to fixate on Qin Shuang's gaze. Nodding in affirmation, "Precisely. We are becoming increasingly attuned to one another." Qin Shuang shot him a glare and retorted, "I merely understand you better." The moment the words left her lips, she paused, realizing the implications of her statement. Flustered, she hastily shook her head and redirected the conversation. "What do you intend to do?" Bai Lu grinned mysteriously, releasing the black dragon. "Isn't Li Ling on the verge of a breakthrough? I shall have him face this tribulation. It promises to be quite entertaining." What sort of chemical reaction might occur when Thunder's heart collides with the tribulation lightning? Recognizing the gleam of excitement in his eyes, Qin Shuang contemplated before asking, "Li Ling is facing old Master Fang's tribulation. Could this have repercussions for him?" "Not to worry. I can redirect the lightning for him when the time comes. It's a simple task." Bai Lu replied nonchalantly, then signaled to the black dragon, commanding, "Go fetch Li Ling." Understood. The black dragon acknowledged and vanished in an instant. Qin Shuang nodded lightly, relieved that there would be no adverse effects. "Let us change locations." As soon as the words escaped her lips, Bai Lu transported Qin Shuang and Fang Qingshan to the summit of a towering peak. Frost Moon City is not ideal for enduring tribulations. In a quaint village, Li Ling was in seclusion, diligently honing his skills, when the black dragon suddenly materialized before him. In the next instant, both the dragon and Li Ling appeared before Bai Lu and Qin Shuang. Simultaneously, the sky grew ominous, shrouded in thick clouds, with arcs of lightning dancing within, accompanied by the resounding booms of thunder. Even in his meditative state, Li Ling seemed to sense something amiss. He abruptly opened his eyes and gazed skyward. Upon witnessing the vast expanse of storm clouds, particularly when he sensed the tribulation targeting him, he was taken aback. What on earth is happening? Chapter 96. You undervalue yourself severely. Calm down, young one. The voice of the black dragon resonated softly. Li Ling turned to see Bai Lu and the others nearby, initially taken aback, before Bai Lu swiftly inquired, "Elder, what is the purpose of this?" It was evident to him that this was Bai Lu's initiative. Otherwise, the black dragon would not have taken the trouble to bring him here. Bai Lu replied with a light chuckle, "Are you not seeking to break through? Fortunately, a tribulation is at hand, and I shall lend you my assistance." Upon hearing this, Li Ling glanced at the menacing storm clouds, his face contorting in dismay as he exclaimed, "Elder, I cannot withstand this." Although he could be somewhat reckless at times, he was also aware of his limitations. "Fear not," Bai Lu reassured him with a calm demeanor. "Trust me." After a moment of contemplation, Li Ling realized the wisdom in Bai Lu's words. If Bai Lu had confidence, then he too would place his trust in him. With that thought, he took a deep breath and nodded resolutely. "Then let it begin. Please take care." The White Tower left behind a single remark before transporting Qin Shuang and the others 100 miles away. Li Ling was momentarily taken aback, musing to himself, "Take care? Why does it feel like there's something amiss in my heart?" Suddenly, a resounding thunderclap echoed, and a streak of golden lightning descended from the heavens. Li Ling had no time for idle thoughts. He immediately summoned the Heart of Thunder and infused it with divine energy, exerting every ounce of strength to confront the impending tribulation. In such dire circumstances, he dared not hold back. With a crack, the golden lightning collided with Li Ling, who was enveloped in a tempest of thunder. He felt as if his entire body were being cleaved by sharp blades, and in an instant, he sensed a charred scent wafting through the air. Upon inspection, he discovered that his left shoulder had been scorched. Is this the tribulation of the Spirit Essence continent? It is even more formidable than the tribulation I faced in my previous life. Li Ling felt as though he were caught in a revolving lantern. After all, he had perished due to heavenly lightning in his previous incarnation. The heartbeat of the heart of thunder resonated like thunder itself, harmonizing with the roars above. At that moment, the residual golden lightning within Li Ling was being devoured by the heart of thunder, subsequently nourishing his physical form. Once more, Li Ling sensed an enhancement in both his physical strength and the power of thunder, his heart brimming with exhilaration. The tribulation of the spirit essence continent was indeed superior to that of his past life. 100 miles away, Qin Shuang observed the scene of Li Ling's tribulation with great curiosity. "What kind of tribulation is this?" she inquired. "It is a variant of the 5 elements thunder tribulation, known as the 9 golden thunders, which is considered quite advanced in the spirit essence continent." Bai Lu elucidated to her, "It is understandable that old Master Fong is unable to transcend the tribulation. Is there any distinction from an ordinary thunder tribulation?" At this moment, Qin Shuang resembled an eager student. Bai Lu was more than willing to provide her with an explanation. Generally speaking, the nature of the tribulation one faces is related to their cultivation attributes and strength. Typically, those of the spirit realm undergo common thunder tribulations. As a former sword god, Old Master Fong, who specializes in swordsmanship and possesses considerable strength, attracts the 9 thunderbolts of metal. Should he successfully navigate through the 5 elements thunder tribulation, he will attain a deeper comprehension of his own attributes. This is the advantage of attribute tribulations, which ordinary ones lack. Pondering with her chin in hand, Qin Shuang remarked, "So, if Li Ling were to endure the thunder tribulation, he would experience a qualitative leap in his understanding of both metal and thunder, correct?" "Indeed." Bai Lu nodded gently. Continuing with a light chuckle, Li Ling primarily cultivates the path of thunder, thus his focus lies on thunder, while metal is secondary. Regardless, as long as he successfully overcomes it, it will undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for him. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shuang inquired, "Is he capable of succeeding?" "No." Bai Lu responded with certainty, "But I can enable his success." At that moment, the Black Dragon reported, "Master Bai, his heart of thunder is absorbing the power of the metal thunder, but it is somewhat overloaded. The heart of thunder cannot process it all." Bai Lu nodded slightly and then raised his hand to grasp. In the next instant, a sphere of energy radiating golden arcs appeared in his palm. "Let this be used for refining the little dragon's body. It is not ideal for him to frolic with the goo every day." As Bai Lu spoke, he compressed the surge of energy into a grain-sized orb, sealing it within the path of evil spirits. Qin Shuang nodded in agreement. She had heard of their matters and believed it was time for them to gather their thoughts. The recollection of a Gu and Xiaolong dining and dashing brought a smile to Bai Lu's face. He then instructed the Black Dragon, "Continue to observe. If he exceeds his limits, lend him a hand." Unable to ascertain Li Ling's condition, he entrusted this task to the Black Dragon. "Understood," the Black Dragon responded promptly. "Was the first bolt of golden lightning normal?" Qin Shuang inquired thoughtfully. "Indeed," Bai Lu replied softly. "Although Li Ling is not even a spirit emperor, he practices the thunder method of cultivation, so withstanding the first heavenly lightning is manageable. Surviving one is quite commendable. With my current abilities, I could hardly endure a few." Qin Shuang felt the terrifying power contained within the tribulation, realizing it was beyond her capacity at present. However, Bai Lu held a different perspective. Smiling gently at her, he remarked, "You underestimate yourself. Even if your physical form merely stands there to be struck, you would still be able to transcend the tribulation. Is that so? Am I truly that formidable?" Qin Shuang lacked confidence in her own potential. "Absolutely," Bai Lu affirmed with unwavering certainty, trusting Bai Lu's judgment. Qin Shuang glanced at her palm and murmured, "It seems I still do not understand myself well enough." Bai Lu smiled faintly and said, "You will gradually come to understand. One step at a time." Under the ominous thunderclouds, a crackling bolt of lightning struck Li Ling, leaving behind a gaping, charred wound on his body, from which faint traces of blood oozed and evaporated almost instantaneously. At this moment, Li Ling's surface temperature soared, had he not been vibrant and alive. Onlookers might have mistaken him for a roasted specimen. Yet, he paid no heed to his injuries, fixated instead on the tempestuous clouds above. Contemplating, the power of the heavenly thunder has diminished. It appears a senior has intervened, and fortune is within my grasp. If he were to survive this tribulation, it would undoubtedly lead to more than a mere breakthrough to Spirit Emperor. Lost in thought, he couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming with fervor, "Come!" With his roar, his aura surged dramatically, shattering the barrier of the 9th tier of Spirit Emperor as if it were mere parchment. Thus, Li Ling officially stepped into the realm of Spirit Sovereign. In that very moment, the 3rd bolt of heavenly lightning descended. Chapter 97. Transcending boundaries after the last of the 9 bolts of thunder had struck, Li Ling resembled a charred remnant, his figure darkened, with hair standing on end, embodying a visage of fury. At that juncture, a resplendent beam of golden light pierced through the dark clouds and enveloped Li Ling. His injuries began to mend at an astonishing pace. In no time, he had fully recovered. With a thunderous roar, Li Ling's powerful form trembled, his robes rustling vigorously as an overwhelming aura surged skyward. "Ha ha! Spirit Sovereign, I am extraordinary," he exclaimed, bursting into hearty laughter, reveling in the fact that a single tribulation had enabled him to transcend boundaries. Suddenly, it seemed as though he had been struck by an unseen force, plummeting straight towards the ground. A resounding boom echoed as dust and debris erupted upon impact. In the next moment, the oppressive aura surrounding Li Ling dissipated, revealing him within the deep crater. "Youngster, do not let your triumph cloud your judgment," came the voice of the black dragon from above. It had been the one to intervene, albeit with Bailu's permission. Otherwise, it would not have dared to act so freely. "Oh, understood," Li Ling replied, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. "I got a bit carried away." "Humph. With the thunder tribulation weakened to this extent, success is hardly a matter of course." The black dragon scoffed. This was indeed a truthful observation, reflecting its genuine sentiment. After all, the 9 thunders of metal had been significantly mitigated by Bailu. Otherwise, Li Ling would not have merely achieved this level of breakthrough. However, without such reduction, Li Ling would have faced insurmountable challenges in overcoming it, making his ascension to Spirit Sovereign the most favorable outcome. "Yes, I owe my success to the guidance of my seniors," Li Ling acknowledged with solemn gratitude as he bowed respectfully to Bailu. Bailu scrutinized him and inquired, "Has there been any change in your Heart of Thunder?" His curiosity was piqued regarding this aspect, while he was less concerned about others. Li Ling remained silent, directly activating his Heart of Thunder, which unleashed arcs of blue lightning tinged with gold from his being. "Senior, this is my transformation. Why speak so directly? Do you wish to provoke a conflict?" Qin Shuang shot him a disapproving glare, promptly reprimanding him. "The power invoked by the Heart of Thunder is beyond Bailu's perception. Isn't that a redundant endeavor?" "Oh, my apologies." Li Ling sheepishly dissipated the arc of lightning and then responded. "The Heart of Thunder has absorbed a portion of the heavenly lightning and permanently transformed into a part of itself. Now, whenever I activate the Heart of Thunder, I can wield the power of lightning infused with metallic attributes. This phenomenon has never occurred before. Although the Heart of Thunder could absorb lightning energy, it never achieved a permanent transformation. Previously, if the absorbed energy was not utilized, it would dissipate over time. Perhaps the absorbed lightning power was not sufficiently potent, hence the lack of transformation." His reference to the past included his previous life. Upon hearing his account, Bailu softly remarked, "When the collision of powers is sufficiently intense, it can alter the properties of certain substances. Change is quite normal, as long as it is beneficial." "Understood." Although Li Ling endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor in Bailu's presence, he could not suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. It was simply overwhelming joy. After a moment of contemplation, Bailu cautioned, "However, you must be mindful not to absorb every form of lightning energy indiscriminately, or it may become challenging to manage later on." Upon hearing this, Li Ling immediately composed himself, respectfully inquiring, "What should I do then?" Such a valuable opportunity for guidance was not to be squandered. Bailu replied calmly, "Seek your own understanding. I merely offer a suggestion. As long as you remain aligned with the general direction, personal experience is paramount. As the saying goes, one learns best through experience, and this is quite similar." Li Ling displayed a contemplative expression, nodding in apparent understanding. "All right, I comprehend." Bailu refrained from further elaboration on the topic, casting a glance. "Old Master Fong is awake." Qin Shuang promptly turned her gaze. Before her stood Fong Qinshan, gradually opening his eyes, the first sight meeting his gaze being Bailu and his companions. He paused momentarily, then scanned the surroundings, inquiring, "Where is this?" "Yueya Mountain," Qin Shuang replied softly. Suddenly, Fong Qinshan seemed to recall something, his eyes widening in realization. "My tribulation. It is not the right time for you to undergo the tribulation. I had him assist you." Bailu indicated towards Li Ling, explaining, "When circumstances allow in the future, I shall guide you through the tribulation again." Upon hearing this, Fong Qinshan sighed in relief, then nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." He was well aware of his current predicament. Attempting the tribulation now would assuredly end in failure. "It's nothing to be concerned about. It was merely a small effort." Bailu regarded him as family. At that moment, Qin Shuang interjected, "Old Master Fong, I must visit the Immortal Realm soon. I will trouble you to oversee the Frost Moon Kingdom for a while." Feng Qinshan aware of Qin Shuang's impending journey to the immortal realm, immediately acquiesced. Go with peace of mind. The Frost Moon Kingdom is in my care. Indeed, Qin Shuang gently nodded. Then turned to Bai Lu. It is nearly time. We should set forth. Very well, Bai Lu replied with a smile. In the next instant, they vanished from the spot. Frost Moon City, Red Dust Academy. Iron Bull is here. You may seek them out. As Li Ling landed, he heard the voice of the black dragon resonating in his mind. Fang Qingqian gazed at the familiar surroundings, utterly astounded. He had regained the strength of a spirit god. Yet he was still unaware of being relocated from Crescent Mountain to Red Dust Academy by Bai Lu. Indeed, such a presence far surpassed that of a spirit god. He marveled silently. Senior. Li Ling's voice roused Fang Qingqian from his reverie. Fang Qingqian cast a glance at him and inquired, Is there something amiss? Nothing. Li Ling waved his hand and continued, Senior and Sister Shuang must have gone to the Tianjin Empire. I need to find my elder brother. So I shall not trouble you further. Farewell. Fang Qingqian had no intention of detaining him, slightly nodding in acknowledgement. Go ahead. He too needed to familiarize himself with the powers he had just regained. I shall take my leave now. Li Ling bid farewell once more and then soared into the sky, departing Red Dust Academy in search of Iron Bull and the others. Additionally, Agu and Xiaolong were no longer in Frost Moon City. As for their whereabouts, where else could they possibly be? Naturally, they had been taken away by Bai Lu. Chapter 98. 3 Questions of the Copper Coin. 8 Treasures Sect. This old man is nothing but a source of trouble for me. A lad of 11 or 12 sat atop the beams of the alchemy chamber, looking down at the oblivious Bai Mu, mentally lamenting the situation. Subsequently, he melded into the beam, making not a sound. Below, Bai Mu remained entirely unaware of any anomaly. Zhu Sanwen, the young lad in the alchemy room, entered a cave and sat cross-legged. Moments later, 3 copper coins emerged from his dantian, arranging themselves into a triangular formation before him. In the next instant, Zhu Sanwen swiftly gestured with his hands, invoking a spell. First inquiry, is the elder Bai Mu still alive? An ethereal voice emanated from Zhu Sanwen. With a resonant hum, one of the coins began to tremble violently. Soon, with a sharp crack, the coin transformed into golden light, which coalesced into a message, alive, temporarily safe. Ignoring the beads of sweat on his forehead, Zhu Sanwen pressed on with his questioning. Second inquiry, where is Elder Bai Mu currently located? With a crack, akin to the first coin, the second coin morphed into golden light, converging to reveal another message, Fairyland. What realm is this Fairyland? He pondered, having never heard of it before. Zhu Sanwen muttered to himself, it wouldn't be a departure from this world, would it? Truly troublesome. Despite his grumbling, he continued with his inquiries. Third inquiry, how does one reach Fairyland? With a crack, the final coin transformed into golden light, which then shaped itself into a figure, Dongfang Jin. Dongfang Jin? Zhu Sanwen raised an eyebrow, the name sounding vaguely familiar. He concentrated, his eyes widening in realization. This was indeed the esteemed individual his senior sister had mentioned. Recognizing the identity, he swiftly waved his hand to disperse the golden light. However, the light did not vanish but reverted back into copper coins, re-entering Zhu Sanwen's dantian. Zhu Sanwen felt a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, though he paid it no mind, merely wiping it away before sinking into the ground. At the Baobao sect's refining pavilion, he sought out Jing Xian and, without preamble, inquired, Sister, where is Dongfang Jin now? Jing Xian, a disciple of the Baobao sect who had previously encountered Qin Shuang during the Wushuang trial, shot him a disapproving glance. That is Senior Dongfang. Be more respectful in your speech. Understood, Zhu Sanwen replied, pressing further, but where is he at present? Why do you ask? Jing Xian looked at him with curiosity. I will explain later, just tell me where he is now. Zhu Sanwen found it difficult to articulate his reasons at the moment. With a narrowed gaze of suspicion, Jing Xian eventually divulged, Senior Dongfang should be in the imperial city of the Tianjin dynasty. They are set to depart today. Are they heading to the immortal realm? Zhu Sanwen asked eagerly. The immortal realm? Jing Xian appeared perplexed, then shook her head. I am unsure of their destination. It is merely a place suitable for cultivation. Seeing her uncertainty, Zhu Sanwen waved his hand dismissively. No matter, I shall go there first. It's too late to go now. Jing Xuan's words trailed off as Zhu Sanwen placed a hand on her shoulder, and together they vanished underground. In an instant, they materialized 1,000 miles away. Zhu Sanwen emerged from the earth with Jing Xian, taking a moment to catch his breath. He could not maintain the use of the escape technique indefinitely, so he needed a moment to recuperate. Jing Xian gazed in astonishment at the shifting scenes before her, her eyes wide as lanterns, incredulously addressing Zhu San, junior brother. You certainly have hidden your secrets well. Zhu San, with an awkward smile, offered only this brief response before leading Jing Xian deeper into the earth. His pace, while slightly slower with Jing Xian in tow, was nonetheless necessary. He had engaged in conversation about the immortal realm with her, and he feared she might inadvertently reveal something in front of Bai Mu, arousing suspicion. Though Bai Mu rarely interacted with Jing Xian, he deemed caution to be the better part of valor. In the imperial city of the Tianjin dynasty, Huang Fujing poured a cup of tea for the figure seated across from him and inquired leisurely, "Are you not of this world, my friend?" "Indeed." Bai Lu replied with a nonchalant affirmation, then continued, "Your prowess is commendable. Do you not wish to venture out into the world?" With a chuckle, Huang Fujing shook his head and sighed, "I remain tethered by concern. The dynasty I have painstakingly constructed cannot flourish without my presence." His gaze shifted to Huang Fushan, who was engaged in conversation with Qin Shuang. "I require a trustworthy heir." Bai Lu savored a sip of tea before responding thoughtfully, "Sometimes, letting go can prove beneficial. As the saying goes, every generation has its own fortune. However, it seems you may find it difficult to relinquish control. The Tianjin dynasty has become your inner demon." Huang Fujing squinted slightly, momentarily taken aback, before erupting into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. You are the first to pinpoint my dilemma with such clarity." Having spoken, he took a deep breath. "Indeed, if the inner demons were not vanquished, my path of cultivation would essentially reach its conclusion." Bai Lu cast a glance at him and remarked, "You understand the reasoning, so no need for me to offer advice." With a slight smile playing upon his lips, he inquired with genuine curiosity, "Shall I compel you to relinquish your grip?" "What do you mean?" Huang Fujing pondered thoughtfully. Bai Lu set down his teacup, expressing his intrigue. "I shall seal you for a millennium. After 1,000 years, you may emerge to witness the transformations of the Tianjin dynasty. Of course, this is contingent upon your contemplation, as it is entirely possible that by then, the Tianjin dynasty may have met its demise. It ultimately hinges on your faith in it." "I possess faith, yet there lingers a concern." Huang Fujing appeared particularly hesitant regarding matters of the Tianjin dynasty, a hesitation that seemed uncharacteristic of him. Bai Lu scrutinized him. "Then what is your decision?" Huang Fujing, caught in indecision, clenched his teeth and nodded resolutely. "Let it be." He understood that prolonged hesitation would inevitably lead to retreat. Thus he needed to compel himself, ensuring that even in regret, there would be no chance for reversal. Upon receiving his affirmative response, Bai Lu acted swiftly, summoning a wave of ominous energy that struck directly at Huang Fujing's forehead without a moment's delay. Huang Fujing scarcely had time to react. Chapter 99. Hee. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. 5 black chains of death energy erupted from Huang Fujing's forehead, binding his limbs and body completely, and then he was gradually drawn into the void. Qin Shuang and Huang Fushan, witnessing this sudden turn of events, rushed over immediately. "Grandfather." Huang Fushan observed Huang Fujing's half-embedded form within the void and called out in alarm. Qin Shuang gently placed a hand on her shoulder and reassured her, "Do not worry, Bai Lu knows his limits." Bai Lu cast a fleeting glance at them, refraining from further comment, and instead snapped his fingers. With a sharp crack, Huang Fujing regained his clarity of mind. "You may explain yourself." Bai Lu's voice resonated softly. Upon seeing Huang Fushan present, Huang Fujing instantly comprehended the situation. He turned to her and said, "Child, he is assisting me in dispelling my inner demons. A millennium from now, I shall emerge, and the Tianjin dynasty will rely on you." At this moment, Huang Fushan had regained her composure and nodded earnestly, promising, "Rest assured. With me here, the Tianjin dynasty will only flourish." A hearty laugh escaped Huang Fujing as he responded, "Excellent, that brings me peace." No sooner had he spoken than he was drawn into the abyss. Bai Lu remarked gently, "I have crafted a space for you. As time passes, this realm will diminish in strength, and after 1,000 years, you will be able to break free. Of course, should you dispel your inner demons and achieve a breakthrough within that time, you may emerge at any moment." Within the confines of the darkened space, Huang Fujing, seated at its center, pondered Bai Lu's words and murmured to himself, "I believed I had adequately estimated your capabilities, yet it seems I have woefully underestimated them. I am merely average." Bai Lu's voice echoed in the void. Huang Fujing chuckled softly and shook his head. Bai Lu's assertion was not something he could accept without skepticism. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke once more, "Thank you." However, Bai Lu offered no response. As his voice faded, an eerie silence enveloped the space. A stillness so profound it was unsettling. Huang Fujing, undeterred by the quiet, seized the moment to cultivate and pass the time ahead. A millennium is indeed a considerable span. Yet for someone of his caliber, it scarcely registers as lengthy. Meanwhile, in the outside world, The revelation that he was the founder of the Tianqian dynasty astonished Qin Shuang. After all, the Tianqian dynasty boasts a history nearing 200,000 years. The lifespan of a spiritual deity rarely exceeds 10,000 years, which implies Huang Fujing had lived for at least 200 millennia. Huang Fushan was equally taken aback, her mouth agape. She had suspected that Huang Fujing was no ordinary figure, but she had not anticipated the extent of his extraordinary nature. Bai Lu, having not witnessed Qin Shuang's astonished expression in quite some time, could not help but chuckle. His prowess had long transcended the confines of the Lingyun continent. And by a significant margin. What an ancient being, Qin Shuang murmured to herself, struggling to fathom the prospect of her own self a millennium hence. Let alone 200,000 years into the future. Would I not be an ancient relic myself? I am considerably older than he. Bai Lu interjected with a playful self-deprecation. Qin Shuang paused momentarily, a hint of awkwardness crossing her features before she forced a smile and attempted to clarify. You appear quite youthful. Bai Lu laughed heartily. Age was a trivial matter. In realms of advanced cultivation, ancient beings were plentiful. Qin Shuang nodded gently, acknowledging that even at a century old, she might be considered an ancient relic in certain circles. Just then, Dongfang Jin descended from above, announcing, Senior, it is time for us to depart. He cast a fleeting glance, pausing momentarily, only to discover that the esteemed Huangfu was absent, with other matters occupying his mind. He declared, let us depart. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Bai Lu, accompanied by Qin Shuang and others, had already teleported away. Simultaneously, the voice of Bai Lu resonated within Huangfu Longqi's mind. You have witnessed the entire ordeal. The future of the Tianqian dynasty now rests upon your shoulders. Huangfu Longqi, rendered speechless, murmured softly, isn't this merely transferring the burden onto me? He had been surreptitiously relocated by Bai Lu to eavesdrop during the conversation regarding the heart demon. Sighing in resignation after a brief silence, he thought, well, if it must be done, then so be it. There was no alternative. The ancestral figure needed to vanquish the heart demon, and it fell upon him to bear this weight. Should the ancestor emerge to find the Tianqian dynasty in ruins, the heart demon's influence would only intensify. Strangely enough, he had not detected any trace of a heart demon within his esteemed ancestor until now, which he lamented as a disgrace to his lineage. Another sigh escaped his lips. The days of carefree existence were now irrevocably lost. Outside the imperial city, the young dragon soared through the sky, skillfully maneuvering a guk like a dragon knight. Bai Lu and Qin Shuang had been invited to the palace, and the two decided against following, opting instead to frolic outside, as there was a no-fly decree within the city. Suddenly, a guk seemed to sense something. It leaped from the young dragon's back, brandishing a rocket launcher, and unleashed a shot in a particular direction. Boom! The rocket plunged downward, piercing through the earth without regard for the surface. Ega gently patted the back of the young dragon. With a resounding roar, the young dragon adjusted its posture and dove headlong into the location of the previous artillery strike. Boom! A deep pit suddenly appeared on the ground. At that moment, Zhu Sanwen, who was burrowing underground, was suddenly struck by an inexplicable premonition. Without hesitation, he summoned 3 copper coins to inquire about his fortune. Zhu Sanwen's voice became ethereal and uncertain, yet the results did not manifest. The 3 copper coins vanished in a puff, retreating back into his dantian. What? Zhu Sanwen exclaimed in disbelief. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. His 3 questions of the copper coins either backfired or yielded normal results, both of which consumed his energy. However, just now, there had been no expenditure whatsoever, as if nothing had occurred at all. What could be the matter? Jing Xian inquired with concern. Before Zhu Sanwen could respond, an artillery shell silently erupted from the earth. By the time Zhu Sanwen became aware, the shell had already struck him. This is disastrous. Zhu Sanwen's vision blurred, leaving only a singular thought in his mind, before he succumbed to unconsciousness. 3 questions. Jing Xian hurriedly shook his body, seeking to rouse him. However, Zhu Sanwen remained unresponsive, and without his support, they could no longer maintain their subterranean state, becoming trapped within the soil. Jing Xian, with no time to awaken Zhu Sanwen, channeled her strength to break through the earth, preparing to carry Zhu Sanwen to safety. At that moment, with a resounding crash, the earth split open, and Egu rode in on a small dragon, its enormous head obstructing Jing Xuan's path. Chapter 100, Resolving the Imposter. Dragon? A dragon? Jing Xian stood there, momentarily stunned. Hiki. Egu leaped onto the dragon's head, grinning mischievously. The small dragon acted as an interpreter, inquiring, what do you intend to do? Jing Xian regained her composure after a brief pause, saying, we have matters to attend to in the imperial city. What matters? The small dragon continued to probe. Jing Xian glanced at Zhu Sanwen, offering an awkward smile. You should ask him. I'm not quite sure. Aga scrutinized them with its fiery eyes, asking, hee. Did he kidnap you? Jing Xian, unable to comprehend, turned to the small dragon. Having spent considerable time with Aga, the small dragon instinctively knew how to respond. Once Aga finished speaking, it promptly translated. Upon hearing this, Jing Xian quickly shook her head. You misunderstand. He is my junior apprentice, and we share a good relationship. Aga sat down, propping its chin on its hand, deep in thought, before finally uttering, hee. Take them away. Let the master handle it. It was uncertain how to address such a situation. Very well. Without further ado, the small dragon swept its claw, capturing Jing Xian and Zhu Sanwen. Then smoothly turned back on its path. By the time Jing Xian realized what was happening, she found herself ensnared, exclaiming in surprise, However, the small dragon paid her no heed, swiftly soaring into the air, carrying Zhu Sanwen and Jing Xian towards the imperial city. In the esteemed Tianbao auction house, the venerable Huangfu Huan, Huangfu Mingxian, and Wang Shi gathered to welcome Bai Lu and his companions. Esteemed elder, allow me to introduce you, Dongfang Jin remarked. Gesturing towards Huangfu Mingxian, the eldest prince of the Tianxin dynasty, who is also one of the candidates for direct passage to the celestial realm. Following this introduction, he promptly presented Wang Shi, the disciple of the Mad Taoist, who is likewise among those selected for this journey. There are 3 individuals granted this direct passage. Besides these 2, the third is Huangfu Shan, who requires no introduction, as Bai Lu and his companions are more familiar with her than Dongfang Jin. Bai Lu offered no particular response, merely nodding slightly before stating, Please wait a moment. We have a few matters to attend to. With that, he and Qin Shuang vanished, only to reappear directly in front of Xiao Long, who had yet to enter the city. Hey there, master. Both Agu and Xiao Long exclaimed in unison. Bai Lu glanced at the 2 individuals, Zhu Sanwen and Jing Xian, in Xiao Long's grasp and softly commanded, Release them. Understood. Xiao Long obediently set Zhu Sanwen and his companion down upon the ground. It is good to see you again. Qin Shuang smiled at Jing Xian, who had noticed her earlier and awkwardly greeted, Greetings, Miss Qin. What is the situation here? Qin Shuang inquired with measured calmness, casting a glance at Zhu Sanwen. Jing Xian adjusted Zhu Sanwen's posture and responded, He wishes to seek out Elder Dongfang, though I am uncertain of his intentions. For specifics, you will need to inquire with him. At that moment, a wisp of deathly energy struck Jing Xian, while another wisp hit Zhu Sanwen. Jing Xian fell into a tranquil slumber, while Zhu Sanwen awoke in a daze. A reincarnated individual? Bai Lu regarded Zhu Sanwen with a discerning gaze. Though it was a question, his tone conveyed unwavering certainty. Initially bewildered, Zhu Sanwen's eyes widened at the mention of reincarnation, but he quickly masked his surprise. Meeting Bai Lu's gaze, he inquired, Who are you? Bai Lu's voice then emerged steadily, Do not evade my questions. Reincarnated individuals are not an extraordinary phenomenon. Zhu Sanwen paused, then recalled something, his astonishment evident as he asked, Are you also? Not at all, Bai Lu and Qin Shuang replied in unison, their response instantaneous. Zhu Sanwen's lips twitched. Are you deceiving me? Unnecessary, Qin Shuang replied, her gaze fixed on him. Are you searching for Dongfang Jin? Yes, Zhu Sanwen recalled the matter at hand, nodding earnestly. Where is he? First, discuss the matter at hand. Qin Shuang interjected, her expression impassive. Zhu Sanwen pondered briefly and responded candidly, I wish to visit the celestial realm. The elder of the 8 treasures sect has been replaced by someone else. The true elder should be in the celestial realm. How do you know this? Qin Shuang's eyes narrowed slightly, then she added, However, as a reincarnated individual, you must possess some unique abilities, correct? Zhu Sanwen furrowed his brow, speaking gravely. It seems you are quite knowledgeable about reincarnated individuals. To utter this statement signifies his complete acknowledgement of being a reincarnated individual, perhaps even slightly more than you. Bai Lu interjected nonchalantly and then continued, I can guide you to the realm of immortals, provided you recount your past and present lives to me. He possesses a wealth of information regarding many reincarnated souls, encompassing both their former and current existences. And this would conveniently allow for the documentation of Zhu Sanwen's details as well. You? Zhu Sanwen furrowed his brow even tighter. This cannot be. I distinctly calculated it was Dongfang Jin, with no other outcomes. This unexpected variable had abruptly emerged. If you agree, I can assist you in dealing with that counterfeit Bai Mu, Bai Lu remarked casually. He had already located Bai Mu, and it could be said that the latter's disguise was so poorly executed that he easily saw through it. Upon hearing this, Zhu Sanwen pondered momentarily before nodding. Very well. Since you all are aware of my reincarnation, there is little left to conceal regarding my past life. In truth, he thought to himself that under the eaves of another, one must bow low. Currently, he found himself in Bailu's grasp, and it seemed he had no choice but to comply. Let us first resolve the issue of the impostor. Before Bailu's words had fully settled, the surrounding environment shifted dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, they stood before Baimu. The latter remained oblivious until he lifted his gaze, at which point his pupils constricted sharply, and he exclaimed, "Who are you?" Chapter 101. The Gateway to the Realm of Immortals. Is there a problem? Bailu glanced at the black dragon, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. The black dragon promptly shook its head, indicating there was no issue. Bailu said nothing further. With a mere flicker of his thought, a wave of chilling death energy unexpectedly surged through Baimu's body. Startled, Baimu instinctively checked his physical condition, only to discover nothing was amiss. Just then, he sensed something and abruptly turned around. To his astonishment, another Baimu, shrouded in ominous black mist, stood behind him like a spectral apparition, sending a jolt of fear coursing through him, causing goosebumps to erupt on his skin. He gasped in shock, a profound sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall not personally interrogate you," Bailu stated coolly. Before Baimu could fully comprehend the meaning of those words, he was unceremoniously dispatched to the hell of evil spirits. The subsequent interrogation would be handled by the warden of the ghostly prison, and it was anticipated that his origins would soon be unveiled. "What is this?" Qin Shuang inquired, observing the black mist gradually dissipating from Baimu. "It is the corpse ghost incarnation," Bailu explained, instructing Baimu to remain still while elaborating to Qin Shuang. "It is an ancient ghostly technique from the ghost realm. However, the original corpse ghost incarnation could only replicate a corpse. I have modified it to create the current version. The principle is quite simple. By tracing the target's state of death and imprinting that state with death energy, one can then further trace the living state of the target and subsequently fill that living state with death energy. This arcane art can only replicate corpses. Thus, to recreate a living person, one must witness their demise, subsequently reverting to their living state. While the process appears straightforward, it does impose certain requirements on the practitioner." Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang could not help but exclaim, "You truly possess an abundance of knowledge. Being with Bailu feels as though I encounter new insights daily." Bailu chuckled softly. If one lives long enough, knowledge will naturally accumulate. At that moment, Zhu Sanwen, observing the two engrossed in their conversation, hesitated to interrupt, but could not resist interjecting. Will handling him cause unnecessary alarm? He masquerades as the oblivious elder for some ulterior motive. Not at all. Bailu replied calmly. He had taken into account the possibility that the individual might be connected to the reincarnated, deliberately sending Black Dragon to ascertain the situation. Black Dragon had just confirmed that all was well. Having witnessed Bailu's capabilities, Zhu San entrusted his judgment. Of course, he had no choice but to trust. The deed had already been done. "It is nearly time to return," Qin Shuang gently reminded. Bailu glanced at Zhu Sanwen, and then at the unconscious Jing Xian, inquiring, "Will she be going to the fairy realm?" Zhu Sanwen was initially taken aback, but quickly nodded decisively, "Yes. After so many days of participating in the Wushuang trials for a chance at the fairy realm, it must be a fortuitous opportunity. Such chances are rare." "Then let us proceed," Bailu declared with resolve, and they promptly made their way back to the Tianbao auction house. At this moment, the new wide-eyed figure had shed its lifeless exterior, appearing just like a genuine wide-eyed being. It would take the place of the counterfeit wide-eye and masquerade here for a while. The predecessors of the Tianbao auction house, upon seeing Bailu's return, immediately rose to greet him. Bailu gestured towards Zhu Sanwen and Jing Xian, directly inquiring, "May I take them to the celestial realm?" "Of course," replied Dongfang Jin with a smile, not even needing to contemplate the matter. He believed that with Bailu's prowess, accessing the celestial realm would be effortless. Rendering his permission unnecessary, merely asking this question was already a sign of respect. "Then, I should inform the Baibao sect, correct? My sudden disappearance might cause them concern." Zhu Sanwen, caught off guard by the immediacy of their departure, felt somewhat unprepared. "Huangfu Longqi will notify your sect leader. So rest assured." Bailu had already arranged everything. After surveying the group, he declared, "If there are no further matters, let us set forth." "Understood, senior." Dongfang Jin responded promptly, having been ready for some time. Observing that Huang Fushan and the others nodded in agreement, Bailu wasted no time and vanished with them. In an instant, only Huang Fuhuan remained. Huang Fuhuan gazed at the now desolate surroundings and mused, "The celestial realm. What an enchanting place it is." In truth, he was merely reflecting. his aspirations lay elsewhere. Aware that his talents paled in comparison to Huang Fumingxuan's, he sought the throne of the Tianjin dynasty. Huang Fuming devoted himself entirely to his cultivation, his thoughts far removed from the court, thus presenting him a substantial opportunity. However, he remained distant from his aspirations. Presently, Huang Fuhuan was acutely aware of his purpose, to closely align himself with Bai Lu and assist Qin Shuang in adeptly managing the Tianbao auction house, which he deemed far more advantageous than any other pursuit. The entrance to the immortal realm was concealed and mobile, revealed only through the precise location imparted by Dongfang Jin to Bai Lu, enabling him to transport them instantaneously. After all, Bai Lu could not sense the existence of the immortal realm. "Please wait a moment. I shall now open the portal to the immortal realm," Dongfang Jin proclaimed, stepping into the void as he retrieved a jade tablet from his storage ring, subsequently performing a series of incantations. The jade tablet ascended into the air, floating as if resting upon the surface of water before gradually sinking into the void. "Open!" Dongfang Jin exclaimed with fervor. In the next moment, the space where the jade tablet had vanished ignited with a blinding radiance. With a swift motion, a luminous gate materialized, unleashing an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy that was almost suffocating. Zhu San involuntarily inhaled deeply, and in an instant, he transcended from the second to the third tier of the spirit sovereign stage. Naturally, the immortal realm was not as exaggerated as it seemed. His smooth transition was primarily due to his imminent breakthrough, with this influx of spiritual energy merely accelerating his progress. Indeed, the immortal realm lived up to its reputation. Qin Shuang remarked as she observed the spiritual energy flowing through her fingers. Dongfang Jin chuckled softly, stepping aside to present an inviting gesture. "Esteemed senior, Miss Qin, please." Bai Lu inclined his head slightly and, side by side with Qin Shuang, soared into the luminous portal. Trailing behind them were Gu and Xiaolong, followed closely by Huang Fushan and others, with Dongfang Jin responsible for the final touches. Once everyone had entered, the portal swiftly closed with a resounding whoosh.